In the scorching desert ruins, a bloody machete, which a group of exhausted survivors had just used to kill the local zombies, was reflected in the scorching sun. An elderly survivor looked at the destruction around him indifferently and said, "There is no food or water here. We are doomed. We will not get out of this desert." Another, a young survivor, fell to his knees in the sand, completely overcome with despair. "There has been no water for 2 days now. This was the last place where there could be any. But here too we found nothing. Are we really destined to die in this place?" Everyone fell silent. Every extra word meant a loss of precious moisture from the body, and some had throats so dry that even trying to speak was painful. Suddenly, a bottle of cool mineral water rolled in front of the young survivors. He was dumbfounded, then grabbed it, tore off the lid, and the refreshing water flowed down his throat. He seemed to be resurrected and joyfully shouted, "Water! Real water! This is really water! Ha ha ha!" The others had not yet had time to comprehend what was happening. Everything seemed like a mirage, and when they realized what had happened, the young man had already drained the bottle. Then a youthful voice was heard from behind the rubble of the wall. "Well, how about it? Do you want another drink? I have at least a half bottle of ice-cold mineral water, all straight from the refrigerator." A boy with a childish face, no older than 18, thin, in clean clothes, appeared from behind the ruins, not at all like a person from a post-apocalyptic world. His sudden appearance in the ruins looked extremely suspicious. The survivors immediately became wary, their hands reaching for their weapons. It was unclear how they could have missed this guy during a thorough search. The boy innocently raised his hands and explained, "Friends, I have come to save you. In short, would you like to join my shelter? 3 meals a day, housing, holidays off, and if your numbers are good, the opportunity to travel abroad. Of course, not to those cities abroad teeming with zombies, but to the southern islands with a Hawaiian atmosphere. You will be able to feel the calm life before the apocalypse again." With these words, he rolled out a bottle of water. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of the bottles sparkling in the sun, but the situation seemed too strange. The boy's unexpected appearance and his personality made them hold back from taking action for now. The boy smiled. "It's okay, drink first." He tossed a bottle of water to the older survivor. He picked it up with distrust, took a sip, and, tasting the sweetness of the water, nearly lost control like a drug addict who's had his fix. But he restrained himself. Without drinking even a third of the bottle, he handed it to 2 girls behind him, quietly warning, "There's nothing wrong with the water, drink it quickly." The other survivors, convinced that the water was safe, were also tempted, greedily looking at the supplies at the boy's feet. He continued to smile, handing out water to everyone and reassuring them, "Don't worry, everyone in turn, we won't forget anyone." He handed out the water to everyone, and there were still 4 or 5 bottles left in the box. The survivors did not guzzle it all down. Most sensibly took small sips, just to wet their throats, then screwed the lids back on, saving the water for later. But one of them, a man with a fleshy face, emptied his bottle in one gulp, threw it down, and headed for the boy. He declared like a proclamation, "The rest of the water is now mine." Noticing that Changzi was about to cause trouble again, everyone froze and turned around, wanting to see the boy's reaction. And he patiently tried to reason. "Friend, don't do anything stupid. You'll regret it." The survivor named Chang Tzu laughed contemptuously, snatching a knife. "Yes? Then let's see what you're capable of." The boy was a whole head shorter than him, thin, in a formal suit, under which there was clearly no weapon, and Chang Tzu outweighed him by 3 times. The difference in strength was obvious, so Chang Tzu decided to take a risk. Perhaps he would get an unexpected benefit. He approached, but the boy did not take any action, only shook his head helplessly, as if he regretted something. Seeing such a reaction, Jiangzi mentally laughed at the fact that the boy turned out to be empty. Deciding that he would win without a fight, a greedy grin spread across his fleshy face. When success seemed to be within reach, from behind the boy came out a maid in a luxurious uniform. Not only Changzi, but also the other survivors were dumbfounded. It was already unbelievable that a guy in a suit, looking like a rich kid, would suddenly appear here, but that he would also have a maid with him? They couldn't help but think, are we really in a post-apocalypse? Maybe at some point, we were transported to another time? In sharp contrast to the dirty, exhausted survivors was a boy in an impeccable suit with a clean face, as if he had just come out of an air-conditioned room. Next to him stood a girl, slightly taller than him, wearing an elegant black and white maid uniform. The maid had cute little pigtails of light purple hair, clearly dyed, although in a post-apocalyptic world that was not usually an option. On her chest was a large red bow. Otherwise, she looked like an ordinary maid. Changzi, having recovered from his surprise, shouted pompously, "Your skill is to hide behind women's skirts!" But the boy did not answer. As soon as a cold smile appeared on his face, the maid was already in action. A glowing straight blade instantly materialized in her hand, and when Changzi came to his senses, the blade had already pierced his heart. Only regret and bewilderment remained on his face. Changzi's massive body collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. The boy approached, and the old smile returned to his face. Anyone else who wants to illegally get someone else's things? Even in a post-apocalyptic world, no one has the right to violate moral principles. If there are no more, I will repeat once again. Who wants to join my shelter? Food and shelter provided, plus manga and games to boot. The dirty survivors looked at each other and raised their hands without hesitation. The boy smiled. However, I must warn you about one condition. To get into my shelter, you must sell me your soul. They went deeper into the already searched ruins and found a strange platform there, which was not there before. As they stood on it, they heard a rumbling sound. The platform began to slowly descend, the sky above their heads gradually closing until the exit at the top was completely blocked. They went underground. The elevator stopped, and from here you could see the outline of the shelter in the depths. Then the boy spoke. "Welcome to my shelter. From now on, I am your boss. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hu Zi, and this is my battle maid, Xiao Hua." The fierce maid, named Xiao Hua, stood there with a stony face, without any emotion. Everyone was afraid to meet her gaze, although she was looking at the floor blankly. Hu Zi continued, "Okay, no more words. Let Xiao Yue register you first, then you will have tasks." Another maid, Xiao Yue, appeared from the depths of the shelter. Unlike Xiao Hua, she constantly smiled in a friendly manner, which noticeably calmed the survivors who had just arrived at Hu Zi's shelter. Walking up to them, Xiao Yue said in a soft voice, "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Yue. I'll be recording your data and evaluating your physical performance now. Who's going first?" The survivors, who had just returned from the post-apocalyptic world, were on guard. Everyone looked at each other. No one volunteered, until finally an elderly survivor stepped forward. "I'll start." Xiao Yue nodded. "Name, gender, age, and previous occupation?" The elderly survivor replied in a tired voice, "Mu Guilong, male, 43 years old, formerly an auto mechanic." Xiao Yue smiled. "Okay, it's recorded. Next." Mu Guilong didn't leave, asking in surprise, "What about the physical assessment?" Xiao Yue replied, "It's already finished. But this data can't be shown to you yet. After completing the task, please contact me." Mu Guilong nodded thoughtfully and walked away. Then the two girls who were walking with him came up. The girl with one ponytail spoke first. "My name is Mu Ya. I am 18 years old. This is my sister, Mu Lin. We are twins. I am only half an hour older. She is also 18. We are both students. And the uncle who is with us is our father." Hearing his daughter call him uncle, Mu Guilong shook his head in disappointment from behind, while Hu Zi watched with interest. Xiao Yue said in surprise, "Ah, family. This should be especially noted. If anyone else has a family or close relationship, be sure to tell me to write it down." The girls stepped back, and the young survivor who had fallen to his knees in the sand in despair at the beginning stepped forward. He said somewhat awkwardly, "My name is Zhang Xiaofei. Male, 26 years old, never worked before." Xiao Yue nodded. It's okay that you never worked. You'll definitely find something to do here. Next. Zhang Xiaofei glanced gratefully at the cute maid and walked away. The last one to approach was a woman with a business-like short haircut. She thought for a moment and said, "My name is... Call me Mary. Will there be any problems with my name? Anyway, no matter what my name is, no one will recognize me anymore." Xiao Yue replied, "It's okay, but once you register with me, that's what we'll call you." Mary nodded in relief, a smile appearing on her face. "My name is Mary, female, 23 years old, former police officer." Xiao Yue exclaimed happily, "A female police officer? That's rare. You have great prospects." Mary smiled and walked away. The last two remained. One of them, a plump man, stood up straight and said with some self-confidence, "Wang Zihao, male, 24 years old, career military man." Xiao Yue asked in surprise, "Are you a career soldier? But judging from your physical condition, isn't your stamina too low? What branch of the military?" The fat man immediately became nervous, stuttering. "Can you see my stamina? I'm one of those who is in charge of commanding a unit." Xiao Yue stared at him with displeasure. "Lies won't help you." The fat man deflated and honestly admitted, Actually, I used to be a professional FPS player. Do you know Rainbow Six and PUBG?" Xiao Yue shook her head naively. "I don't know." The fat man became inspired again. "In general, FPS players can't be underestimated. Will you provide us with firearms? I know any weapon. The best is an 8x scope with a 98K rifle. I can use it perfectly." But Xiao Yue looked incredulous and only said, "I'll sign you up as an FPS player. Next." The fat man was apparently pleased with this result and walked away cheerfully. And Hu Zi couldn't help but laugh. Does anyone really consider games their talent? Although he himself is a gamer too. Then, a frail young man with thick glasses walked up to Xiao Yue with his head down and said softly, "Liu Dehai, male, 27 years old, programmer." That was the last one. Xiao Yue wrote down the data and reported to Hu Zi, "Boss, all the information about people is here. Please check it out." "Okay." Hu Zi took the tablet from Xiao Yue's hands and looked at the detailed characteristics of the survivors. When he reached the line with Mu Guilong, he couldn't help but look at it carefully several times before handing it back to Xiao Yue. Hu Zi said, "Okay, Xiao Yue, get ready to send us up." Xiao Yue nodded obediently and went deeper into the shelter. Seeing this, the father of the two girls, Mu Guilong, hurriedly asked, "We have barely rested for a day. What task is so urgent that we need to go right now? Should my daughters participate too?" Hu Zi looked at him coldly. "Watch your tone, survivor. Figure out who's boss here." Mu Guilong noticed Xiao Hua's gaze shifting to him and immediately apologized. "Sorry, boss. You are my and my daughter's savior. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you, but my daughters need some rest." Hu Zi turned away. "I know that your daughters need rest, and I know that everyone needs rest, but don't think that the shelter is a nursing home. To truly enter my shelter, you must prove that you are worthy of it." At this point, the fat man Wang Zihao suddenly jumped forward. "But that's not what you said at the beginning. You smiled and said that if I just sold my soul to you, I could immediately enter the shelter." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Hua suddenly kicked him in the fat belly. The fat man's face twisted. He hugged his belly with his hands, slowly squatted down and knelt down, breathing heavily. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Policewoman Mary immediately ran over to check on his condition, but the fat man shook his head. "I'm fine. She didn't mean to kill." Hu Zi snorted contemptuously. "Do you think I dragged you out of that desert with such difficulty so that you could rest here in comfort and retirement? There is only one path before you. Complete the task and survive." Hu Zi's cold words pierced their hearts. At this moment, the elevator rumbled again and began to lift them up. Everyone looked up. The exit at the top was slowly opening, but what awaited them was not the cloudless blue sky of the desert, but an unfamiliar black night sky. When the elevator lifted them all the way to the surface and stopped, they found themselves surrounded by ruined buildings. The exit from the shelter had somehow ended up here, in the middle of a huge abandoned city. From the elevator platform of the shelter, the two tallest skyscrapers of the city could be seen in the moonlight. The buildings were immersed in darkness, without a single light. "Where are we?" Everyone's faces were filled with amazement, and Huze spread his arms and said with a smile, "Welcome to our main battlefield. Your first mission is to bring me the energy crystal from the hospital. Xiaohua, you can give them the map." Xiaohua walked over silently, handed the smartphone to Mu Gilong, and returned to Huze without a sound. After receiving the phone, Mu Gilong was surrounded by the others. While they were studying the map, Huze explained, "In this mission, Xiaohua and I will go with you, but we will not provide any support or assistance. We will only observe. Whether you can bring me the energy crystal depends on you alone, and those who survive can officially join my shelter." They no longer wondered why the exit from the shelter was here and not in the desert ruins. Even when the shelter first appeared in the desert, they felt something strange. Mary asked, "Is there a time limit? Do you need to deliver the item by a certain date?" Huze thought for a moment and replied, "I don't think so, but that doesn't mean you can stall for time. Xiaohua and I are keeping an eye on you, and if I sense anything suspicious, I'll happily execute you. You know I'm capable of that, right?" Chang's death made everything clear. This guy doesn't value their lives at all, and the maid next to him is a cold-blooded killer. Mu Guilong asked, "Aside from the map, can you provide information about this area? It's not like our previous places. Did this city fall also because of the virus and zombies?" Huze nodded. "The details may be different, but the overall situation is roughly the same. The level of demons in this area is similar to the zombies you encountered. Perhaps a little stronger." Programmer Liu Dehai quietly asked, "Did I hear you correctly about demons?" Huze replied, "That's right, but don't make it complicated. For now, they're not much different from the zombies you'll be fighting. Don't worry." Xiaohua's kick was only a warning. The fat man had already recovered and asked brazenly, "What about weapons? Since the enemies are demons, should they issue special weapons?" Huze smiled silently, and the fat man, having understood the hint, hid behind the backs of the others. Mu Guilong asked, "If we rest here now, will it be considered a waste of time?" Huze shrugged. "Unfortunately, if it wasn't, I wouldn't rush things. But don't worry, I'm not an inhuman slave master. When you get to the hospital, I'll give you enough time to rest and prepare. Plus, I'll provide you with supplies. Even if you're hungry now, there'll be something to eat on site." Mu Guilong basically understood everything and immediately gave orders. "As usual, Fatso, you and Zhang Xiaofei take the lead, Mary and I cover the rear. Liu Dehai looks after my daughters. Is there any problem?" Everyone agreed. Only Mu Ya grumbled, "I don't need him to look after me." This team had been surviving together in the post-apocalyptic world for some time now and had developed a certain coherence. When Chang was in the group, everyone was afraid of him and angry at him, but did not dare to oppose him. Now that he was dead, Mu Guilong naturally became the recognized leader of the small team. Their weapons were primitive, homemade knives, pipes or clubs with nails, ineffective and awkward to use. Before leaving, Mu Guilong ordered everyone to check their belongings and report on their condition. Previously, they had not been able to spare time to search for water, but now they finally had the opportunity to take inventory. Mu Guilong noticed that Huze was watching them with interest. Apparently, this was not considered a waste of time. Soon, everyone reported. The food was enough for a day or two on average, but everyone only had the water that Huze had given them recently, and almost all of it had already been drunk. Mu Guilong turned to Huze again with some despair, respectfully saying, "Boss, without enough water, we won't even get there. We've been short of water for several days now. We need to drink enough. Otherwise, no one will have the strength to fight. Certain death." Although the main purpose of this mission was to test their actual strength, confidence, and willpower, but in their current state, Immediately starting the mission was truly an excessive demand, not to mention not allowing them to even drink enough. Hu Zi nodded. I agree with you. Then the remaining water is yours. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, almost applauding Mu Guilong, who looked gratefully at Hu Zi. After receiving the remaining few bottles of water from Hu Zi, the team had enough water to reach their destination. After packing up their things, Mu Guilong announced the start. Mu Guilong's small team led the way, carefully using Xiaohua's smartphone to guide them, while Hu Zi and Xiaohua followed behind. After they left the shelter's exit, Xiaohua took out a protective amulet and handed it to Hu Zi, making them invisible to the low-level demons in this area. Hu Zi asked, Xiaohua, you seem different today. Why have you become so silent? Xiaohua, who had been silent since the survivors were discovered, finally quietly replied in a sweet, gentle voice, I just don't like to talk in front of others except you and Xiao Yue. Hu Zi said understandingly, I thought you were angry about something. Xiaohua replied quite seriously, even if Xiaohua is angry, she will never be angry with the master. Hearing these words, Hu Zi felt a sweetness in his heart and changed the topic. What do you think of these people? They are the first group of survivors I have found. Will they make it in one go? Xiaohua nodded. I think the probability is high. Among them, there are several who are clearly not ordinary. It seems that today is your lucky day, my master. Hu Zi smiled smugly. Really? I think so too, hehe. The distance to the hospital was not great. According to the navigation on the smartphone, 9 kilometers, about 3 hours on foot. Having precise data, the survivors felt calmer because before, when searching for supplies, they had neither the exact time nor the exact place. Everything depended on luck. The further from the shelter, the more obvious the traces of carnage on the streets became, the more frequent the strange sounds. The survivors' nerves were strained to the limit. They tried not to pay attention to extraneous noises. But after half an hour of travel, they still encountered an obstacle that had to be eliminated. The fat man had good eyesight. From afar, he noticed several zombies squatting and devouring the remains of the unfortunate man. He quickly led the team to cover around the corner of the street and reported, There are 3 zombies eating ahead. Vigilance is low. 3 of us need to approach and act in sync, then we'll cope. But these zombies are not like the ones we saw before. Their eyes are glowing. Liu Dahai, with the trumpet in his hands shaking uncontrollably, stuttered, Are these demons? The fat man nodded. But that kid already said that the level of these demons is not high. We should be able to handle it. Mu Guilong looked back at Hu Zi. They were walking far behind and should not have heard the conversation. Mu Guilong said, Fatty, watch your tongue from now on. This man is not like Chang. He won't be fooled so easily. If we get into trouble because of chatter, I won't save you. Fatty laughed stupidly. Don't worry, brother. Your head is still in place. How about the usual tactics? Mu Guilong nodded and said quietly, Forward. The active ones put masks or scarves on their faces. The fat man still walked in front, followed by Jiang Xiaofei and Mu Guilong. The 3 of them, bending down, walked towards the 3 zombies with small steps. The rest stuck their heads out from around the corner to watch. They had carried out similar extermination operations many times before. They sent out as many people as there were zombies, and usually they were able to finish them off silently before they could scream and attract many of their brethren. Hu Zi wasn't fooling them. These zombie-like creatures had the same poor hearing as normal zombies. The 3 of them crept up behind them unnoticed. Then at Mu Guilong's sight, they struck at the same time, raising their weapons high and bringing them down with all their might on the zombies' heads, instantly crushing them. A perfect kill. The fat man waved his hand contentedly to the others, signaling that they could approach. But after taking only a few steps, they noticed something was wrong and tensed up. Then Jiang Xiaofei also discovered an anomaly nearby and hurriedly warned, Brother Long, the zombies are moving again. How is this possible? Mu Guilong couldn't believe it. hurriedly inspected the zombie bodies at his feet, and found that the headless creatures were still moving on the ground, trying to stand up. Even for them, who had seen a lot of things in the post-apocalyptic world, this looked too creepy. The fat man realized. Ouch! Don't forget, they move without heads because they are not zombies at all. You can't use anti-zombie methods against them. Zhang Xiaofei said, they move without heads, so you have to completely dismember them, otherwise there's no way to deal with them. What kind of monsters are these? The fat man rubbed his chin. Let's use fire. I have some gasoline, it's enough to burn them. Mu Guilong calmly replied, no need. These monsters can move, but without heads, they have no sight or hearing. They won't be able to attract their comrades quickly. Let's just pass by. Fatty and Zhang Xiaofei thought about it and agreed, quickly signaling for the others to come over, and the entire group quickly left the area. Hu Zhe and Xiao Hua came over later, watching the monsters rebuilding their skulls piece by piece. Hu Zhe said approvingly, the regenerative ability of the ghosts is always a headache. Although the threat is small, if you are the slightest bit careless, you can waste time fighting their annoying resurrection. When you first encounter the ghouls, make the right decision. This person really has potential. Xiaohua said, looks like he's guaranteed the position of squad leader. Hu Zhe shook his head. We'll see. The others have potential too. I like the policewoman too. Xiaohua, whether it was out of jealousy or not, said, Master, you already have Xiaohua and Xiaoyue. You can't be flighty anymore. Hu Zhe laughed. I'm kidding. Besides, Xiaoyue belongs to him. Even though she works for me, she's not mine. Xiaohua said, one day, Xiaoyue will also belong to you. Hu Zhe remained silent as he continued walking with Xiaohua, and the monsters next to them, as if they had not heard their conversation and sounds, continued to collect the broken heads. The situation in the city was not as dire as the survivors had expected. Perhaps there really were only low-level demons in this area, as Hu Zhe had said. They encountered almost no serious obstacles along the way until they reached the hospital and encountered the biggest challenge of this mission. When the survivors arrived at the hospital, they found it completely overrun by glowing zombie-like eyes. The first-floor hallway was filled with countless orange lights, like little lanterns. It was impossible to count how many there were. Seeing this scene, Mu Guilong knew that this was definitely not a task for a team of their level, unless they specifically wanted to torment them. Mu Guilong turned around in despair, looking at Hu Zhe and Xiaohua, who had silently approached. He didn't say anything, only expressed his despair with his eyes. Seeing this look, Hu Zhe quickly spread his hands. When planning this mission, I didn't conduct reconnaissance on the spot. I didn't know that the situation was so serious. But I think this level of threat is just right. If you can handle it, it will further prove your right to enter my hideout. Thinking of his two daughters, Mu Guilong was prepared to overcome any difficulties. He sighed and asked, Boss, we've been walking for almost 3 hours. I want to drink some water and eat before the battle. Hu Zhe immediately replied, Of course. The task is quite difficult, so I'll soften the conditions. If you decide to rest and sleep first, that's also possible. Hearing that they finally had a chance to rest, the survivors relaxed and excitedly began to quietly discuss something. But Mu Guilong said decisively, No need. Until I sort out this task, I won't be able to sleep. The others did not understand Mu Guilong's words, but did not ask any questions for now. Hu Zhe was a little surprised, nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I'll watch you. After talking with Hu Zhe, Mu Guilong immediately found a place and arranged a temporary rest with food and water. Mary asked in confusion, Mu Guilong, why didn't you listen to his advice to sleep first? We really did walk all day. Mu Guilong, rummaging through his backpack, answered without raising his head, The finish line is near. We just need to gather our courage and finish the job, and we can go back, lie down comfortably on the bed in the shelter, and sleep. Isn't that better? Everyone thought about it and agreed that it was reasonable, so there were no particular objections, and they went about their business in silence. And Hu Zhe, seeing Mu Guilong's behavior, became increasingly pleased with this person and the team. I really need someone who can keep the situation under control even in my absence, and it would be best to have a team with high cohesion from the start. Xiaohua couldn't help but warn. But by accepting such a command, the possibility of a future rebellion and overthrow of the shelter is very high. Aren't you worried about that? Hu Ze laughed dryly. When that happens, we'll deal with it. Right now, our goal is to handle the monthly rent. How to get such a shelter? In fact, it's simple. Just sell your soul to him. Tempting, right? The survivors exchanged their souls for protection, handing them over to Hu Ze, and he, in turn, sold them to that very creature. In return, he received a contract for the use of the shelter. But it is worth understanding. This is not a gift forever, just a lease. 3 months, free. Then, every month, you must pay the fee strictly on time. Otherwise, it will not only revoke the contract, but also take back the sold soul. And the rent is paid in energy minerals, which the survivors must mine during the current mission. This means that a deadly timer is already ticking over Hu Ze's head. If he doesn't pay the rent on time, he will lose not only his shelter, but also his soul, with no chance of reliving. Hu Ze has died before and knows that losing his soul is not the end. But he doesn't want to experience it a second time. Fortunately, it's too early to worry. His free period has just begun. Moreover, he was lucky. He immediately met a group of reliable allies. He has time. Hu Ze ate quickly and rested for a while. After that, Mu Guilong began to give orders. Here is my plan. The main part of the zombies from the hospital will be distracted by Chubby and Zhang Xiaofei. The rest will come with me inside. We will be busy transporting the energy stones. Since Hu Ze entrusted this matter to us, it means there aren't that many stones there. Chubby, you and Xiaofei, once you're done, return to the entrance of the shelter. We'll meet there. Chubby hesitated. Long Fei, are you sure? Have you seen how many zombies there are in that hospital? I estimated by eye. At least 200, and that's not counting those hiding in the neighboring houses. If even one of them screams, they'll come running from all over the area. We don't know the area here. Do you really think we'll find our way back? If we get out alive, that'll be a celebration. Mu Guilong continued calmly. To lure out all the zombies, we'll have to distract them twice, and we'll have to stand close. Only you and Xiaofei are fast and agile enough for that. Sorry, Chubby, but we don't have a better option. We're counting on you. Pukliak opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but remained silent. It was clear from his face that he was unhappy, as if he had simply been set up as bait. Maria intervened. You are taking too many risks, Guilun. Every person counts for us. If Pukliak and Xiaofei fail the mission, then we won't even have a chance to take a back seat. It turns out that we are putting everyone's lives on the line. But suddenly, Pukliak grinned. So if we succeed, we will be your saviors, right? Maria looked at him in bewilderment. Well, essentially, yes. But then I'm in. Pukliak clapped his fingers. Just don't forget later that you owe me your life. Maria sighed heavily. Do you understand that you were simply sold? Of course, but I don't care. Chubby shrugged. Maria barely restrained herself from kicking him in the face. At this point, Zhang Xiaofei intervened. I think the idea makes sense. We have nothing better. Maria flared up. Pukliak, you yourself said that zombies can hide in houses. Even if you run away, will you be able to return? Aren't you afraid of getting lost in the city? And what if that little kid moves us here again? That means he needs us. If I get out, he'll invite me back himself. Pukliak grinned. What about the zombies in the houses? There could be even more of them than in the hospital. Maria did not calm down. Then Mu Guilun's younger sister, Mu Ling, quietly intervened. I was just peeping. These zombies' eyes glow in the dark. And in the houses it's pitch black. That means there's no one there. Maria turned purple with anger. She couldn't find words. But Pukliak was delighted. That's news. Then it will definitely work. Let's go before it gets dark. I already want to sleep. Mu Guilun turned to Maria. If you have a better plan, tell us. We ourselves understand that this is all on the edge, but without good equipment, climbing 100 zombies is suicide. Maria remained silent, then nodded quietly. Agreed. Preparations are in full swing. First, Zhang Xiaofei must lure out the first wave of zombies. Then he will have more room to maneuver. The rest must be distracted by Pukliak. Otherwise, it will be impossible to load minerals. Before leaving, Mu Guilun suggested, "Leave the backpacks here?" "No," Chubby snapped. "Who knows if we'll meet again? And the backpack contains everything that helps me survive. It should be with me." "We'll take some food too," Zhang Xiaofei added. "You never know." Mu Guilong divided the provisions and water a little so as not to interfere on the way. Then he put his hands on their shoulders. "Just come back. Promise. Calm down. When have I ever let anyone down? Let's go, Xiaofei." Chubby answered with a smile. Zhang Xiaofei nodded to Guilong silently and left. Zhang Xiaofei was the first to approach the hospital. Chubby was opposite, at the lamppost across the street. When Xiaofei reached the entrance, he started to knock on the asphalt with a pipe, creating a loud noise. At the same time, he turned around. Would zombies jump out from the neighboring houses? But Mu Ling was right. The houses were empty. All that was left was to deal with the zombies from the hospital. Xiaofei knocked and made noise as long as he could. But the zombies reacted too quickly. Hesitating would cost his life. He had to drop the pipe and run at full speed, leading the first wave away. Chubby and the others, watching from afar, mentally exclaimed, "Well done." When the main part of the zombies left the area, Chubby jumped out and shouted, "Hey, I'm here, creatures! Try to catch me!" Without the ability to make noise with weapons, he used his voice. The effect worked. All the remaining zombies rushed towards the sound. He was surprised. There were even more undead in the building than he thought. Now he could no longer retreat. He had to run until the zombies almost touched his belly. As he ran, he threw Mu Guilong a playful glance. He just shook his head. He wanted to laugh and cry at the same time, and the zombies were much faster than it seemed. Zhang Xiaofei realized anyone else in his place would have died already. He ran with all his might, and only in this way could he break away. The dead were breathing down his neck, falling out with open, rotting mouths and making disgusting sounds. Stinking saliva was flying in all directions. His strength was running out. He had already led the zombies away from the hospital, but now he had to save himself. He was thinking, maybe he should take cover on the roof. But suddenly he noticed there were also dead people wandering ahead. Until they reacted, he could slip through. But behind them, another wave. Bad. He began to look around. To the right is an alley. Without thinking, he turned there. The passage led to the next street, but here again there was an obstacle. Several more zombies. Zhang Xiaofei could not simply slip between the zombies in the narrow alley. Luckily, there was an emergency ladder hanging on the side of the building. Although it wasn't down, he managed to jump up from the trash can, grab the bottom bar, and pull himself up. The effort completely drained him of strength. He caught his breath, clinging to the ladder, taking advantage of the fact that zombies can't jump. He didn't weigh much, so it wasn't hard to hold on. But suddenly, one of the zombies jumped up and grabbed him by the waist, then sank its teeth into his arm. Zhang Xiaofei screamed in pain, his fingers loosened, and he fell down into the thick of the monsters. He forgot one important thing. These creatures were not ordinary zombies. Meanwhile, Chubby got rid of his weapon. A minor loss, getting another in this world is easier than it seems. When he really ran, he quickly realized that these monsters are much faster than normal zombies. He had to run without stopping, at the limit of his strength, otherwise he would be caught. He did not look back, but he felt that the pursuit was much denser and more fierce than that of Xiaofei. He could not continue in the same spirit. His strength was quickly running out. He had already fulfilled his part of the plan, and now he had to get out. An alley is a risky place, but sometimes it's the only chance. It may be a dead end or full of zombies, but there are no other options. When he thought he had enough distance, he turned into the first alley he came across, and instantly regretted it. It was a real dead end. There was no way back. Without slowing down, he realized the situation, quickly took off his backpack, pulled out a bottle of gasoline and a lighter. He threw the backpack. At the last second before the monsters caught up with him, he threw the bottle on the ground, followed by the lighter. The flames burst into a wall. Puffy almost got fried jumping over the fire. Finding himself on the other side of the wall of fire, he began frantically looking for a way to get out. He knew that the flames would hold the monsters back for a while, but they would still move forward. But after a few seconds, he noticed that they had stopped. What's more, their faces expressed fear. He was dumbfounded. Monsters were afraid of fire, but they were painless. Then it dawned on him. These weren't zombies. Their behavior was completely logical, assuming that they weren't undead. He began to watch their reaction to the fire closely. Although the wall of flame did not move and should soon go out, the creatures continued to avoid it. Chubby did not understand. Why? After all, nothing prevents them from simply stepping through the flames. Then he grabbed an old broken chair, set it on fire, and threw it into the crowd of monsters. And then, something amazing happened. Those hit began to scream and jump back, as if they had been doused with acid. The rest also jumped back from the burning piece of wood, freeing up a whole space around it. Now, Pukliak finally understood. These creatures are not just afraid of fire. It causes them to panic. The flame from gasoline quickly died down. He made a torch from scrap materials, soaked it with the remains of fuel, and set it on fire. For now, this was the only source of fire. But the torch was weak, hastily made, and would not last long. Puffy understood that as soon as the flame disappeared, it would all be over. The creatures had already begun to approach each other as soon as the wall of fire disappeared. But noticing the fire in his hand, they stopped. Chubby realized there was no time. Either he took a risk now, or he died. He took a deep breath, wiped the sweat off his face, clutched the torch, and stepped into the crowd. They saw the fire and began to retreat. Gradually, he found himself surrounded, but no one attacked. He was literally sweating, watching the monsters' every move with intense intensity. The flames flickered in the wind, and he quickened his pace. He was afraid that the fire would go out prematurely. Suddenly, the torch became like a pass to a safe zone. The monsters parted before him. He even managed to pick up his abandoned backpack and left the alley unharmed. When he came out, the fire on the torch almost died out. The monsters pursuing him were already entering the narrow opening. Chubby didn't hesitate. He poured out the rest of the gasoline and threw the almost burnt-out torch in there. The flame flared up again, cutting off the creature's path. Meanwhile, Mugwilun, seeing that Chubby had successfully led the enemies away, gave the signal, and the whole group rushed to the hospital. In the courtyard, in a deep crater, they found an energy artifact, a meteorite emitting a mysterious green glow. It seemed to have fallen from the sky, breaking through glass and trees. Liu Dahai noted with alarm, "What if it is radioactive?" At that moment, Huzi's voice rang out. "Don't worry. If there was radiation, I neutralized it." He stood at the very edge of the funnel and threw a strange device into it. It opened, covering the meteor with a net, and the glow immediately faded. "Congratulations," he said cheerfully. "The task is complete. No new demons will appear here anymore. Deliver the artifact to me. A worthy reward awaits you." With these words, he left without explaining anything. Mu Guilong also called for everyone to remain silent and to work. However, just as they were about to extract the meteorite, there was a squeal and a scream from Maria. Out of nowhere, the monster jumped out, knocking her down. Before it could bite, Mu Guilong delivered a crushing blow with the bat, smashing the creature's head. He picked up Maria and realized that there were many more creatures hiding in the hospital. He commanded, "Retreat! Come on, take care of my daughter." "Got it," he shouted. Mu Guilong handed Maria her weapon, and the two of them stood up to defend themselves, holding off the onslaught so that the others could retreat. But the monsters were breaking through from all sides. 2 people were missing. When one of the plagues tried to get past them and reach Mu Ling, Mu Ya, her sister, rushed to the defense with a bat and destroyed the enemy. Mu Ling looked at the defeated monster in horror. Mu Ya said firmly, "Go with Da Hai. Now!" Mu Ling nodded and ran after the escort. Meanwhile, Mu Ya entered the battle with those whom Mu Guilong and Maria had let through. But there were too many enemies. The situation was getting worse with each passing second. When she pushed one creature away, another grabbed her from behind, trying to bite her neck. Mu Ya reacted by thrusting the bat right into the enemy's mouth. This gave her a few seconds, but she couldn't break free. And in front of her, another creature was already rising. Mu Guilong noticed this. He wanted to help, but there were several monsters between them. He knew he wouldn't make it. And at this critical moment, Xiaohua descended from the sky. And in a flash, she dealt with the monster that was threatening Mu Ya, and then with the one that was holding her. Mu Ya didn't get a scratch. Seeing Xiaohua save Mu Ya, Mu Guilong instantly forgets all his previous grievances towards her. Only deep gratitude remains. He does not even have time to say thank you as another monster attacks him, and he is forced to fight again. At this time, Mu Ling runs after Liu Dahai with all her might. The girl gasps for breath and, slowing down, exclaims, "Brother Dahai, wait for me." But he, as if he had not heard, rushes forward and almost throws himself at Huze, as if he sees his salvation in him. "Boss, help, I don't want to die." Huze doesn't even look at him, calmly heading towards the running Mu Ling. She notices 2 pursuers behind her, but she no longer has the strength to run. She mutters with difficulty, "Dahai, there's a zombie behind her." Without looking ahead, she bumps into someone and suddenly recognizes the figure. "Bo Boss?" Huze doesn't answer. He coldly pushes it behind his back, takes out a long sword from his belt, previously unnoticed, vaguely similar to Xiaohua's sword, but with its own characteristics. Taking a fighting stance, he waits. 2 creatures approach, and with one movement, Huze cuts off their heads. Liu Dahai, who witnessed the scene, exclaimed with delight, "Boss, you are incredible! I have never seen anyone cooler in my life." But Huze silently shook the blood off his sword and handed Mu Ling a talisman. "Don't leave my side until we reach the hideout. Is that clear?" Mu Ling, blushing, only nodded, not daring to raise her eyes. Huze leads her back to the hospital. Liu Dahai, not wanting to be left behind, runs after them, shouting, "Boss, wait!" But suddenly, a monster runs out of the alley. It ignores both Huze and Mu Ling and runs straight at Dahai. At first he is scared, but quickly pulls himself together. "Do you think I'm easy prey? Now I'll show you who's weak here." He meets the monster with a blow to the shoulder with a metal pipe. The creature falls to the ground, and Dahai, jubilant, finishes it off. But the joy is short-lived. An ominous squeal is heard from behind. He turns around and gets hit in the back by a new monster, falls. He fights, tries to hold the monster by the throat. "I will not die from someone like you. Get out." But more appear. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th Dahai plunges into their midst. They tear him apart. Mu Ling saw everything. She asks fearfully, "Boss, maybe you can help him. He was really kind to me sometimes." But Huze smiles coldly. "Kind? What about him abandoning you? People like him are trash, not even fit to be guards." Mu Ling keeps silent, lowering her eyes, and continues to follow. Meanwhile, the situation in the hospital is getting worse. The monsters seem to be heading there. Mu Guilong guesses that it's all about Huze's device that covered the meteorite. He's about to complain when Xiaohua suddenly stands in front of him and Maria. "You 2 take care of the meteorite. I'll hold off the enemies." Mu Ya joins them. After making sure his daughter is safe, Mu Guilong throws himself into the crater without hesitation. The meteorite is the size of a basketball, heavy and angular. First 2, then 3. They pull it up with difficulty. It is impossible to lift it back up without equipment. While they were racking their brains, a familiar voice was heard. "Minasan, I'm here. Aren't you late?" It's Xiao Yue running in, pushing a cart. Hu Ze is leisurely walking behind her, methodically dealing with the monsters. Mu Guilong notices. Mu Ling is following him, and Liu Dahai has disappeared. He curses in a restrained tone. I knew Dahai couldn't be relied upon. Hu Zi, meanwhile, hands Mu Ling over to his father and says calmly, all the monsters will flock to the meteorite. You won't be able to hold out here. Follow Xiao Yue, Xiao Hua, and I will cover the retreat. He speaks in an irritating tone, as usual, but this time Mu Guilong nods his head in gratitude. He understands. He, his daughters, and Maria quickly join Xiao Yue. Outside the hospital, they stumble upon Dahai's remains, his body mutilated. Mu Ling turns away. Mu Guilong frowns, but says nothing. When everyone has left, Xiao Hua comes outside and stands next to Hu Zi. Master, she says, this is just a warm-up. There's something bigger in this area. By the way, Hu Zi says calmly, maybe you should stop calling me Master. It sounds too formal. Call me, say, Oni-chan? Xiao Hua asks in surprise. Oni-chan? Well, yes. A cute little sister like you is everyone's dream. Wouldn't it be great to have one? Xiao Hua says without blinking an eye, if Master has such inclinations, I'm willing to try role-playing. Whatever you wish, Master, that's what you'll get. Huza is instantly embarrassed. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I'm not a pervert. Xiao Hua replies dryly. Got it. I won't tell Xiao Yu about this. Damn it. And then a roar shakes the air. The monster is already close, just a block away. Everyone accompanying the cart becomes wary. Xiao Yue shouts, Don't turn around! Just follow me! There's Master and Xiao Hua behind you. Mu Guilong and the others shrink and quicken their pace. Meanwhile, Hu Ze and Xiao Hua are on guard. All the zombies in the area are running away in panic. The streets are empty. Hu Ze is confused. Xiao Hua explains, Judging by the roar and panic, it's a soul eater. These creatures feed on zombies. That's why they ran away. A demon that eats other demons? Bah! Does it have any weaknesses? Xiao Hua silently raises his sword. My blade defeats all. And then a creature that looks like a giant mangy dog comes out onto the street. It's as tall as a house, its skin is thorny, its eyes are bright red, and they stare at the cart that's almost disappeared. Xiao Hua stands in front of Hu Zi. You can't handle such an enemy. Leave it to me. Just watch. Hu Zi smiles. Agreed. Good luck. Xiao Hua nods and immediately rushes into battle. For ordinary survivors, and for Hu Ze himself at this point, the Soul Eater is a monster of terrifying power, capable of crushing them in a matter of seconds. In front of him, Hu Ze would last no more than 10 seconds. But Xiao Hua is a different matter. She is a combat maid. Every orphanage manager is provided with one. She is not just a servant, she is a symbol of power, allowing even the most dangerous survivors to be kept in line. At first, her powers were only slightly superior to those of seasoned warriors, but as her attachment to her master grew, her potential was revealed, turning her into a true force. Xiao Hua had long since gone beyond being a mere escort. When she charged forward, the Soul Eater immediately roared and charged at her. However, Xiao Hua easily jumped over its head, and in midair, with one swing of her blade, she cut off a whole strip of razor-sharp thorns. The monster turned around in horror. Although its body was not damaged, the loss of its thorns was a serious blow. They were what ensured its survival, both defense and attack. Without them, even ordinary lesser demons could tear it apart like ants tear apart an elephant. The Soul Eater may be large, but it is essentially just a heavy predator, incapable of subtle moves. Its tactic is to crash into a target and pierce it with its spikes. Without spikes, it is helpless. Now that the monster realized this, it tried to retreat. Xiao Hua, don't let it get away! Hu Zi shouted. The monster, not particularly fast to begin with, couldn't get away from Xiao Hua. She caught up with it and cut off its hind leg with one blow. The monster yelped, but did not fall. Instead, It continued to hobble away with desperate determination. Xiaohua, without hesitation, threw her sword like a spear and struck the other hind leg. The monster fell, unable to get up, only helplessly clinging to the ground with its front paws, unable to move its huge body. It began to make pitiful sounds like a beaten dog, begging for mercy. Huze, watching the scene with pleasure, threw Xiaohua her own longsword. Finish the job! While the monster was writhing in place, Xiaohua pulled her blade out of its flesh and went to finish it off. But then, lower demons poured out onto the street. As if on cue, they began to slowly approach the fallen giant, greed in their eyes. Xiaohua stopped and returned to Huze. There was no need for her intervention now. The pack had broken loose. The demons fell upon the Soul Eater, ignoring its thorns. Huze watched with interest. As long as this giant lies, the demons are not afraid of him. Their bodies are still recovering. The main thing is who will outlast the other by attrition. Master, Xiaohua said, looking at something like this for too long is bad for your psyche. We'd better go. Huze agreed, and they set off after Xiao Yue. Meanwhile, the meteorite was safely delivered to the platform. Xiao Yu was the first to go down with the cargo, and the others waited at the entrance of the shelter, peering at the city skyline. It looks like Puffy and Xiaofi won't be coming back, Maria whispered regretfully. Mu Guilong did not answer, but stared into the distance with a tense expression. While Huze and Xiaohua were finishing the fight, the others were still waiting. Seeing this, Huze asked in surprise, "Why are you stuck here? Don't you like my shelter? Or are you thinking about its interior?" Mu Ling timidly replied, "We're waiting for Chubby and Zhafi." Huze nodded understandingly. "Don't worry, if Chubby comes back, I'll find out. We'll open the door of the shelter and let him in. Don't worry." Reassured, everyone headed to the shelter. The platform descended. They passed through thick armored doors and found themselves in the central hall of the shelter. Huzi, opening his arms, greeted them with a beaming smile. "Welcome, friends. Now you are in my shelter." The massive door behind them closed with a loud clang. Now they were really inside. The door looked like a huge gear controlled by a mechanism. It would be impossible to open it manually. When everything finally closed, the expedition members felt strange, as if they had woken up from a dream. Everything seemed almost unreal. Huza continued, "Before you settle in completely, I have one document. You can still refuse?" "What document?" Maria asked. "A contract to sell your soul, of course. You didn't think it was enough to just say a few words, did you? Without a signature, the contract is invalid." Maria hesitated and looked at Mu Guilong. Both daughters were also waiting for his decision. Mu Guilong could barely stand on his feet. Fatigue, hunger, battles. He was at his limit. "And what are the consequences of this deal?" he asked. "This is a lifelong commitment. You become my property forever, even after death." Mu Guilong smiled. "I don't believe in the afterlife. I didn't believe it before I died either," Huze muttered. Mu Guilong looked at him in surprise, but said nothing. Zhao Hua was already handing over the tablet. He had no choice. If he refused, they would be thrown out, and he wasn't sure he could protect the team in a ruined city. And inside, it was warm, light, and smelled of food. He signed, then his daughters, and finally, Maria. Xiaohua returned to Huze with the tablet. "All signatures received, Master." "Excellent. Now we are one family." "Xiao Yue, give us a reception." Xiao Yu appeared from somewhere, wearing a pink apron. "I heard someone was hungry. I have steaks, cheeseburgers, potatoes, cakes, and desserts ready. There is even some wine and beer." The aromas spread throughout the room. The girls could no longer contain themselves. After confirming that Huze approved, they rushed forward. Mu Guilong and Maria followed them. As Mu Guilong passed by Huze, he paused briefly and said quietly, "Thank you, Huze, for everything you've done." Huze, with an air of complete nonchalance, replied, "No need to thank me. No matter what, I couldn't stand to watch such cute girls being torn to shreds by those beasts." Mu Guilong wanted to say something, but changed his mind, simply nodded and followed Xiao Yue out. After they left, only Hu Ze and Xiao Hua remained in the orphanage lobby. He exhaled heavily. His nerves had been tense all this time, but now that the first group of survivors had officially entered the shelter, he could relax a little. Let's go, Xiao Hua. We've already received the first gold coin. How can we let it gather dust? It's time to spend it. As you command, Master. Hu Ze pushed the meteorite cart alone to the heavy green door at the end of the dark corridor. Xiao Hua did not accompany him. He took a deep breath and opened the door, pushing the cart inside. It was pitch black inside. As soon as Hu Ze entered, the darkness swallowed him up. And then a voice came from somewhere inside. So it was you? And you brought me the green stone? I knew you wouldn't let me down, little one. In the darkness, the outline of Hu Ze's figure was barely discernible, and his expression was impossible to discern. His voice sounded slightly bitter. I don't think this can be considered a big victory. I don't believe in this game. So I came to find out, how much does it cost? Will it be enough to pay the rent for several months? The creature seemed to think for a moment, then replied in a low, empty voice. The stone is not the largest, but its value is considerable. I will give you a 2-month lease extension. This is fair. I am not deceiving you. Hu Ze, pleased, mentally praised himself for the deal. No need for rent. I'd rather exchange this stone for something else. Is that possible? As you wish. Hu Ze smiled, and after a short pause said, I want an underground villa and a supply of water for this stone. Is that okay? It matches this. Do you have any other wishes? Just for the villa to be spacious and fully equipped. Accepted. When Hu Ze walked out of the dark hall with an empty cart, Xiao Hua was already waiting at the entrance, greeting him with a slight smile. It warmed his heart. Let's go. Let's take a look at our new villa. Xiao Hua followed. They reached the entrance of the underground residence. Through the glass door, neatly trimmed bushes were visible. Inside, a long passage of about 200 meters began with branches, with well-groomed plants on the sides. Hu Ze's mood clearly improved. The villa was spacious, and there was more than enough space for a group of survivors. Master, shall we eat and call the others? Hu Ze nodded. He really felt tired. When they reached the dining room, he was surprised. Everyone was sitting and waiting for him. Why aren't you eating? Xiao Yue winked. They said they wanted to wait for Master. Hu Ze happily spread his arms. What's with the ceremony? We're one family now. Don't be shy. He understood that he couldn't cope without a well-coordinated team. The people in the shelter weren't just residents. They were a support. After what they had experienced, Mu Guilong and the others no longer distrusted Hu Ze. Everything he did saved their lives. They got shelter, food, a chance for peace. Eat, and then I'll show you the living quarters. Rest, wash up. Hu Ze sat at the table. Xiao Hua stood behind him. The others began to eat together. They were exhausted, and the delicious food helped them relax after the horrors of the day. Later, Hu Ze led them to the new villa. For them, tired and ragged, such a home was akin to a miracle. Boss, is this really our home? Mu Ya asked hopefully. There was delight in the eyes of Mu Ya, Mu Ling, and Maria. The house was not just beautiful, it inspired a feeling of safety and comfort. Hu Ze, patting Maria on the shoulder, said, We will live together. If anything happens, we will support each other. The girls immediately went to wash up. Washing off blood and dirt is a woman's first priority. Mu Guilong smiled faintly as he watched them. He was also covered in blood and felt uneasy. Relax, Hu Ze said. We're neighbors now. Mu Guilong sat down, calmed down a little, but soon sighed. Boss, I'm worried about Chubby. After all, it's too dangerous out there. He didn't finish speaking, but Hu Ze understood everything. There was a real friendship between him and Chubby. It all depends on him, Hu Ze responded. He remembered how Chubby had spoken about him, and he even liked it. A man like that deserves respect. It would be a shame if he didn't survive. Maybe we should look for him? No. Hu Ze shook his head. If he didn't make it, It means he didn't pass the test, and you shouldn't risk your lives. It's too dangerous there. Whether you will find him is not a fact. Whether you will return yourself is also questionable. These words silenced everyone. They already knew how dangerous the outside world was. They understood. All that remains is to wait. Everything is in his hands. After the shower, the girls changed their clothes. They seemed to have been transformed. For the first time in a long time, there was a feeling of joy. Time to sleep. I'll give you tasks tomorrow. Hu Zi smiled softly. When everyone went to their rooms, Xiao Hua, who had been silent until then, said, "What about Chubby?" "He called me small." "Well, it's all to the point, but there's something about him. Straightforward, decisive, humorous. If he survives, I will be glad to see him among us." Xiaohua nodded. "As you command, master." In the morning, Hu Ze woke up and found Mu Gilong on the sofa. He was holding a small suitcase and looked extremely excited. "What are you doing?" Hu Ze sat down next to him, looking at his work. "I'm assembling an electrical circuit. I want to connect some old components. Maybe I'll even assemble a computer. Master, do you want to help?" They had already started to communicate in a friendly manner. Mu Guilong, realizing that Hu Ze was not an arrogant leader at all, but an ordinary guy, opened up. He remembered how Pukliak used to be there, always playing games. Now there was silence, and this silence rang. Was his old friend still alive? "Boss, look, these two wires. As soon as I connect them, everything will work. Simple. I've already prepared the rest of the parts," Mu Guilong explained cheerfully, dragging the box to the corner and squatting down. He looked at Hu Ze enthusiastically. "Well, would you like to try it too?" He held out the box. Hu Ze winced slightly. Although he was interested, he was not very good with technology and was afraid to screw everything up. If something went wrong, the chain would go to hell. Mu Guilong shrugged and continued soldering. Hu Ze watched with interest. Inside, he was still tickled with curiosity. A few minutes later, Mu Guilong handed him the box again. This time, Hu Ze did not refuse. He eagerly joined the process. Mu Guilong took out another box. He had to work not only on his own project, but also for his daughters and Maria. "Master, we still have unfinished business," Xiaohua reminded him, watching him immerse himself in soldering. Hu Zi responded, not looking up from the diagrams. "Sort out everyone's levels and abilities," he nodded. "After lunch, we'll start distributing responsibilities." After receiving the order, Xiaohua sat down next to her and began her analysis. But she soon froze. "What is it?" Hu Ze, sensing her tension, put down his instruments. "Mu Ya wants to talk to you," she said dryly. "Mu Ya?" Mu Guilong asked automatically, but was immediately taken aback, looking at Hu Ze. He didn't even notice how he lost the game. "Why do you need her?" "Trouble!" Maria interrupted him, running in out of breath. "What happened?" "Mu Ya has disappeared. I can't find her anywhere." Maria's words clearly worried Hu Ze. Despite their differences, this group stuck together. This was exactly the kind of unity he wanted to see in his shelter. He clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention. "She's in the center of the shelter. Let's go look." Everyone rushed after him. Sure enough, Mu Ya was standing in the middle of the hall, smiling broadly and hiding something in her hand. "Boss, I have something to ask you." Her eyes were shining, and there was a mischievous smile on her face. She waved her hand, and Hu Zi's heart skipped a beat. Had she really found something unusual? Xiaohua glanced at her palm. "Master, I'm detecting energy fluctuations." "Come on, spill it." Hu Zi grinned. Muya unclenched her fist, and a crystal sparkled in her hand, snow white, with a slight iridescent sheen. The girls in the hall couldn't take their eyes off it. "I found it on my way home. I thought it would be a good gift." Hu Ze enthusiastically accepted the stone. "This is the energy crystal we need," Xiaohua confirmed. After eating, Hu Zi sent Mu Guilong to take the others to wash up, while he and Xiaohua took care of the paperwork. Later, after washing up and changing clothes, Everyone started asking about the find again. On my way back, I went to relieve myself and saw the corpse. I didn't find Pukliak, but the stone was there, Muya explained simply. Everyone was happy for her, and quietly prayed for Pukliak. Soon, Huze appeared and clapped his hands cheerfully. Attention, assembly! Now I'll tell you how everything is arranged here. Xiaohua handed him a folder with a printout. Mu Guilong, physical fitness, 1 plus intelligence, 4 plus talent, 2 plus will, 3 plus level, 2 plus. Maria, physical fitness, 2 plus intelligence, 2 plus talent, 1 plus will, 4 plus level, 1 plus. He looked through the data and began with a smile. Welcome to the orphanage. There is no room for idleness here. Everyone works. There is a staff. There are operatives. The second ones are those who will carry out external tasks. Everything will depend on your skills. He divided everyone into 2 groups. The stronger ones, separately Mugilun and Maria, in another. He approached the girls first. They bowed their heads respectfully. Boss, come with me. The rest of you, stay here. He led them into a room with exercise bikes. They were all plugged into the floor, the cables running deep. Your job is to pedal from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Lunch is a break. Boss, but why? Don't underestimate these bikes. All the electricity in the shelter comes from them. He spread his hands. The shelter is underground. There are no generators. Every spark is worth its weight in gold. Burning fuel to generate electricity requires a huge amount of oxygen, and there may simply not be enough of it within the shelter. In addition, the byproducts, hydrogen and nitrogen, will inevitably cause pollution, and wastewater disposal will be a serious problem. All this is too complicated for the initial stage of the shelter's existence. Therefore, the only way out is to use muscle-powered generation. Mu Lin and Mu Ya looked at each other, nodded silently, and without further ado, sat down to pedal. Huzi gave them shelter and work. Although without a salary, this way of life was exactly what they dreamed of. Having given them orders, he headed to the others. Little Hua, not lagging behind, cautiously asked, Master, are you planning to make Mu Guilong and his people into a task force? Their total potential may not be the highest, but they are the ones with the most potential, Huze patiently explained. Little Hua, a girl with a quick wit, quickly understood everything and nodded in agreement. When everyone received their assignment, only Mu Guilong and his comrades remained. Boss, what are we going to do? Your job is much more important, Huze chuckled, clapping Mu Guilong on the shoulder. Your task is to train daily, to squeeze the maximum out of your body. To the limit. The words sounded simple, but everyone understood what it hinted at. Today, I will train with you. You need to raise your level as quickly as possible because a task can appear at any moment. So, we are now a combat group? The plump guy narrowed his eyes with a sly grin. Exactly. Mu Guilong is your commander. In my absence, obey him. Soon, everyone was already at the training ground. Not only they needed to level up, but Huzi himself too. He will also have to do some tasks personally. All you have to do today is hold out. Don't worry about food. Diets are tailored to each type of profession. After brief explanations, the first training session began. After a third of the allotted time, only Mugilun and Huzi remained in the ranks. The rest dropped out. Mary, exhausted, collapsed unconscious. She was immediately pulled away and given assistance. This incident even encouraged the others a little. They were convinced that help was always nearby. In the end, the only one who remained by Huze's side was Mu Guilong, a man who had long since passed the threshold of maturity. However, his condition left much to be desired. His face was flushed, his breathing was ragged. Huze could not help but admire. Such a will to live could not be accidental. Those who manage to survive among the dead cannot rely on luck alone. After the morning classes, the two sat down to rest, exhausted. Mu Guilong, barely breathing, squeezed out in a hoarse voice. Boss, did I do it? Each word echoed in the pain in the throat, where there was already a metallic taste. Before Huze could answer, Mu Guilong's eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. Little Hua immediately ran over and looked at him. He was holding on with all his might. His body was completely exhausted. Huze froze. He himself had a body strengthened by recovery, and even with this, he was barely able to cope. And this man? And the others? Everyone is exhausted to the limit. No one has slacked off. A bright smile played across Hua's face. Huze smiled too. So they have awareness. This training was a test. Those who tried to cheat would be sent to regular work teams. The result was encouraging. No one let us down. But there are still few people. Look, Hua, maybe there are still some left somewhere. The first wave is too small. Huze sighed, taking a sip of salty water. Together with Hua, they arranged for all the exhausted fighters to rest. When they came to their senses, it was time for food. Beef, rib soup, 3 buns, a boiled egg? Zhao Yue handed out food, measuring out portions according to one's condition. Everyone ate their fill, not paying attention to decorum. After such a grueling workout, no one cared about their appearance. After lunch, even more strenuous exercise began. Despite Hua's help, which quickly brought the fighters to their senses, physical fatigue remained. But no one gave up. Huze, as promised, trained with them. Days passed. A week passed. He was with the squad every day. A month passed. Hua brought news. A new group of desperate people had been discovered somewhere in the ruins. Now, Huze could afford to rest. He sent Mu Guilun and Mary on a mission. Destroyed neighborhoods, half-broken buildings, several zombies greedily tearing at someone's dead flesh. Blood trickled down the cracks in the ruins, and a whitish mass of brain matter soaked the ground. In the distance, a group of men trembled with terror. Their bodies were covered in wounds, their clothes were torn and barely covered their nakedness. Their faces were filled with hopelessness. They did not understand how they had ended up in this place. The area is teeming with zombies. Every step threatens death. But now there is no way back. The monsters have already surrounded them. If they run away, they will die. If they stay, also. At that moment, a voice was heard over the ruins. "Well, hello? It looks like you need help." A man in a black and white suit came out of the shadows. Clean, neat, with a beaming smile. Behind him, a maid and a girl in a police uniform. Their entire appearance was in sharp contrast to this reality. "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter. What matters is that we can give you a chance. Want to join our refuge? Housing, food, recreation, even tourism." Mu Guilong said this cheerfully and casually. The men looked at each other. One of them, the eldest, stepped forward. "Why should we believe you?" "Because you have no choice," Mary said with an innocent smile, nodding at the zombies. Silence. At that moment, the zombies finished their victim, and howling rushed forward. Huzo stood there, like a ghost himself, the monsters passing by without noticing him. Screams, panic. And Mu Guilong spoke again. "So, are you ready to join my shelter?" These words were incredibly attractive to the desperate survivors. Whether it was the onslaught of zombies or the mystery of their complete inaction, they had no choice. "If we agree, will you help us drive away these zombies?" shouted a man of about 20. Despite his age, his features were soft, his skin was fair, his eyes were large, and his lips were pursed. Even in the face of zombies, he managed to think calmly. Mu Guilong smiled. "Of course. Since you agreed to join our boss's shelter, we are family." His words lit a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the desperate survivors. If they had survived, they would never have chosen death. In the end, death meant nothing. Only by living could they hope for change. We agree. The zombies began to bite, and many of those bitten let out piercing screams. However, in this scene, Mu Guilong, Mary, and the other two continued to smile, while the maid kept an expressionless expression. Hearing the man's roar, Mu Guilong's eyes were filled with surprise, but he smiled. Can you represent them? To join our boss's shelter, you have to sell your soul. I can. Please save us, the man shouted, throwing the nearest zombie away and smashing its head with a brick. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohua rushed towards him. A long knife materialized in her hand, and she stabbed each zombie, leaving a corpse-like smell on the ground. After finishing, Xiaohua returned to Mu Guilong and the others, still looking at the survivors with an expressionless expression. The man looked at his losses, sighed, and bowed to Mu Guilong and the others. Thank you. Since you have agreed to join, follow me. Mu Guilong led them to the shelter. Xiao Yue, like last time, held a small notepad in her hand and briefly introduced herself to the survivors before asking them to introduce themselves. My name is Du Jian. I am the boss of these guys. I am 26 years old and the former leader of the gang. Xiao Yue, Mu Guilong, and the others looked at Du Jian in amazement. Despite their stares, Du Jian remained standing, his eyes shining. However, Xiao Yue quickly realized, wrote down the name and smiled. Okay, next. While they were writing, Hu Ze appeared. Mu Guilong mentioned Du Jian to him, and Hu Ze stared at the boss in amazement, feeling that he might have actually found a treasure. After finishing writing, Xiao Yue handed the notebook to Hu Ze. Master. Du Jian and the others heard Xiao Yue call Hu Ze master. Mu Guilong, who was standing nearby, had already guessed that this scoundrel was the boss. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. They had followed Du Jian for so long, and if they ran away when they saw zombies, they usually fought over people. They thought that Xiaohua and their boss were powerful, but they never expected that he was just a boy. Hey, you, a boy. Are you the boss here? There was a thin man standing behind Du Jian. In a small group, he was second only to Du Jian, and his strength was comparable to his. He was timid at first, but now that he saw that his boss was actually a little boy, he became bolder. Hu Ze raised his hand, stopping Xiaohua, who was about to run away. He looked at the thin man in front of him with a half smile and nodded, as if completely ignoring his previous rudeness, with a soft smile on his face. Yes, I am your boss. Hearing his confession, not only the thin man, but also the other survivors were surprised. However, Du Jian's eyes trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but move away from the skinny guy. You brat, you have such a great place, and you're not afraid of being judged for it. He chuckled several times, smiling as obscenely as possible. He narrowed his eyes and continued, How about it, brat? Give me this seat. Well, bang. He finished his words, and before he could react, Xiaohua had already walked up and kicked him into the wall. This time, Hu Ze did not stop her attack. He looked at the skinny guy coldly as usual, stepping towards him. The smile on his face turned cold. The air pressure around him dropped a few degrees. He squatted down in front of the man. The coldness on Hu Ze's face made him shudder, but he still stood up and stared at him. You have no right to be arrogant in front of me. With that, Hu Ze reached out and grabbed the man's neck, lifting him up with one hand. This was the advantage of his transformed body. It was slightly stronger than an ordinary person, but still needed to be refined and trained. Under the gaze of Du Jian and the others, Hu Ze exerted all his strength. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. The slender man's head hung limply, his eyes wide and bloodshot. The survivors retreated a few steps. They didn't expect that Hu Ze, who looked like the boy next door, would be so ruthless and kill without hesitation. Xiaohua, kill everyone who just followed this guy and caused trouble. Hu Ze kicked the man underneath him. Xiaohua started to move. Within seconds, the survivors who had come forward earlier were all dead. Du Jian had remained silent the entire time. After dealing with the group, Hu Ze ordered Mu Guilong and Mary to take Du Jian and the others on a mission. After completing the newbie tasks, they were taken to the training ground. Teacher, I think Du Jian is not someone who is easy to control. After everyone left, Hu Ze came to the training ground and Xiaohua suddenly spoke from behind him. Xiaohua's words shocked Hu Ze. After a moment of silence, he nodded. He has a violent temper and a bad temper. As he spoke, he thought of Du Jian's soft features and peach-colored eyes, and sighed that God was truly unfair in bestowing such a perfect man, with such a beautiful appearance. But Xiaohua, if he is disobedient, just hit him a couple more times. It's not that important, right? Hu Zi chuckled, apparently in a relatively good mood. Although Xiaohua's strength still needed to be developed, she had no problem dating someone like Du Jian. Master, I think Du Jian is quite handsome. Why? You're not interested in Du Jian, are you? Hu Zi teased after a pause. There was a hint of jealousy and slight dissatisfaction in his words. Xiaohua's face suddenly became serious after hearing Du Jian's words. In Xiaohua's heart, there is only Master. She has no room for anyone else. This was a relief, and Hu Zi's mood improved a little. But Xiaohua's sudden mention of Du Jian aroused his curiosity. Master, I think Du Jian and Mary are a perfect match. This is what happened. Mary had a beautiful figure and a delicate face. Having carefully tidied herself up, she was certainly a beauty. It seemed that Xiaohua was afraid of taking Mary away from him. Hu Zi looked at Xiaohua with a strange expression, with a half smile, and pinched her cheek. Teacher only likes you two. I don't care about Mary. Hu Zi's words brought a smile to Xiaohua's face, and she nodded. Waiting for them to return, Hu Zi continued to train without a break. Several hours passed, and Xiaohua walked up to Hu Zi, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. Master, they've returned, and only 2 are alive. He pursed his lips, somewhat disappointed with the result. More than 20 had left, and only 2 had returned. Hu Zi shook his head, thought for a moment, and then sighed. These men already looked exhausted. Only Du Jian was in relatively good shape. If he hadn't introduced himself, I would never have guessed that he was the gang leader. No matter, at least there was someone here. Let's go check. Besides Du Jian, there was a dark, thin man named Yue Yantian, the son of a miner. Although he was small in stature, he seemed to have an explosive power that made Hu Zi smile widely. Welcome to my sanctuary. Now please sign the soul sale contract. After reaching an agreement, Hu Zi sent Mu Guilong and Xiaohua to train. Xiao Yue put the blue stone they brought on the cart and led Du Jian and Yue Yantian to the underground villa. They were just as stunned as Mu Guilong and the others when they first arrived, astonished to see such a building in this post-apocalyptic world. Master, from now on, this is where we will live. You just came back. Take a shower first, and then I'll take you to dinner. Hu Zi smiled at them, his tone soothing, as if he had just returned from that dark place. After finishing washing himself, Hu Zi stood up and turned his gaze to Du Jian. Even though he was a man, he couldn't help but admire his current elegance. He was like a coat hanger. All the clothes were the same size, a little big, but that only emphasized his calmness. Unfortunately, deep down inside, he was still a ferocious wolf. Okay, now I'll take you to dinner. Even he himself was embarrassed to look at the man, so he clapped his hands and, smiling, led them into dining room. After they sat down, Mu Guilong and Mary joined them, both slightly sweaty. Xiao Yue's cooking is getting better and better, Mu Guilong praised, sipping the bone broth. Xiao Yue, who was serving another dish, pursed her lips and smiled. No, you're just too tired today. Everything seems so delicious to you. Faced with Xiao Yue's teasing, Mu Guilong shrugged and suddenly sighed. Hu Zi noticed something was wrong and asked in a puzzled tone, What happened? I was thinking about that guy, Wang Zihao. He's alone in the apocalypse, and I don't know how he's doing. They had a good relationship and supported each other throughout the trip. Although there were occasional verbal altercations, the relationship was definitely good. Fatty's fate was still unclear, and he enjoyed it, which made him feel a little guilty, as if he had let Fatty down. Du Jian looked at him in surprise, his eyes full of complications, then lowered his head and ate his food in silence. Yue Yantian glanced at Hu Zi timidly, slowly eating his food. He was just a miner's son and had never enjoyed this kind of food before, so he was inevitably nervous. Xiaohua kept an expressionless expression. In front of Mu Guilong and the others, she was like a piece of ice. Huze shrugged and said with a smile, "Since you're worried, let's go find Fatty after dinner." To be honest, I am very interested in him. The owner, Fatty, is kind and straightforward. He will say whatever he wants. Don't pay attention. Hearing this, Mu Guilong shuddered, thinking that he was hurt by Fatty's previous words about him being rude, and his heart sank. Looking at Mu Guilong with a mixture of joy and tears, Huzi raised his hands and shook them in the air. "I'm not that petty. This time we go together to search for energy minerals, but our main goal is to find these two. If we find them, great. If not, we'll be back before dark." When it came to returning, Huze's face became even more serious. After everyone had eaten, they left, led by Huze and Xiaohua. Mu Lin and Mu Ya also wanted to go, but Huzi refused. They did not know what kind of danger awaited them this time, so it was better for the girls to stay in the shelter. Among the ruins, yellow sand swirled in the air. Several wandering spirits danced among the debris, looking for people to hunt. Every now and then, they were spotted by predators and devoured. Huzi slashed a long knife across the neck of a wandering spirit and sheathed it. This deft movement made Dujan's eyelids flutter. "Master, this is not a good idea." "Should we split up?" Yue Yantian suggested cautiously. "No," he answered without hesitation. Huze shook his head, raised it and sighed, looking at the stray spirits running towards them. "It is dangerous to split up. We'll be better together." "Don't say that again." Yue Yantian pulled back, nodded timidly, and closed his mouth, not daring to speak further. He was naturally timid. After all, among these people, he seemed so tiny, almost invisible. His thin, dark complexion gave off a feeling of inferiority. His eyes were slightly dull, and this feeling was caught by Xiao Huapu, who had just returned from dealing with the stray spirits. At night, stray spirits fight and devour each other. It was almost dark. If we don't find anyone within an hour, we'll leave. Meanwhile, in the center of the swarm of wandering spirits, a 10-meter wide area had formed, which no spirit dared to approach. Wang Zihao threw a few pieces of wood into it from time to time. All around were ruins, withered grass, and yellow sand. Behind him, an object the height of 3 men was burning, and next to it lay a bottle of gasoline. He yawned. He had not slept for a long time. His eyelids were half blind. He promised that if he were given a bed now, he could sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. But that was only as long as it was safe. If he dared to sleep, the fire would go out, and the wandering spirits would pounce and tear him to pieces. What? Bad luck. How could I stumble upon this damned place with so many wandering spirits? He was already watching with a flashlight. Almost all the wandering spirits had gathered here. It looks like the situation is getting worse. Oh, heaven, earth. Have I, Fatso, really been so wise all my life? He sat down on the ground, sighed, and threw the branch into the fire behind him. Meanwhile, Huzi and the others felt more and more spirits wandering around them. Huze's face gradually darkened, and he demanded that everyone return. Some wandering spirits that shouldn't be here have appeared. They are of the highest level, and they are here to devour us. We had better leave first, otherwise we will die without knowing how. They were just wandering around the shelter. If they went beyond a radius of 30 kilometers, higher-level wandering spirits would appear. Besides being eaten by natural enemies, they were only eaten by higher-level spirits. After all, there weren't many people who survived, and there weren't enough of them to share the food with so many people. After explaining the dangers that lay in wait here, everyone's faces changed, and everyone sighed. Mu Guilong understood that this time they might return empty-handed. Go back. Huze looked at him and smiled. It's okay. Don't be upset if you don't find it today. We'll continue tomorrow. His words gave everyone hope, making it clear that Huze would never give up on any person. Mu Guilong's old face hadn't shown such enthusiasm in a long time. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, but in the end he remained silent, simply keeping the situation in his mind. Actions speak louder than words. Teacher, There are many stray spirits behind us heading this way. Xiaohua frowned, drawing a straight knife. Huze also handed his to Xiaohua. Let's run forward, quickly! Huze led the others, Xiaohua trailing behind. Gritting his teeth, Huze found a piece of rebar on the ground and rushed forward with the others. At first, they hoped to find a way out by running out, but to their despair, they found that the wandering spirits ahead were becoming more and more numerous, so numerous that they had almost no room to move. The sounds of fighting and screaming echoed far and wide. Inside the unremarkable house, Wang Zihao was huddled in a corner, stunned by the sounds. He ran to the window and looked into the distance, seeing a seething mass, like a stone falling into water. From his vantage point, it was clear. "Are they coming for me?" muttered the fat man, all ablaze with excitement. The bond between him and Mu Guilong was forged over years of fighting during the apocalypse. They could be considered comrades. He knew that Mu Guilong would not leave him alone. His fat face trembled as he made a makeshift torch and, clutching a bottle of gasoline, ran toward the sound, ignoring. Attention to the wandering spirits around. "Teacher, this won't work. We need to find a way out. Otherwise, the number of wandering spirits will only increase." Xiaohua frowned as she watched the wandering spirits clutching their broken heads, furrowing her brows, and whispered with pursed lips. The dense crowd of wandering spirits and the stench emanating from them made Huzi frown. He quickly looked around for a weak spot and found one that looked slightly scared and determined. "Let's break through from here. Just 1,000 meters and we'll be safe," he said, already taking the brunt of the attack. Zhao Hua was right there, covering him tightly. The others quickly joined the fight. However, some were injured. Yue Yangtian lay sprawled on Dujian's back, frowning, and with an unsightly expression. The wandering spirits had torn a piece of flesh from his thigh. If Dujian had come to the rescue in time, he would have been eaten. Huze was feeling relatively well, but he deeply sympathized with those behind him. They were the survivors he had finally found. "Xiaohua, you hold on for now. I'll go help them." Huze gritted his teeth and went back to help. With his help, the resistance became much easier. However, human strength is not limitless, and when they were about to give up, a familiar voice raised their fighting spirit. "Old man, I didn't expect you to come to me. Fatty, I'm so surprised." The teasing tone of voice made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, Fatty emerged from the group of spirits with a torch in his hand. His calm stunned everyone. Touching his nose, Fatty laughed. His eyes, already small due to fat, narrowed to slits, and he posed coquettishly. "Boss, you're here too. Mu Guilong and the others were worried about you. What are you doing?" Huze smiled, a drop of sweat dripping from his face to the ground. He smiled brightly, his eyes full of relief and joy. The fat man touched his nose and pointed to the torch in his hand. "Master, these monsters are afraid of fire. I found this out, and now I can survive." Seeing that they wanted to ask a few more questions, the fat man looked up at the sky and quickly shook his head. "Let's go back first. It's very scary here at night. Although there is fire, the aggressive appearance of these monsters at night casts a shadow on the girls." With that, he cast a lustful glance at Dujian, which gave everyone goosebumps, especially Dujian. As a man, and a former gang member at that, his beauty had always been a thorn in his heart. That look was like a thorn in the back. If it were normal, the fat man would have already collapsed. Although he felt awkward being next to one of his own, he could only endure it. "Fat man, he is a man. Can't you see his Adam's apple?" Seeing Wang Zihao's humiliation, everyone laughed loudly. After this little episode, everyone's mood noticeably improved. Huzi saw that everyone's mood had almost recovered, and he also looked at the fat man approvingly. In fact, Fatty had used this method quite cleverly to calm everyone down. Otherwise, he would not have noticed that these wandering spirits are afraid of fire. Using the flame in Fatty's hand to escape the gathering place, the group on their way back noticed a wandering level 2 spirit stuck in front of the hospital building. This one, found only 30 kilometers away, came here and lingered, refusing to leave. Huza motioned for everyone to stop, holding his breath and nervously watching the spirit in front. "Boss, what's going on?" Wang Zihao was also puzzled. He had been there long enough to know that these wandering spirits always gathered at this time, rarely anywhere else. The particularly strong ones arrived quickly and devoured them first. He motioned to Fatty to silence them, and they all lay down on the ground. The wandering spirit of the second level lingered for a long time in front of the hospital building before another, also of the second level, appeared. The two wandering spirits grumbled at each other, looking at each other with obvious dissatisfaction. "This hospital building should have the energy ore we need," Xiaohua continued, explaining behind Hu Zhe. "The second-level spirits are fighting over the energy ore, and this is probably amethyst. Only this kind of ore can help them level up." Du Jian's eyes lit up, and he glared at the two second-tier spirits, eager to fight. Despite his handsome appearance, he was prone to violence. Even in the shower, the thin, dark-skinned man could see the scars, large and small, covering his body. It was a startling sight. "Boss, do we have to fight them? Take your time. Let them fight, and we'll finish them off." He shook his head slightly and reached out to push the man who had barely risen back to the ground. Turning his head, he met his mad gaze, causing Hu Ze's eyes to flash. Du Jian was undoubtedly a true, battle-obsessed individual, although he usually didn't show it. But Mu Guilong and Mary, who went with him on rookie missions, knew how cruel he really was. Reluctantly, Du Jin sank to the ground, staring at the two second-level wandering spirits without blinking. Before Master Xiaohua could finish speaking, Hu Ze stopped her. "Xiaohua, don't take your eyes off him. If he tries to act on his own, drag him away and beat him to death." Hu Ze sneered. Du Jing clearly didn't intend to pull any tricks in front of him. "Yes, Master." Xiaohua glanced at Du Jian and moved closer. As Hu Ze said, Du Jian tried to act on his own, but just as he was about to run, Xiaohua had already grabbed his leg from behind and thrown him far away. She then followed him, throwing him even farther until they were out of sight. But no one said a word. Yue Yangtian timidly crouched in an inconspicuous corner of the detachment, afraid that he would be the next to be pulled out. The wandering spirits had already begun to tear themselves apart, their bodies constantly falling apart and reassembling themselves, until finally both were on the verge of death. "Forward," Hu Ze commanded, and everyone moved forward with weapons in hand. The two wandering spirits, seeing these strangers, beamed with anticipation, showing no fear. Despite their injuries, they rushed forward without hesitation. Hu Ze swung his straight blade, and each blow landed precisely on their necks. It wasn't that he didn't want to strike straight at their necks. Although the strength of the two wandering spirits had weakened considerably, they were still second-level spirits and knew that they had to protect their necks. Mu Guilong and Fatty fought one by one. Fatty's torch, still burning with a tiny spark, pierced the wandering spirit, causing it to let out such a shrill scream that they covered their ears. There was also a hissing sound of corrosion. "Fatty, give me the torch!" Hu Ze took the torch that Fatty had thrown down. Although there were only a few sparks left, it still had considerable killing power against the wandering spirits. At least for now, the two wandering spirits were no threat to them. "Let's go in, find the amethysts, and come out immediately." Their cries called out to their comrades. 3 crystals, each the size of a fist, were taken out of the hospital building. When they were reunited, Xiaohua appeared, bringing with her a beaten Du Jian. "Let's go," Hu Ze muttered as she glanced at the crystals in each of their hands. By the time they reached the entrance of the shelter, there were about a dozen second-level wandering spirits gathered at the hospital gate. After gathering the amethysts, Hu Ze stretched out. Upon hearing the news of their return, the Mu Lin sisters rushed over and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw them all alive. "Huh? How did Brother Du Jian get himself like this?" Du Jian was exhausted. His face was bruised and swollen. Although there were no injuries, it was definitely not good. Xiaohua managed to make him remember her without breaking any limbs. Hu Ze shrugged, not wanting to dwell on it. "Just came back. Let's go take a shower and then eat." With these words, he smiled and patted Mu Ya and her on the head. The two sisters parted for him. Papa Boss won't tell us, so consider him beaten up while doing the job. Mu Guilong coughed a few times, looking at the half-dead Du Jian with a mixture of laughter and tears. Yue Yantian, who was standing next to him, offered to help him. After taking a shower in the underground villa, they met in the dining room. Du Jian sat down, looking at Xiaohua warily. Whether intentionally or not, he sat a considerable distance away from her. After everyone had eaten and finished their day of training, Hu Zi decided to go on a trip with them. After finding 3 amethysts, they forgot about the rent for a while. Tell me, where do you want to go? Hawaii? The rainforest? To an undeveloped island? Anywhere? Hu Zi asked, smiling broadly as he gathered everyone together. His question left everyone puzzled. He had mentioned traveling when he brought them to the shelter, but now they were in the apocalypse, and the pristine nature was already a beautiful place. He didn't dare to think about it. Now that Hu Zi brought up the topic again and asked them to choose a destination, they were momentarily stunned. After all, Mu Guilong was older and much more mentally stable than the others. He took a step forward and addressed Hu Zi with respect. Boss, we have been in the apocalypse for so long that any tourist attraction is a paradise for us. Wherever you want to go, we will follow you. His words resonated with the crowd. After all, without Hu Zi, they would not be where they are now. Besides, constantly facing the sandy, dangerous apocalypse, any tourist attraction seemed like paradise to them. Okay, then I'll take you to the beach. After thinking for a while, Hu Zi decided on the destination with a smile. He asked everyone to bring swimsuits and sunscreen. The women discussed what to pack, and Hu Zi waited for them for about 2 hours. The men were fine. The sight of the women's bags made them twitch. He smiled tightly and led them to the exit. Boom! The elevator started moving like any other mission. However, when everyone looked at the scenery before them, they were stunned. It was a completely harmonious scene. No debris, no flying sand, no constant threat of zombie attack. The azure sea stretched out before them, waves crashing against the surface, a few seagulls flying over it. Wow! Mary exclaimed, covering her lips with her hands. The others' reactions were no better. The sea they imagined and what they saw were completely different. Boss, how did you do this? Du Jian looked at the sea in amazement. He was the only one who showed almost no emotion, and his calm expression in the midst of all this left an impression on Hu Zi. At the same time, he began to be more wary of Du Jian. After all, it was not easy to completely subjugate a person with such a strong heart. I told you I would provide 3 meals a day, housing, travel, rest, and games. I wasn't kidding, guys. Go and have fun. Du Jian smiled at them, and they joined him. Hu Zi's eyes were shining with excitement as he watched them. This was his first time here since he was reborn. Master, are you homesick? Xiaohua suddenly asked from behind Hu Zi. This statement made Hu Zi fall silent for a moment. He couldn't help but miss home, but in what capacity would he return again? After all, he was already dying. Master, this is old Earth. The 2 elders must be alive. Master, how about Xiaohua come with you to take a look? Xiaohua pursed her lips, smiling gently, leaving Hu Zi completely confused and nodding. Xiaohua knew that she chose the coast because of its proximity to his parents' city. After all, Hu Zi was only 17 or 18 years old, so homesickness was normal. On the way home, the scenery was the same, so familiar that he could walk the distance with his eyes closed, but now everything was different. You bastard! Follow me! Didn't you hear me? Hu Zi, enjoying the moment, suddenly heard a loud sound. The discordant sound made him frown, and he pursed his lips, not saying a word. But Xiaohua, who was standing next to him, sensed his mood. She glanced in that direction, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Master, should we go help? No, thank you. Hu Zi glanced at the woman and turned to leave, but then froze and turned back to her abruptly. Sister Zhang. The woman was his former high school student, very famous in school, recognized as a beauty. Many guys dreamed of courting her, but never dared. But Hu Zi was not one of them. He remembered that Sister Zhang had disappeared from school for a while, And it must have been around that time that she was kidnapped. I told you, your boss and I have nothing to do now. What else do you want? We broke up. In this game, only our boss has the right to stop. Just behave yourself. When he gets tired of you, you can leave. Huze walked over, glanced at Sister Zhang, whose clothes were torn to shreds, and raised his eyelids to look at the bandits. Don't even think about taking her away while I'm here. After all, they were old classmates, and it was just a favor. It was what he had to do, both morally and logically. But Sister Zhang pretended not to recognize her. She looked at him with bewilderment, wondering why he had saved her. Huze, with his back to her, did not notice her expression. Mind your own business. You have no business getting involved in such matters. The big man waved his hand, and several strong men behind him stepped forward, but Huze knocked them down with a few blows. The strong men retreated a few steps in fear. What gang are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Huze shrugged, his face showing helplessness. In his previous life, he was a good young man who had never dealt with these thugs. It was understandable that they didn't recognize him. He blinked a few times, and Xiaohua stood behind him. Her appearance, somewhat shocking on Earth, attracted quite a bit of attention. The righteous path of the human world, he said, before rushing at him again and knocking the man down. Seeing that he couldn't defeat him, the man responded sharply and pouted. Huze crouched down and looked at Sister Zhang. Don't stay in this city. Go away and hide before you come back. Otherwise, if they find you, everything will be over and I won't be able to follow you forever. Yes, I know. Thank you. Huze, indifferent to the sweet smile, hummed coldly, then stood up and walked towards the house. Master, this woman? Is she jealous? Huze teased, looking at Xiaohua with a half-smile. Xiaohua smiled, not hiding her jealousy towards Sister Zhang. Master, you can't be fickle. Helplessly shaking her head, Huze stopped and pinched her cheek several times, feeling a strange feeling. He was taking Xiaohua to introduce with his parents, and no matter how he thought about it, it seemed to him that he was taking his wife to meet his father-in-law. You and Zhao Yue are much more beautiful than her, and you both should be with me all the time. At this moment, Xiaohua's face became especially serious. Xiaohua would be with the master all the time. They chatted all the way home and laughed. When they returned home, they found the door locked, and Huze shrugged. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Open up, he said, knocking on the door several times. There was no sound. It was as if no one was inside. The silence made Huze frown. Today, he suddenly felt a bad feeling, and panic flashed in his eyes. Even though he had already died, his feelings for his parents were still alive. Huze waited for a long time, but no one answered. His heart sank. Usually, his parents should be home at this time. He came to open the door as soon as he called. What happened? Xiaohua, break down the door. As he spoke, his voice trembled slightly. His heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. Bang! Xiaohua kicked open the metal door, but the other man seemed to freeze in relief. Huze didn't have the courage to praise him. He rushed into the house and saw his parents hiding in a corner, shivering from the cold. Mom and Dad, what's wrong? Seeing that the two elders were okay, Huze let out a sigh of relief, and the heavy stone hanging on his head fell. Whatever the case, as long as my parents are okay, that's all. The rest is not so important. What is better than life? At this thought, a bitter smile appeared in his eyes. Who are you? Don't come here. If you come again, we will call the police. Unlike Huze, the two elders looked at him warily, as if he were a stranger. The strange looks and vigilance made Huze's heart clench. This is just my home. Why can't I go back? He seemed to be muttering to himself. But the elders heard his voice. They supported each other and stood up trembling. The unexpectedly intruder was accompanied by a maid in a black and white suit. In this era, this is rare. The main thing is that the door was just kicked down. How much effort must have been expended? Hu Zi pursed his lips and raised his head to look at the two elders. They also looked at him warily. Noticing Hu Zi's gaze, they immediately pressed their backs against the wall. "Who are you? This is our home. If you don't leave, we'll call the police and report you as trespassers. Mom and Dad, I don't remember him." Hu Zi opened his mouth, but he couldn't speak. His throat felt stuck, and he tried to utter a word, but he couldn't. He felt a terrible pain in his heart, a tightness in his chest, unable to get up. Xiaohua, who was standing next to him, saw his pain and grabbed a straight knife and quietly explained, "Master, you no longer belong here. Although you haven't lost your memory of them, you are a stranger to them." She had suspected this when she met Sister Zhang, and now she was absolutely sure of it. Xiaohua would never tell Hu Zi until she was sure of its veracity. After all, Hu Zi longed to see his parents again, to be reunited with his family. That's how it is. Hu Zi felt relieved for some reason after hearing these words. It was better not to think about him, otherwise he would have to endure the pain of leaving. Just being able to return and see his parents was enough for him. In that case, let's go find Mu Guilong and the others first. Let's come back in 3 days. The 3 days allotted for their vacation had already passed. When Hu Zi was about to leave, his former friends came to his house to play. Seeing a stranger who looked like Hu Zi in the house, everyone frowned. Where did that stupid boy Hu Zi go? Without him, we have nothing to laugh about. One of the older boys stepped forward and looked around the house. He saw no trace of the man they remembered. Although there was a stranger and Hu Zi's parents standing in front of them, their attitude was as bad as before. A stupid boy? Hu Zi looked at them very strangely. Now the real culprit was right in front of them, and they scolded him right in front of them. Is this really okay? Yes, he is simply an idiot. He thought we were so kind to him. If it weren't for his daily hard work, this idiot wouldn't care about us. One of the friends stood up and said casually, Hu Zi had left a deep impression on him. His name was Zhang Yuan. He had already vented his anger on him and was considered the best brother. He didn't expect that in the eyes of these people, he would just be a part-timer. Hey, do you know where he is? Don't you understand what you're doing here? Get out. Get out of here. Seeing Hu Zi shake his head, Zhang Yuan waved his hand impatiently, and Ye Cheng frowned. Hu Zi is my boss. Your boss? Everyone laughed, and one of them pointed at Hu Zi. Did you hear that? He is this loser's younger brother. And the idiot! Bang! With a deafening crash, the man flew into the wall. The force of the blow was so great that it caused the bookcase to collapse. Everyone watched as Hu Zi slowly retracted his fist. They gasped in shock and then burst out in rage, shouting, Brothers, attack! Who dares to hit our people? Beat them so hard that they won't even recognize their mothers. While they were attacking, Hu Zi continued to beat them with unstoppable force. I am just one of Brother Hu's men. He is much stronger than me. You can't even defeat me, and yet you still curse at Brother Hu? What right do you have? Hu Zi sneered disdainfully, and his cold gaze sent shivers down everyone's spines. What kind of gaze was this? It was definitely not a human gaze. Perhaps because Hu Zi's body had transformed, he had become indifferent to life and death. To him, these people were just grasshoppers that he could crush with one finger. Besides, he didn't belong here to begin with. Even if he broke the law, no one would care. Except that coming back here in the future would be a little problematic. You are a herd of dogs who look down on others. You are not worthy of being his brothers. With these words, he pulled out a straight knife. Just when he was about to do something, Xiaohua suddenly grabbed his wrist and stopped him. Master, if you do this, it will be difficult for you to see your uncle and aunt when we come here again. This pleading tone calmed Hu Zi down. He looked coldly at the trembling man lying on the ground and put the knife back into its sheath. 3 seconds. Get out of my sight. Hearing his words, everyone nodded as if forgiven. Although their bodies were aching from the beating, they still forced themselves to get up and run. Let's go. Hu Zi waved his hand at Xiaohua. Just as they were about to leave, Hu Zi's father suddenly called out to them. You two, wait a minute, I have a few more questions for you. Although he had already decided to leave, Huzi couldn't help but stop when he heard his father's words. He turned around and raised his head, looking at a pair of eyes full of changes. His nose stung slightly. If he hadn't raised his head in time, he would have burst into tears. Uncle, is there anything I can do to help? Xiaohua looked at Hu Zei's parents with a gentle smile on her face, which involuntarily stunned Hu Zei. If you look closely, you can see that Xiaohua's earlobe has turned suspiciously red. You just said you know my son? No, we don't. We just can't stand it when they talk like that. What's going on? Oh, it's okay. My son has been missing for a long time. I was just about to ask you where he went. How come we haven't heard anything yet? Father Hu hung his head in disappointment. Seeing the disappointment in his eyes, Hu Zei almost wanted to tell him everything. But in the end, he held back. He forced out a smile more disgusting than tears and nodded. Xiaohua, let's go. Xiaohua followed him, looking at him worriedly. Hu Zei patted her shoulder and shook his head slightly, indicating that everything was fine. When they met Mu Guilong and the others, they were surfing. They were looking for a place to sit down and noticed someone curled up in a quiet corner. Yue Yantian was sitting under a coconut tree, hugging his knees, staring blankly at a shell buried in the sand in front of him. His gaze seemed to be unfocused. Propping his chin with his hand, Yue Yantian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, someone's hands patted him from behind, waking him up. Don't disturb the others. It's me. Huzi quickly covered his mouth with his hand and whispered. Hearing Hu Zei's voice, Yue Yantian sighed, but at the same time looked at him with bitterness. Boss, you're back. Why don't you join them? Sitting here alone and dreaming is so boring. Looking at the surfers in the sea, Huzi handed him a coconut with a straw. He thanked him, took it, and sipped. Something just suddenly came to my mind and I don't feel so good. Could you tell me? Huzi kept his eyes on him. Since the other party signed the agreement. Although Yue Yantian was dark and thin, his explosive power made his heart flutter. However, judging from his usual behavior, he felt a little embarrassed. He slowly closed his eyes. This was a scene he did not want to remember. Even though 10 years had passed, it still tormented him. The scars in his heart, barely healed, were now opening. Master, when I last checked in, I told you I was a miner's son. My father burned coal and I carried it over the mountains and hills to deliver it to customers. He pursed his lips and told the story briefly. Their house had been ransacked and they refused to move, eventually tearing it down by force. His father had gotten into a fight with fellow inmates and had been stabbed 3 times. He took on the responsibility of 2 lives, doing everything to survive. The other goal was to avenge his father. But when he did, he found that he had already been sentenced. And so, at the end of the world, he arrived. Failure to kill the enemy became a lifelong regret for him. Everyone has a past they don't want to remember. That's normal. But don't dwell on it. It will only hurt you. Huzi remembered his parents' former kindness and their current aloofness. The feeling of suddenly losing even his family, the feeling of being an orphan, filled him with a sense of loss. After talking with Yue Yantian, he looked up and saw that it was already dark. He asked everyone to gather at his place and found an inn to stay at. So cozy. Master, it would be great if we could hold events like this more often. Muya sprawled out on the soft bed, and her ringing, melodious laughter filled the room with life. Mu Lin joined him. Huzi, looking at them with a mixture of laughter and tears, shook his head. We will hold this event from time to time, but we don't know how often yet. Everyone comes back in 3 days. Muya, Mulin, and Yue Yantian will return to the shelter together, and the rest will follow me. After these brief instructions, everyone's eyes lit up. 3 days was a wonderful time for them. After all, this was the women's room. The men left. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It seemed like they had passed very quickly. Hu Zei led everyone back to where they came from. Suddenly, the ground rumbled and collapsed, and the shelter elevator appeared, taking everyone back. Yue Yangtian, stay with Muya and the others. The rest of you, come with me. Master, aren't you going to eat after the trip? Xiao Yue hurried over and called her. Mu Ya smiled bitterly. That's the matter. It can't be helped. She waved her spatula in annoyance and walked away, stopping in front of Yue Yantian. Huh? Yue Yantian felt her stop in front of him, and his heart suddenly began to beat so hard that it felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. He lowered his head, as if pressing it to his groin, clutching the edges of his clothes with his hands, betraying his inner excitement. Have you finished training today? My training hasn't started yet. I just got back, he asked timidly. He had always had a certain inferiority complex, and because of his background, ability, and appearance, he felt inferior to others. When faced with a beauty like Xiao Yue, he was clearly not up to par. Mu Ya and the others tried to warn him, but Xiao Yue's gaze caught their attention, and they left, ignoring his concerns. They knew that Xiao Yue would never harm Yue Yangtian. That was all they needed. There was nothing else to worry about. You are physically stronger than others, but you need to get rid of your inferiority complex. Otherwise, you won't have the courage to fight the enemy. Hu Ze, who had already left the shelter, didn't know that Xiao Yue was personally training Yue Yantian in the shelter. He had to admit that, despite how effective Xiao Yue's training was, it left a serious psychological barrier that required a long period of relaxation before the process could be completed. Master, this is the zombie zone, 10 kilometers from the exit of the shelter. If we continue moving in this direction, we will reach the wandering spirit zone in about 20 minutes. Xiaohua looked around the surrounding area, and the situation made Hu Ze frown. Having found so much energy ore in such a short time, he expected success. However, having already walked the entire main zombie area, he still hadn't seen a single trace of it. Roar! At that moment, a loud roar came from ahead. The sound was incomprehensible, but Hu Ze's eyes lit up. Not only he, but Xiaohua, who was standing next to him, smiled. The sound was coming from a zombie beast. These creatures loved energy ore, and now that they had encountered one of them, it was a clue. I never expected to encounter something like this in the outskirts. Hu Ze licked his lips several times, licked his dry lips as he approached the giant beast, and smiled. At the same time, a spark of enthusiasm flashed in his eyes. If they could defeat this beast, they would be truly rich. The giant's belly was undoubtedly full of energy ore. Master, let Xiaohua take action. You all wait here, otherwise you will be blown apart. Xiaohua's words were so realistic that no one objected. Indeed, if Mu Guilong and Du Jian joined them, they would simply become cannon fodder, no match for the enemy. Even if Xiaohua attacked personally, she would need two direct, blade, and all the power. Hu Ze nodded, and the warriors in front of him fell down. He snatched Xiaohua's straight blade from his hands and handed it to her. He was about to strike when he suddenly grabbed Xiaohua's wrist. Their eyes met. Hu Ze pursed his lips, seeing Xiaohua's determined gaze. Be careful. If you really can't, go back. Don't force yourself. The energy ore was important, but to him, Xiaohua was more important than anything. She wasn't just a servant. She was someone he loved, someone who would always be by his side, protecting and caring for him. Xiaohua, even for my master, I will be absolutely sure of my safety, Hu Ze said with a serious expression. He let go of her wrist. Xiaohua took a step forward, and at some point, she pushed off the ground, soaring upward like a cannonball. The corpse beast sensed the approaching danger, its rough skin glowing green. With a roar to the sky, he charged at Xiaohua, thrusting his spiky head forward. Acting purely on instinct, without any reason, their reckless charge wreaked havoc. This finally gave Xiaohua the chance to catch her breath and strike back. With a sharp look in her eyes, she simultaneously pulled out two straight blades from her waist, raised them high above her head, and stabbed them into the corpse's neck. The sound of the two blades piercing the beast's neck was terrifying, especially for Xiaohua, who was standing closer. He frowned as he looked at the dying body beneath him. When he pulled out his blade, green gas emitted from 2 holes. Unlike the other undead that gave off a sickening, putrid smell, this one gave off a faint, refreshing scent. Oh no. Xiaohua, come back. This smell is sucking out her life force and attracting all the zombies. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Huzi suddenly jumped up and shouted. Xiaohua quickly responded by sheathing her 2 blades and stepping on the corpse's head. She reached Huzi and turned to leave without thinking. However, it was too late. They were surrounded by zombies. They had originally come for the smell, but now that they were alive, their appetite had been whetted. The zombies' eyes lit up and they rushed forward, baring their fangs, leaving scars from their sharp teeth. Start the fight! Don't forget to hit their heads, that's their weak point. Huzi was the first to rush forward, barely finishing speaking. His appearance could not help but arouse admiration in everyone. In terms of age, Huzi is undoubtedly the youngest among them, but he is the most important. At first, Du Jian was a little dissatisfied with his youth. But now, seeing him alone, fearlessly charging into a crowd of zombies with a knife in his hand, he sincerely respected him. If he were in his place, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it without hesitation. If anyone saw Huzi's eyes now, they would definitely know that he was a completely different person at that moment. There was no human emotion in his gaze, as if he were a machine capable only of killing. Wherever he passed, zombies fell to the ground lifelessly, like grass trampled by a tractor. This was no longer a fight, but a one-sided massacre, a one-sided situation. Are you still standing here in a daze? Attack! We can't let the boss steal the show. Du Jian was originally a battle maniac. Now, perhaps infected by Huzi's courage, he felt his blood boiling in his body and rushed at the zombies with a steel pipe in his hands. The others did not lag behind, and their presence weakened Huzi's onslaught. Xiaohua led the way, while the others cleared the flanks. Huzi followed Xiaohua, swapping places with her. By the time they reached the center of the zombie horde, their bodies were covered in red spots. Each was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. Behind them, the road turned into a crimson stain. Several zombies lay on the ground, inhaling the smell of blood. Don't stop. Everyone, hold on. We're only halfway there. Huzi retreated from the front lines. Xiaohua held the line. He looked around at the surrounding troops, each with a grim expression. He himself was wounded too. He was a man after all, not a god. Men could get wounded and bleed to death, even with a restored body. Boss, I'm fine. I can hold on. Boss, go and play on. For my 2 daughters, I can't die here. I've never been afraid of anyone in my life. Bah! Go to hell! Huzi, looking at them with great relief, sat up and stared at the scene unfolding before him. They were now surrounded by a huge pile of zombie corpses, and they were steadily approaching. When we get back, let's take a rest for half a month. Everyone's wounds probably took a long time to heal. Gritting his teeth, Huzi rose to his feet and charged forward. 2/3 of the way there, they were already exhausted, but the zombies surrounding them continued to advance one after another, seemingly endlessly. They felt neither pain nor fear, only the instinct of a living being. Their movements became mechanical, and they continued to move even after they left the shelter. Only at the entrance did they finally calm down. Everyone fainted, and an elevator appeared, taking them back. It hurts. When Huzi came to, he felt that he was lying on something soft that smelled of xiaoyue. He instinctively sat up, but immediately felt a sharp pain throughout his body, as if every bone had been broken. His face turned pale from the pain, and sweat ran down his forehead. Master, you had better stay in bed. With injuries like that, you won't be able to get up for at least 10 days, maybe even a month. Opening his eyes, he saw Xiaoyue's face, a helpless expression on her face that made Huzi's lips twitch. What about Xiaohua and the others? How are they? Xiaoyue smiled at Huzi when he mentioned them. Don't worry, Master. None of them died. To be honest, Huzi's need to recover in bed wasn't a bad thing. For the first time since his reincarnation, he had so much time to recover, and this was a chance to calm down. Master, Xiaohua is unconscious, but she is fine, just exhausted. The others are also not in the best shape, just like you. Mu Lin and the others were busy. Not only did they need to generate electricity, they also needed to take care of the people's needs. Xiaohua and Hu Zi were under Xiaoyu's care, so they didn't have to worry about them. Sigh. Hu Zi's head was swollen at the thought of such a long recovery. Now, even moving his body caused a throbbing pain throughout his entire body. He slept and ate during the day. Half a month passed, and he had recovered considerably. By the time he met Mu Guilong and the others at the training ground, it was already the 8th day. Seeing Mu Guilong and the others approaching, Hu Zi slowed down and slowly stopped, wiping the sweat off his head with a towel. "Why are you here so late?" "It's my 8th day. Boss, we just woke up today and were called. I know we fought a horde of zombies, but I don't remember anything else." Du Jian rubbed his forehead sadly, shrugging innocently. They were still in the fog, and even such a short walk was painful. Almost everyone was bandaged up like mummies. It was a miracle that they were able to walk freely again in such a short time. Looking into their eyes, Hu Zi realized that they were not lying and stopped asking questions. Their wounds were similar, but he forgot that his own body had been rebuilt and was now recovering much faster than others. Comparing them to himself would be unfair. So, given the current situation, when do you think we can resume normal training? I guess in a month or two. Mu Guilong and the others looked at each other, coming to a conclusion. With so many blows, Hu Zi's eyes widened, not believing his eyes. This time, they did not find any energy minerals in the corpse beast's body, but instead, they did some mischief. He actually told everyone to rest. Come to think of it, it was his fault too. If he hadn't been so determined to fight the corpse beast, their situation wouldn't have been so dire. Rest first. As for your wounds, I will help you. After giving them a shot of cardiotonic, Hu Zi watched them go, returned Xiaohua's things, and continued training. Having achieved his goal, he rolled the small cart back to the dark place where he had been before. The darkness covered it like a tide. Hu Zi looked up at the empty space in front of him. A white diamond? I can't believe you managed to get something like that. Although there was only a tiny diamond on the cart, it still shone brightly even in the dark. The mysterious voice was also amazed. Wonderful. Little one, it seems I was right. You are the real luck of this place. Hu Zi's eyes were empty. Although he did not understand what the other person meant by luck, as one of their servants, he had no right to ask. This white diamond is worth 3 months' rent. Are you going to use it to extend the lease? I'll use it to extend the lease for 2 months. And for the remaining month, I want to buy medicine. Sure, what are your needs? The mysterious voice returned to its usual calm, and Hu Zi smiled wryly. Something that would quickly heal the wound, the sooner the better. All he had left was the white diamond. If he used it up and couldn't find new energy minerals quickly, they would all be doomed and his soul would be taken back by that person. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. As you wish. Hu Zi left with the herbs in his hands. Xiaohua followed him without asking questions and found Mu Guilong and the others. Mu Ya and the others accompanied him. Seeing Hu Zi approaching, they stood up and moved over. How is he feeling? Not very well. Sister Xiao Yue said that his condition has worsened. Whether he can survive depends on his father's willpower. Mu Lin remained silent during their conversation, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, still wet with tears. He silently handed them the herbs. Go brew the medicine. Boil the water in the cauldron until the bowl is full and feed it to them. With that, he turned and left. He didn't want to stay any longer. Without knowing why, he felt a sharp pain. Xiaohua glanced at Mu Lin and the others, wanting to say something, but ended up keeping silent. After they left, Mu Ya looked at the herbs in her hand, pursed her lips, and remained silent for a while. Mu Ya, what happened? Mu Lin asked in confusion, noticing her puzzled look. Hu Zi looked a little depressed, seemed to be in a bad mood, but why was Mu Ya like this? Perhaps this thought had barely formed in her mind, but she suppressed it. They were sisters who grew up together. Although Mu Lin didn't say this thought out loud, Mu Ya still caught a glimpse of it and her face flushed. "Don't bother yourself. I don't have such feelings for the boss," Mu Ya said helplessly as she rolled her eyes. But then, looking at the herbs in her hand, she pursed her lips slightly and continued, "I wonder where the boss got this herb from. I studied medicine, but I've never seen it before." She studied medicine and was a leading specialist. If it weren't for the current shortage of personnel, she wouldn't be doing this menial work. Mu Lin studied law, but in this post-apocalyptic world, it was clearly useless. Mu Lin was slightly stunned by Mu Ya's words. Thinking about it, it was understandable. They had all worked part-time before and were familiar with the conditions in the shelter. There were no herbs here at all, and even if they had, how could they not know? She frowned and thought for a long time, but could not come up with a coherent answer. She just shook her head, pushing away the chaotic thoughts and refusing to dwell on them. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's heal Daddy's wounds first. Our boss, if he can tell us, will certainly keep it a secret. Everyone has their own personal space, so let's not speculate." Mu Lin, who was much more mature than her in this regard, took the herbs from her and began to incubate them according to the method Hu Zhe had specified. Meanwhile, Hu Zhe and Xiaohua had already entered their room. Xiaohua noticed that Hu Zhe was not feeling well. "Master, are you worried about the energy ore?" Xiaohua walked up behind him and gently patted his shoulder. She only showed this gentleness in Hu Zhe's presence, and it comforted him a little. "I'm running out of energy ore. If I don't find her soon, I'm afraid I won't even have the money to pay my rent. The food is almost gone too. Every time he thought about it, he got a headache. All of this required energy ore. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. He simply stopped thinking, stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the landscape. After all, it was an underground shelter, so there was little beauty here. Everything was ordinary. But in this apocalyptic world, such ordinary things were a welcome gift of fate for many. He knew, however, that this trauma had not been without benefit. At least they lived and died together, and after that experience, their understanding of each other was greatly improved. This would be of great help to them in the future. "Master, are you worried about the effectiveness of the herbs?" Yes. Hu Zhe had no intention of hiding the truth from her. The herbs he gave her this time healed the wounds the fastest. But the speed compared to how long it would take was unknown. The results were unexpectedly so fast. When Hu Zhe arrived at the training ground the next morning, everyone was already full of energy, their eyes sparkling, causing Hu Zhe's mouth to twitch. Although they had high hopes for the grass, they did not expect such a strong effect. Seeing Hu Zhe's stunned expression, Mu Guilong and the others burst out laughing. The fat man walked up to Hu Zhe and said teasingly, "Master." Mu Ya and the others were surprised at how quickly we recovered. "Aren't you surprised?" Hu Zhe admired the fat man's straightforwardness and seriousness, and rolled his eyes. "You will have a week to recover. After that, we will go to search for energy minerals." Du Jian's eyes sparkled as he explained the mission. Mary, who was standing next to him, involuntarily moved away. However, she accidentally bumped into Yue Yantian, who bowed his head silently. Yue Yantian shuddered and lowered his head silently. Hu Zhe watched all this in silence. Yue Yantian's deep-rooted inferiority complex would not disappear overnight. A week is neither long nor short. After 5 days of hell, Hu Zhe had specially prepared 3 days of rest for them. Only the most basic physical training was required. Everything else could be temporarily suspended. However, Du Jian persisted in his tireless training, and this persistence made Hu Zhe lick his lips. "Master, this guy is truly dedicated. Once he gets stronger, he will most likely betray us. He is incredibly determined, and with his terrifying tenacity and persistence, he will be a formidable opponent if he betrays us." Xiaohua stood behind Hu Zhe, frowning as she watched Du Jian sweating profusely on the training ground, biting his red lips. In response to Xiaohua's concern, Hu Zhe smiled faintly, looking at Du Jian on the field with a shining gaze. He had reached his limit, but still stood firm thanks to his determination. This alone was enough to impress them. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Let's take things step by step. If he really has the ability to betray you, are you sure that you and Xiao Yue can't defeat him? Hu Ze seemed to be oblivious to Du Jian's possible betrayal. He saw that such people were very sentimental. He understood this from Yue Yangtian. Once the opponent had made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. After the two of them left, Du Jian was left alone on the training ground, his back slightly sagging. He fell, unable to hold on. Mary came out from the corner, took out a clean white handkerchief, and wiped the sweat off his head. Seeing his haggard appearance, she pursed her lips, took him onto her frail shoulders, and walked step by step toward the underground villa. Mary, however, did not notice the smile that lit up Du Jian's lips as she carried him. It did not have the same sharpness and authority as before. She knew that his smile was like a bottle of aged wine, soft and sweet, refreshing the heart with every drop. Only Du Jian could do that. Everyone else was lounging around in the underground villa, some playing games, some looking at the iron blocks, etc. Time passed, and the peaceful life they had always enjoyed finally disappeared. When Hu Ze asked them to gather at the exit, they knew they were in for a storm. The apocalypse outside was no place to have fun. When everyone had gathered, Hu Ze paid special attention to Du Jian and nodded. Boom! The elevator at the exit started moving. This time, their mission in the apocalypse was to find energy ore, and Hu Ze personally led the team. The rent for the shelter was about to expire. If they don't find the energy ore, not only will Hu Ze's soul be returned, but the shelter will be returned as well. Every time Hu Ze thought about such serious consequences, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his stomach. Master, we are currently in the ghost zone, the 3rd level ghost zone. They appear around midnight to look for food, Xiao Hua explained to everyone standing next to Hu Ze. The others had been to zombie zones before, and this was their first encounter with such ghosts. It was midday, and the ghosts had not appeared at all. Is this ghost any different from the one we saw last time? The fat man muttered. Although his voice was quiet, Xiao Hua still heard it. Upon seeing it, Xiao Hua immediately fell silent and remained silent. There is a red crystal in the ghost's chest. This is their weak point. To kill them, you have to destroy this crystal. Ghosts are just energy bodies. We can only see them and counterattack when they are about to attack. But ghosts are something else. As soon as they appear, we see them. That's what makes them special. After saying that, Xiao Hua fell silent, and her distant expression returned to normal. The fat man shrugged helplessly and smiled wryly. After walking a little, Hu Ze looked up at the sky. It's almost dark. We came here because the ghosts are guarding a yellow stone the size of a human body. This stone is our target, Mu Gilong thought. Will higher-level ghosts appear? We are not very strong now. Yes, Hu Ze answered confidently. Since he was the object of ghost protection, it was normal for ghosts of higher levels to appear. Thinking about this, Hu Ze couldn't help but sigh, admiring Mu Guilong's composure. This was a display of his character and experience, and this was why he chose Mu Guilong as his commander. Although Du Jian was strong and resilient, he had a peculiar approach to combat and was easily swayed by impulsive actions. A brave but unwise man could only cause harm. There is a ghost king in this area, but he comes out at midnight and does not return until dawn. Now is the time to act. The yellow stone is 28 kilometers away from us, on the border between the 1st and 2nd level ghosts. Be careful. Everyone was replenishing their energy reserves, cautiously awaiting the upcoming fierce battle. Hu Ze led Xiao Hua on patrol. Master, if we and our team try to seize this yellow stone, we will not be able to do anything. If we try our luck, we will be besieged again. The shelter urgently needs energy ore, so we can only take a chance. The sky gradually darkened. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a huge blood-red sunset glow appeared against the pitch-black sky. However, they did not feel any danger. Boss, what's going on? Isn't the topaz there? Yes. Huzi stared blankly at the blood-red sunset glow, as if lost in thought. Hearing his words, Muguilong fell silent. His eyes glittered. His thoughts were invisible. The light in Dujian's eyes was mesmerizing. Mary turned her head to see the ardor in his gaze. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She lowered her head, sighed, and remained silent. These are the red crystals on the ghost's chest. If you're afraid, tell me and I'll take you back. I'm not sure I can keep you all alive tonight. Boss, you're wrong. You've given us everything we have. In a situation like this, we should be there to lend you a hand. The fat man's smile was playful, but he spoke from the heart. They were all ordinary people, flesh and blood, and knew how to be grateful. Huze, however, did not react to their words. Instead, he looked at Yue Yantian, who was trembling and hunched over, and pursed his lips. In that case, wait until midnight. Be careful. Z. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the night. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. The sound did not immediately fade. Be careful, Huze warned, gesturing for everyone to follow him. The others followed him, and as they approached the crimson sunset, everyone gasped. Ghosts! Ghosts are everywhere! Above his illusory head, 2 green will-o'-the-wisps constantly flickered. Each had a red stone on their chest that emitted a faint red glow that was clearly visible at night. Their level was determined by the color of the will-o'-the-wisps. Green is the lowest, blue is the second level, and purple is the first. Be careful. Meeting the first level will-o'-the-wisps would mean certain death. In this outer zone, other than the Ghost King who was between the second and first levels, there were only a few second-level will-o'-the-wisps. Huzi led them, quietly hiding in a corner outside. Above them, the crimson sunset gradually faded. When the sky finally dissipated, I found myself on the ground, surrounded by countless ghosts. In their surroundings, each of them felt a strong sense of danger, especially Du Jian, who had previously lived on the edge of a knife and was even more sensitive to this feeling. Good. Mu Guilong's eyes faded. Soon after, a ghost appeared in one of the caves with will-o'-the-wisps of a beautiful pale blue color. This pale blue will-o'-the-wisp is the king of ghosts. Soon he will leave with the blue ghosts. Then we will take action. Huzi stared at the Ghost King, never taking his eyes off him. He sighed in relief when he left, but did not move. After confirming that the Ghost King and the blue ghosts were far away, he waved to the others. Forward! With this gesture, he rushed towards the lower-level ghosts, holding the Xiaohua straight blade in his hand. Each strike struck the red crystals on their chests with unerring precision. This was the embodiment of their life force. God was just. If the red crystal broke, they would die. Mu Guilong and the others also charged forward. The madness in Du Jian's eyes grew stronger as he slashed. Mary, who was watching him, sighed softly after seeing his expression. They were about to rush to the entrance of the cave, but a blue ghost suddenly appeared inside. The azure will-o'-the-wisp made Huzi's pupils shrink and his voice change. Forward! Retreat! He had already heard from the news that the Ghost King would definitely destroy all the second-level ghosts, but now a blue will-o'-the-wisp that flashed very close sent a chill through his body, from head to toe. He turned around and ran without thinking. The others, still. Those involved in the fierce battle heard Huze's words and looked back in confusion. When they saw the ghosts with the blue fire of the will-o'-the-wisp, they were terrified and fled in panic. Although these lower-level ghosts were no match for them, their superior numbers meant that they could only create a minor obstacle, which the second-level blue ghosts were quite capable of. Enough! Damn it! Huzi spat out a mouthful of blood in which only a faint black aura remained. His body had been rebuilt, and although it was considerably stronger than a normal human in every way, it had one obvious weakness: his soul. Even the rebuilt body was not as comfortable as his original. The soul was not perfectly integrated and was easily damaged. Master, you two go ahead. I will carry it. Xiaohua took the straight knife from Hu Zei's hand and stood in front of him, but Hu Zei immediately picked it up. "Stop talking nonsense! Run!" Hu Zei shouted, and everyone ran as fast as they could. Luckily, the blue level 2 ghost was only guarding the entrance to the cave, and when they walked a long distance, it didn't catch up with them. A few people approached the prison and lit a fire. Bang! Just when everyone finally calmed down, a loud roar came from the ghost's house. Hu Zei suppressed his curiosity and did not allow them to come out to investigate. "Everyone, shut up. That blue ghost just left us in plain sight. If we were discovered, everyone would be in big trouble." Hu Zei's face did not look good. This operation was risky, and it was clear that they had lost. Stealing the yellow stone again would be much more difficult. Boom! The noise outside grew louder, and Hu Zei couldn't help but frown. He could feel the noise coming closer. "Master, should I go out and check? If this continues, we will be discovered." "Good." Before they could leave, the door was kicked, and the noise from the ghost house gradually died down. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, 3 zombies appeared in front of them. As soon as Hu Zei saw them, he stood up abruptly. "If you dare to attack, the worst that can happen is that we all die." The 2 zombies looked at Hu Zei. The middle one nodded, and the other 2 sat in the corner. The zombie in the middle is about the same level as the Ghost King. People of his level have intelligence, can understand me, and communicate with me. Seeing that they had no intention of harming him and the others, Hu Zei sighed in relief and explained to the others. Du Jian's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Are they any different from ordinary zombies? Take a closer look. Their eyes. The Ghost King's level is also pale blue. In fact, all undead are just eyes, and their levels are similar in color." The second level zombie raised his head. "Just call me First Human. We can come to an agreement." Hearing the zombie's voice, Mu Guilong felt the hair on his neck stand on end. Someone who had been dead for God knows how long was speaking right in front of him. And it was true. Not only him, everyone else felt the same way. Only Du Jian remained relatively normal. "We are already separated by death. What kind of deal do you want to make with us? Are you asking us to fulfill your last will?" The fat man, ignoring the 3 zombies, raised an eyebrow and asked with a half smile. The teasing tone clearly angered number 1. He raised a dark blue hand, from which 2-centimeter green claws gradually emerged. It looked as if it had been torn from a pile of rotting flesh. As it grew, a green liquid oozed out, emitting a foul stench that made everyone's faces turn pale. This wasn't their first encounter. After they cut off the zombie's head, the same liquid gushed out of its neck. "Please understand the situation. Attacking now is bad for both you and us." Hu Zei patted Fatso on the shoulder and pulled him along. Fatso stood up, staring at the 3 zombies in front of him. He was now one of those who were not afraid of boiling water. Intelligent zombies usually value their lives much more than life. After all, once you die, you realize how precious it is. "Human, don't try to test our patience. If it weren't for those ghosts, you'd be our food now. But right now, you're not sure you can destroy us all in an instant, so we can lure those ghosts here. We will keep our souls, and you will be crushed." Hu Zei's tone was firm and threatening, making Mu Guilong, Du Jian, and the others feel ashamed. Their boss was truly brave. If they accidentally anger him, the consequences will be dire. We can live in peace. The zombie retracted his claws, not taking his eyes off them, and green liquid flowed out. Seeing him retract his green claws, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Our goal is the topaz guarded by the ghost. You're trying to escape, right?" The fat man stepped forward and was about to say something when Hu Zei stopped him. He shook his head slightly and winked, and the fat man quickly fell silent. He knew that Hu Zei had his own plans. "Yes? So you want us to help you get topaz?" Hu Zei chuckled. "Yes." The zombie nodded, but the sight seemed strange to everyone. A zombie really was talking to them. But gradually, they got used to it. Hu Zei exhaled, looked up at the zombie in front of him, and a slight grin revealed a row of white teeth that made everyone's hearts go cold. "In that case, we can indeed cooperate. But you must guarantee that you can get us out of here safely, right? Huzi's worries. It was clear, and the zombies did not express any doubts. One of them, almost level 3, pulled a red stone out of his body. It was a ruby. It was a raw ore about the size of a human fist, but its rarity made it even more valuable than an emerald. Huzi's eyes lit up when he saw the ruby, and he nodded. This is what we got from the wandering souls. If it weren't for the Ghost King's appearance, we wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. At that moment, the enemy clenched his fists tightly, and his face showed a look of resignation. Huza didn't dare ask why they needed these energy minerals. He just nodded thoughtfully and winked at the others. So, what are your plans? As you can see, we are not very strong. If you ask us to help distract the Ghost King, it is impossible. We can't do that. Before the enemy could say anything, Huzi had already blocked their path to distracting the Ghost King. After all, if they did that, their chances of surviving the Ghost King's pursuit would be practically zero. Hearing this, the zombies looked at each other in shock. Of course, they had already thought about it, but seeing Huzi's determination, it was obvious that it was impossible. The former stood up and nodded to Huzi. Everyone went back to their places, keeping a distance. Boss, are we really going to cooperate with them? Mu Gilong whispered into Huzi's ear as he walked up to him. He was completely puzzled. The zombies were obviously seriously injured, but they still had the necessary energy minerals. Why don't they just take them? Huzi looked at him thoughtfully, but said nothing. Mu Guilong pursed his lips, not saying a word. They didn't need to ask why. Since Huzi had already made his decision, he could just wait and see. Besides, the 3 zombies were nearby and could hear what they were saying. After all, with their strength, it would be easy for them to do so. By dawn, the Ghost King and his companions had returned. Moreover, the 3 zombies' wounds had almost healed, and Huzi still had the herbs he had exchanged with them earlier. Although the conditions weren't the best, they could still recover a little if they could. Human, I didn't expect you to have any tricks up your sleeve, the zombie said, looking at Huzi in amazement and licking his lips. It was the first time they had seen such grass, and according to the rules, such things are forbidden in this post-apocalyptic world. These people are incredibly lucky to have it. It's just a part-time job. You plan to take action tonight, right? Huzi told everyone to follow him. He looked out the window in front of him, looking at the place where ghosts roamed at night. He chuckled softly. They couldn't see them during the day, and the ghosts didn't allow them to encounter them. They could only be attacked from midnight until dawn. The 3 zombies were silent, but their slightly flickering eyes agreed with his statement. They yawned lazily. Huzo and his companions had slept poorly all night. After all, the night was a haunt of ghosts. Let's go to sleep. Wake us up when the time comes. Thank you. It was already midnight. Huze and his companions left, warily looking at the endless red expanse before them. The vastness of the landscape made them feel insignificant, like a small boat drifting on a vast ocean. We'll distract them. You go and get everything you need. We'll meet at the agreed-upon place. Any other suggestions? Huzi asked expressionlessly, looking at the strongest of the 3 zombies. It seemed like he was warning them rather than negotiating. Although his tone seemed strange, they had all died before. Even with their higher intelligence, they were definitely not as smart as normal humans. No, I hope you won't deceive us. Otherwise, if we encounter them again, you will have nowhere to bury yourself. The first seemed to think before leaving. He paused, turned around, and spoke seriously to Huze. His warning made Huze raise his eyebrows slightly, and he looked at him with a half smile, but nodded without saying a word. When the 3 of them left, a slight smile flashed across Huze's face. Those who had been following him and had remained silent until now also breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, seeing how arrogant they were now, I felt a surge of anger inside, the fat man said casually as he walked out, swaying his corpulent body. After that, he rolled his eyes in the direction where number 1 and the others had gone. It's people like that that irritate me the most. No, It's zombies like that. The real battle will begin when we get together. We have to give them the ruby. Huze looked in the direction they were leaving, and the corners of his lips slowly twitched into a smile. After the three zombies took away the Ghost King and the others, he gestured to everyone and began to act. After they left, many low-level ghosts turned their gazes towards them. The unblinking crimson glow and the flickering green will-o'-the-wisps in their eyes caused a shock in their hearts. Despite their low level, their numbers still made them shudder. Master, I will go first. The rest guard the flanks. Xiaohua's eyes became wary. She walked up to Huza and pulled out a straight knife. The others lined up in the same formation as during the siege that day. This was to minimize their own damage and increase their chances of success against the three zombies. The surrounding ghosts rushed towards them like a wave, their path illuminated by the scarlet stones forming a long red trail. As they approached the entrance to the cave, the ghosts stopped attacking and angrily looked at them. These ghosts lacked intelligence. Everything they did was based on instinct. Only the Ghost Kings and second-tier ghosts could enter the cave, leaving them to watch from afar. Even though they were undead, they had a strong sense of hierarchy. It seems that this is not as difficult as I imagined. Du Jian curled his lips as he looked at the cave entrance, which was just a stone's throw away. He grinned, revealing a row of sharp white teeth that gave his smile an incredibly sinister shape. Huze couldn't help but roll his eyes, underestimating his opponent. He reached out and patted his shoulder. Even if they distracted him, the Ghost King wouldn't last long. He'll be back in due time anyway. Go find him. Stop messing around. The yellow stone was the size of a man. It wasn't high quality, but it was huge. When they entered the cave that led underground, it was pitch black. The fat man took a flashlight from his backpack and illuminated the path ahead. Everyone frowned. The place was full of bones of all kinds, from all parts of the human body. Although it wasn't scary, the fact that all the bones were of the same kind made their scalps tingle. The path went deep underground. As they descended, they noticed a yellow glow coming from the ground. Huze's eyes lit up, and he urged everyone to quicken their pace. Stepping over countless bones, they discovered a pile of skulls under a human-sized yellow stone. Master, Xiaohua, take this and leave immediately. We can't stay here for long. Xiaohua stepped forward, picked up the yellow stone, and left with the others. They returned to the pre-arranged place. Xiaohua placed the yellow stone in the corner. Everyone looked calm and composed, waiting and arranging themselves. The first level was about the same as the Ghost Kings. The fight between them shouldn't be too costly, especially since it was just a diversionary maneuver and not a full-scale battle. Huze was used to assuming the worst-case scenario, calculating all the options before making a decision. Here they come. At some point, Hu's tightly closed eyes. Z opened his eyes, looking towards the entrance. He caught the faintest sounds. After all, unlike Changran's biological body, his senses were sharper than those of ordinary people, which was understandable. Hearing his words, everyone else opened their eyes, stared ahead, and froze. Their energy levels had almost fully recovered, and they now focused on the severity of one's injuries. When one and his three companions appeared, they saw that they were missing limbs. One had a large scratch on his chest, clearly from the Ghost King's surprise attack. The glint in their eyes was faint. Huzi, seeing their faces, felt a surge of joy, but did not show it. He told them to feign indifference and step aside, and then approached them, timidly assessing their condition. Are you trying to entice people or go into battle? Why do you feel like you are worse off than us? After saying this, Huze looked up at them with a blank expression. After all, he was only 17 or 18 years old, and these zombies were only slightly taller than him. Huzi's eyes were emotionless, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, making it difficult to see his true thoughts. The first and the other two were looking for the topaz. Seeing it in the corner, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were so badly wounded, if the enemy had not succeeded, they would have gone mad. Who knew that this fellow would so recklessly burn his soul and then break loose and catch up with us? What can we do if he is crushed? We have no choice but to resist. Huzei, who was standing closer, listened to his words and the stench that came from them, feeling sick and his stomach cramping. Frowning, he looked at the first one and told them to get better. Seeing that Huzei had no intention of doing anything to them, First and the others nodded in relief and retreated to a corner to rest. Their actions made Huzei smile internally. He didn't know whether to call them idiots or cretins. Even with such wounds, they dared to heal their wounds so openly in front of Huzei and the others. In the apocalypse, all undead can heal their wounds with their own strength, without medicine. However, this has a drawback. During the recovery period, they fall into a deep coma. They believe that if they are discovered and killed in a coma, they will not resist, not even realizing the slightest approach of death. This is the price they pay for becoming immortal undead, choosing not to. Be reborn as a human and become undead. "Let's go," Huzei shouted softly, and the others instantly understood. Their previous indifference vanished. Huzei ordered them to follow him and see what would happen next. Xiaohua followed behind him, keeping her eyes on First and the others. When he pulled out his blade, the second-level zombie next to First suddenly opened its eyes. His deep blue eyes met Huzei's gaze, causing him to freeze with his blade and step back, warily watching the second-level zombie. "I knew I couldn't trust you completely." As expected, all humans are the same. The second-level zombie bared its yellowed teeth as it looked at Huzei and the others, its eyes flashing fiercely. Although reaching the second level only revealed the basic intelligence of a 10-year-old child, Number One had warned them in advance that one person should remain awake while they recovered, just in case. Du Jian suddenly appeared, snorting disdainfully and spitting on the ground. His lips curled into a smirk as he looked at the zombie in front of him. "You're the only one stupid enough to believe me? Let me just say, you're just too gullible. Sorry, we need your rubies, but don't even think about taking that yellow stone." He then interrupted all conversations and, like a cannonball, caught up with the zombie, plunging a steel pipe into its chest, leaving a huge wound. Green blood gushed out, making one feel sick. After the successful strike, Du Jian did not linger. He sheathed the knife and immediately walked towards Xiaohua and the others, looking at the second-level zombies with disdain. His skin felt like tofu. He could pierce his chest even with a steel pipe. Huzei's pupils slightly narrowed, and he silently made a decision. Du Jian was undoubtedly a formidable commander. If used skillfully, he could bring them great benefits. If used incorrectly, if the zombie betrays them, they will be in serious trouble. "Human, you are inviting death upon yourself. Ha ha, with your intelligence, you still think you can deceive me? As long as they do not wake up, we can handle you alone, without much risk. Besides, your wounds aren't much worse than theirs." Huzei laughed heartily. After being reborn, he understood the undead much better than anyone else. That was why the mysterious being entrusted him with finding energy minerals. His understanding of the various undead greatly increased his chances of surviving this apocalypse. When he finished speaking, everyone saw the panic in the zombie's eyes. Mu Guilong screamed, and everyone surrounded the second-level zombie. The second-level zombie continuously spurted green blood from its mouth. Under their merciless attack, he involuntarily fell, lifeless. His eyes widened. If he had not been seriously injured, how could these ants harm him? At first, they did not take these people seriously. After all, humans are too fragile. They left the seriously wounded one to look after him because they didn't believe these people were capable of killing him. They had reached the second level, and even if they stood there without resisting, they would never die under normal circumstances. "Master, the remaining two, don't worry about them. First, take the rubies out of their bodies. I just saw that second-tier zombie. It seems like it sent out a distress signal. The ghosts here will come to help if they hear it. Once we get the things, we'll leave." Huzei spoke quickly, holding back his nausea. His hands continued to rummage around the first's body. Finally, he touched the ruby and was overjoyed. Dujian and the fat man also found a fragment from the other two second-level bodies, but it was much smaller than the one in the first-level body. It looked like it had been chipped off a piece of rock. Master, Dujian and the other two were about to say something, but Hu Zei's expression suddenly changed. He took the rubies from their hands. Even his voice was a little hoarse at this moment. "Don't talk yet. Let's go. Now. The undead are coming. If we don't leave, it will be too late." With these words, he already pulled the hand of the man next to him and left together. The others also reacted and quickly rushed to run. They did not stop for a second for 10 kilometers. As long as Hu Zei remained silent, the dark cloud in their hearts did not dissipate for a long time. During their escape, they were grateful that they had not abandoned their training. But just when they were about to reach the hideout, Du Jian was suddenly overcome by an even stronger sense of danger, causing him to move uncontrollably. Tremble! This was an unprecedented danger, the first time it had happened to him. "Go ahead! We are being chased!" Hu Zei shouted. He fell silent, and the others followed his example. Hu Zei could not help but feel the touch. In this post-apocalyptic world, this was the spirit he needed. After all, in such a place, simply surviving was a blessing. Humanity had long since disappeared. Hu Zei needed exactly this kind of teamwork, the unyielding spirit of never giving up. His hideout needed those who didn't fit in. Those who only got in the way of their tasks were useless for anything else. People, you are so brave. Who gave you the courage to steal from me? The voice was clear and melodious, as if a gentle man was speaking to them. The sound alone was enough to make them feel warm and comfortable. But soon, that feeling turned to terror. They had become the target of the Ghost King. Although they had only met him once, the pale blue will-o'-the-wisp in his eyes left a deep mark. Underneath that dazzling beauty, there was a rotten heart. Hu Zei called for everyone to gather around him. At this moment, his thin shoulders seemed to be able to withstand anything. Du Jian, Mu Guilong, and the others' gazes were fixed on Hu Zei's back. This man, who seemed like a child to them, provided them with a stable life, enough water, food, and work. He also took them to the sea, which left a lasting impression on them. Especially now, in the face of danger, he could protect them instead of condemning them to death. In essence, they were now Hu Zei's workers, selling their souls to sign the agreement. He had every right to ask them to sacrifice their lives to buy him time. "We need your topaz. Once I have it in my hands, there is no reason to give it away." Hu Zei smiled. The Ghost King was furious. "Don't go too far. You ants are nothing to me, just a flick of a finger. I give you orders, not terms. Do you understand?" He held out the yellow stone, his expression blank. Although it was the same size as him, he lifted it effortlessly. "You say you value this thing so much, but if you destroy it, none of us will have it. What do you want?" The topaz was destroyed. Damn it. This was exactly what he was worried about. If the stone was destroyed, his chances of reaching the third level would be greatly reduced. Success in improving was a deadly temptation for them. "Don't look at me like that. Grinding your teeth is useless. I told you to let us go." With a smug smile on his face, Hu Zei raised the topaz in his hand. Since the enemy was on guard, everything would be much easier. The red stone on the Ghost King's chest flickered fiercely, and a beautiful fire crackled in his empty eye sockets, like a will-o'-the-wisp. This lasted for an unknown amount of time. "Human, I agree to your conditions. One of you must come forward and become my hostage. If you keep your promise, I will naturally release him." Seeing their stubborn reluctance, the Ghost King instantly became angry and spoke coldly to them. "This is the limit of my strength. If you don't agree, I won't let you go, even if you destroy the stone." Letting them leave with the stone was a huge risk in the first place. Leaving one of them is nothing. Moreover, if Hu Zei and the others really keep their promise and return the stone, the Ghost King will not break it. These undead have always been men of their word. "Fine, let them go first, and I will stay." Du Jian stepped forward and turned to face the Ghost King. His gaze was incredibly calm, like a deep pond, without a single ripple. It was the first time anyone had seen him like this. When he had met these powerful people before, his gaze was full of fanaticism. Huze looked at him meaningfully, then pursed his lips and silently ordered everyone to leave. After seeing the others off, Dujian turned to the Ghost King. "Hello, my boss is an honest man." As he said these words, a dazzling smile shone on his face. The beautiful will-o'-the-wisp of the Ghost King flickered several times as he nodded. His voice, no longer cold, but soft and gentle, was a sight to behold. From the sound of the voice, it was impossible to imagine that this was the cruel and ruthless Ghost King. "As long as your master keeps his promise, I will naturally let you go. I do not want to have any grudges against you humans. This is not good for our future cultivation." He didn't go into detail, but perhaps Dujian was wrong. He could hear a hint of fear in the Ghost King's voice. But if the Ghost King didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't ask. He had always understood his position correctly. Now he was nothing but a prisoner in their hands. "Come back with me. You said that among these people, besides the child and the maid, you are the strongest. Your courage and bravery are truly admirable." He looked at him with a smile. Although his illusory face couldn't see it clearly, the smile in his voice was unmistakable. Du Jian's eyelids drooped slightly, and he fell silent. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, the Ghost King fell silent and led him back to the cave. There was still a pile of bones lying there. The Ghost King looked at him deliberately, but Du Jian's gaze did not change at all. "What were you doing before?" "I was also an assassin, and I saw this scene the last time I came. You don't have to use it to watch me, do you?" A smile that could be called beautiful spread across his face. The Ghost King sighed. "You are indeed very similar to me, but you probably like women." Du Jian suddenly looked up at the Ghost King, regretting his impulsive action. He shouldn't have become his prisoner. Who would have thought that the Ghost King had such a habit? "Boss, can we really leave him there alone?" Mary suddenly asked as they approached the entrance of the shelter, looking back worriedly, her lips slightly bitten, and her eyes full of confusion. The moment Dujian stepped forward, and the moment the Ghost King agreed, her heart was filled with a whirlwind of feelings. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. Her reaction calmed everyone down. At first, they suspected that there was some kind of connection between Mary and Dujian, but they didn't pay attention to it and didn't try to deliberately bring them closer. They had never imagined that there would be a slight but lasting affection between them. Now that they thought about it, they really did have a lot of what was suitable for a couple. Dujian, although wild with others, was exceptionally gentle with Mary. "It's all right, Huzi," patted Mary on the shoulder, looking at her encouragingly. After all, the Ghost King now had the coveted topaz. It was very valuable to him. He would not give it up. "I will be there in 2 days after our return." With these words, the elevator moved, rumbling down to the base of the shelter. The familiar scene brought a wave of emotions. This time, they almost didn't come back. Upon hearing the news of their return, Xiao Yue immediately appeared, blinking her beautiful eyes and looking at Huze with a somewhat pitiful expression. "Master, you have been gone for several days. If the shelter hadn't disappeared, Muya and I would have thought that you were gone." Xiao Yu's words made Huze's lips curl. It was obvious that she was hoping for his death soon. After saying this, Xiao Yue glanced at the crowd and noticed that one person was missing, causing her to frown slightly. Before she could ask, Xiao Hua came out from behind. "Dujian has been captured by the Ghost King. We'll have to go there and rescue him in the next few days." After Xiao Yue explained the details of what happened outside, her eyes flashed, finally revealing a bright smile, and she nodded. To be honest, Dujian hadn't left a good impression on her from the start. After all, his violent nature easily alienated those around him. But even so, Dujian's willingness to do this for everyone filled her with admiration. The resentment in her heart quietly subsided. The agreed-upon stay was 2 days, not too long and not too short, and Huzi did not want Xiaohua to accompany him on the journey. "Sir, please stay in sight. Xiaohua said seriously, as if she was carrying out some sacred task. Seeing her insistence, Hu Zi remained silent. If Xiaohua was forced to stay here, she might as well go with him, even against his will. And as his servant, disobeying the master's will would bring grave consequences. He also understood Xiaohua's current feelings. After all, going to the Ghost King to negotiate was truly dangerous. The enemy's strength was simply overwhelming. It wouldn't be difficult to rip his head off and kick it around like a ball. He had been thinking about how to deal with this for the past 2 days. Even the rubies he brought were useless. Xiaohua, follow me. The rest of you are waiting for my news here. Boss, we will not insist on following you. We will only delay you. We believe that you have your own plans, so we will not delay. Big boss, you promised us that you would return alive. The fat man hugged Hu Zi tightly, then took a step back and looked at him. Although he didn't say anything sentimental, the expression in his eyes at this moment spoke volumes about his feelings. Hu Zi smiled encouragingly and left the shelter with a loud roar from the elevator. Mary looked up, praying for success. This was her first experience with feelings for a man, especially in the apocalypse, and such feelings did not come easy. In the wild, women were simply their property, and keeping them only hindered their development. Sometimes only getting into a shelter gave a person the right to seek your love. It's been 2 days since our last meeting, but when I came here, it suddenly seemed like I wasn't home at all, Hu Zi said with a self-deprecating smile. Xiaohua silently followed him without saying a word. Holding a human-sized yellow stone in his hands, Hu Zi walked along the familiar path and quickly arrived at the ghost's place. It was not yet night, so he sat cross-legged in their shelter, quietly waiting for it to come. Xiaohua silently took out the food and water from her backpack and placed them in front of Hu Zi. She also sat cross-legged on the ground, looking around warily. Zi. Suddenly, the same shrill, eerie sound he had heard before rang out. Hu Zi was taken aback. His ears hurt slightly from the shock, and blood began to flow from them. Instinctively, he covered his ears and stood up. His black and white eyes, staring at the red sky above him, were blazing with anger. Ghost King, we have brought the things, but what is your attitude? These little ghosts must have received instructions from the Ghost King to act this way. As soon as Hu Zi finished speaking, little ghosts fell from the sky to the earth, their green will-o'-the-wisps flickering constantly, occasionally making crackling sounds. Man, this is a ritual we must perform every night. Thank the great God for allowing our souls to be reborn and live forever among the dead. The gentle voice echoed again, and Hu Zi saw the Ghost King and Du Jian coming out of the cave. Boss, Du Jian said weakly, his face pale as he looked at Hu Zi. His weakness made Hu Zi frown. What was wrong with him? If you treat him badly, we will have to fight to the death today. Hu Zi spoke in a firm tone, leaving no room for negotiation. Du Jian's stern demeanor caused cold sweat to break out on his forehead, but his heart warmed when he remembered that Hu Zi was doing this for him. He secretly decided to follow him until death. Hu Zi probably didn't know that this simple act had completely destroyed the germ of the hidden danger he feared. He had simply been there too long and couldn't stand the smell. Don't look at me like that. Just give me the topaz and I'll let you go. The Ghost King's beautiful pale blue will-o'-the-wisp flickered. Hu Zi placed the topaz in front of him, unaware of the Ghost King's unusual behavior, and left with Du Jian. My king, are you really letting a few people go so easily? Seeing Hu Zi and Du Jian walk away while supporting each other, the blue will-o'-the-wisp beside the Ghost King refused to answer. He considered the promise empty, considered it empty words. He could not understand why someone as powerful as the Ghost King would care about this at all. The Ghost King remained silent. The flickering of his will-o'-the-wisp intensified. The noise grew louder. He was ordered to take the topaz inside. The blue ghost wisp did not dare to speak. He placed the topaz inside, and the Ghost King slowly disappeared. Meanwhile, Hu Zi and his 2 companions met old acquaintances, or rather enemies, on the way. Zombies, whom they deceived and took the yellow stone and ruby. They wandered around trying to track down Huzi and his companions and suddenly ran into them. The enemy's eyes met, and upon seeing them, two zombies let out long, strange cries and rushed at them. Xiaohua, each with a straight knife, could barely hold off the second-level zombies. Number 1 rushed at Huzi and his companions, emitting a fierce, putrid stench. The stench of decay emanating from his body caused Huzi to slowly close his eyes and open his arms, welcoming the second death. It was nothing. He was already dead. Since he had found refuge, every day he lived was deserved. Zizi. But all he heard was the screams of zombies. Confused, he opened his eyes. The Ghost King was blocking his way. He couldn't tell if he was imagining it, but he could smell a faint scent coming from the Ghost King. Ghosts' bodies were different from zombies. They were incorporeal objects. The only thing you could hit was the red crystal on their chest. Other places can only be entered when they want to materialize. Humans are quite brave. I didn't expect you to be so fearless in the face of death. This time, there was a hint of mockery in the clear voice, causing black ripples to pulsate in Huzi's head. At the same time, Xiaohua was relieved to see that he was okay, and her attacks became stronger. I don't know if it was because the danger Huzi had just experienced spurred her on, but now the damage to her arms was much worse than before. I can't believe it, that you, an undead, are helping me. If I don't need your help, I really don't believe that you would be so kind. Huzi fought back without hesitation, but the Ghost King only shrugged. However, his illusory body was not very noticeable. If Huzi's senses weren't heightened, he wouldn't have noticed. I really need you for something. If I survive, I won't refuse as long as I can. But you mustn't cross the line. Don't worry, I know my limits and won't make things difficult for you. A conversation between the Ghost King and the zombies ended quickly. The zombie continued to scream, and green water flowed from his eyes. Even at this distance, the scent of his body could still be felt. The Ghost King extended his sharp claws, and one of his hands materialized, furiously scratching the zombie's body, leaving 3 long scratches on the other's chest. A zombie that hadn't fully transformed dares to scream in front of me. As the Ghost King spoke, he approached, his gaze trembling. The first one tried to retreat in horror. But could he? The answer was no. If the Ghost King had decided to attack him, how could he let him go so easily? With a cold snort, he grabbed the first one by the neck with one sharp claw, and moving it, tore the first one's head off and threw it aside. At the same time, his body and limbs were torn off, spilling out a disgusting green liquid that made everyone who saw it sick. Huzi was fine. Although Du Jian had developed some immunity to this kind of situation, he still looked pale. If you can't handle this girl, leave it to me. Don't try to be brave. You are too overwhelmed by your current strength. After dealing with the first, the Ghost King looked at Xiaohua, his soft, clear voice echoing once again. However, no one would consider it merciful. Huzi nodded to Xiaohua and told her to retreat. The zombies that were bothering Xiaohua were like tofu in the hands of the Ghost King, and he easily dispatched them. After it was over, there was a long silence in the group. Huzi still felt uneasy. After all, in the face of such a powerful being as the Ghost King and the uncertainty of whether he was good or evil, he was still overcome with anxiety, a feeling he could not describe. No need to be so afraid of me. I will not eat you. Huzi's inner turmoil was naturally noticeable. The Ghost King, he said with a mixture of laughter and tears, leading the way. Boss, Du Jian suddenly called out in a low voice, clearly not wanting the Ghost King to hear, as the scenery around them changed. Boss, this guy is a smiling tiger. He often does terrible things. Be careful when following him. One day, he might turn you in and we'll have to count his money. Du Jian felt a surge of fear when he mentioned his last days here, but it was clear he didn't want to talk about it. Seeing his fear not subsiding, Huzi did not ask about his current situation. He nodded. In terms of their level of acquaintance, he and the Ghost King had only met a few times, and Du Jian had only lived with him for a few days. Trusting Du Jian was his choice. If you notice anything wrong, Report it immediately, Huze whispered in his ear, urging him to hold on. Further away. After all, the Ghost King was very close, moving first. If he found any shortcomings, it would be bad for them. He obediently stepped aside, but Xiaohua remained behind Huze. Unless something unusual happened, they were always together, which they had gotten used to. The Ghost King naturally didn't mind Xiaohua and Huze being together. Master, he was completely loyal to me when I offered the topaz in exchange for his life. Don't worry. He raised his hand, silencing Xiaohua. A glimmer of light flashed in Huze's eyes. He knew his limits. The shelter definitely needed the energy ore, but what it needed even more was someone who could help him find the royal source ore. By spending the yellow stone for Dujian's favor, he had won. You should too. Be careful with this Ghost King. The undead and us humans don't get along well. We're usually his food. Who knows what he's up to? He said the last words quietly, as if muttering to himself. When they arrived at the place, the Ghost King pointed at the emerald in front of them. You need something like this. Yes. Mu Guilong and his companions had received a huge emerald for the rookie quest, and Huze would definitely recognize it even if he was a bit small. Upon seeing the energy ore, Huze did not rush towards it with delight. Instead, he looked at the Ghost King with a dispassionate expression, who looked at him with a half smile. What do you mean, bringing us here? I found this emerald by chance. I can give it to you. I have one condition. Since Huze didn't want to beat around the bush, the Ghost King stated his goal directly and clearly. The weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year must have ulterior motives. Huze never believed that a crane would fall from the sky, and even if it did, it would definitely not fall on his head. Therefore, he did not show much joy. His face remained expressionless, silently looking at him, waiting for the next words. I hope that when you become stronger, you will do me a favor. Don't worry, I won't cross the line. It is within your power, and I will not harm you in any way. The Ghost King's eyes were blazing with fervor as he spoke, like a devout believer confronted with his own faith. Seeing that Huze still did not express his agreement, a sigh passed across the Ghost King's sunken face. Then it will be easy for you. Can't you even agree to that? Have you ever thought that I will die in this apocalypse before I get stronger? Huze smiled wryly. He honestly didn't understand the Ghost King's confidence in his ability to survive this brutal apocalypse, and even if he did, would he really be able to achieve the world the Ghost King spoke of? The more he encountered it, the more he felt like he was just a drop in the ocean. Sea, unable to raise any significant waves. Number. In response to his question, the flickering blue-pink will-o'-the-wisp of the Ghost King stared at Huze, his gaze practically piercing through him. He watched Huze's gaze retreat and shook his head slightly, unable to explain his words. If you really encounter danger on your way, come to me. I will do my best to protect you, but you cannot rely on me for everything. You will not grow up in peace and quiet. Agreed. Huze quickly nodded and agreed, his face expressing anxiety, as if he was afraid of breaking his word. Having received the emerald, he broke into a satisfied smile. This was the case when a person searches for something everywhere, but finds it without effort. As for the promise to fulfill it later, since he said it was just a matter of words, he would remember it. Besides, who knows what might happen? Happened in this post-apocalyptic world, so having the Ghost King's reliable support was a plus. Dujian watched from afar silently. Seeing the human and the undead make a pact, the corners of his lips twitched. He realized that the experience he had with Huze was more vivid than anything he had experienced in all these years. And damn, it was far more exciting. As he walked back to the exit of the shelter, Dujian remained in a daze, as if lost in his own thoughts, glancing at Huze from time to time. Do you think so? Huze remarked, then walked up to him, hugged him around the neck, and asked with a beaming smile, Master, what I saw and experienced with you is just too scary? Yes. Huze sighed, and his eyes darkened at these words. Dujian's expression made him tremble slightly, but he remained silent. He knew that Huze must be busy with his own affairs. Someone like the Ghost King would never deceive him, but what was it about him that attracted people like him? It seemed that he had no special qualities other than his transformed biochemical body. At this thought, he suddenly lost the will to speak. When they reached the entrance of the shelter, Huze and the other two stood up, and the elevator roared to life. When they returned to the shelter, Xiao Yue came out first, clapping her hands and smiling. "Welcome back, everyone. Take a shower. I'll cook you some food." Xiao Yue's voice was very different from Xiao Hua's. If Xiao Hua's voice sounded a little distant and cold, then Xiao Yue gave them the impression of a neighbor. Du Jian looked Xiao Yue up and down, then glanced at Huze and Xiao Hua next to him. But that was all he said. He remained silent. A forced smile appeared on her beautiful face. When Xiao Yue left to prepare dinner, the others came over. "You're back?" Mary didn't say much when she saw Du Jian. She smiled, relief showing on her tired face. Du Jian nodded, spread his arms out to the sides, and looked at the woman in front of him. Their meeting was short. Mary lay in his arms. Du Jian pressed his ear to his chest. Listening to his strong heartbeat, Mary felt at peace. The two of them, especially the fat man, were looked at with mischievous smiles. His gaze at Du Jian seemed to imply that we were all men, so we understood everything. The Muya sisters turned away. "Okay, let's go. The boss and I will take a shower first, and then come back for dinner." Du Jian stretched out his big hand and ruffled Mary's hair. His adoring gaze startled everyone. It was the first time Du Jian looked at her like that. Mary, apparently realizing the inappropriateness of this gesture, pulled away from his chest, lowered her head, and purred softly. Everyone noticed the suspicious blush on her ears. Everyone was waiting for the three of them in the restaurant. Xiao Yu's dinner was incredibly luxurious, especially for a team going on a mission. The portions were twice as big as usual. Fatty and the others had been training for almost the entire day and were already hungry. When Du Jian, Huze, and the other two arrived, they immediately started cooking. "You're so impatient. Have you finished all your training this morning?" Huze had just started eating when he saw them wolfing down their food. Their bowls were half full, their faces a little tense and strange. He turned his gaze to Mu Guilong, who was standing next to him with an embarrassed expression. Compared to their eating habits, Mu Guilong behaved quite decently. In response to Huze's question, Mu Guilong simply spread his hands, expressing his dissatisfaction. Following Huze's instructions, he trained a little more than the norm every day, and Xiao Yue personally supervised the training, making adjustments and sentences. He hadn't quite finished the last few days, but he had been close. But today, he had definitely exceeded his plan. Mary had been going crazy, giving it her all in every drill on the training ground. The others naturally didn't want to lose to a girl like her, hence the current situation. After understanding the situation, Huzi stared at Mary in amazement. Was Du Jian because of him? Huzi's eyes were filled with confusion. If Xiao Hua and Xiao Yue were to suddenly encounter Du Jian's situation, they would be no better off than Mary. "Okay, enough talk. These sad events are over. Let's eat," he chuckled. After the meal, everyone was going to go on a journey to celebrate the safe return of Du Jian and Huze. To this end, Huze exchanged the emerald for gifts and took them to the desert. The endless golden sky and the sand underfoot radiated waves of heat. The golden sun above made everyone sweat profusely. "Wow. Boss, why are you traveling through the desert?" The fat man's fat body suddenly collapsed onto the hot sand. When they got out, they were still on the same beach, but Huze had already booked tickets and brought them to this deserted place. Although they had plenty of water and food, the desert was truly an unsuitable place for humans. Mu Guilong and the others remained silent. This time, everyone was dressed in elegant outfits, especially the girls, revealing their long, slender hips and thin waists. Xiao Hua remained in her maid costume. The men were wearing only shorts. Du Jian's muscular, toned body made many men envious, while Hu Zi, despite his toned abs, did not have the aura of a mature man. We should be almost there by dark. A rough start before the sweetness. Hang in there, guys. Jose smiled at the fat man lying on the hot sand, patted him on the head, and urged him to stand up. The others rolled their eyes at his behavior. Dujan walked up to him, squatted down, and looked at him with a meaningless gaze, but the meaning was clear. He wanted the fat man to sit on his back. Seeing Dujan's behavior, the fat man shuddered and quickly shook his head. What a joke. He knew his weight. If Dujian carried him such a long distance, wouldn't Dujian be exhausted? Forget it. Don't scare me. I'll go myself. With a wry smile, he staggered forward. The fat man turned his head to look at Dujian and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Mary saw this and her face turned slightly red. The group continued walking, and as darkness fell, an oasis appeared before them. Jose stopped and sighed in relief. Everyone was exhausted. Seeing this, they no longer cared whether it was a mirage or not, and rushed towards him like crazy. Seeing them, Jose and Xiaohua looked at each other and froze in silence. Master, is there something wrong with this oasis? A voice suddenly rang out. Jose turned around and saw Dujan and Mugilong still standing nearby. He was a little surprised and shook his head. I'm taking you on vacation, not to war. What could go wrong? There was annoyance in his tone that they both noticed. They looked at each other and smiled wryly. Both were very cautious, always expecting the worst and striving for the best. That was why Jose admired them. After making sure that everything was fine, they both ran towards the oasis. Tired after the day's journey, Jose sat down on the edge of the oasis and yawned lazily. Master, are we going to spend the night here? Yes. After this journey, we will start looking for new people. Otherwise, with so many people, or alone would not be enough. Although they found some, it was not enough to cover their daily expenses. Jose had always lived frugally, and the trip had already cost him an emerald. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but get a headache. Master! At that moment, a sudden cry came from the oasis, startling Jose. He stood up and looked towards the oasis, but found that several people had appeared there too. They were not his tribesmen, but seemed to be locals. What happened? Jose asked, running up to them and looking at them warily. To his surprise, these people seemed surprised, as if they had seen something new and unusual. Who are you? Jose was a little confused. He had checked before, and there was not a soul here. How did Cheng Yaojin suddenly appear in the middle of the road? This really made people's hearts beat wildly. The man covered his vulnerable parts with only a torn cloth. His face was painted with different colors, but he did not feel ugly. Seeing Jose and the others, the man jumped up excitedly. Are you from outside? I'm a local. It's been a long time since I've seen anyone from the outside. The last time someone was here was 3 years ago. The man was a little excited as he said this. His emotional gaze made Jose and the others twitch. If they weren't physically strong, they would probably die halfway to the side of the road. And yet, when they came here, they were exhausted. Know that these are people who came from the edge of the world. They all survived the attacks of the undead. They can be called the elite among people. No wonder you were so happy to see us, said the fat man, blushing, watching them jump out. The man excitedly led them to his tribe. The people in the desert led a completely different life than those outside, and this experience was truly new to them. After living with these people for about 4 days, they suddenly felt a tense, heavy atmosphere, as if they were facing a serious crisis. Master, they are not behaving properly. Mu Guilong and Du Jian came to Jose's room, both of them gloomy. They were among the best survivors, having led the small groups, and their perception of danger was much sharper than that of the average person. If something happens, we'll just wait and see. This tribe, living deep in the desert, is very primitive with its own customs. And what could have scared them so much? Jose asked, and both of them frowned. They couldn't understand what in the desert could have scared them so much. Since we don't know anything, let's just wait calmly. We'll discuss it when it's necessary. Don't worry too much. Huze's childish face broke into a radiant smile, radiant and gentle. Those who knew him well knew how terrifying he could be in the face of the undead. Even when faced with such a powerful existence as the Ghost King, he remained calm and even negotiated. That time, when he was surrounded by the undead army, his deadly aura was much stronger than the rest of them combined, and there was a hint of death in it. That was what Du Jian felt. Perhaps it was his biochemistry, or perhaps it was because he had died once before, but whenever he became enraged, he always gave off a faint aura of death. When everyone returned to their rooms, unpacked the water and food, and began, for food, there was a loud bang outside. There were screams and shouts, but Huze did not let them out until someone came in, saw them, and with a look of horror on his face, told them to get out. What's going on here? There's a giant snake there that can swallow a person whole, and it's poisonous. We can't do anything about it. Run! If we don't run now, it will be too late, the man said, reaching forward to grab Huze's wrist, trying to force him to leave. Huze shook his head, pushed the hand away, and told him to go. As he and the others left the room, he looked up at the giant snake nearby. Hey guys, be careful. I can't control you anymore. Seeing their persistence, the man sighed, told them to be careful, and turned to leave. Master, I didn't expect to see such a breathtaking sight. This trip is truly unique. Du Jian's eyes, obsessed with battle, lit up with enthusiasm again. He licked his lips with a scarlet tongue and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Xiaohua looked at him calmly and returned the straight knife to its sheath. Then, do it yourself, and the others can just watch from the side. Take this knife! Huze realized what he had been hiding for so long, so he handed him the knife he had taken from the tribe and winked at everyone who was making way. Finally, it was time to show off his skills. Du Jian grinned, rubbing his hands in cold laughter. He raised the knife above his head and, as the giant snake approached, he threw it forward in a graceful parabola, piercing its gaping mouth. The snake let out a shrill scream, staring at Du Jian. However, its screams caused a flash of excitement to appear in Du Jian's eyes. He leaped forward, grabbed the snake by the body, and slammed it down like a sack. Shh! Bang! Shh! The shrill, hoarse sounds coming from the snake's mouth made Huze and the others twitch their lips slightly. Knowing that Du Jian was a warrior-obsessed man, they could not imagine that he was so cruel. This snake is dying, Huze said, and a smile flashed in his eyes that did not contain an ounce of pity. The law of the jungle applies everywhere. If they were weaker than the giant snake, they would become its prey. Having survived the apocalypse, they understood this principle better than anyone. Master, isn't this too cruel? The man throwing the snake around like a toy, scales and blood everywhere, accompanied by the snake's shrill screams, found a powerful visual response in their hearts. Xiaohua walked up to Huzo and whispered, No, I think it's not bad. You should learn. Mercy never leads to anything. Mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. Huzo shook his head slightly. Frankly, he admired Du Jian's character. He always said what he thought. Although he seemed unreliable and frivolous, he was definitely reliable in his work. Apart from violence, everything else was fine. But what was the point of violence? In the apocalypse, in the face of the undead, only violence could guarantee longevity. He also knew his limits and did not act harshly with powerful beings like the Skeleton King. Mary pursed her lips, her eyelids drooping. I hope he's okay. If he continues to be so cruel, he might get into trouble and even be in danger. The fat man nudged her with his elbow and teased, I know you two are deeply in love, but there are things that you, a woman, don't understand about us men. It was a double meaning. After all, you are a woman, so you don't understand men? He wanted to say that all men love strangers? At this point, the fat man licked his lips and continued, So there's something you'd better ask us. If you find that something is wrong, we will help you teach him a lesson. As he spoke, he looked at Du Jian, who was furiously mocking the snake with a sly expression on his lips. Don't tease me. If they fight over your words, we won't let you go. Mu Guilong and Yue Yantian curled their lips, and Huze smiled at the fat man and said. The fat man shrugged. While they were talking, Dujian had already finished off the snake and came closer. He also overheard part of their conversation. When he approached the fat man, his face was still covered in snake scales and blood. Don't you expect me to be kind? Dujian knew that he had a strange character and was extremely cruel in fights, but in everyday life, he was a very kind person. The smell of blood coming from Dujian made the fat man turn pale. He took a few steps back, looked at him warily, and shook his head. I didn't say anything bad about you. I was just telling your girlfriend about manly things, so don't you dare treat me like that. You're like that. I want to beat you to death. He rolled his eyes in annoyance, but it was just a joke. After he finished off the giant snake, the locals started leaving the house one by one. Seeing that the snake was dead, they applauded, picked up Dujian and threw him into the air as if to express their gratitude. We've been here long enough, boss. When are we leaving? Tomorrow, when we get back. I still need to think about the new employees. Huzi thought for a moment, then chuckled. They were just getting into the rhythm. The oppressive atmosphere had been in place for the second day of their arrival, and now their journey was just beginning. In the evening, everyone gathered around the fire, and Huze and his comrades were respected by the locals. How did this snake get so big? Huze bit his hand. There are usually no snakes of this size in the desert, and this incident was unexpected, but it would not have caused any harm to them. Otherwise, these days of training would have been like training a dog. We don't know. I heard that the snake used to feed on local animals, but as it grew older, it stopped being satisfied with that and started attacking us. After it succeeded once, it became even more aggressive. He was just curious. What happened here was none of their business. They were just tourists. When their time was up, they could go back. The day was short, and happy times always passed quickly. When Huze led everyone away, everyone reluctantly bid him farewell. Benefactor, will you be able to come to us again in the future? The man they met at the oasis looked at Dujian with pity and asked. Dujian was silent for a long time and then looked at Huze. He couldn't control it. They were practically not from the same world. Whether they could survive after returning was a question. Huze walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder, looked at the man and said with a smile, "We will return when the opportunity arises, but we don't know when. It's very difficult to move around here." He added a light joke at the end, leaving Dujian feeling helpless. With that, the people who saw him off left, and Huze waved goodbye to everyone. When they returned to the shelter, Xiao Yue was the first to appear. "This journey will be quite long, Master," Xiao Yue said, blinking and grinning. Huze shrugged, saying that he had encountered some difficulties while waiting, which delayed him. "You go and cook something to eat, and we will take a shower and rest." Huze stretched as he said this. After returning from there, his whole body ached and his head was spinning. After all, it was a desert and he had to walk under the scorching sun. It must be said that this is a real test of willpower. After taking a shower and eating, they fell asleep on the bed. Huze woke up in a daze and found that 12 hours had already passed. He opened his eyes wide and suddenly woke up, looking at the time in disbelief. How could he have slept for so long? "Master, wake up!" Xiaohua's voice came from nearby. He turned around and saw Xiaohua lying on the edge of the bed. He sat up, immediately rolled over and got out of bed, which woke Xiaohua up. She looked at Huze with a little joy. This joy made Huze very sad, and he nodded sullenly. They were all awake, and I was the only one sleeping for so long? Well, Master is a real lazy person. Xiaohua nodded meaningfully at Huze, and Huze couldn't help but laugh for a moment. The beauty that blossomed at that moment stunned Huze, and he finally came to his senses and pursed his lips. You look better when you smile. If you keep a serious expression all day, they think you are emotionless. Xiaohua only smiles with Master. Xiaohua's face was serious, and seeing her like this, Huzi felt tenderness in his heart. He got out of bed, adjusted his clothes, and went to the mirror to tidy himself up. It's been a long time since we've had any new guests. Let's go find another group and go ourselves." He greeted Xiao Yue and the others outside. Huza was wearing the same well-tailored suit he had worn when he met Mu Guilong and the others, perfectly highlighting his slender figure. "Boss, I will go with you." Du Jian suddenly stepped forward, gently stroking Mary beside him. "Boss, since Mary did this, I will never leave you alone." Hu Zi raised an eyebrow. He did not follow him for this reason. He felt that Hu Zi would ask Mary to find new recruits later, and was worried that she would be left alone. "Okay." He nodded, letting him go. Having this battle maniac around will save Xiaohua from having to fight him. Apocalypse. Still in the zombie-infested area, Hu Zi arrived looking for survivors. As the apocalypse dragged on, many chose to become undead, and the living melted away. Perhaps the creature had this in mind when it gave Hu Zi shelter, telling him to let others in and help them grow stronger. If they succeeded, he would gain certain benefits. If not, the shelter will be returned even if the rent is not paid. A soft thud echoed from the rubble. Hu Zi accidentally heard it as he passed by and looked down in surprise. There were still people alive? He winked at Du Jian, who immediately understood and pushed the debris aside. After looking more closely, they found 3 people. They looked to be in their 20s, the youngest about the same age as Hu Zi. All were alive. Du Jian pulled them out of the crevice. Hu Zi walked up to them, squatted down, and smoothed down their tangled hair, revealing their still childish faces. Even after being rescued, there was no life in their eyes. Taking some water and food from their pockets and handing them over, the men immediately began to eat, chomping. They looked up at Hu Zi, and their eyes gradually began to shine. One of the young men, having recovered a little, thanked Hu Zi. The other 2 remained silent. They knew how precious this water and food were in the apocalypse, and their willingness to give was more than just gratitude. "Want to join me in the shelter? I'll provide you with 3 meals a day, as well as various games and excursions. You will have a close-knit family in the apocalypse," Hu Zi said with a smile, looking at the oldest man in the center. He was still a little surprised by these people. Anyway, these young people managed to survive the apocalypse. They must have some skills. As for who they were, we'll have to wait and see. We don't count on anything else. We're just happy to be alive," the youngest said quietly, wiping his lips. The others were silent, expressing silent agreement. Hu Zi looked at them with a smile. "So, are you ready to join my shelter? What are the benefits? Once you join, you will realize what a wise choice you have made." Du Jian stood silently by, watching the 3 of them. Although they were younger than him, they were not as beautiful, and he was not afraid that they would try to steal Mary from him once they got there. A smile touched his lips. He had always considered his appearance a little effeminate, but now he was even grateful for it. He was grateful too that she had brought him to Mary. "We have no choice anymore. Sooner or later, we will die here. What are the conditions for joining the shelter? Sell me your souls, and I will give you a safe home in the apocalypse." Hu Zi smiled brightly at them. All 3 nodded without hesitation, unanimously agreeing. Everyone understood that if they did not join the shelter, they would not survive this apocalypse for long. So the bet seemed profitable. If they won, everything would be fine. Losing is just life, no big deal. He exhaled slowly as he thought about it. Everyone was young and a little impulsive. The 2 men in front of them made them feel different, and they were willing to bet their lives on them. Unexpectedly, this time everything had gone so smoothly. Hu Zi smiled and nodded. As he led them to the entrance of the shelter, he met a few more people, slightly older than the young ones, but with disdain on their faces. "I can't believe you're still alive. What a pity. You're alive and well. Why should we die before you? We will live better than you and watch you go away." At this time, the people on the opposite side also noticed Hu Zi and his group and sneered, "A boy, a handsome man, and a woman in a maid costume. What a bunch." The man seemed to be the leader of the group, with an arrogant look. He raised his head slightly and looked at them, arrogantly lifting his nose. "Boss, this woman is quite beautiful. Why don't you grab her? We brothers haven't had intercourse in a long time in this apocalypse." The man stepped forward from behind, bending his wrists with a crunch. He looked at Xiaohua with a lustful smile, his eyes fixed on her bare legs, and he swallowed his saliva every now and then. This made Xiaohua's face turn cold. She looked at him coldly and was about to do something when Hu Ze stopped her. "You make me very angry," Hu Ze said quietly. He held the handle of the knife that was lying on Xiaohua's body with one hand and looked at them expressionlessly. Even the gentle smile that had appeared on his face when they met had disappeared. The men on the other side, hearing this, instead of calming down, became even more angry. "Who the hell are you, kid? You dare come here and threaten us? With your pretty face, I could easily swat you." Bang! He had barely finished speaking when he was thrown back and fell onto the rubble. Dust flew into the air. When he stood up, there was a spot of blood on his forehead. He touched his head, looked at the bright red spot on his hand, and became furious. But before he could move, Hu Ze was already in front of him. He sheathed his knife, grabbed his neck, and slammed his head into a piece of debris. Blood gushed down his forehead. His eyes gradually turned red. He tried to stand up, but Hu Ze pressed him down onto the rock again. Seeing this, the others retreated, not daring to move forward. The man that Hu Ze grabbed was the same one who had teased Xiaohua earlier. "Ah, even if you look at my woman for a moment, I think your eyes will be ruined. Since you dare to slander me, go to hell." Hu Ze has completely turned into a fiend. He grabbed the other man by the head and smashed it against the rock. Blood gushed out, staining the gravel bright red. At that moment, he was no longer alive. His arms hung lifelessly at his sides, his eyes widened, and it seemed as if he was about to die with his eyes open. Having done all this, he stood up and clapped his hands. His body was still spotlessly clean, without a single drop of blood. Du Jian, who was standing to the side, watched this scene and curled the corner of his mouth. He thought that everyone might have misunderstood something. In combat, in terms of brutality, he was certainly not as good as Hu Ze now. Of course, these masters always act with restraint. Du Jian muttered something, and as soon as Xiaohua, who was standing next to him, looked back, he suddenly fell silent and shook his head, not daring to say a word. What a joke. He spoke softly, but he was still discovered. "You really killed him." The chief's face was gloomy, and he stared at Hu Ze as if he wanted to burn a hole in him. Hu Ze looked at him impassively, with a mocking smile. "Why can't I kill him? Do you want revenge? Come on, I'm always at your service." He clasped his finger, and Du Jian walked towards Hu Ze. As the men approached, they both quickly pushed them to the ground, and once they fell, they never rose again. Xiaohua stood motionless, her eyes shining, and she looked tenderly at the demonic Hu Ze. The three young men next to Xiaohua retreated a few steps, frightened by the fury of the two saviors. Their faces turned pale. Xiaohua noticed their movements and looked at them calmly. If you do your job well, the owner is actually a very kind person. The three of them just sneered disdainfully and remained silent. Who could have known? Convinced them that the man who killed them with his demonic cruelty was truly good. No sane person would have believed it so easily. In the end, the reality before them was harsh and piercing. Hu Ze only stopped when all the men had left. He looked at the bodies scattered on the ground and snorted coldly. The dragon has reverse scales. It becomes enraged if touched. Xiaohua had always been by his side, and he subconsciously considered her his woman. How could he not be furious when these people dared to think such things about Xiaohua? Boss. The smell of blood attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, who were already heading towards them. You could even see the shadows of zombies running towards them. Hu Ze waved his hand and headed towards the entrance of the shelter. Fortunately, they did not encounter any more blind people along the way. After leading them into the shelter, Zhao Yue appeared and went through a simple registration procedure. What they saw inside the shelter stunned everyone. 3. They couldn't even imagine that such a place could exist in the conditions of the apocalypse. After registration, follow me on a mission. Your task is to obtain a piece of energy ore. Xiaohua, Du Jian and I will accompany you throughout the process. Huze said with a smile as he led the three of them into the ghost zone. After talking about the undead, he pointed to the southeast. Continue along this path and you will find a prison. Take the energy ore from the prison. Once you receive it, your mission will be accomplished. We will take care of your safety. Xiaohua then handed something to Huzi and Du Jian. This time, Huzi came out of curiosity. These people were not particularly strong. Their physiques were comparable to those of Mu Ya and the other two girls, but their willpower was colossal. However, willpower alone was not enough to survive the apocalypse. Huzi watched with interest as they took out their things. The man seemed to be fiddling with something along the way. It was already night when they saw the first ghost, and it was just a small ghost that posed no threat to the three of them. Go take a look, and if anything happens, come here. I'll wait for you here, the man said to the others. They looked at each other but found no ghosts. It's okay, let's get started. The man nodded, buried what he was working on, and spread it out in several places. After all this, the three entered the prison. A man about the same age as Huzi turned around as he entered. Don't go in yet? What the elder brother just did doesn't distinguish between friends and foes. It's very dangerous. This guy is quite interesting. Huzi slightly narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man who came to warn them, and a smile gradually spread across his lips. It seemed that he was not as evil as he thought. The others heard the voice, but did not stop him. They really thought of Huzi as one of their own. Teacher, I think they are quite strange. It must be the power of technology. I have seen something like this before, in a mysterious national unit. Du Jian suddenly spoke, and a hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. For a long time he believed that such a thing was unattainable for a human being, that it was a dream that he buried deep in his heart, afraid to even think about it. In the end, it was too incredible. But now, reality made him believe. I couldn't believe it then. I never thought it was real. Du Jian pursed his lips and fell silent. His eyes flickered slightly, and he finally sighed helplessly. It's good that you encountered this. I've never even heard of such a thing. She smiled wryly, showing that she knew nothing. Huzi was only a teenager. In his previous life, he knew at most some common knowledge. As for these confidential situations, he knew nothing. Faced with the topic of discussion, Xiaohua stood behind Huzi, not saying a word, her eyelids slightly closed. She obeyed Huzi's words, and she didn't need to think too much about other things. In her opinion, even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire in front of her, Huzi's words were in order. Why say it now? Whether they could pass the test and obtain the energy, or was an open question. Huzi sighed and scratched his head, showing that he was also at a loss. While they were talking, Huzi suddenly heard a loud explosion. The young man on the roof of the prison threw a stone. Looking down, he saw a group of ghosts surrounding the prison. A rock fell to the ground, as if activating some device. A series of explosions shattered the ghosts' chests, and the ghosts behind them froze. They all sent an alarm signal to the prison in front of them. Those who stood behind, ready to rush forward, stopped and froze at the prison, not daring to approach. The young man on the roof of the prison remained vigilant, staring intently at the ghosts below, not daring to relax. This was a life or death situation, a test for them, and they absolutely could not afford to make any mistakes. Huzi had said before that if they could extract the energy ore, it would save their lives. But if they couldn't, it would be different. Z. The ghosts wandered outside for a long time without success. Then one of the little ghosts let out a cry, and the others joined in. For a moment, the chorus of cries filled them with frantic excitement. Soon, Huzi smelled a familiar scent, and his heart fluttered. His expression suddenly changed, and his heart sank. This place was originally a ghost realm. What he was so worried about had finally happened. This was not a good thing. On the way here, he was afraid of encountering a powerful being like the Ghost King. Now his fears were justified, and his face twisted. This was especially true for Du Jian, who stood next to him. He had lived among the undead like the Ghost King for some time. He was probably more familiar with the Ghost King than anyone else. Boss, What should we do now? Dujian turned to Hu Ze, frowning. He slowly sighed and asked in a deep voice. Facing this situation, Hu Ze remained silent. Although the Ghost King's appearance did not pose any threat to him, the newcomers would have to accept a favor from him. It was a debt of gratitude. He had to be repaid. This favor was not given easily. Let's wait and see. After a long pause, Hu Ze finally sighed quietly. Xiaohua, who stood next to him, remained silent, expressing her unconditional support. After Hu Ze's words, everyone stood at the prison wall, watching the three newcomers advance through it. The noise outside continued. The senior had already mined the energy ore. As he walked out, he felt a surge of pride when he saw the power of his item. Two of them were holding ore, and the younger one was walking behind. When they approached Hu Ze and the other two, the energy ore they were holding turned out to be an emerald, much smaller than what they had gotten from the hospital. However, judging from the 3-month rent paid last time, this emerald should be enough for a month and a half. Boss, do you think we passed the assessment? Hu Ze remembered that the elder one was called Wang Xin. The younger one was called Zhang Yuan. The other one had a brain injury and didn't know his name. Everyone called him Hai Si, given his dark skin and, like everyone else, fairly strong build. Hu Ze nodded, looked at them with a smile, laughed a few times, but said nothing. You have passed. Congratulations on becoming one of us. Welcome to the Doomsday Vault. Hu Ze remained silent, but Du Jian, who stood next to him, smiled and said with genuine joy, these people will become his comrades in the future, fighting alongside him. With their current abilities, Hu Ze will most likely accept them into the group. Besides, Hu Ze hadn't told him before that he wanted the three of them to do different jobs or anything like that. It required a good relationship. After all, what they had just created was incredibly powerful, and Du Jian was eager to learn more about it. Regardless of their relationship, this relationship couldn't be strained. Thank you. No need. We are all family now. Such politeness would be awkward. Zhang Yuan and Wang Xin exchanged glances, nodded, pursed their lips, and remained silent. Haizi just scratched his head and shrugged. He was not good at communicating, so he usually left it to Wang Xin. While they were talking, a red crystal. Hu Ze's face slid into a wry smile. His worries were always the quickest to come true. He sighed. How are you, Elder Ghost King? He was unknowingly a few years older than him, so calling him elder was quite appropriate. As Hu Ze spoke, he looked up at the Ghost King, his forced smile more terrifying than tears. The red crystal trembled slightly, and everyone noticed a silhouette gradually appearing around it. Pink and blue will-o'-the-wisps flickered in its eye sockets, making it difficult to interpret. No one else spoke, and Hu Ze silently looked at the Ghost King. The will-o'-the-wisps looked at them, then focused on Hu Ze. After a long moment, the Ghost King materialized completely, slowly floating towards Hu Ze. You really can do something. Many of my ghosts are wounded. Hundreds are dead. His voice was emotionless, soft, but heartless. After all, the Ghost King had faced hundreds of his own dead, but he acted so indifferently. If these ghosts had any ulterior motives, they would surely turn cold. I will be careful from now on. This is my new recruit. He knows nothing. We will stay away from this place. However, since the Ghost King had no intention of attacking them, they preferred to remain indifferent, avoiding active action as much as possible. After all, when faced with such a formidable opponent as the Ghost King, victory was always uncertain. And then Zhang Yuan, Wang Xin, and the other three appeared. Although their creations were impressive, their own strength was still too weak. In battle, they were nothing but a burden. Even on their own, they couldn't compare to the Ghost King, let alone the other three burdens. Well, that's a trifle, really. We're after power. As for these disputes, the intelligent undead won't bother. They prefer more mysterious ways to achieve power. Since the Ghost King said so, what else could they say? Hu Ze sighed and nodded, remaining silent for a long time. Seeing her in this state, the Ghost King smiled, shook his head slightly, and turned to leave. He was honest. Without giving himself away, he had already shown that he did not want to interfere. He was very close, and after hearing the call for help, he came to see what was going on. That was all. Huze and the other two glanced at each other and left silently. The undead world was truly beyond their understanding. When everyone reached the shelter, Huze turned around and looked at the three with a wide smile. Welcome to the shelter. This is the contract for selling your soul. Your consent is required. With these words, Huze handed each of the three a contract for selling their souls. The three of them did not hesitate for a second. Only in the face of death would they know the value of life. At the same time, they knew in their hearts that if they wanted to possess something, they would always have to pay the corresponding price. If this empty sale of their souls could give them peace at the end of time, then it would definitely be worth it. Seeing their straightforwardness, the smile on Huze's face grew brighter. He nodded, very satisfied. After handing the contract to Xiao Yue, who came over, Du Jian headed to the training ground first. He was not shy about wasting time on boring things. I'll take you to the shower and change, and then I'll arrange everything else. Huze led them into the underground villa, patiently explaining the conditions of the shelter. Their eyes lit up as they understood. As you can see, I can offer you such a life in my shelter, but those who are chosen to carry out the tasks will have to go in search of the energy minerals that you obtained in the prison today. Huze finished his explanation and walked out of villa. Wang Xin's eyes sparkled, Heizi chuckled, and Zhang Yuan's mouth opened wide, almost to the size of an egg. The others felt the same way here. They would get used to it in time. Huze just smiled and said nothing. He led them into the villa, leaned on the sofa, and waited for them to take a shower. He then prepared their clothes. When they left the room, Huze was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Considering their ages, none of the three were ugly, but Heizi looked much better after his shower. His face didn't quite match his name now. After laughing a bit, Huze led them to the dining hall for lunch. It was already noon, and Xiao Yue had already prepared the food. Mary and the others had also arrived after finishing their training. Everyone was drenched in sweat, their backs burning with every breath. They smiled at the three newcomers, washed their faces, and sat down to eat. Soon, I will take you to the underground arena inside the shelter. You can practice fighting there. Just remember the rules. As long as you don't kill anyone, everything else won't be a problem. Huze's words made everyone look at each other in surprise. They wisely decided to remain silent, concentrating on their food. They didn't want to talk about anything right now. Wang Zihao, in particular, was well aware that his combat experience was limited. If a fight broke out, he wouldn't be able to defeat anyone. As for the three newcomers, Huze probably wouldn't let them into the arena right away. Boss, what are we going to do? Huze told them that there were many different positions here and everyone had their own things to do, so they naturally wouldn't be so lazy. Wang Xin looked at Huze and asked, smiling. Huze invited him to sit down first. All three of you are smart. These bombs of yours? Boss, I'll set up a lab for you later so you can research these things and help everyone fight. In the meantime, you'll train with them at the training ground. They will work half a day, and the three of you will work full-time. As expected, it was better for them to eat in silence. Sometimes it is better not to know than to know. Why ask such a question? Wang Xin could already feel the indignant gazes of the other two. He shrugged, feeling a pang of humility. He was curious. Besides, knowing would allow him to prepare in advance, which was not bad. After eating, the pitiful glances they cast at them made all three of them chuckle, especially Zhang Yuan. No matter. Let's take it step by step. That was the only way they could console themselves. When everyone left, leaving only the three of them, Xiao Yue went to pick up the bowls. Then Xiaohua took them to the training ground and made a training plan for the day. Of course, it was only for the afternoon, but it was enough for them. After finishing everything, Huze arrived at the mysterious place alone, pushing a small cart with all the energy ore he had mined. As soon as he entered, as usual, a mysterious voice rang out. "You are here. What can you exchange it for?" Huzi looked at the emptiness in front of him. Although he saw nothing, only blackness. "This can be exchanged for 6 months' rent. Do you want to exchange for JC Chan?" After a moment's hesitation, Huzi shook his head. JC Chan still had some time left, so he didn't think it was necessary to rent it all out. "I want to exchange it for an underground arena, an underground laboratory, and herbs like the ones I got last time." "You can only exchange it for one of the underground arena and underground laboratory. I can give you some more herbs, but these energy ores are not enough to exchange for everything." The voice was as ethereal as before, as if it had emerged from nothingness. Hearing this mysterious voice, Huzi suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he raised his gaze and looked at the emptiness in front of him, with a slight glint in his eyes. "Then exchange this for the underground arena, and the rest for herbs." The laboratory could be put aside for now, but the dual arena was absolutely necessary. After all, everyone was too weak to fight back against some powerful undead right now. Physical training alone was not enough to meet the current demand for energy ores. Creating a dual arena to increase combat experience was a top priority. Moreover, fighting inevitably led to injuries, and herbs were vital. Otherwise, recuperation would take up most of the time, and the rent would soon be due. "As you wish," a mysterious voice rang out. By the time Huze left, there was already a pile of herbs on the cart. It seemed that there was no need to worry about injuries. They could go to the arena without worry for at least a month. This time, the underground arena appeared in the eastern part of the shelter. Huzi initially thought that it was abandoned. He had been there before, and it was overgrown with weeds, reminiscent of the outskirts of a city. He was surprised to learn that an underground arena had appeared there. After he got out, he and Xiaohua entered the underground arena together, finding that it was somewhat reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. A huge arena surrounded by stands, perhaps 10,000. Huzi's face froze slightly at the sight. Considering that the entire shelter held so many people, it was a bit large, but it didn't matter. Eventually, the shelter would finally fill up. Huze was looking forward to this day. The construction might take a long time, but it didn't matter. He had plenty of time. Until his bio-body regains its soul, it will remain basically the same. "Master, aren't you going to let them come with you?" Xiaohua asked in confusion. Huzi paused, then shook his head. "Let's forget about their appearance. Let's practice better." After a pause, Huze suddenly had a thought. He looked at the arena in front of him and grinned, his white teeth blowing a cool breeze across his face. "Actually, I think Dujian's words are very reasonable. We need to strengthen our strength now. If we have time to worry about small things, we can focus on cultivating." Xiaohua raised an eyebrow and remained silent. After inspecting the area, they left. The arena had just been refurbished and was still spotlessly clean, requiring no cleaning. As Huze left, he asked Xiaohua to follow him to the training ground to begin training. After finishing training, Huze led everyone to the underground arena and immediately began the match. "Boss, don't we need to prepare for this?" The fat man saw his opponent, Du Jian, and his face stretched out. He shook off the fat, smiled crookedly, turned his head, and looked towards Huze and the others who were shouting. But Huze only looked at him indifferently, without saying anything. The fat man sighed helplessly, his face wrinkled like a bitter melon. "Du Jian, you see, we are all comrades who fought together, right?" Hearing this, Du Jian raised an eyebrow and shook his head slightly. They had not spent much time together, but each of them knew the others well. This way, they had a better chance of surviving in the undead world. The fat man had already said this, so how could Du Jian not understand what he was trying to say? He shook his head without hesitation, flatly refusing. There was no chance. "If I let you go, it won't bring you any benefit in the future. On the contrary, a few beatings can even improve your abilities." He didn't give the fat man time to think. He lunged forward, grabbed his arm, and threw him back. The fat man stumbled and fell to the ground. Du Jian lay on top of him, softly whispering in his ear, "Fatty, are you really that weak?" The sound of breathing on Wang Zihao's neck felt a little strange to him, especially Du Jian's face, which looked like a woman's, made Wang Zihao feel sick and almost vomit. In addition, the position between them was quite ambiguous. One was below, the other was above. This situation makes you think. There was silence between them for a while. Suddenly, Du Jian felt someone's gaze on him from behind, which made the hair on his head stand on end. He also realized that something was wrong. He quickly stood up and looked at the fat man who was slowly getting up from the ground. "Fat man, why didn't you tell me? Can you blame me? Did you even give me time to explain?" Wang Zihao looked at him with disappointment. Du Jian had been taking the initiative all this time. Before he could even begin, he was already pinned to the ground. When he was about to speak, Du Jian had already begun. A gentle gust of air made him pause for a long time before he realized that Du Jian had already left. In that sense, it seemed like Wang Zihao had been on the defensive all this time. Du Jian had moved too quickly. Du Jian looked at him, his eyelids twitching slightly. He was silent for a long time. Then he smiled wryly, shrugged, and nodded. "Okay, I won't say anything." This little farce was over, and they both dropped their previous indifferent attitude. Although the fat man was still crushed during the fight, he was no longer as passive as before. Their fight caused heated comments and reproaches. "Fatty, if you can't beat them, just run. Where did your old running energy go?" Mu Guilong's words reached Fatty's ears, but he didn't hear them. This was the underground arena that Huze had reclaimed. It had this additional function, although it only applied to a few places. "Master Fatty seems to be no match for them," Xiaohua said quietly, looking at the two men on the stage. Huze shook his head. How could he not know the strength of these people? If they dared to do such a thing, they must have their own plans. The human body has unlimited potential, and it only reveals it at critical moments. So, although this approach is dangerous, it is the fastest way to increase your strength. After all, there are no shortcuts to becoming a strong person. Rapid growth always comes at a price. Don't rush. Who was the strongest from the start? Hu Zi leaned back, crossed his legs, and looked at the two men in front of him with a half smile. He had enough herbs in his hands, so he didn't have to worry about injuries, but the pain and despair were real. The confrontation between the two had escalated into a real fire. The fat man was indeed very fast, worthy of someone who could survive a fight with zombies. His brain and physical fitness were at their best, and after this period of professional training, his body became even stronger. "Why are you running so fast?" "I won't kill you." Du Jian stood impatiently behind him. For a long time, the fat man dodged, barely landing a single blow. Those that did hit were only weak, useless. However, the fat man's speed remained the same. He was breathing heavily. His eyes were red. He saw the fat man stop not far from him, grinned, and suddenly pounced on him like a hungry tiger. The fat man ran in fear, looking back at Du Jian from time to time, noticing how his chest rose and fell like bellows. The fat man's heart began to pound, but he did not stop, continuing to run at the same speed without saying a word. "Ah!" Du Jian suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice. The fat man looked back and saw Du Jian lying unconscious, with large beads of sweat running down his forehead. At this time, Xiaohua came down from the stands and touched Du Jian's wrist. Mary, who also came down, sighed in relief when she heard that he was okay. She helped Du Jian up and held him against her thighs, carefully pouring water into his mouth. "Mary, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would turn out like this." "It's okay," Mary said quietly. It was obvious that her heart was with Du Jian now. If Du Jian is okay, she will be fine. This situation made everyone jump slightly. They looked at each other. Huze walked over slowly, gave Du Jian a small pill, and asked Mary to help him come back. Du Jian is very capable, but impulsive and impatient. If he can correct this shortcoming, his future achievements will undoubtedly be great. After a pause, Hu Zi glanced meaningfully at the smug fatty and continued. It is important to note that if Dujian can correct this, then it will definitely be Fatty who will have a hard time. What he was losing to now was not Fatty, but his own heart. Hu Zi sighed as he said this. This situation was inevitable. Dujian was arrogant and had always been very practical. Now that Mary was here, he naturally wanted to show off his best side. His impatience to win, his inability to calm down and analyze the situation led to this. Otherwise, how could he lose to Fatty? Master, but I won. Fatty scratched his head and looked at Hu Zi with pity. The expression on his face made everyone laugh and cry, especially Hu Zi, who reluctantly handed him something. It was a syringe. More precisely, a syringe with a blue liquid. This is your reward, but don't use it now. I'll tell you later what it does. This could save your life at a critical moment. As soon as Hu Zi finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. After all, who wouldn't want something that could save their life? This was especially true for Wang Xin, Zhang Yuan, and Heizi. They relied on their mental strength and were physically weak. If they had the blue potion that Hu Zi gave them, they wouldn't have to worry so much in the future. Master, if we fight them, we have no chance of winning. As they spoke, their expressions were not very welcoming. Each of them had a bitter face, like a bitter melon. Hu Zi smiled at them. You don't need to fight, you just need to train in the training ground. You don't need to do anything else. This movement, pointing towards the training ground, made the three people's faces tense up. They looked at each other and sneered. What an international joke. They had trained for only one day when they arrived here, but they were already suffering from back pain and leg cramps. Even medication had only helped to alleviate them. Now, they could barely stand up. They want to train again? Boss, if we continue like this, we will probably die suddenly on the field. As they talked, they still looked at Hu Zi with pity, like that fat man. These looks made Hu Zi suddenly want to beat them to death. He took a slow, deep breath. Forget it. You're just asking for trouble. You need to improve your physical fitness first, and then talk about other things. Wang Xin. Physical fitness. 2 plus wisdom, 4 plus willpower 3 plus talent 4. The other two, who had slightly better physical fitness, were similar in all other respects. Hu Zi's training for them was also purposeful. When the three of them were about to leave, Hu Zi suddenly stopped them and asked them to wait. He turned to Xiaohua, who was narrating, and Xiao Yue, who had just come over. Check their levels. Yes, Master. Xiao Yue checked their levels and handed them over to Hu Zi. The report Xiao Yue provided clearly showed that Du Jian's level had risen the fastest by about 2 points for each stat. The others, however, had not made such significant progress, each level increasing by 1 on average. After all, this was quite normal. Not everyone could be as obsessed with themselves and others as Du Jian. Slowly exhaling, Du Jian waved his hand. He glanced at Du Jian, finding him still unconscious, and ordered Mary to take him away. The others also let him go. Wang Xin and the other two remained standing, each looking as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. This made Hu Zi slightly raise his eyebrows and looked at them with a half smile. If you say you don't want to train, forget it. I don't have any work for you right now. Besides, your laboratory doesn't have the starting capital, namely the energy ore you're looking for. With that, Hu Zi told Xiao Yue to take them to the training ground. Wang Xin, however, stepped forward and shook his head at Hu Zi. That's not what we're talking about. We want to tell you something about the survivors. Hu Zi looked at them in surprise, without asking questions, silently waiting for further words. Wang Xin pursed his lips, paused, and decided to speak out. Although it was not widely known, quite a few people knew about it. In the apocalypse, there is a gathering place where all the survivors gather to fight zombies and other undead. Carlo paused, looked at Hu Zi's questioning expression, and laughed. However, there is still a shortage of basic necessities, and the person in charge is not very friendly. I would like to ask the boss to go there and see if we can transport them. If possible, we can increase the number of people in the shelter and those who can go out to search for energy ore. As he spoke, the three of them looked at Huze longingly. After all, they all knew the conditions and the boss of the shelter. Doobie was much better there. Although they were no longer there as fellow survivors, they still felt a connection. They hoped for a better life for each other. This feeling made Huze's eyes tremble slightly. He nodded and asked Wang Xin to leave with him and Xiaohua while the others continued their training. As Wang Xin walked out of the shelter, he looked incredibly excited, his eyes sparkling. Huzo and Xiaohua followed him, heading towards the gathering place of the survivors. The distance was quite large, and Huze roughly estimated that this area was somewhere between the low-level and second-level zombies. Although they had encountered second-level zombies, low-level ones rarely appeared there, making it a suitable place. How many gathering places do you know? About how many people are there? Huze suddenly asked when they were about to arrive. This worried him. If there were many, he would accept them. After all, the shelter's resources were limited, and it couldn't accommodate that many people yet. However, if there were fewer, he might consider accepting everyone into his shelter. After all, what Wang Xin and the others were saying was true. If he had kept all these people in his hideout, he could have selected some of them, and after a period of training, they would surely have become skilled warriors, which would have made it much easier to find energy minerals. I know one, but there must be others. We will have to search for them slowly. They are usually very hidden and difficult to find. As for the number of people, there should be several hundred at each gathering place. Initially, there were more than 300 people here, but with the recent new leader, their number has gradually decreased. Now there should only be a few dozen left. As he spoke, his eyes flashed crimson, which made Huze think. He thought that the new leader must have a bad character, otherwise this would not have happened. If so, then it seemed that the operation would not be as simple as he imagined. I see. How old is this boss? What does he do? Are you all afraid of him? Huzo asked gloomily, causing Wang Xin to sigh. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have left. After all, we've lived there for so long. Those who stayed are either his tribesmen or were forced to stay. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the gathering place. It was a simple house, similar to a residential complex. The rest was destroyed, only a large iron gate outside that must have been installed recently. Is this the gathering place you spoke of? It doesn't look abandoned. Huze glanced at the scene in front of him, looking around grimly. The place looked deserted. Only one or two people would occasionally appear, but they seemed to be very afraid of Huze and his group. There really weren't many people here. They should be training outside now. They all do this at the appointed time, supposedly to increase their chances of survival. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the plan Huze had devised for him. After carrying it out, he felt as if he had been pulled out of the water while soaking wet. Although their plans were similar, Huze had nutritious food, and they did not need to worry about these problems. Here, one could practically burn one's own energy to become stronger. Although they were powerful, the lack of nutrition was a certain danger. And then there were these zombies who were watching intently. It was very interesting. I would very much like to meet that person you spoke of. Just as Huze finished speaking, a strange sound came from behind the three of them, causing him to frown. Turning around, they saw about a dozen people approaching, each with varying degrees of injury. Huze, perhaps due to his body's biochemistry, sensed a strange aura around them that touched his heart. This aura was somewhat similar to the deadly presence of zombies. As Huze was looking at them, the other party, who was still watching him, noticed that Wang Xin had come with two strangers. Their clothes did not resemble the clothes of this post-apocalyptic world. If it were not for the destruction surrounding them, they would doubt that they were still in a post-apocalyptic world. "Who are you?" asked one of the strong men. His face was covered with stubble. His eyes were sparkling. He kept his eyes on Huze as he asked. His inexorable intuition told him that the group in front of him was led by Huze. Meeting the big man's gaze, Huze fearlessly looked straight into his eyes, and the corners of his lips slowly curled into a smile, causing the big man to suddenly feel afraid. He shook his head. Even when facing a second-level zombie, He had never felt this kind of fear, but now that he was facing Huze, he felt it. "Who are you?" Wang Xin asked again, his previous confusion replaced by caution. He stepped forward and looked at the big man. "My boss, I'm here to talk to you about something." The man's expression changed at these words, and he looked coldly at Wang Xin. "What right do you have to interfere in our conversation? Do you think you're nobody?" "Ha ha, bam!" Borm. He had barely finished speaking when Huze, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, pounced on him and kicked him in the stomach with lightning speed. The blow distorted his face and he stepped back. Huze rushed forward, grabbed his arm and threw him over his shoulder. Then he kicked the ground, returning to Xiaohua and Wang Xin, looking at them coldly. "He is my employee now. It is not for you to tell him what to do. Do you understand?" This is the first time Huze has shown his domineering side. He was usually quite kind, but this reminded Wang Xin of that crazy Du Jiang. They were almost identical. "You're okay." The strong man stood up. Seeing how he was being treated, everyone else looked pleased. There was no trace of sadness about the boss's beating, but rather a thirst for revenge. Huzi slightly narrowed his eyes as he looked at the struggling man, and a smile slowly spread across his lips as he approached. He continued to look at him without fear. "I was always fine. I don't need your confirmation. Now I want all of you. What's your problem?" Hu Ze's tone was even. He thought that there was no need for politeness with such people. They were soft-hearted and unyielding. The more polite they were, the more courageously they were encouraged. "Why? You can beat me, so you can come to an agreement with me." The man grinned. He thought of him as just a boy, and the beating he had just received was simply a manifestation of his carelessness. His hand rose high, intending to hit Huze in the face, but Huze slowly raised his own. Although it was slow, he grabbed his wrist just as the big man's hand dropped. The big man's face darkened, and he slowly exhaled. With a roar, he tried to break free from Huze's grip, but found that no matter how hard he tried, Huze's grip was like a pincer. No matter how he resisted, it was useless. This situation caused his face to suddenly change. He slowly exhaled and looked at Huze. "Who the hell are you?" His voice was a little hoarse, and Huze chuckled. He still didn't answer. But then, Wang Xin came up, patted the big guy on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, "You don't deserve to know yet. After death, if you really have a soul, you might know." Wang Xin smiled mysteriously, which caused a smile to appear on his face, but he remained silent. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with keeping the other person a secret. Go to hell. Huze grabbed his arm with such force that the man's face turned red. His eyes bulged and he stared at him. If looks could kill, Huze would have been dead countless times already. Crack. A sharp sound rang out, and with it, the big guy died. He lay silently on the ground, his eyes wide open, death in them. He couldn't understand why, after all his training, he couldn't even defeat a simple boy. And now he was practically defeated by this boy he despised. He had no ability to resist. "Boss, we..." Before Wang Xin could finish speaking, Huzi had already reached the survivors. He saw their excited faces, their hesitation, and exhaled. He smiled at them, a smile so gentle and radiant that, combined with his youthful features, it easily evoked a special feeling of closeness. "Would you like to join my shelter? 3 meals a day and various excursions are provided. This is not a zombie city, but an exotic island where you can experience the peace and quiet of the pre-apocalyptic era." This simple sentence caused astonishment to appear on people's faces. They looked at Wang Xin. After all, Wang Xin was now with Huze, and they did not look like people from the apocalypse at all, especially when Wang Xin nodded in response to their skeptical looks. "We want to." Since Wang Xin had already nodded, they agreed without further ado. Wang Xin had been with them for so long. When they first met, he was only 14 or 15 years old. They trusted him completely. Seeing how smoothly his recruitment efforts had gone, Huze broke into a smile. He put his hand behind his back and gave Wang Xin a thumbs up. "Then please follow me. Are you alone here?" Hu Ze asked doubtfully. After all, this was the gathering place. If there were so few people here, it would be impossible. Hearing his words, the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "Don't you know? After sending us out, he asked us to find him a beautiful stone, saying that it was needed for our training. But we are no match for him. We found it, but at a high price. Now there are few of us left." The hatred in his eyes was unyielding as he spoke. "Are you looking for a stone? What stone?" "Red, very beautiful. I'll take you to see it." The man, one of the elders, whom everyone liked to call Old Wang, sent the others to find a place to rest while he led Hu Zi and the others to the red stone storage. When they arrived, Hu Zi, Xiaohua, and Wang Xin had strange expressions on their faces. The energy ore they were looking for was now in front of them. "Master, we..." Before Xiaohua could finish speaking, Hu Zi extended his hand and waved it away. Xiaohua helplessly swallowed her words. After all, these people now hated and feared the search for energy ore. Hu Zi wanted to take them into his shelter, and this had to be made clear to them. Although the shelter was short of people, they did not accept just anyone. It was absolutely impossible to just take someone who could be used and act like a boss. The energy ore would prove that these people were capable of joining the shelter, saving a lot of trouble. After Hu Zi left, he gathered the others. "I have something to explain to you. I will fulfill all the promises I made when I invited you to join my shelter. I also ask you to search for this energy ore. However, we will not send you to an unprotected area. Any task you are given is within your power." Hu Zi looked at them calmly. He didn't care if they refused to join the shelter. After all, everything had a price. If these people were only looking for unconditional pleasure, the shelter didn't need them. Nothing came easy, and even if it did, you certainly wouldn't be one of the lucky ones. Just remember, if you still want to join me, I can certainly do so. But if you don't want to, I won't force you, so just follow your own desires. Hu Zi smiled at them with his bright smile. He wouldn't lure anyone into the orphanage by deception. If no one came in, it would be a waste of time. At least they knew there was a meeting place, so it wasn't all for nothing. He was surprised that none of these people said they wanted to leave, and that made him slightly admire it. We have no choice. After all, the chances of survival are too low. Perhaps following you is the way out. After a pause, Old Wang continued. It's not that we don't have any ideas. We want you to create a real family for us. Then, even if we have to live like this every day, we will be happy. The others nodded, not arguing with Old Wang. Old Wang looked at Hu Zi, not hiding his intentions. In the apocalypse, everything came down to profit. They would do anything to survive. They were tired of this kind of life. All they wanted was a stable life, a place they could protect with all their might. Looking thoughtfully at the man named Old Wang, Hu Zi thought for a moment before nodding. This request was reasonable and simple for him. His hideout was like a big family, and everyone worked hard for him. It was a place they protected together. It's okay. You deserve it. Hu Zi waved his hand. We treat the soldiers who search for energy ore very well, and so do everyone else. We regularly update various magazines and other reading material, organize excursions, provide gaming consoles for recreation, as well as training grounds and arenas. After explaining the situation, the group already agreed. What a joke. Faced with such temptation, they would be fools not to agree. When everyone agreed, Hu Zi rubbed his nose and told them to follow him to the shelter. But by then, they realized that it was already dark outside. Old Wang's face was gloomy, and the full moon above his head seemed even darker than the bottom of the pot. "Master, we need to hurry, otherwise powerful zombies will appear," looked at Wang Xin gloomily. He was also terrified. After all, the last time he encountered such zombies was many years ago, and it left a deep impression on him, making him afraid even now. Low-level zombies rarely appear in these places. If we meet them, they are the ones with blue eyes, which are very strong. Let's leave now. If we meet them late at night, it will be difficult for us to escape with our current strength. After saying this, Huze looked up at the sky and told everyone to leave. He was truly worried about their safety. After all, these were his people now, and in the future, they would be brothers fighting side by side. However, by the time they were about to leave, it was too late. When they arrived, they were met by a pack of level 2 zombies with blue eyes. This changed the expressions of Huze and the others. Master, Wang Xin, lead them forward. Xiaohua and I will stay behind. Go away immediately and take them away. This was the first time Huze spoke in such a tone. Wang Xin opened his mouth to say something, but remained silent. He realized that if he and the others stayed, they would become a burden to Huze and the others. So he gave in and gritted his teeth, quickly leading the others away without even looking back. He couldn't explain what was tormenting his heart, and the survivors who followed him also had mixed feelings. They never expected that Huze would decide to stay and cover their retreat, allowing them to escape. They wouldn't have dared to think about it before. Teacher, we are facing them now, and our chances of winning are slim. Xiaohua was silent for a long time. She also didn't understand why Huze asked the others to leave. If the two of them were to face one zombie, it would be fine. But with so many, it would be difficult to defeat them, not just with words. Who said we could defeat them? We just need to distract them, and if that doesn't work, we can just direct them in another direction. Huze rolled his eyes. Having died once, he treasured his life and never did anything to jeopardize it. When asking others to leave, he knew his limits. Xiaohua remained silent as he faced the zombies in front of him, along with Huze. Huze, in particular, seemed more alert. After all, his strength was still a little weaker than Xiaohua. Roar! After the zombies' final roar, they rushed forward. Huze simply dodged their attacks and chose not to attack. All he could do was hold them back. He didn't have to worry about anything else. Xiaohua was weaving through the zombies, and she didn't dare attack. When the two of them were exhausted from the battle, Huze suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Run!" As soon as the words reached them, the two of them rushed towards the low-level zombies' habitat like vines, and the zombies followed them. They both used all their strength. If they relaxed even a little, the zombies behind them would catch up. And when they did, death would await them. They didn't even have time to talk. All their rage went into running, catching their breath. When they were about to reach the entrance of the shelter from another place, the second-level zombies suddenly ran away like mice rushing towards a cat. Hearing the sounds behind them fade away, Huze and Xiaohua exchanged glances. Although the zombies were no longer chasing them, the sense of danger grew stronger. Whoosh! With a terrifying sound, a zombie about 3 meters tall, all green, appeared in front of Huze. It was huge, causing Huze and Xiaohua to freeze in place, staring at it with sullen expressions. Is this the Zombie King? Each zombie level has its own Zombie King, ruling over all the zombies in the area. They are like emperors in the human world. Regardless of the level, the Zombie King radiates a sense of oppression from the depths of his soul whenever he encounters zombies. It is understandable that the second-level zombies would run away in panic. But they were still formidable even if it was only a low-level zombie. It could command other zombies, increase its strength, and recover from injuries by devouring other zombies. It can be said that as long as zombies exist, these undead are invincible. They did not expect that their luck would be so bad when they encountered the Corpse King just before reaching the shelter. Huze slowly sighed, handing the straight knife to Xiaohua, who was standing next to him. He then suddenly kicked the ground with both feet, jumping into the air and landing on the Corpse King's shoulder. He punched him in the green eye, causing him to let out a shrill roar. Xiaohua then pierced the other eye with 2 straight knives. The Corpse King roared, and both of them were sent flying. Huze's body collided with the rubble. To him, the rocks were like sharp swords, painfully scratching his back. He grimaced and wiped the painful spot behind his back with one hand. There was a sticky liquid on his hand, still slightly warm. When he stood up, the rocks below were already covered in blood. Hu Zi's utterly pitiful appearance made Xiaohua scream. He rushed at the zombie king, stabbing his blade into his heart and forehead. He quickly snatched it and tried to stab him in the neck, but the zombie king sensed it and threw her frail body into the air. Damn. Hu Zi's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, seeing Xiaohua being treated like this. To him, Xiaohua was now his woman. The man who saw his woman being beaten before his eyes felt powerless. This feeling made Hu Zi close his eyes in agony, not daring to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's expression became even more distorted. The zombie king was furious at Xiaohua's actions, and the slap he gave was powerful. After all, he was just a low-level zombie, lacking any intelligence and acting solely on instinct. The force in the instinctive act of self-defense was considerable. Damn it! They were now less than 3 kilometers away from the shelter, but Hu Zi could only helplessly watch Xiaohua being tortured and abused. Hu Zi tried to stand up to retaliate, but he couldn't move. Every attempt to move caused pain to shoot through his wounds, causing him to grimace and let out a painful cry. It was truly unbearable. But there was nothing they could do. In front of this corpse lord, they were completely powerless. Master, Xiaohua will always protect you. Even though Xiaohua was covered in wounds, she stubbornly stood on her feet, holding on to a nearby piece of debris, and walked towards Hu Zi. Her usual stern expression when she was around now broke into a smile. It was this radiant smile that seemed to give Hu Zi strength. Despite the pain in his back, he stood up, snatched the 2 straight blades from Xiaohua's hands, and stumbled toward the corpse lord. Xiaohua raised her head with difficulty, watching Hu Zi walk away, shaking her head. Master, you can't leave. Give me back my sword. I can handle it, Master. Xiaohua, I will never give you up. Her breath hitched at the last words, and it was these words that drove Hu Zi crazy. Go to hell. However, the corpse king was no match for his strength. Hu Zi's eyes turned bloodshot. He reached the corpse king, but before the sword in his hand could pierce him, it was deflected by a palm strike. Pfft! He spat blood into the air. The enemy showed no mercy. Sensing danger, the corpse king instinctively resisted. Unlike higher-level warriors who might underestimate their opponents, he would give his all to any enemy. This made lower-level warriors even more formidable than higher-level warriors. Master, stop. You can't stand it! Xiaohua struggled to her feet, clutching her chest and screaming. Even if Hu Zi's body was biochemically reconstructed, it would collapse under such continuous blows. As for whether Hu Zi would survive after this body collapsed, it was unknown. But she could not afford to take the risk, and did not dare to take the risk. If he dared to cause, "You hurt, die," Hu Zi was now exhausted. The only thing that kept him going was faith. Faith in avenging Xiaohua. But he didn't know that the bond between him and Xiaohua was gradually growing stronger, and Xiaohua's strength was also gradually, imperceptibly, albeit very slowly, growing. At some point, Xiaohua suddenly raised her head and screamed, clutching her head, her face contorted in pain. She betrayed Hu Zi, who was struggling to walk towards the corpse king, suddenly shuddered and hurried towards her. In his anxiety, he seemed completely unaware of the wounds and pain on his body. When Hu Zi appeared before Xiaohua, he was surprised that he was able to release such a powerful potential. "What's wrong with you, Xiaohua? What's going on? Don't scare me. You make me worry about you so much." Hu Zi supported Xiaohua as he watched her scream. Xiaohua pushed him away, leaving him at a loss. He scurried around like an ant on a hot frying pan. "Xiaohua, please don't hurt yourself. We haven't reached the top yet, and you haven't become my woman yet. I will never let anything happen to you." At this moment, he felt a strong panic. The relationship between him and Xiaohua was more than just a master and servant. "Didn't you say that I am your master, and you will obey me? I order you not to do anything. Don't leave me!" By the end, his voice was already audible with sobs. Xiaohua's unusual behavior gradually subsided. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she was suffocating. When Hu Zi asked her a question, she remained silent. Seeing their state, the corpse king roared and rushed towards them. Hu Ze, tightly gripping the two blades, watched the Corpse King with utmost vigilance as he ran towards them. Following behind him was Xiaohua. No matter what happened, he couldn't fall. But just as the Corpse King was about to reach them, Xiaohua suddenly patted his shoulder and took the two blades away. The wounds on his body, surprisingly, began to heal quickly and soon disappeared. Xiaohua, what were you doing just now? I was so worried. Seeing this, Hu Zi, although confused, realized that it was not dangerous for Xiaohua and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Xiaohua was not hurt, he did not care about anything else. He only cared about the person in front of him, the one holding the two blades. Xiaohua crossed the blades in front of her and finally spoke. I just felt a special power enter my body, transforming it and increasing my characteristics by a few points. I don't know exactly how much. Now, when I face this guy, even if I can't defeat him and want to escape, it won't be difficult. After Xiaohua finished speaking, she was already carrying Hu Zi on her back. The person behind her did not affect her reaction. With a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye, she approached the zombie king and plunged two straight knives into his eyes and neck. After pulling them out, she ran towards the entrance of the shelter without hesitation. Even if all her stats were improved, she would still be no match for the zombie king. After all, he could devour other zombies to increase his strength and heal his wounds. In this zombie zone, he was practically immortal. How could he be defeated? Master, hold on. We're almost there, Xiaohua said anxiously. Her speed was more than twice as fast as before, and she immediately accelerated. They had already reached the entrance to the shelter. Boom! The sound of the elevator finally calmed them down. As long as they entered, they were safe. But the zombie king was still chasing them. He pounced, grabbed a strand of Xiaohua's hair with one claw, and pulled it out. The next second, he was already standing in the open, howling loudly. The low-level zombies around him were crawling on the ground, trembling slightly. Their king was furious. At the same time, the two had already run into the underground shelter. When they appeared, Xiao Yue was the first to approach them. Seeing the two in such a pitiful state, she immediately covered her red lips and shouted, "Master, Xiaohua, what happened? How did it get so bad?" When Wang Xin and the others returned, they had already told them what they met when they went outside. The second-level zombies that Hu Ze and the others encountered were nothing to them. They all knew that if they couldn't defeat them, they could run away. If they wanted to escape, it would definitely not be difficult. After waiting for so long, they finally gathered the people and found these two. Before Hu Ze and the others could answer, the others had already come running. Lao Wang and the others had already showered, changed into clean clothes, and eaten. Everyone was rested, as if they were completely different people. "Boss, what did you pour out?" "On the way back, I met the Corpse King, the lowest level. Zhao Hua had a breakthrough. Otherwise you wouldn't have noticed me," Hu Ze said with a wry smile. He tried to dismount, but felt a burning pain in his back. He grinned, baring his teeth, but gave in. Xiao Yue looked at Xiaohua in surprise when she heard that Xiaohua had made a breakthrough. After confirming this, she looked at him with envy. Xiaohua's breakthrough requires both of you to face life-threatening situations at the same time, and for your hearts to be in your hearts. Only then will your connection gradually become stronger, leading to a breakthrough. Hu Zi felt the scenery in front of him blur. Everything was foggy, like a layer of white smoke, and then gradually darkened, and consciousness faded. Boss, master. Everyone was stunned by the sudden occurrence, and then breathed a sigh of relief when they found that he had simply lost consciousness. I'm glad nothing happened. Hu Zi was no longer just their boss. He was their soul. If anything went wrong, they would be left without a leader. Du Jian helped him back to the room. After laying Hu Zi on the bed, he couldn't help but smile, stretched lazily, and covered him with a blanket. Xiaohua and Xiao Yue soon joined him. Du Jin left, casting a meaningful glance at the unconscious Hu Zi. He was a true idol. These two fierce women were completely devoted to him. When else would he be able to do this? Shortly after he left, Xiaohua took out some grass from her pocket and carefully gave it to him, only sighing in relief when he ate it all. These newcomers are already here. Has everyone settled in yet? Xiaohua looked at Xiao Yue, who was standing next to her. As a member of their group, he wasn't as cold as the others. Xiao Yue was in charge of accommodating and registering new arrivals, as well as other matters in the shelter. Her job was simply to ensure her master's safety. Xiao Yue pursed her lips and shook her head. I was afraid that something would happen. They just signed up and I was worried about you. I don't have the guts to organize them. I have been training with everyone since I arrived. She glanced at the still unconscious Huzi, and the burden of worry that had been weighing on her mind finally eased. Now that you're all okay, I am glad. Xiao Yue smiled at them. After leaving, she began helping the new arrivals, taking a deep breath as she learned of their situation. Outside, in the middle of the apocalypse, people were gathering at what was called the gathering place, a place where survivors gathered. Finding a few more people would save them from having to run for so long. Lao Wang and the others were transferred to a new group, leaving behind 2 women with weaker physical fitness. They helped Xiao Yue with cooking, clean clothes, and cleaning. They were working in the shelter, not searching for easy ore. Lao Wang, however, seemed hesitant to speak. Xiao Yue sent the others away, leaving Lao Wang alone in the underground villa. Do you have something to tell me? I know of another gathering place. There are many people there, but they may not be very friendly. They have no leader, only strength. A sense of fear inevitably flashed through old Wang's eyes as he mentioned this place again. Even after so long, the mention of this place made his heart skip a beat. How do you know? Isn't this a gathering place known only to a few? Can you answer my question? Xiao Yue would have doubted him if she hadn't sensed his malicious intent. Hearing this question, old man Wang smiled wryly and sighed helplessly, his gaze filled with melancholy and resignation. He would have preferred to never mention this matter again, but since the current boss asks, then I was at that gathering place. I couldn't take it anymore and ran away. There's not a drop of humanity there. If you have the strength, you can get everything. Compared to that place, this place forced him to do dangerous things. Gradually, he realized that all places were alike, and he had to adapt, not avoid them. I understand. Sorry for reminding you of those unpleasant memories. Xiao Yue's gentle smile made Lao Wang slowly shake his head, say something, and leave. It hurts. Hu Ze woke up and felt that his head hurt so much that he couldn't help but groan, clutching his forehead. Xiao Hua was next to him. Seeing him in such a state, she hurriedly asked with concern. Hu Ze shook his head slightly, as if everything was fine. How long had I been unconscious? This was his main concern. The shelter couldn't do without him. The rent was still in question, and the energy ore they had brought from the settlement would have been enough for 3 months' rent. Master, you've been unconscious for 3 days. It is now noon on the 3rd day, she said, holding the medicine cup and handing it to Hu Ze. Xiao Hua's actions made Hu Ze blush, and his ears turned suspiciously red. No, I can handle it myself. Hu Ze coughed awkwardly a few times, chuckled, took the cup from Xiao Hua's hands, drank it all in one gulp, and his face immediately lengthened. This taste really... Why is this medicine so bitter? Good medicine tastes bitter, master. Just bear with it. Xiao Hua smiled and pursed her lips. She was always by Hu Ze's side until it got dark. When it got dark, Xiao Yu also came to him. Seeing Hu Ze jumping, her face lit up with joy. Master, are you awake? Without waiting for Hu Ze to answer, Xiao Yue walked up to him and asked mysteriously, Lao Wang wants to tell you something. He also knows of another gathering place, but the people there are not very friendly. Sir, should we go or not? Hearing the news of another gathering place, Hu Ze's eyes lit up green, and he quickly nodded. Go. We simply must do this. The shelter is currently short of people. I noticed that most of the people at the gathering place were well-trained warriors, and they were very important to me. He took a deep breath, got out of bed, and got dressed. He grinned and looked ahead. Let Lao Wang find me. I will rest for 3 days, and then go with him to the gathering place. But first, I need to sort out the rent issue. Every time he mentioned rent, Huze would get a headache. He closed his eyes and slowly rubbed his swollen temples. The shelter was still in its infancy, and there were so many things that needed to be done, not to mention rent. All of this required energy ore. If it weren't for the red energy ore at the gathering place, they wouldn't have had such a long break. After all, the rent payment period was about to expire. After saying that, Xiao Yue went to find Lao Wan, and Xiao Hua went with him to the energy ore exchange place. They stood at the entrance while Huzi rolled the cart in and soon appeared. Let's go back. I haven't fully recovered yet. If I go to the training ground, I might not be able to withstand the rocking. We'll have to go to another gathering place soon. Who knows what awaits us? With these words, Huze rubbed his head, experiencing a headache, raised it, and slowly exhaled. Xiaohua, naturally, did not refute Huze's words. She nodded and took Huze away. After spending about 3 days in the shelter, Huze was almost healed. The situation in the shelter did not allow him to rest anymore. After calling Lao Wan, they went to another shelter together. Huzi took only Xiaohua and Lao Wan with him and told Lao Wan to come back as soon as he found a place. After all, no one knew what was going on outside the shelter, and danger could arise at any moment. When the three of them came out of the shelter, Lao Wang looked at the place where they were and pointed to the side. Go straight here. Run as fast as you can. It will take about an hour. You will see the stadium. The meeting place, I know, is right there. Fear flashed in his eyes. After so many years, every time he thought about it, this thought still tormented him. Just go straight ahead and you'll get there, right? Yes, boss. But even running at full speed will take an hour, and walking will take even longer. At this moment, old Wang glanced cautiously at Huze. Seeing that his expression had hardly changed, he sighed with relief. In fact, he was nervous when he mentioned such a distance. But when Huzi seemed to ignore it and simply nodded and told him to go back, he had mixed feelings. If it was his former boss, he would want him to carry him on his back. Perhaps that was the point. Difference. You'd better go back first. It's dangerous there. If anything happens to you, I'll suffer a great loss. Huzi shrugged. The entrance to the shelter was very close, and only after seeing them enter could Huzi calmly leave. It was a simple act on his part, but it completely restored Lao Wang's sense of self-worth. It could be said that in this post-apocalyptic world, humanity had completely disappeared. Huze was a surprise to him. On the way back, Lao Wang's eyes were constantly filled with tears. Huze and Xiaohua had been walking under the scorching sun for 2 hours, and sweat was pouring down Huze's forehead. Master, should we take a break? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, seeing how exhausted he was. Xiaohua was feeling relatively well. He had just improved and upgraded in every way. However, although Huze's body had been biochemically rebuilt, it was still like an ordinary person's. He was sweating and feeling tired. But Huze stubbornly shook his head at Xiaohua's words. No, I was just sweating a little. It's already hot in the apocalypse. After Huze's words, Xiaohua could only nod helplessly. After all, Huze was the master, and Xiaohua was just a servant. Subconsciously, he instinctively obeyed Huze's words. Okay, master, if you are tired, tell Xiaohua that I have leveled up and improved my physical fitness. Don't say that. I am not broken yet. I don't need your help. Huze shook his head and smiled helplessly. He had to admit that Xiaohua's enthusiasm had been a bit overdone for a while. After all, even though Xiaohua was Huze's maid, they had been together for less than a year, and they had spent most of that time searching for survivors and energy minerals. The only time their bond grew stronger was not long ago, when the Corpse King gave them the opportunity. Although Xiaohua was a little disappointed by Huze's abrupt refusal, she remained silent. After all, she knew that there was no point in forcing things. They needed to proceed gradually. She understood the principle. Impatient people cannot get hot tofu. After 6 hours of walking, they finally reached the destination. Huzi slowly sighed, looked at Xiaohua, and gestured for her to be quiet. Who knows what might happen here? So far, They could only take it step by step. It was such a mess. Huzi looked around. It was already chaotic. Moreover, he realized that it was a breeding ground for crime. There were no laws, and as long as there was strength, they could do whatever they wanted. Teacher, the people here were so heartless. Do we really want to recruit them into our hideout? Xiaohua said this with a little worry in her eyes. If such people were to enter their hideout, it would be incredibly difficult to deal with them. In the end, they all had their own pride, and they didn't give in to anyone. Let's take our time and see what they are like. We can't just generalize. They are all bad people. If there is no other way out, we will have to leave. He took a deep breath and left honestly. He sincerely didn't want to do this, but there was no other way out. If the people here really did as they planned and recruited them into the shelter, it would be a disaster. Hearing Huzi say this, Xiaohua nodded slightly, froze, pursed her lips, and looked at him as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Right after they discussed this, a deafening roar echoed through the hall. It was the sound of the stadium, accompanied by waves of curses and cheers. They entered and saw a young man beaten half to death. His blood was all over the ground, but his gaze was very stubborn. Every time he was knocked down, he would rise with difficulty and look coldly at the other. He stubbornly pursed his lips, and although he did not say a word, the other was outraged by his action. "What good is this, little parasite? If you continue to stare, I'll poke your eyes out." He looked coldly at the young man. The man who had hit him was middle-aged, with a very broad and imposing figure. He must have had a good meal and taken food and nutrients from others. Coupled with his seemingly innate arrogance and self-centeredness, Hu Ze and Xiaohua frowned slightly, extremely dissatisfied with his behavior. There was still a bit of humanity left in their hearts. Naturally, they sympathized with this scene. After all, the difference between them was too great. Moreover, all who witnessed this entertainment were given over to their own passions, using the suffering of others as a source of joy. Humanity. Such is human nature at the end of time. What right have you, fearless and dauntless, to speak to me in this way? I am stronger than you. You wouldn't dare bully me, and even then you would be so servile. The young man sneered, his disdain for their actions obvious. His sharp gaze made Huzi's body freeze. He had a feeling that if the big man didn't destroy the young man today, he would find a potential threat. He quietly built up his strength, waiting for the right moment to strike the killing blow. "How dare you talk to me like that? Do you think I can kill you right now?" The middle-aged man's words silenced the young man. After all, this was the apocalypse, not a society ruled by law. Power alone could provide everything one desired, and human life was worth nothing at such a time. But he couldn't die. He had a family at home. That was good. Go and crawl under my groin, and I promise to let you go without touching a hair on your head. The young man's silence was deeply pleasing to the middle-aged man, who grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. His words made the young man's face suddenly tense. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the middle-aged man who had just insulted him. The seed of hatred was already growing in his heart, but he had no choice. Those around him also encouraged him. "Lie down under me. Little one, if you are not afraid of death, then you don't need to. It's been a while since we've seen anyone die by his hand. Kid, if you have the guts, just stop. Lie down on the ground and wait for death. Ha ha ha. Hurry up." Voices of all kinds were heard, but most took it as a performance, as entertainment, calling on him to give them and the others even more thrills. Huze stood among them, calmly observing what was happening. In this apocalypse, humanity has almost disappeared. Perhaps only in his shelter could he find such a peaceful place in the apocalypse. He himself did not know how to describe the rest of the world. "Master, maybe we should rise and help him." Xiaohua could be called a robot, but even she could not bear the scene unfolding. Her fists clenched tightly at her sides. She had been with Huze for almost a year, spending time in the shelter and searching for survivors. She had never encountered this dark side of human nature. Suddenly seeing her, she was shocked. In response to her question, Hu Zi shook his head slightly, brushing off her idea. Let everything change. Maybe everything will change. And the ability to bend and stretch is what makes a real man. The combination of strength and flexibility is what makes a real strong man. He spoke, his eyes shining as he looked at the struggling young man in front of him. He took a deep breath and muttered something under his breath. It wasn't that he didn't want to get involved, but this kind of thing happened every day. Even if he managed it now, would he be able to manage it so many times? Some people deserve help, but others, frankly, do not. Xiaohua remained silent, pursing her lips, watching the situation develop. Although she still found the situation unbearable, she reluctantly accepted it over time. Boy, I'll only give you one chance. Which one will you choose? The middle-aged man looked at the young man impatiently. He was about to strike, but the man stood up, his eyes bloodshot. Oh, are you still trying to force me? I tell you, your body won't be able to withstand even one blow from me. He waved his hand as he said this. The middle-aged man's gesture caused the young man's heart to tremble, causing him to lower his eyes slightly. He paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Good. Xiaohua and Hu Zi were stunned by these words. They didn't expect this guy to be like this, but Hu Zi immediately smiled. People like this are easy to adapt to and can withstand temporary humiliation. Regardless of their talent and strength, they will eventually become an influential figure. Having such a person in the group is an absolute benefit without any disadvantages. I can handle it, said the young man, and as if exhausted, he dropped to his knees and slowly crawled towards the group. At that moment, a burst of laughter was heard around, but he seemed not to pay attention to it. He quickly finished what he was about to do, stood up, and hurried away without paying attention to his wounds. Seeing that he was about to disappear from sight, Hu Zi's pupils shrank. He quickly waved his hand and winked at Xiaohua. The two of them disappeared silently. The crowd, still in the midst of jubilation and celebration, didn't even notice their departure. Bai Mo ran to a deserted place, leaned against the wall, gasping for air. Hatred flashed in his eyes, and he punched the wall next to him. Damn it. Power. This was the fate of his powerlessness. All that awaited him was grief and constant humiliation from those who were stronger than him. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, looking at his pale, powerless hand. For the first time, he felt how weak he was, so weak that no one could match him. Ah, he roared, spilling all the sadness in his heart, and fell powerlessly to the ground. At the same time, Hu Zi and the other man approached him, silently waiting for him to express his dissatisfaction. Hu Zi walked over with a smile and clapped his hands. I really admire you. If you are here to laugh at me, forget it. If you have any more questions, please leave first. I don't want to see anyone right now. Bai Mo stood up and walked forward weakly. The pain in his body made his face pale and terrible, but he was still stubborn and refused to admit defeat. Even if he had to stagger against the wall, he still insisted on his own. I just want to drag you into my shelter. I guarantee that it will be much safer than here, and that it will include 3 meals a day and various excursions so that you can feel at peace until the end of the world. After a pause, Hu Zi looked meaningfully at the man in front of him, who was still stubbornly leaving. And this can make you stronger. These 2 words echoed in his heart like a drumbeat, stirring his feelings. He froze, his entire body tensed, and slowly turned around, staring at Hu Zi, who was barely smiling. After the bullying he had just endured, his thirst for power had reached an insane level. Okay, I'm ready to join your shrine, Bai Mo said, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes flashing. As long as he became stronger, everything else was unimportant to him. Not yet. Hu Zi's face lit up with a smile at Bai Mo's offer, but he immediately refused. Are you kidding? A look of displeasure flashed across Bai Mo's face, but despite this, he remained calm and restrained himself, avoiding any sudden movements. You need to pass the test like everyone else and find the energy ore. Once you do that, you will join us, Hu Zi explained. Xiaohua stood by the side, watching them expressionlessly. Okay. Bai Mo agreed without hesitation, then turned and left. The more Huze watched Bai Mo, the more he liked it. After exchanging glances with Xiaohua, he hid and followed him, intending to continue observing. The vast wasteland was now deserted. Only the occasional piece of plastic was visible, hinting at the presence of a human. Bai Mo carefully hid his presence, searching for energy ore. He couldn't be careless if he wanted to survive. Facing a high-level zombie, or even a pack of them, was no joke. As he moved, a faint, rancid smell suddenly entered his nostrils. Frightened, Bai Mo quickly moved. An instinctive reaction that didn't take much time to think about saved his life. Just as he dodged to the left, a sharp claw descended on him. A second-level zombie. Seeing the force of the claws hitting the ground, Bai Mo's expression changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but scream in his heart. What luck! Not finding energy ore was one thing, but he even encountered a level 2 zombie. You know, he can't handle this head-on. Smelling the scent of fresh blood and flesh, the zombie's eyes glowed green with excitement, and a rumbling, incomprehensible roar erupted from its rotting throat as it attacked with increasing fury. Although Bai Mo dodged the initial attack, the zombie did not react at all, turning around and falling down again. Bai Mo's eyes narrowed, his frail body desperately dodging the zombie's attacks. The zombie's throat let out a hoarse roar, its sharp claws missing Bai Mo by just a few millimeters several times. Too weak. In between attempts, Bai Mo fell to the ground, covered in mud, barely dodging the attack. Too weak, he clenched his fists tightly and punched with all his might. However, in this deadly situation, he couldn't afford to dwell on it. After venting his anger, he rolled on the ground and hid behind a nearby boulder. Although the strength of a level 2 zombie was not enough to break the boulder, he did not expect it to be of much use. He just wanted to delay the moment. Hiding behind a rock, he could still sense the approach of the second-level zombie. The smell of rotting flesh grew stronger as it approached. Bai Mo casually grabbed the dirty plastic bag. Thank goodness that mankind had invented this non-biodegradable material. It lasted much longer than food. Bai Mo then pulled out the small knife he carried with him and, without thinking, slashed his wrist. He placed a dirty bag under the wound, and blood gushed out, collecting in the bag. The smell of blood made the zombie even more angry, and his heavy breathing became audible. Bai Mo even thought he could smell the zombie's saliva, only the stench of decay. Bai Mo took the opportunity and threw the blood-filled bag in the opposite direction with all his might. The bag fell to the ground with a dull thud, and blood gushed out, seeping into the ground. The second-level zombie, sensing the scent of blood was thick, and he was clearly puzzled, his forward movement slowing down. He stopped right in front of the massive rock, as if he was about to turn around and head for the blood bag. At this moment, Bai Mo, who was suffering from excessive blood loss, turned pale. But it was at this moment that he was waiting for the perfect opportunity. Like a ghost, he suddenly appeared. The small razor blade that had never been seen before the apocalypse was now a powerful weapon in his hand, coldly glittering in the sun. As his figure passed in front of the second-level zombie, the blade that had absorbed all of his power pierced the back of the zombie's head, piercing the rotting flesh. The second-level zombie had lost its head and was already dead. He turned around in pain and swung his last claw. Bai Mo watched the green glowing claw fly towards him, but he leaned back as if he had lost all his strength. Watching the claw fly right above him, Bai Mo sighed in relief and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Following the sound of Bai Mo landing, another sound was heard. It was a level 2 zombie. It lost its ability to move and fell next to Bai Mo, staring at Bai Mo. Bai Mo didn't know where he got his strength from again. He stood up in disgust and pushed the dead zombie aside. Congratulations on getting into the shelter. Seeing this, Huze and Xiaohua finally stopped hiding and stood before Bai Mo, extending their hands to him and inviting him to join the orphanage. Although Bai Mo was not strong, he was a man who knew how to use his wisdom. Huzo admired his adaptability and determination the most. Bai Mo's gaze did not change, as if Huze's presence here was a given. He calmly extended his hand and shook it. Upon arriving at Hu Ze's hideout, Bai Mo visibly trembled, but did not show it. He calmly followed Hu Ze inside, and Xiao Yue noticed him. Bai Mo acted obediently throughout the entire process, without any unnecessary reactions. Not bad. Hu Ze glanced at Bai Mo, feeling that he was perfect for his hideout, and was very satisfied with him. Then, from the shadows, he signaled to Xiao Yue with his eyes. Xiao Yue took him to the underground villa to take a shower and change clothes. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. After changing his clothes, Bai Mo looked much more cheerful. Xiao Yue then led Bai Mo to the battle arena in the underground shelter. "Is this my opponent?" The man who was already standing in the arena asked disdainfully after seeing Bai Mo approaching. It was Du Jian. Judging from the height of both of them, it was no wonder Du Jian was so dismissive. Given Bai Mo's frail frame, Du Jian could probably hold off two of his kind. "Underestimate me, and you will lose," Bai Mo said coldly. The feeling of disdain was so ingrained in him that this slight emotion had no effect on him. "Well done. Try it," Du Jian grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Despite his eagerness to fight, his expression made it clear that he did not take Bai Mo seriously. Bai Mo nimbly stepped into the arena, and the two men faced each other. "Heh heh heh," Du Jian chuckled, shook his head, and charged forward like a bull. As Du Jian approached, Bai Mo deftly dodged to the side, powerfully pushing Du Jian. Du Jian had already rushed forward, but after Bai Mo's push, he was thrown back and almost fell face down. He stumbled, taking a few steps before finally collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to brace his hands in time, avoiding direct contact with the ground. Having suffered a slight setback, Du Jian began to exercise caution. They began to exchange blows, Du Jian's strength surpassing Bai Mo's agility. They fought each other, each with his own strength, each with his own. Gradually, Du Jian's rage grew. His attacks became more and more violent, each one faster and more powerful. However, in the midst of the battle, Bai Mo suddenly stopped. Du Jian froze, not knowing what to do. But the attack had already begun, and from it was impossible to fight back. Bai Mo did not try to dodge, helplessly watching as Du Jian's elbow struck him. The elbow was aimed at Bai Mo's throat, but just as the strike was about to be launched, Bai Mo finally moved, but did not dodge. He jumped back suddenly. He jumped about a meter, and the blow meant for his throat landed on his stomach. Just as Du Jian felt the excruciating pain in his stomach, Bai Mo's hoarse voice reached him. "It's over. It's over." Du Jian touched his neck and found that it was covered in blood. The sight of death chilled him to the bone, and terror filled him. Cough, cough, Bai Mo fell to the ground. The powerful blow dealt him a severe wound, and he couldn't help but cough. After coughing twice, Bai Mo finally recovered and slowly said, "Don't worry, the cut wasn't deep. It won't harm your life." Du Jian awkwardly retreated. It was logical that since Bai Mo had shown such mercy, he should have come over and expressed his gratitude. However, the bloody streak on his throat was too frightening. He couldn't wait to go back and inspect himself, so he hurried away. Hu Ze looked at Bai Mo and couldn't help but sigh. "This time, I really found a treasure." With such quick reactions, such determination, and such ruthlessness, even towards himself, he will become a king if he survives. "Am I ready?" Bai Mo suddenly asked, perhaps thinking about his failure to find the energy ore. Hu Ze walked out and looked at Bai Mo. Their eyes met. Their gaze was serious. Then he said, "Join the shelter, and we will be brothers. I have a younger sister. She is at the same gathering place we were at. Can I take her away?" Bai Mo's eyes lit up. He realized that this shelter was much better than the previous one, and his younger sister's presence here was a real blessing. Why not? Du Jian chuckled, then extended his hand and helped Bai Mo up. "Let's go get your sister." Du Jian, with Xiao Hua behind him, rode with Bai Mo back to the gathering place. However, still quite a distance away, Bai Mo suddenly stopped, his bloodshot eyes staring into the distance. There was a tall wooden pole with a girl in rags hanging from it. Hu Zi suddenly felt a bad premonition. Seeing Bai Mo's bloodshot eyes, as if they were demonic, he vaguely confirmed his own thoughts. "Sister!" Bai Mo roared heartbreakingly and rushed towards the pillar like a cannonball. Hu Zi's eyes also flashed with coldness. These people were completely devoid of humanity. No, or rather, they are no longer worthy of being called humans. Several men gathered under the pillar, discussing Bai Mo's sister hanging on the pillar, clearly enjoying the moment. Among them was the leader of the gathering. Kil, Hu Zi and Xiao Hua also rushed forward. Although they couldn't sympathize with Bai Mo's feelings, they were willing to endure this hatred. Like wolves among sheep, the two of them swept across the entire place. The bright blood and big heads seemed to bid farewell to Bai Mo's sister. This place had indeed become a Shura field. Everyone had fallen prostrate, leaving only the last leader. As Xiao Hua put a sharp knife to the leader's neck, a cold and piercing voice rang out, "Leave him to me." Hu Zi and Xiao Hua turned around and saw that his eyes were unusually cold. Bai Mun originally wanted to join the orphanage to become stronger and protect his family. After being despised, he always wanted to become stronger to protect those around him. But he didn't expect things to turn out this way. He knew that although Hu Zi and Xiao Hua could help him solve all the problems, he would have to deal with the hatred that was boiling in his hands alone. Otherwise, his sister's problem would become an obstacle that he would never be able to overcome. Sooner or later, I will become stronger and take his life. When Bai Mo said this, a blood-red light flashed in his eyes, causing everyone to feel a chill. An enemy in plain sight is not scary. The scary one is the one who hides in the dark and can kill you at any time and place. Although Bai Mo's strength was not impressive, his inner resilience was impressive. Add to that the hatred of his sister. Okay, remember, I will teach you how to become stronger, but whether you follow my instructions is up to you. After giving the pale leader a meaningful look, Hu Zi and Xiao Hua left together. Before leaving, Xiao Hua kicked the man in the stomach. Back at the hideout, Hu Zi assigned him 3 days of training and formally introduced him to the others. Take care of him. We might even become teammates in the future. Bai Mo extended his hand to Mu Guilong, smiling widely. He didn't need to show his sister's affairs. Some things had to be carried alone. His priority now was not to dwell on his grief, but to channel his grief and anger into motivation, allowing his guilt to fuel his own growth. Only in this way could he avenge his sister. Well, train hard. I look forward to working together. Mu Guilong just smiled and fell silent. They had just come out of the arena and were a little tired. Hu Zi took him to the training ground. 3 days of training should also give him time to let off steam. Mu Guilong and the others were sent to the apocalypse, the place where ghosts lived. Wang Xin, Zhang Yuan, and the other two could no longer put off their lab work. Even someone with Hazy's physique would have a hard time keeping up with the physical training. Also, they had been talking about problems in the lab lately. The wind was picking up plastic waste, the debris was scattering on the ground, and the roar of zombies could be heard everywhere. Even from this distance, they could still hear them. The ghost zone was less dangerous, especially during the day, making it perhaps the safest place in the apocalypse. But at night, everyone avoided her. "Boss, have you come to see the Ghost King?" "Yeah, he thinks one of the few rulers of the apocalypse might know the location of some energy minerals. He asks if he has any information. If so, great. If not, we'll have to look for it ourselves." He shook his head slightly as he said this. He didn't want to rely on the Ghost King. After all, it was a favor, and it had to be repaid. "It's getting dark," Mary muttered, looking up at the sky. Meanwhile, as they were walking, 3 wandering spirits appeared in front of them, hurriedly running towards the outer perimeter of the ghost realm. They were lower-level spirits who instinctively sensed danger and ran away. "Master, we—" "No need." Hu Zi raised his hand and waved, signaling Mary, "Stay where he was." He then looked warily at the 3 wandering spirits. Du Jian and Xiao Hua stood behind him. and the others lined up behind him. The three wandering spirits were not panicking because a ghost was about to appear. They were definitely being pursued by the undead. Everyone, be careful. If you see anything, leave immediately, he said in a serious tone. They had pulled out almost the entire shelter crew, and since everything was still in its infancy, they were in desperate need of manpower. They simply couldn't afford to lose any more. Yes, boss. Everyone's faces became serious upon hearing his words. At that moment, a snow-white beast appeared behind the three wandering spirits. It was not so much a beast as a skeleton, its body covered in white bones, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Huzi's pupils slightly narrowed at the sight of this creature, and he cursed inwardly. At that moment, he wanted to curse. Run, the soul-devouring beast. It devours the souls of both humans and the undead. The absorbed soul is digested and transformed into the most fundamental energy in the universe, condemning it to eternal rebirth. If a person's soul is consumed, she loses even the ability to become an undead. She can also devour the souls of all kinds of undead, especially ghosts and spirits who fear her the most, practically her blood enemies. One word, soul devourer, is enough to describe her power. What the hell? How could it be so scary? The fat man desperately waved his thick legs, looking around from time to time, and then shuddered with fear. I must say, the snow-white skeleton of the creature was truly terrifying. Moreover, it was the first time they saw such a creature since the apocalypse. I will tell you about this creature when we return to the shelter. Now, let's escape from his clutches first. Otherwise, we will all be buried here. Huzi's face twisted as he urged everyone to run. The three wandering spirits behind them ran at the same speed. Humans and undead ran together, and they did not dare to engage in battle, fearing that the creature behind them would take advantage and kill them all. Roar! A deafening roar rang out, and the monster behind them quickened its pace, catching up with them in just a few steps. With one leap, he jumped out in front of them, blocking their path. Seeing that people were blocking their path, the three wandering spirits immediately turned around and ran. Huzi looked up. The moon had risen and the sky was gradually darkening. However, he couldn't count on the Ghost King appearing this time. After all, their relationship was just a partnership. As for why the Ghost King was trying so hard to curry favor with him, he still didn't understand. Everyone, prepare for battle. Running was impossible. There was only one way out: stay and fight to the death. This way, they had a chance to survive. Otherwise, only death awaited them. Xiaohua already held 2 straight blades in her hands. Huze, like the others, held a steel pipe in his hand, coldly glaring at the white soul eater blocking their path. Protect yourself in this fight and do not make mistakes, Huze warned as the fight began. He retreated a few steps, then stamped his foot and soared into the air. He reached the soul eater's head, raised the steel pipe high, and slammed it onto his head. At this moment, the soul eater suddenly raised his head, watching Huze retreat. He slashed at him with his claw, sending him flying backwards and sending out a stream of bright red blood. Seeing him injured, everyone became worried, especially Xiaohua. Her 2 straight blades, meant to strike at the soul eater's head, froze, and the soul eater took the opportunity to strike her in the stomach. Pfft! The 2 strongest men in the shelter were already wounded. Such devastating damage was inflicted already in the first battle, leaving them in terror and despair. What are you afraid of? What is there to fear? At best, in 18 years, I will become brave again. Everyone, attack. If we fight, there is still a chance to survive. The mad determination that emanated from Du Jian moved everyone, igniting the dying fire in their eyes. What is there to be afraid of? In this apocalypse, death is inevitable sooner or later. If they had met Huze, they would not be alive today. Every day was a victory. Fatty, use flanking tactics. Mary, you and Du Jian attack from the side. Boss, can you still fight? No problem. These wounds are not enough to disable us from fighting. Huze, holding on to a nearby piece of debris, stood up, spat on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked coldly at the snow-white Soul Eater standing before them. Xiaohua was seriously injured, but she was not fragile. She stood up, placing her blade on the ground. "It's okay." Her voice was always so cold unless she was looking at Huze. Everyone was used to it. "Okay, you two follow me and attack from the front. If it doesn't work this time, we'll split up and escape. Meet me later at the entrance of the shelter." "Okay, as you say. Forward." Huze ran forward a few steps, raising the steel pipe again. He jumped out and slammed it hard into his opponent's head. At the same time, two of Xiaohua's blades pierced his eye. When the Soul Eater raised its head and screamed, Mu Guilong's mace pierced its mouth. However, even after these attacks, it remained unharmed, and all the wounds it had received quickly recovered. Fatty, Du Jian, and Mary were also thrown back, and the rest of them managed to dodge when they were thrown back. They scattered in different directions, but Xiaohua did not lag behind Huze. Roar! Although he had no injuries, Soul Eater was furious at their actions. Even the buzzing of flies around him was unbearable. A pair of will-o'-the-wisps flickered in his empty eyes as he stared in the direction where Huzi and Xiaohua had gone. Finally, with a deafening roar, he planted his front paws on the ground and soared into the air, landing a few meters behind Xiaohua and Huze. His enormous body and incredible weight made the ground shake. Xiaohua and Huze looked up at Soul Eater, exchanged glances, nodded, and ran away. However, after running 1,000 meters, they both turned around and met. Soul Eater was still following Xiaohua. "Master, it seems like he is following us because of me," Xiaohua whispered from behind Huze. She had just pierced his eyes with two sharp knives. The eyes are the weak point of every living being. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Huze's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling slowly came over him, and he turned sharply towards Xiaohua. "No matter what happens, stay where I can see you. If you leave me alone to lure out that Soul Eater, I will never forgive you." This was his greatest fear. The warmth warmed Xiaohua's cold heart. Hearing this, Xiaohua discarded the thought that had just arisen in her heart and nodded slightly. They had been together for less than a year, but their bond had already become stronger, becoming true comrades who had experienced life and death together. Moreover, due to certain circumstances, although Xiaohua was technically Hu's maid, she could also be considered his girlfriend. "Master, Xiaohua will always be where I can see you. I will never leave, Master." These words, however, calmed Huze down a little. They ran for a while before they hit a dead end. They were now in the area where the Ghost King often went. But it was not yet midnight, and meeting the Ghost King was not an easy matter. In addition, Huzi could not pin all his hopes on one thing: the Master. Xiaohua pursed her lips silently, a light flashing in her eyes. Her expression startled Huze, and he grabbed her delicate hand, taking away the straight knife. He raised his head, staring into her eyes. When their gazes met, Huze sighed. "No matter what happens, we are one. We will meet face to face. Since there is no way out this time, let's fight. I will be with you." With that, he held Xiaohua close to him, holding the straight blade to his face, and watched from afar as the Soul Eater rushed towards them. The beast retreated, but there was no trace of fear in Huze's eyes. Xiaohua followed after it. After all, they were born together, and this time, they were destined to die together. Roar! The Soul Eater approached. Huzi rushed forward and pierced the beast with a straight blade through one of its eyes. The beast roared and he kicked the bone next to him, knocking him back a few steps. Then, crouching low, Xiaohua jumped up from behind and stepped on his shoulder. Huzi sent it flying over the beast's head, piercing the skull with a straight blade. Bang! Feeling the searing pain from the blow to the top of the head, the Soul Eater went berserk, rapidly swiping its claws. He struck Xiaohua, who was about to retreat, sending her flying and crashing straight into Huze's approaching body. They both crashed into the wall, spitting out blood. At that moment, Soul Eater let out a deafening roar and swung its limbs towards Huze. There was no turning back. Both Huza and Xiaohua were seriously injured, and it was difficult to even stand. Just when the Soul Eater was about to reach them, Xiaohua suddenly turned forward, blocking Huzei. A black veil hung before Huzei's eyes. Seeing Xiaohua blocking his path, his eyes turned bloodshot, but Xiaohua's face showed a smile as she looked at Huzei. Master, as long as you remain in Xiaohua's sight, Xiaohua will never let you make a mistake. Soul Eater was about to approach. Huza, with wide, bloodshot eyes, stared at the scene and roared, "No! Bang! Ziz!" The sharp roar echoed, making his ears hurt. At that moment, a familiar large figure blocked the way, giving Huzei a glimmer of hope. Soul Eater retreated a few steps, shaking his massive head. Realizing who was blocking his way, he roared in anger and humility. Faced with the Soul Eater's fury, the Ghost King snorted coldly, the pink and blue will-o'-the-wisps in his eyes flickering and crackling. Soon, the Soul Eater screamed and turned away. The Ghost King sighed in relief as the Soul Eater retreated. He slowly turned around and looked at Huzei and the others helplessly. "Why do you guys always give me so much trouble every time you come here?" Although the Soul Eaters weren't particularly strong, they were the eternal enemies of the ghosts. Even the Ghost King, who was approaching a high level, was wary of a low-level Soul Eater. "Sorry, we didn't mean to do that. We were simply looking for the keys to the energy ore." Huzei still retained some consciousness, but after he finished speaking, it seemed like he had exhausted all his strength, his body limp like a boneless corpse. Seeing the two men lying on the ground, the Ghost King's pale blue eyes showed a hint of helplessness. He grabbed both of them and carried them to his base. When Huzei came to, Xiaohua was watching him from around the corner. The Ghost King was standing nearby. He tried to sit up, but suddenly felt pain all over his body. Seeing that he was awake, the Ghost King slowly turned around, and his pink and blue will-o'-the-wisp approached him. "What's wrong with you both?" His charming voice, beautiful pink-blue will-o'-the-wisp, and graceful, elegant demeanor gave Huzei the confidence that the Ghost King was undoubtedly the most handsome man in the entire ghost world. Seeing Huzei fall silent for a moment, the Ghost King retreated. "Back. Don't come here again. Lately, all sorts of monsters have been hanging around here. You might run into someone you've never seen before. The risk is high. I had an important matter this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought so many people with me on this adventure. Anyway, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have been killed by that Soul Eater." Before Huzei could finish speaking, the Ghost King raised his hand and waved it away. Turning around, he took out a small map, placed it in Huzei's hand, and pointed to the location with the red dot. "You came here to look for energy minerals, right? You mentioned it before you passed out, and Xiaohua told me when she woke up. That's what I learned recently. The red dot is where the ruby is." The Ghost King's voice was as soft as ever, but Huzei couldn't tell if it was an auditory hallucination, but he could hear a hint of helplessness and sadness in it. The Ghost King had no intention of telling him, and he didn't dare ask. However, the fact that the Ghost King was willing to tell him meant that he was now completely on their side. There were many questions that now was not the time to ask, and he didn't hesitate. When I asked them, "Thank you very much. Without further ado, we are leaving. I have something to do later." Just as Huzei and Xiaohua were about to leave, the Ghost King suddenly stopped them, his pale blue will-o'-the-wisp crackling. "Exi, I need your help with something." "Huh?" Huzei was stunned, looking at him in bewildered. Usually, if even the Ghost King couldn't handle something, Huzei wouldn't be able to help. It's not about fighting. In our undead realm, there's a place where a gathering takes place once every century. Many people are going there, but someone told me that I should go with you. Who told you to come with us? Huzei frowned. They were real people, and these were undead. Wouldn't it be anti-revival to let them go to them? Even if there was a way to remain unnoticed, who in the darkness let them go together and command the Ghost King? What kind of person is this? The Ghost King's eyes flashed at Huzei's question, and he had no intention of answering. "Sorry, if you don't tell us, we won't be able to go with you. Actually, It's related to a being above us. The identity of this person was not specified, but Huze only had a rough guess. Still, he was a little confused. If it was him, there was nothing he could do, even if he didn't want to go. But wouldn't we be inviting death if we went there? The Ghost King pulled out 2 pills, each one shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. The undead presence grew stronger as the 2 pills were pulled out. Huzi stepped back, warily looking at the 2 pills. These 2 pills will hide the life force within you, turning you into an undead-like person. Once the zombies reach a higher level, they will become the same as you, but without the life force. After patiently explaining, Huzi lowered his head, his eyes shining. After a moment, he slowly nodded. Since it called him, it must have had some purpose. Besides, judging from the Ghost King's current intentions, even if he didn't want to go, what choice did he have? He lowered his head and thought for a moment before finally nodding. If this creature had indeed commanded him to go there, then he had to go, whatever the reason. However, before he did so, he needed to be sure. I need to get back. I'll visit you in a few days before I leave. I still need to arrange some things there. And thank you for giving me the location of the ruby this time. Huze stood up and left with Xiaohua. After bidding farewell to the Ghost King, he headed to the location marked on the Ghost King's map, the location of the red ruby. The laboratory in the underground shelter could be built with ruby. Master, shouldn't we find someone else to come with us? It might be risky. Xiaohua whispered from behind Huze, a hint of worry in her eyes. Although Huze and her wounds had healed, they did not know what dangers this place might hold. One more person now meant more strength, and for safety reasons, she hoped that the others would go as well. However, Huze shook his head slightly at her suggestion. We have less than 3 left, days before departure. If we go back and ask the others to come with us, the journey will take 3 days, and we won't have enough time. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. With a gleam in his eyes, he looked ahead, pointed in the direction, and patted Xiaohua on the shoulder. Don't worry too much. Just move step by step. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. Xiaohua sighed and nodded. It took them half a day to reach the red-marked area on the map. It should be the central building of the ruined city they were in. Even in its dilapidated state, it looked majestic. The roar of the undead could be heard along the way, but an ominous silence reigned here. Xiaohua carefully took 2 steps back, stopping Huze behind her. Master, there is something strange about this place. If something happens, we must leave immediately. Quietly. Too quietly. And at the same time, their scalps began to prickle. After all, they were both already dying, which made them especially sensitive to the feeling of death. The fear and confusion growing in their hearts made them retreat, wanting to leave. The energy ore was important, but not as important as their own lives. Bang! At that moment, a loud bang was heard. When they turned around, the door had already closed. The temperature began to drop, and shrill screams could be heard all around. It was like a woman's shrill screams in the night, sending chills down their spines. Hurry! There's something wrong here, Huze whispered. As he turned to leave, a woman in white appeared in front of them. Her hair was incredibly smooth and reached her waist. She was incredibly charming, and when she saw Huze, she smirked. Why are you in such a hurry? Won't you stay and let me serve you? She blinked a few times, and Huze and Xiaohua's faces turned blue. Especially Xiaohua, who snatched the straight knife from Huze's hand, took a few steps forward and slashed at the woman in white. However, the knife passed right through, as if it had struck into nothing, without causing her any harm. Don't worry so much. If he doesn't agree, I won't force you. It's all consensual, right? The woman in white seemed very upset by Xiaohua's cruel behavior. She looked at Huze, shrugged, and walked ahead. Are you here to look for the ruby? The woman in white was clearly not a living person, but an undead. Judging from her strength, she had great intelligence and could take on human form, indicating that she was definitely a true high-level undead. But now, she looked at Huze with a smile, without a trace of malice. Calmly retreating a few steps, Huzei nodded. "We really here to look for energy ore. So they are looking for you. In that case, I can't hurt you. The energy ore is on the roof of this building. If you want, go and get it yourself." With a quiet chuckle, the woman in white walked out the door. As she walked, Huzei noticed a scar on her neck that must have appeared recently. His pupils narrowed and he opened his mouth to say something, but ended up closing it. Who was this woman in white? With such strength, how did she get that scar on her neck? The Ghost King and she were both talking about it. A person. Could it be the supreme being with whom he had often communicated? He climbed the stairs with mixed feelings, vaguely feeling reborn, having found a safe haven, but deeply trapped. The stairs were broken in many places, and he had to carefully climb each step, afraid that it would collapse. "Master, how about I go up? I'm lighter, and if something happens, you can catch me from below." Xiaohua glanced at the roof. There were still 5 floors to go, and they had passed the 10th floor without incident, so it should be relatively safe. The deadly aura emanating from the white-robed woman was so thick that all the undead nearby kept their distance. Good. Huzei looked down and considered the situation. He decided that it was safer to let Xiaohua go upstairs and he would meet her at the bottom. Otherwise, if they both fell, they would just crash onto the concrete floor. With Huzei's consent, Xiaohua darted between the stairs like a nimble cat, possessing incredible agility. Her feminine flexibility came in handy. Quickly reaching the roof, Xiaohua looked around. All she saw was debris and a few white plastic bags blowing in the wind. However, she still couldn't find the ruby that the Ghost King had spoken of. Her face darkened, and as she was about to turn back, she noticed a red gemstone spinning in the air, a diamond-shaped object as tall as a man. Delighted, he tried to take it away, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. "Xiaohua, what's going on?" Huzei, watching Xiaohua stand up for so long without reacting, suddenly became anxious and shouted. Hearing no response, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. When he ran up, he saw Xiaohua looking confused. Although her gaze was a little glassy, at least she was safe, which made him feel relieved. What was going on? What was this? Before Xiaohua could answer, Huzei had already noticed the red stone floating in the air. His mouth dropped open in astonishment. He had been looking for so many stones, but this was the first time he saw a diamond-shaped stone. "Master, I can't move it. How can we return it to the shelter?" Xiaohua's frustrated voice rang out, snapping Huzei out of his thoughts. He rubbed his chin with his hand, thinking for a moment. Then Huzei stepped forward and picked up the stone. The diamond-shaped stone that Xiaohua had lifted with such difficulty felt incredibly light in his hands. Facing this strange scene, Huzei shrugged his shoulders, expressing his ignorance. The stone didn't look that light, but in his hands it felt like empty plastic. "No matter, let's take this stone first. When we return, I'll have to accompany the Ghost King to this damned place." With that, Huzei left, carrying the diamond-shaped ruby. As they exited the building, the woman in white who had disappeared reappeared, watching them with interest. What an interesting creature. This undead was different from the others, but perhaps the situation was similar to that of the Ghost King. But these guys, I wonder what they've been thinking lately, since they're already hiring people to help them search for energy minerals, she muttered under her breath, and disappeared, as silent as before, as if no one had ever seen them. Meanwhile, Huzei and Xiaohua, carrying a diamond-shaped ruby the size of a man, reached the entrance of the shelter. By the time they got there, it was already dark. The journey had gone relatively smoothly. When they returned, they breathed a sigh of relief to find that everyone had returned safely. Huzei threw the red stone on the ground and told the others to go back and rest. "Boss, Baimo has been acting like a madman ever since you left, constantly wandering between the duel arena and the training ground. When he is awake, he is definitely a psycho, even more insane than Dujian." The fat man hesitated, walked over, and whispered in Huzei's ear, his eyes blazing with worry. After all, anyone who came here would be his partner in the future, and he couldn't bear to see him like this. They had heard about Baimo's adventures from various sources, and to be honest, they were shocked when they heard about it. Huzi just smiled when he saw Baimo and waved his hand, telling them not to. Paid attention to it. Baimo really needed time to calm down, otherwise it might leave a permanent mark. I won't be long. I'll take a shower, eat, change into clean clothes and leave. No need to follow me. When will the boss come back? I don't know, Huzi replied casually. After a moment of silence, he continued, This is an emergency. You guys should do what needs to be done. I have things to do. After everyone left, Xiaohua followed Huzi to the entrance. Huzi entered, and Xiaohua stood silently at the door, waiting with an expressionless face. This time, Huzi did not bring the cart, but carried it in his arms. When he entered, he was enveloped in darkness, although the ruby in his hands still glowed faintly. Despite this, Huzi could still see the darkness surrounding him. Only his hands and body were clearly visible. The creature exclaimed in surprise, as if wondering why Huzi brought such an object with him, but quickly pulled himself together. Are you here? Can we exchange this for the underground laboratory, the necessary supplies, and the things that Wang Xin and the others need? Huzi nodded and released the ruby from his hands. After flying out of Huzi's hands, the ruby froze in the air for a moment, without saying a word. All this time, Huzi looked expectantly at the emptiness in front of him, although he could not see it. If this ruby fails, it will take Wang Xin and his team a long time to complete the construction of the laboratory. In addition, if Wang Xin and his team can conduct experiments earlier, the strength of Huzi's shelter will increase significantly. Enough. If you need materials later, I can provide them. The Ghost King told me that you want me to accompany him to the meeting in the undead realm. Yes? Under Huzi's excited and nervous gaze, the ruby nodded. That quiet hump made Huzi take a deep breath. He nodded silently, waiting for the atmosphere to calm down. The light from the ruby in front of him dimmed and then went out. By the time Huzi left, it was already deep into the night. Master, is everything all right? Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Huzi leaving. She looked at him with concern. To be honest, she was also worried that he didn't like the things and wouldn't be able to exchange them for what he wanted. She slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It's okay. He'll take care of the rest of the things. We don't need to worry about them. Let's go now. Now? Xiaohua asked doubtfully, stunned. If we stay too long, I'm afraid it will be too late. Besides, he himself asked us to follow him. Let's go quickly. If we're late, it's all over. At first, he just tried it out, but he couldn't even imagine that he himself was the instigator. No matter what happened, he couldn't be late. Despite the urgency of the situation, before leaving, he contacted Xiao Yue and asked her to take Wang Xin and the others to the newly built underground laboratory after dawn. Yellow sand covered the ground, creating a bleak scene. Huzi and Xiaohua ran at full speed, like two meteors streaking across the earth. However, by the time they reached the Ghost King's location, the 3-day period had already passed. The Ghost King was stunned by the men's breathless expressions, then burst into laughter, clapped Huzi on the shoulder, and urged them to follow him. After you arrive at the place, try not to talk. The pill you took lasts for 6 months, so this meeting should last about 2 months. When they approached the club building, the Ghost King whispered in their ears. Huzi nodded, and Xiaohua silently followed him. Huzi's opinion mirrored hers. Upon entering, everyone was amazed by the decor of the establishment. Before the apocalypse, such establishments were considered very luxurious, a favorite place for celebrities and gentlemen. It seems you have a taste for beauty, Huzi asked, looking around the surrounding buildings in amazement. He also shrugged his shoulders, looking at the Ghost King, who shrugged his shoulders in front of him. Now that he had appeared, the Ghost King had materialized completely and gradually assumed a human form. As they had expected, the Ghost King in human form was incredibly handsome. He was almost on par with Du Jian. However, Du Jian's beauty was more feminine, while the Ghost King's was more masculine. We have our own aesthetic standards, but you just don't pay much attention to us. But each of us has our own masters. This time there was none, otherwise you would not have been able to hide it. His clear, gentle voice, combined with his facial features, felt like a gentle breeze, like a calming breath. However, no one dared to underestimate the Lord of the Ghost World just because of his appearance and voice. Jose looked around. Ghosts of all kinds, zombies, wandering spirits and phantoms filled the air. More undead continued to arrive from behind him, but as they entered, they, like the Ghost King, took on human form. There were even women among them. The Ghost King waved his hand and led them to a relatively secluded place. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he exhaled slowly. "Do you know why I called you here?" "How should I know?" "I don't think it will be useful. This is just a gathering of you. Besides knowing how many powerful undead there are among you, what else can I know?" Every undead here had intelligence comparable to humans. They were all powerful beings at the level of the Ghost King, or rather, around the level of the Ghost King. Jose carefully noticed that some of them had red eyes that belonged to ghosts. Their eyes were blood red, and their aura emitted a terrifying aura that frightened the undead around them. The Ghost King lowered his eyes, pursed his lips, and remained silent. Is this really a high-level ghost? Jose's eyes flashed with seriousness as he stared at the ghost. He didn't expect such a high-level ghost to be in such a ghost zone. This was the boundary of the second-level undead. "Jose, don't look at him. He can read your memories from your eyes." Hearing this, the Ghost King looked up and saw Jose looking at the ghost with interest. His expression suddenly changed, and he quickly whispered a warning. Jose's face darkened, and he stared at the ground sullenly. Fortunately, the ghost had just sensed the undead aura from him and didn't show much interest in a mere minion like him. The level he and Xiaohua had revealed to everyone was barely fit to enter, putting them at the bottom of the list. At this meeting, what a horror! Feeling the ghost leaving, Jose patted his chest, overcome by a hidden fear. He looked up and looked at the Ghost King with gratitude. But the Ghost King only shook his head and told him to be careful. In addition to learning about your power, you will also be able to obtain the keys to a huge amount of energy ore. That is your true purpose, the Ghost King explained with a smile. Jose was taken aback by his words, but nodded. Although he did not understand why this undead needed energy ore, he kept this question in his heart without bringing it up. Although he did not say it out loud, his expression gave it away. The Ghost King laughed a few times, but the shrill, high-pitched undead music playing in the meeting drowned out his laughter. Under Jose's questioning gaze, the Ghost King walked over and sat next to him. We ghosts can rely on external forces to achieve breakthroughs. This is the energy ore you spoke of. Mining just one of these stones can greatly enhance our cultivation. With that, the Ghost King raised his hand, and a yellow gem slowly emerged from it. This was the yellow energy ore that Jose had intended to take. The Ghost King clenched his fist and crushed the energy ore. It turned into a stream of pure yellow energy that penetrated his body. At that moment, a yellow light flashed in his eyes, and his aura became much stronger. We can transform them into pure energy and infuse them into our bodies to increase our strength. Therefore, this energy ore is also important to us. Many undead leaders are secretly searching for her, but they have no leads. The Ghost King took a deep breath. Even a small piece of yellow energy ore could improve his cultivation. If he were to absorb the entire piece, the great improvement he spoke of would definitely be possible. Hearing this, Jose frowned slightly and asked quietly, "Since you need this energy ore, how could you not take it for yourself when you found it? Why keep it and tell it to others?" Based on what he said earlier, Jose knew that this meeting only happened once every 100 years. Therefore, the true meaning of the meeting was to share information about the energy ore. The long break was also necessary so that they could collect it. Each of our races needs its own energy ore. If we do not find the right one, we will decide to keep it and protect it in order to trade with others. This was also an agreement reached between them. If the other party deceived them, they could fully deploy a large-scale encirclement and suppression operation, and others could also help as needed. In other words, there was no need to worry about being deceived. Hearing about this kind of undead activity, Hu Ze became excited. If he could find the information he was looking for about the energy ore here, it would definitely be useful in his future searches. However, there was one problem. He didn't have any information about the energy ore. Thinking about this, he rubbed his head, and despair showed on his face. Since I asked you to come with me, I must have a purpose. I need such information. The Ghost King chuckled, a glint in his eye, adding a hint of ferocity to his already handsome face. Although the information I have is true, it is incredibly difficult to obtain. I'm afraid it's beyond my current strength. If you go there, you'll invite death. The Ghost King fell silent, looking meaningfully at Hu Ze, whose face had darkened. He now understood Hu Ze's feelings. So, when does your party start? It seems like everyone is almost here. In about 10 minutes. After it starts, each of us will have our own room. Those who bring their information will go to each room and exchange it for information about the energy minerals. He pointed to the room in the middle. It was marked with a row of ominous numbers. Below the numbers was a small ghost symbol. Below that was a small pale blue lake. This was clearly the Ghost King's room. The party started quickly. Once everyone had gathered, the Ghost King entered the room and sat down in the designated place. Hu Ze followed them first and was impressed by the decoration of the room. It was elegant but noble, modest, but every detail exuded a gentle and refined atmosphere. The decoration of the room is based on my personality. Other rooms also reflect the personalities of their owners. Just keep an eye on them. He handed Hu Ze something in his hand, a pale blue stone. When you make a deal, just hand this stone over to the other party. If they agree to the deal, you can tell me. If not, forget it. The Ghost King smiled. After going through all the procedures, Hu Ze and Xiaohua headed to another place. There were about 20 rooms surrounding them, each of which was inhabited by an undead spirit similar to the Ghost King, or even more powerful. This was not just a test of courage. Hu Ze and Xiaohua also had to maintain their composure in such an environment. Otherwise, if they reveal even the slightest flaw to such a powerful being, their plan will be completely exposed. Master, this ghost is even more powerful than the Ghost King. It is a true high-level undead spirit. I believe he has much more information about energy minerals than anyone else. Perhaps that is not the case. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Hu Ze glanced at the now closed ghost gate. There was a small blood-red lake underneath the ghost symbol. The ghost symbol seemed creepy to him. I don't think this guy has good intentions, and he doesn't necessarily want to obtain information about the energy ore peacefully. He is currently the most powerful in the entire region. Just imagine what would happen if he teamed up with the other leaders to steal their information. Hu Ze's pupils slightly narrowed after he finished speaking, and then he sighed. What could he do in this situation? He could only take it step by step. And what will happen next? Who knows? When he came here, he had to prepare for the worst. It's too early to talk about it now. Let's find the others, Hu Ze said as he entered the zombies' room. The room's decor gave off an aloof and detached feeling, a sense of loneliness that comes with high status. The man sitting in front of them had a stern, steely face, furrowed brows, and glittering eyes. His gaze towards Hu Ze was like a clear, cold spring. His level was between level 2 and 3. His eyes had a slight pink tint, but were mostly icy blue. I need rubies. I have information on emeralds and amethysts. Despite the great distance, this place is safe, but I can't say what dangers may arise along the way. He did not like to beat around the bush, laying out everything he has and needs at once. Hu Ze's eyes gleamed as he handed him the blue crystal. That's all the information we have. If you agree, I need information on 2 minerals. No problem. The stern man closed his eyes, thinking for a moment. When he opened them, surprise flashed in his eyes. He handed him the sapphire and described the location of the amethyst and emerald in detail. Hu Ze chuckled, thanked him, and went to find the Ghost King. I thought someone came to exchange information, but it was you two. Do you have any information? Yes, it's a zombie offering us trade, Jose replied, but then frowned, realizing that there was something wrong with the Ghost King's words. So, no one has come to exchange information before us? Yes. The Ghost King smiled at him, a look of surprise flashing across his handsome face. But then he composed himself and nodded silently. He had indeed suspected something when he saw the ghost, but he had never been sure. Some things were better left to us than to know ourselves. Now that we have the information, we are satisfied. Let's go. With these words, the Ghost King stood up, crossed the table, and seemed to be about to leave. Leave now? No need to wait and wait? Jose still hesitated a little. They only got information on 2 types of energy minerals, and such encounters only happened once every 100 years. It seemed that such a small benefit was not that much. Despite his reluctance, the Ghost King nodded decisively, looking at him sternly. Yes, let's go. Immediately. He grabbed both of their wrists, trying to lead them away, but the Ghost King found that the door would not open for them, no matter how hard he tried. At that moment, all 3 heard a strange laugh lurking in their ears. The air pressure around dropped a few degrees, becoming colder. You really are worthy of being the Ghost King. Even in your current state, you are always hard to read. The voice was sharp, like a blade cutting through glass, and all 3 of them looked displeased. Every time I see you, I have a premonition that nothing good will happen. Wherever you go, I can smell the filth you carry. With a grin, the Ghost King held up a yellow gem. This time, he had brought 30 of them. This energy ore can be detonated using its internal energy at critical moments, but only certain minerals can do this. It can be said to be a trump card that can save lives. Soon, a column of black smoke appeared in front of the 3 of them. A man stood before them, wearing a black, ghostly mask. His upper body was muscular and menacing, and his bronze skin made him look even more imposing. His open eyes were full of hostility. Even standing in front of him, you could feel the rage radiating from him. We were brothers once. I can't believe you said that, the masked man said, covering his face with his hand. Give me all the information you have, and I'll consider sparing you. But only you can do this. Everyone else must die. Who the hell are you? You're just making fun of me. Even if you kill me, do you dare to touch these 2? If you think there is anyone in this world that I don't dare touch, I don't understand what's wrong with you. After all these years, could it be that you... The masked man's pupils suddenly narrowed, his mouth wide open, unable to speak. Words. It took him a long moment to react, and he extended a trembling hand, pointing at Jose. He froze, unable to formulate a sentence. Under the Ghost King's half-smile, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Finally calming down, he turned and looked at the Ghost King. How dare you hang out with them? Do you even know what you're doing? I know exactly what I'm doing. I don't need you to teach me. What are you going to do next? The masked man's face darkened. He glanced at Jose and Xiaohua beside him, snorted coldly, and disappeared in a wisp of black smoke. Only after he left did the Ghost King finally breathe a sigh of relief. He collapsed to the ground, feeling powerless, sweat dripping from his forehead. Incidentally, if the Ghost King had accidentally provoked the masked man, a brutal fight would have ensued. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still escape. But if Jose and the others died because of his negligence, the Ghost King would lose. Let's go. Don't stay here. It's not safe here anymore. He will use explosives and blow everything up. The Ghost King panicked as he said this. He tried to open the door, but it still wouldn't budge. He took a few steps back in anger and kicked the door, leaving a dent in it. Asshole. The Ghost King's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was dripping from his mouth. He sat on the couch, unable to utter a word. Jose placed his hand on the door, feeling its rigidity and the slowly pulsating energy inside. His eyebrow arched. Why does this energy feel familiar? He muttered to himself in confusion and continued to sense it. After a while, when the Ghost King took out another yellow stone to replenish his strength, Huzi suddenly cried out in surprise. The energy inside the gate and the energy in your yellow stone come from the same source. You can absorb them, and then it will be much easier to open them. Huzi looked at the Ghost King excitedly. The saying, after a seemingly impassable path, there is always a way out, was exactly like that. Hearing Huzi's words, the Ghost King was momentarily dumbfounded. Then he came over and placed his thin white hand on the door. At first, he felt a piercing cold, but after overcoming it, he felt a surge of warm, familiar energy. Damn! After confirming that Huzi's words were true, the Ghost King widened his eyes and cursed involuntarily. He had just put so much effort into breaking it, his arm still hurt. Now that he had absorbed the energy, he could easily throw it away. And perhaps, because of the previous strikes, the energy had become much more rarefied. This is fucking real. His voice was crystal clear. Even the curses sounded gentle. This Ghost King made Huzi sigh. He's definitely a womanizer. Let's go! This place is about to explode! After finally absorbing the energy from the door, the Ghost King didn't have time to enjoy its power before he realized that there was a powerful energy accumulated here, ready to explode at any moment. His face turned pale, and he hurried outside. As Huzi walked out, he noticed another zombie following them. It was the same stern zombie they had exchanged information with earlier. Noticing the zombie, he noticed him too, and grinned so hard that Huzi shuddered. You'll soon regret this, human. I hope you won't be so weak next time. Huzi was very good at recognizing the movements of his lips. Did he already realize that he wasn't a real undead? Huzi was stunned. The zombie in front of him didn't look like a high-ranking person. There were only two options left. First, he was hiding his true strength, and second, the medicine Huzi took shouldn't have affected his aura. Bang! Before he could think, an explosion came from behind, scattering debris and rubble. The buildings behind them collapsed, and they were occasionally hit by debris, but they gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Hurry! If we don't get out of here within the first minute, we'll never be able to leave. The Ghost King panicked, continuously directing his energy to Xiaohua and Huzi's digestion. The 30 yellow energy ores he carried were quickly digested. It was precisely because he understood the black-masked man so well. Just as he had said, they were once brothers who shared life and death. Their paths had diverged due to different circumstances, but they still understood each other better than anyone else. When the three of them reached safety, the Ghost King's face was covered in a thin layer of sweat, and he was breathing heavily. He noticed that something was wrong with Huzi. What's wrong with you? Huzi shook his head, holding the blue crystal that the Ghost King had given him earlier. It emerged, shining even brighter in the sun. Here's yours. I've been gone for a long time, so I need to come back quickly. As for these two places, they are also recorded in it. I have also saved a copy in my memory, so you don't need to worry about me. After a pause, Huzi pointed to the blue crystal and continued. This contains information about the emerald and amethyst. There is no danger nearby. We will arrange for everyone to be sent there in 3 days. If there is news, I will let you know. The Ghost King has left his human form, returning to his ethereal body. The red crystal floating in the air was a stunning sight, and the pair of pink and blue will-o'-the-wisps. Watching Huzi and Xiaohua leave from afar, the Ghost King looked thoughtfully at the blue crystal floating in front of him. After Huzi returned, the two of them emitted a thick aura of death that even they could sense. Dujian walked over, assessing Huzi from head to toe. Only after confirming that he was indeed their boss did he sigh in relief. However, his wary look made Huzi's lips twitch slightly and he rolled his eyes. As for what happened to me, now is not the time to tell you. I will take you on leave for 3 days, and then we will immediately go to the abandoned city. There is a piece of green ore there, exactly what we need. Huzi only explained his plan, but did not tell what happened to him and Xiaohua. However, the others did not want to ask. Dujian nodded, looking at Huze hesitantly, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to. In the end, he decided to remain silent. They were about to leave when Huze suddenly stopped him and asked the others to stay. "Dujian, do you have something to tell me? Don't be so formal. Just say it." Huze looked at Dujian seriously. His heart had been pounding since he saw him like this the day before. Moreover, the situation in the shelter was completely different from before. They wouldn't believe that something was wrong. Bai Mo and Wang Xin were hanging out in the lab, plotting something. Wang Xin and the other two were so excited every day. Bai Mo was about to break a hole in the shelter. Du Jian chuckled, and the others looked helpless. The four of them were like a bunch of madmen. They had been here before, but if they hadn't been careful, they would have bumped into something and gotten hurt. No one had come here since. It was a truly dangerous place. Even Xiao Yue cooked for them instead of calling them. Who knows, if they made a wrong move, they would step on the mines they had planted themselves. No way. Shouldn't Bai Mo be at the training ground every day? According to his calculations, he had only been gone for 2 months. Even during this time, Bai Mo's emotions couldn't quickly recover. How could he possibly be in the mood to spend time with Wang Xin and the others, researching such things? Or rather, shouldn't he be conducting actual combat training with you in the dueling arena? Let's not talk about that. It's too hard to explain. Speaking of the actual combat training and the situation in the training ground, Du Jian and the others exchanged glances with a bitter smile on their faces. From what Huze heard, Bai Mo was incredibly hard-working in the training ground, quickly completing the tasks assigned. And in the dueling arena, he could outwit them all with his wits. Even if it took a little longer, it would be a guaranteed victory. He will visit both places every day. After finishing his work, he will have half a day left for the lab. He always had enough time to eat and sleep. Who knows how he managed it? According to you, he should be in the lab now. Huze raised an eyebrow. The shelter was underground, not in an isolated space. If a powerful power source were to explode inside, there would be a real chance that it would leak into the shelter and start an apocalypse. So I'll have to remind them in the future that if they do experiments like this, it's best to do them on the surface. Otherwise, if a hole were to be torn into the shelter, it would be a disaster. Yes, in the lab, Du Jian nodded, and his smile turned bitter. Damn it. You go eat first. It's lunchtime now. I'll go to the lab to check on Xiaohua. You don't have to come with me. Take a shower, change, and then eat. Now that they were in the shelter, the danger wasn't so great. These were people they could trust, people who had been through life and death together. Xiaohua didn't need to worry about safety. As Du Jian spoke, he sighed and rubbed his forehead sadly. He suddenly realized that it would be better if the lab was on the surface. At least it's safer this way. At first I thought the shelter was strong enough to withstand their onslaught, but now I realize it can withstand. Just being able to withstand nothing was a blessing. Bang! At this moment, Huze suddenly heard a loud crash coming from sides of the underground laboratory inside the shelter. His face froze, and he stomped his feet on the ground, flying out of the shelter like a cannonball. Even at full speed, it took him about 3 minutes to reach the laboratory. When he saw the laboratory, he saw a man with tangled hair like a bird's nest. Huze's lips trembled. Wang Xin and the other 3 were gone. Only he remained. "Who are you?" Huze asked silently, holding his forehead. His voice was weak, and it was unclear whether the man heard him. He continued to fiddle with his things as if he didn't notice him. This sight infuriated Huze. "Who are you?" He didn't know why, but he suddenly wanted to stop this man and beat him up. No matter who it was, if they showed up at their hideout, they were all their own. There would definitely be no strangers. After all, Xiao Yue was checking at the entrance. Bai Mo heard a familiar voice. At first, he thought he was imagining it. The second time, he looked up from his work and looked at Huze in confusion. Frowning, he thought for a moment before realizing that the boss who had brought him here was standing in front of him. Surprised, he put his things on the table and hurried over to Huze. "Boss, Why are you here? I'm just helping. Seeing Huzi still staring at him, Bai Mo looked at a loss. Huzi's fierce gaze made him wary, but he gritted his teeth and looked straight into his eyes without flinching. Boss, I'm just helping. Nothing more. I was just wondering where Wang Xin and the other two had gone. Why did they leave you here alone? Don't you know it's dangerous here? Huzi was obviously a little angry. Wang Xin and the other two came running in shortly after. When they saw Huzi, they were stunned. Zhang Yuan and Hazy were silent. Wang Xin stood in the middle, not knowing where to put his hands. Anyway, this lab was originally intended to help them better develop explosives and other items. But now they had slipped away to rest, leaving Bai Mo alone to clean up the mess. His disheveled hair showed that he hadn't rested for ages, especially his bloodshot eyes. Where were you three? Boss, we found that Bai Mo's talent was superior to ours, so we focused entirely on cultivating him. He hasn't seen many things before, but he grasps them instantly and can apply them to other situations. His talent is much greater than ours. Wang Xin said excitedly, as if he had found a treasure. Before the apocalypse, each of them was a child of fate, carefully nurtured by countless people, the pride of their region. But now they met someone they admired. Such a passionate attitude was completely natural. Huzi raised an eyebrow and looked at Bai Mo in amazement. Perhaps because his sister's experience inspired him so much, he noticed significant improvements in several areas. His intelligence had reached 8, his willpower had reached 5, and his overall level had reached 5. It could be said that he was the strongest among them, but his mentality was problematic. Fortunately, Bai Mo was still under his control. Xiaohua could easily crush him, and it seems that Bai Mo's loyalty to him has not changed at all. It is not a good idea for you two to stay here. If his talent is better than yours, it would be a good idea for him to study with you in the lab. You need to rest for a while, especially you. At this moment, Huzi suddenly looked at Bai Mo and, seeing the bird's nest on his head, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You should also go back and rest. I'll take you on a tour with me. In 3 days, we will go to the abandoned city. He did not go into details. After finishing his explanation, Huzi turned and left. Wang Xin, Baize, and the others exchanged puzzled glances, but ultimately did not disobey Huzi's order. They went to the underground villa, took a shower, changed their clothes, and joined the others for dinner. This was the first time they ate together since Huzi left and Bai Mo came. Ever since Bai Mo showed up, Wang Xin and the others had been going crazy after discovering his talent. They dragged Bai Mo to the lab to study his strange devices together. Everyone, pack your things. I'll take you there. This time, we'll go to the primeval forest to experience the primeval life. Huzi smiled at them, clapping his hands, attracting everyone's attention. He waited until they finished packing their things and everything they needed before heading out. The elevator rumbled and everyone's gaze changed. Huzi had already booked the tickets, but he didn't say where. The primeval forest they arrived at was in the border area. The humid air and exotic plants captivated everyone's attention, and the dangers that lurked seemed like child's play to them. Have a nice time, everyone. Gather here before sunset. If you come across any animal, you can hunt it down and roast it together. Huzi blinked several times as he spoke the last words. He noticed that the eyes of Wang Xin and the other two flashed green, like hungry wolves pouncing on a lamb. Because these three knew many unusual things, Huzi ignored their current situation and simply asked Xiaohua to look after them. Bai Mo was in their group, and these four were the weakest. Xiaohua could also help them in case of danger. Master, please stay within Xiaohua's sight. Seeing him in this state, Xiaohua could only helplessly remind him. Her mission is to protect Huzi. If anything happened to him because of her negligence, she would never forgive him. Huzi shook his head slightly, assuring her that nothing would happen to him here. After all, with his current level and strength, even if he couldn't defeat them, it would be easy to escape. They are the weakest among us. Although Bai Mo has a high IQ, he has very little combat experience. When fighting against his own people, he does not show any bloodthirsty intent. But here, any carelessness could kill them on the spot. Seeing that Xiaohua was about to say something, Hu Zi raised his hand to wave it away and licked his lips. Seeing Hu Zi's determination, Xiaohua reluctantly followed Bai Mo and the others. Hu Zi waited until everyone had left before choosing a direction. This primeval forest contained many beautiful places, but also many dangers. However, to them, this was child's play. At best, it was just a place to have fun when they were bored. It would be a good place to play. Hua la la, shh. There was a snake in Hu Zi's line of sight, but it was well hidden. Hu Zi only saw the snake's tongue sticking out. Very interesting. There's a lot there. He carefully walked around the snake. Fortunately, the enemy didn't have any ill will towards him. After leaving the snake's territory, Hu Zi approached a tree and heard a quiet rustling sound. He looked up and saw a hairy spider monkey scurrying nimbly up a tree. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He rested for a while under the tree and then left. When the sun was setting, he returned and saw the river. It was very wide. Not far from him stood familiar figures, Xiaohua and Bai Mo. The owner, Bai Mo and Wang Xin, also noticed Hu Zi and ran up to him with surprise and delight on their faces. They were just walking along the road and didn't expect to run into Hu Zi. What a coincidence! Xiaohua and I have a special connection, so meeting you was expected. But meeting here means that there is something in this river. Before they could say anything, Hu Zi raised his hand, stopping them. He picked up a stone from the side of the river and threw it into the water. After taking a few steps forward, he noticed something huge in the water. Master! Xiaohua suddenly felt a chill down her back and her scalp went numb. She involuntarily stepped forward, trying to pull Hu Zi away. But before she could do so, a huge alligator with its mouth wide open emerged from the water and grabbed his hand. The Yangtze alligator is a rare species. There are only a few left now. Killing one means becoming one less. Hu Zi, as soon as the pigs were raised, another hand rose to block the path of Xiaohua and the others. Don't rush. We are guests here. We are here to enjoy the scenery. They have lived here for so many years and are the masters, Hu Zi said quietly. To be honest, he didn't want to harm any living being if possible, but if he was pressed, he wouldn't lose his composure. After Hu Zi's words, Xiaohua and the others had no choice but to retreat. The alligator became even more ferocious, its huge sharp teeth biting into Hu Zi. With his other hand, Hu Zi grabbed its upper jaw, half closing his eyes, trying to tear the mouth away from himself. Seeing Hu Zi's intention, Xiaohua and the others rushed to help, trying their best to free Hu Zi from its mouth without hurting the alligator. Hurry up, Hu Zi whispered. There might have been more than one alligator in this creek. If they stayed there too long, they might run into others, which would be problematic. Finally, after crossing the river, they all rushed toward the woods. It was almost dark, and when they reached the agreed meeting place, they found that Du Jian had not returned yet. However, Mary, who was with Du Jian, was waiting for them, huddled in a corner, hugging her legs, with a fearful expression on her face. Seeing Hu Zi and the others, she suddenly lit up. You've finally come. I've been waiting for you for so long. What happened? Where is Du Jian? At this time, Mu Guilong and the others returned. Seeing this scene, their faces full of confusion. After all, Du Jian was perhaps the most powerful of them. If something happened to him, they would be at a loss. But now the facts were clear. Du Jian was indeed late for the appointed time. Mary waited alone in silence. The gleam in Hu Zi's eyes, upon seeing him, shook everyone. Everyone trembled with the realization of what had happened. We met a tiger here. Du Jian fought with him, leaving me to look for you alone. Let's go save him. When I got here, he was already covered in bites. As she spoke, Mary's eyes glistened with tears, as if she was about to cry. After all, everyone knew about his relationship with Du Jian. Without hesitation, Hu Zi called everyone to follow Mary to the scene where Du Jian was killed. There were clear signs of a struggle and blood. He should go to the southeast. I will go with you. You all wait here. Hu Zi looked seriously to the southeast. He could smell a faint scent of blood coming from there, similar to the one coming from Dujian. Keeping them all here was necessary to dispel Mary's suspicions. After all, leaving her here alone would be pointless. Dujian might do something bad. If Mary knew, this place would be dangerous and not as simple as he imagined. Everyone listened to him. No one objected now. Xiaohua just looked at him, silently lowering her head, with anxious thoughts. Xiaohua, protect them. Without Dujian, the group's combat power has greatly decreased. They absolutely couldn't leave Xiaohua, the key player, alone. Xiaohua nodded. Her face was serious. She felt that this primeval forest was not an easy task. After Huzhe left, the group sat together, not daring to disperse. Xiaohua remained vigilant, controlling her every move. Meanwhile, Huzhe followed the bloodstains to a secluded place. It seemed like a dead end, but Huzhe frowned slightly, wrinkled his nose, and continued on. Further on, around the bend, was a steep slope. There was a hidden cave underneath. At the entrance, there seemed to be a faint, carved face. Huzhe couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, I've already explored this place, and it's not particularly dangerous. Why is there such a sudden change now? Is there something wrong with the system? He muttered under his breath and shook his head. This simply couldn't be happening. If there was a problem with the system, it would have informed him. But since the system was fine, how could anything harm Dujian here? Unable to understand, he gave up and shook his head slightly, cautiously taking a step forward. The moment he looked up, his brain seemed to explode. With a roar, his mind went blank, and he couldn't remember anything. He saw a tiger in front of him, but unlike normal tigers, it had a faint aura of death, like a zombie in the end times. His eyes did not have the powerful and domineering aura of the king of the forest, but were still empty and lifeless. Upon noticing Huzhe, the tiger cried out in surprise as if it had met a fellow tiger and pounced on Huzhe, gently rubbing against him. This situation made Huzhe a little confused for a moment. He took a few steps forward and found Du Jian in one of those places with wounds all over his body, with almost no living part left. Did you do all this? The tiger's eyes turned slightly blue, and at least he should understand what he was saying. Hearing Huzhe's words, he shook his head and ran out of the cave, holding his clothes in his teeth. After leaving the cave, Huzhe found several zombies. Master, why are you here? Noticing these zombies, he realized that a person was slowly walking towards him from behind. However, every step was difficult for him, and he had to hold on to the cave wall to walk. Dujian looked at Huzhe, wiped the blood off his body, and grinned at the zombie. Dujian? Huzhe's expression changed. How did you become like this? Could it be that these zombies did this? No way. You're not that weak. Even if you come face to face with them, you should have enough strength to escape. Dujian just shook his head slightly at his words and pointed at the zombies. I don't know why. They're as smart as me. They used poison to weaken me first. And then, if it weren't for that tiger's help, I probably wouldn't be here. Hearing this, Huzhe frowned slightly. He felt something was wrong. Even if Dujian was bad, he couldn't be that bad, right? Besides, it was completely different from what Mary had said before. Everyone knew about the relationship between Dujian and Mary would never joke about his safety. Faced with this situation, Huzhe saw there was only one explanation. What he saw was unreal. Damn it! What the hell was going on? We told you this place was safe and secure, so why were we stuck in this unreal illusion? Huzhe's scalp tingled for a moment. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Finally, he calmed down and looked at Dujian. The zombies had no intention of attacking, but were simply watching the three of them with interest. This couldn't be happening. Zombies shouldn't have such wisdom in this era. Even in their apocalyptic world, only beings like the Ghost King could have such wisdom. It was clearly a safe time, and it was unknown whether the undead even existed. Even if they did, they couldn't have the wisdom of the Ghost King. Ouch! Several zombies pounced on him, and he stood frozen, dumbfounded. Seeing this, The heavily injured Du Jian panicked and rushed forward to block him. When the undead stopped attacking, Du Jian involuntarily retreated a few steps and crashed into the wall before his strength left him. "Boss, what's wrong with you? How did you end up like this?" he whispered, slowly closing his eyes. Du Jian's words made Huze's heart tremble. He was about to take a step forward when he suddenly realized something. Did he hear a hint of despondency in Du Jian's words? The previous madness and fighting spirit had vanished. For some reason, he chose to remain idle. The zombies rushed at him. Du Jian blocked their attacks again, but continued to stare coldly at Du Jian, the tiger, and the zombie. "Boss, what are you thinking? What's going on? Can't you see? If you don't take action, we'll all be destroyed here." Number Huzi shook his head, looking at him impassively. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on his face. It was soft, without a hint of hostility. But it made Du Jian's scalp tingle, as if he was not facing a boss, but an ancient beast. "You are not Du Jian," Huzi continued, looking at him in amazement. "He would not be as cowardly as you. When faced with something like this, he would never ask me for help. His heart is always full of fighting spirit and passion. He would not look as desperate and dejected as you." As Huzi spoke, he recalled Du Jian's behavior and couldn't help but sigh. This man was obsessed with battle and never asked for help in combat. It seemed that death on the battlefield was the highest honor for him. He trained harder than anyone else, striving to improve himself, especially in terms of actual combat experience. Although he lacked the intelligence of Bai Mo and Wang Xin, he was definitely not a fool compared to the others. Strangely enough, after these words, an eerie silence reigned around him, with only the sound of a pin drop. And these people looked at him with sinister eyes, as if he were an enemy. "Are you upset that I exposed your plot?" "It's okay. You can be upset. If you can beat me, go ahead." He just saw that this fake Du Jian was really seriously injured. The zombies were just ordinary little creatures, just disguised as humans. The tiger was also domesticated, and perhaps even a disguise for humans. However, he was watching the bloodstains on the ground, so there was no doubt. After he finished speaking, before they could react, he darted through them like a cannonball. When they saw him again, Huzi was standing in the same position as before, still holding the straight knife and looking at them with a smile. A transparent bloodstain appeared on each of their wrists. It was only small, but it had damaged an artery, and the blood flowed continuously. "My friend should be with you. Since you can disguise yourself as him, you must know who he is." Huzi didn't want any more nonsense from them. Now, he only wanted one thing: to take Du Jian away. Xiaohua and the others were reluctant to wait there from the start, and if he hadn't returned so late, they would definitely have been scared and wouldn't have followed him. He put a knife to Du Jian's neck and looked at him coldly. Even though he had only been in contact with these people for a short time, he already knew that this guy was the boss. He was badly wounded when he came here, and we brought him back, because he was the first one to enter our territory. We didn't know if he was a friend or foe, so we had no choice but to do it. Du Jian took off his mask, revealing an unfamiliar face. There was no trace of blood on him, except for a long scar running from the left corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. We deliberately let that girl go. When he woke up, he did nothing. He explained the situation to us and said that he would wait here until his friends picked him up. He was still waiting. When you came here, he had already told us about you. At the same time, one of the zombies took off his mask, revealing a very young man in front of him. Although he was not handsome, his face was very attractive, and his eyes were sparkling. After the explanation, Huzi was amused and realized that it was all a misunderstanding. He explained his purpose to them. Du Jian took him to the cave. Although he already knew the real situation, he still had doubts in his heart. It was very cold inside. Even a body like Huzi felt a slight chill, which made him take a deep breath. The humidity in the cave is normal. "Just hold on, we'll be there soon." However, as the group walked for a while, Huzi felt the surroundings getting colder. Finally, he felt the cold seeping into his bones, as if he was freezing to death. but compared to his suffering, the others seemed surprisingly calm. After all, having lived here for so long, they couldn't possibly be immune to the cold. And yet the cave ahead seemed just as bottomless. Huzi felt a slight premonition of danger and involuntarily froze. What happened? We'll go a little further. It won't be too cold here, right? That's okay, the zombie in the mask asked with a half smile. However, his subsequent sarcasm remained unperturbed, and he did not even take his words seriously. Instead, he looked at them dispassionately, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Huzi retreated a few steps, drawing the straight knife again. I will wait for you at the entrance. Take him out. And you come with me. With lightning speed, Huzi put the knife to Dujian's neck. Before the others could react, everything was finished. Seeing Huzi's actions, their faces darkened. What are you doing? We will definitely give this person to you. What do you mean? Whether he's in your arms or you let me get deep inside, what exactly does that mean? Only you know. I won't ask. I'll get him out of the cave. You will bring him out safely, and I will not harm him in the slightest. Huzi did not seem to complain. He put the knife to Dujian's neck and stepped back. The others glared at him, but now that their boss was in his hands, they did not dare to act rashly. After Huzi safely exited the cave, he looked at the man in his arms and sighed in relief without saying a word. Seeing his silence, the man in his arms sneered. Huzi, we were so kind to help you, and you treat me like this? Is this how you express your gratitude? You were so kind as to help me? Huzi suddenly laughed strangely when he heard these words, and looked at him with a complicated expression, as if he had heard a joke. Then he fell silent without saying a word, and the man in his hand was also silent, with a gleam in his eyes, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Fortunately, the people in the cave did not, made them wait for a long time, and soon came out, even faster than Huzi expected. What? Huzi saw that they were empty-handed and did not see anyone he knew among them. He immediately raised his eyebrows and looked at them with a half smile. These people also had dissatisfied expressions and looked at Huzi coldly. However, when they met his gaze that seemed to want to pierce him, Huzi was not at all worried and continued to look at them with a smile. So, my friend is not really with you. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why create such awkwardness? Although his face still beamed with a radiant smile, his words were icy to the extreme. The cold emanating from them made the men shiver. Unlike the dampness in the cave, this cold penetrated deep into the bones, chilling not only the skin, but also the insides. What do you want? Their faces were gloomy. Their eyes were now burning, as if they wanted to chop Huzi into pieces, as if he had raped their mother. With a cold laugh, Huzi took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. He turned to the trembling figure beside him, his composure gone. The edge of Huzi's sword left a faint mark on his slender neck. Few people deceive me, and you, as the first to arrive, will naturally pay the price. Huzi stared at them as he spoke, expressionless face. After all, this was the man who had wanted to kill him not long ago. After all, if Huzi had really believed their lies and gone into the depths of Shandong, he would now be lying on the ground as a corpse. If he hadn't realized this, who knows who would be doing nothing right now? At this thought, a sinister expression flashed in Huzi's eyes. He grabbed a straight knife and stabbed it into his opponent's chest, causing him to tremble. Blood gushed out from his heart, and the life in his eyes gradually faded. At the same time, after finishing him off, Huzi looked at the angry crowd, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Where is my friend now? We don't know. When we came here, we found that there was another secret in this cave. We saw a bloody man enter, and then, before we could get there, we met you. Although the explanation was vague, Huzi still roughly understood what happened. However, the explanations before and after were different from what Mary said. How these people came up with the idea of disguising themselves as Dujian and zombies is also a question. However, when faced with Huzi's half-belief and half-doubt, they all became furious. This is a fact. Believe it or not, we already know this. Can you let us go? Leave? Huze sneered, taking out a piece of white cotton cloth from his pocket and wiping the bloody straight knife with it. This sent a chill through their hearts. You are too naive, aren't you? You are plotting against me, leaving behind a rumor that you can't confirm, and now you're just leaving? Before they could react, Huze had already struck, and in the next second, all that was left were corpses lying on the ground. Sheathing the straight knife, Huze lowered his head. The blood in front of him actually belonged to Du Jian, and it had actually disappeared ever since Du Jian appeared. This meant that there was a 50% chance that these people were telling the truth. With this thought, Huze's eyes trembled slightly as he entered the cave. This time, he reached the end of the cave in the blink of an eye. Feeling the piercing cold, he saw Du Jian in the corner, covered in wounds. For some unknown reason, his face turned slightly red, his lips were pale, and he was trembling all over. Seeing Du Jian, Huze's pupils slightly contracted and he slowly exhaled. Damn, it's fortunate that he's here, but it was very brave of him to come here injured. Remembering what he saw at the entrance to cave, Huze's face turned cold. The face looked exactly like it had been carved into the ground by a child, but there was something strange, almost eerie about it. Huze felt like he was standing in front of that face, completely naked. Sighing, Huze thought for a moment before taking out something from his belongings, the herb he had exchanged for the energy ore in the underground shelter. He walked over to the injured Du Jian, crushed it, and applied it to his wounds. The effect was quick. By the time Du Jian's wounds were almost healed, Huze, judging that a long time had passed, moved forward to carry him away. But then Du Jian suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Huze, a look of confusion flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Even though it was only a fleeting moment, Huze was acutely aware of it, but he remained silent. No matter what happened, as long as the person in front of him was safe, he felt relieved. He wasn't particularly worried. "Boss, are you awake?" "Yes." Du Jian seemed reluctant to speak. After a moment, he raised his gaze and suddenly looked at Huze, thinking for a moment. "Boss, was there anything strange when you came here?" Hearing this, Huze's heart sank. Du Jian was definitely a true warrior. Even a tiger wouldn't hurt him like that. So this place must be strange. Huze shook his head and replied sternly, "No." Du Jian didn't say anything. He simply asked Huze to take him away. When they finally returned to their group, Huze noticed Du Jian's relief. However, this was a difficult period, and there were some unknowns in this primeval forest. Huze had no choice but to leave with the others. Back in the underground shelter, they rested for a while before Huze led them to a certain place. It was an abandoned city. Before the apocalypse, it was the core of the world. Now, it was the ruins of a post-apocalyptic civilization. There are few dangers there, but getting there is quite difficult. Although this area is between the low and second level, many high-level undead are still connected to each other, and their actions speak for themselves. The wasteland was once a lively place, and even now its surroundings hide valuable treasures. Why do these undead dare not enter? Unclear. Perhaps only arriving there would reveal the answer. The abandoned city, a cloud of dust and sand, filled the air. Huze looked at the area in front of him. It was a remote corner beyond the wasteland. To avoid encountering some enemies, they chose this most difficult route. Although it was relatively difficult, it was the gravel that made it difficult to move. However, there was no need to worry about the zombies. Even if they encountered them, they would not be high-level ones. "Master, I don't feel well," Xiaohua frowned. Although the zombies here weren't particularly strong, for some reason the area outside the abandoned city resembled a labyrinth. They walked for a long time, but it was as if they were standing still. It was a truly unpleasant feeling. Huze stopped and turned around. He saw that not only Xiaohua, but also everyone else was pale and looked exhausted. He was about to say something when he felt a surge of fatigue. His face darkened. "Let's go. Someone is coming." He had never felt like this before, but perhaps because he had died once before, He was allergic to the aura of death. He felt the aura around him growing stronger, a sense of oppression growing inside him. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, staring at the winding road ahead. He closed his eyes, his mind racing. He didn't understand what was happening, but a complex mixture of emotions swept over him. The others, hearing Huze's words, retreated, but it was too late. A young man appeared in front of the group. His features were stern, and his eyes shone with a pale blue hue with a slight pink tint. When he saw Huze, he froze for a moment, and a smile appeared on his lips. Although this smile was bright, it caused a tremor of fear in Huze's heart, and he involuntarily retreated a few steps. "What? Are you that afraid of me?" The zombie walked up to Huze and the others, smiling warmly and kindly at him, as if he were an old friend. However, Huze didn't sense any killing intent from him, and that was enough. "Senior, we didn't mean to offend you. If we have disturbed you, we can leave immediately." Huze's eyes flashed. He crossed his arms and bowed slightly. According to the Ghost King, this gesture was the most honorable sign of the Day of the Dead, a sign of respect and recognition. Huze clearly used this etiquette to make a good impression on them. "Oh?" The zombie raised an eyebrow, looking at Huze with interest. After looking him over from head to toe, he laughed several times. "You are worthy of being the one he chose. This is really interesting. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? If you think so, we will all turn into ashes when you appear. Since you are still alive, doesn't the Elder just want to understand us?" Huze asked, instead of answering. This question made the zombie's mouth open slightly. Then he laughed, shook his head slightly, and nodded. "This road is very quiet, and usually no one walks here, but be careful. Fortunately, you disturbed me this time. If it were anyone else, hey kid, I can't guarantee that you'll be as lucky." He said this with a rather provocative smile. This smile made Huze raise his eyebrows, purse his lips, and remain silent. The conversation between them was fast. After giving the warning, the zombie was about to leave when suddenly a ghost appeared and saw the zombie, Huze, and the others. It was just a blue, second-level zombie. Seeing the horror in the boy's eyes, the zombie suddenly turned cold. Then Huze and the others saw a flash of cold light, and the second-level undead that had just arrived had already fallen to the ground lifelessly. Huze's face darkened at the sight. If they hadn't encountered this zombie, the safest route they had found to the desolate city would have been a dead end. This also made Huze suspicious. In the end, the route and destination were chosen by the underground shelter. One mistake was bearable, but repeated mistakes were enough to arouse suspicion. "Thank you." Huze didn't know why he had left this undead here, but regardless of the purpose or reason, he had indirectly saved his life, so gratitude was only natural. However, after hearing his thanks, the zombie looked at him indifferently, completely ignoring his words. However, his impression of Huze improved slightly, and he slowly shook his head. "Don't thank me. I just don't want him to spill the beans about our relationship. This will only bring me harm, not benefit." At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was deep in thought. Seeing this, Huze silently moved aside without interrupting. After a long time, he seemed to be thinking about something. He glanced at Huze, whose eyes were calm and meaningful, then shook his head slightly, smiled, and left. They originally wanted to leave him and ask him a few questions about the abandoned city, but when Huze wanted to speak, he found that he had disappeared. He could only smile bitterly, shake his head slightly, and gesture for everyone to turn back. Since the safest route had become the most dangerous, they had no choice but to find another. In the end, all roads lead to Rome. There is no need to worry about not reaching our destination. Master, do you know this zombie? Mu Guilong hesitated for a long time on the road, looked at Huze, and asked quietly. His question also touched on the questions in everyone's hearts. They were very curious. How could Huze be related to the undead? After all, on this day of judgment, humans and the undead were always incompatible. It was good that they did not fight when they met. How could they have such a relationship with the undead? We had met before, but we were not close friends. Why he didn't attack me, I don't know. I have a feeling he's afraid of something, but there's nothing scary about me. After the brief explanation, no one said a word. They knew that if Jose wanted them to know, he would tell them himself. If not, even asking wouldn't help. Having spent so much time with their boss, they knew that very well. They headed down another, well-known path. The undead encountered along the way were generally quite strong, but still few in number and not particularly threatening. "Mary, watch out!" the fat man shouted. As soon as he said this, his men were next to Mary, kicking away the zombie that was rushing at her, not taking their eyes off her. "Mary, what are you doing?" Mary looked at the zombie with hidden fear. Only then did she react. Her pretty face turned pale, and she took a few steps back while the fat man looked at him with mild indignation. If it weren't for his quick reaction, Mary would have already been dead at the hands of the zombies. However, both Mary and he were still wounded. Slowly exhaling, Mary looked guiltily at the fat man. "I didn't want to do this. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know where to start. She just stuttered, unable to finish her sentence for a long time. Seeing this, Jose walked up to Mary and patted her on the shoulder. He could imagine her feelings. Du Jin seemed a little out of sorts ever since he came back from the primeval forest. When everyone asked him what was wrong, he refused to answer, keeping his mouth tightly shut. He looked like he was in some kind of shock. "It wasn't her fault, Mary. If that's all that matters, you should go back first. After all, Du Jian needs your care." Huzi thought about the potential risks and decided that it was unwise for Mary to follow them absent-mindedly. He couldn't help but smile and said softly, "Only she knew her own business better than anyone." Mary's eyelids drooped slightly and she nodded softly. Staying would be a burden to everyone else, so it would be better to go back and take care of the person she missed so much. Even Huzi couldn't figure out what was going on with Du Jian. His behavior was so strange that even Mary felt a sense of distrust that turned to bitterness. However, believing that he must have his reasons, she continued to take care of them. Under her careful tutelage, Du Jian gradually regained his respect for them, at least reducing his disgust for the underground hideout and Huze's group. He had hallucinations there, perhaps just a dream, and he mistook us for people in his hallucinations. Boss, don't blame him. He has his own problems. Mary was clearly embarrassed when discussing Du Jian's condition, fearing that Huze would gradually become disillusioned with her after learning the truth. However, seeing Huze's calm and relief on his face, the weight of anxiety finally subsided. "You'd better go back first. He's in a state of mental stress right now and can't leave you." He lowered his head and thought for a moment before winking at Xiaohua, who pulled out a talisman and placed it on Mary. "If you see the undead, don't use any tricks against them. Just pretend you don't see them and leave. This is an invisibility talisman. As long as you don't attack them, they won't see you." With that, Huze waved goodbye to her. Watching her leave from afar, he called everyone deeper into the wilderness. The distance to the wasteland was now less than 10 kilometers, but no one could predict what might happen along the way. "Master, do you think we will meet those we met here at the party?" Xiaohua suddenly asked, and a thought came to her mind. Huze's eyes narrowed slightly, and he became animated. Xiaohua's meaning was clear. She was worried that they would encounter ghosts. Now that the zombie had appeared, what else was impossible? "I guess we're not that bad, right?" Huzi shrugged indifferently. Whether he encountered anyone or not didn't matter to him. After death, he knew the soul existed, and he believed in gods and heaven. Everything was predetermined then. To dwell on such things would only invite disaster. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and waved to the crowd. Fatso and the others followed. Bai Mo, who was in the crowd, remained silent. He had been silent since he came out. The closer they got to the abandoned city, the darker the atmosphere became. When they saw the entrance to the abandoned city, Huzi's face lit up with joy. Although he felt that it was unfair that they did not encounter any dangers along the way, he did not pay attention to it. He slowly exhaled and took a few steps forward. However, after taking these few steps, his face suddenly changed. The scalp continued to tingle and a chill ran down their spine. How could this be? Everyone, be careful. It's dangerous here. No wonder they didn't encounter any danger along the way. It turned out that the real danger was lurking right here. The rest of the undead did not dare to approach. Not bad for your perception, but unfortunately, you will have to stay here. The ominous voice died down, and a ghost appeared in front of them. The ghost was about a meter tall, and blue will-o'-the-wisps flickered in its eye sockets. He had not yet reached the stage of becoming a human. Seeing this, Jose breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that they had a chance to win. The will-o'-the-wisps in the ghost's eye sockets let out a faint crackling sound when they saw Huzi and Xiaohua. As undead, you two are ashamed to hang out with these people. His voice was creepy, full of rage. This startled Huzi and Xiaohua, and they immediately remembered the pill they had taken. The timer had not yet expired, and the effect of the drug had not yet worn off. To outsiders, they were as much undead as they were. And yet, despite this, they still hung out with Fatso and the others, disgracing the undead. We are free to choose who we are with. You don't need to control us. If you don't want to cleanse our ranks, then come. We are always happy. Huzi looked at him with a half-smile, raised his eyebrows defiantly, and bent his finger. This simple gesture immediately angered the interlocutor. The ethereal body of the ghost flew towards Huzi and his comrades. Meanwhile, Huzi and his comrades, despite their training, were no match for this second-tier undead. Everyone, split up. Bai Mo, if you still have bombs left, use them immediately. The rest of you, stay with me and act accordingly. Your safety is paramount. Remember, don't let me die. Huzi quickly recovered and, like a shadow, slipped behind the ghost, punching him in the head. However, his fist passed through like a shadow, missing the real thing. At this moment, Bai Mo snatched the bomb from his hands and placed it under. Ghost. When it exploded, dozens of flaming fragments pierced the ghost's body, releasing a pungent smell of burning. Gee. The pain emanating from every part of the body made the ghost thrash around like crazy, as if trying to escape. But Huzi had no intention of letting him go. He could feel from the zombie's behavior that if it became known that these two, who were considered undead, were going to meet these people, many undead would attack them. If I get out and do something else, it will be difficult. Fatty, about to become him immediately. Bai Mo, prepare more bombs. Mu Guilong, you and Xiaohua attack him from both sides. And you, Fatty, from behind, don't forget to distract him. From now on, don't let him escape. Otherwise, we'll have problems later. Huzi's gaze was especially serious as he gave these orders. If they can't stop him today, their future operations will be much more difficult. After all, this guy has already imprinted their image. If he encountered another undead again, he could easily describe its appearance and introduce it in person. If these people wanted to go looking for energy ore in the future, they would encounter even more obstacles. Expecting others to be able to escape was easy. Impossible. Where are you running? You think too much, don't you? With a laugh, the fat man quickly approached the ghost, blocking his escape route. Seeing someone blocking his path, the ghost suddenly darkened and rushed forward. However, the fat man immediately pulled out a steel pipe with spikes that emitted a dim light. His progress stopped, and his will-o'-the-wisp flickered slightly. He knew what that dim light was. It was something that was meant to hold them back. How could this little fat man have it? But now, despite everything, the thing that could hold him back was in this fat man. He couldn't let his guard down. Otherwise, his luxurious life in this abandoned city would most likely end in collapse. Still trying to hide? Do you really think we are powerless against you? The fat man grinned, throwing the aforementioned mace at him head first. At the same time, behind him, Huzi, Xiaohua, Mu Guilong, and Bai Mo, who had prepared explosives, rushed to attack. The fury of the attack was so strong that Huzi was momentarily blinded. When he opened his eyes again, he saw no one. In front of him lay only red energy ore. He had heard of this ore before. If the undead consumed the energy ore, it would separate from the body after death, forming raw ore. This was the energy ore they were looking for, the resource they needed. Boss? Master? Everyone looked at Huzi, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, they realized that the energy ore they knew was actually a relic of these creatures. Why was it so strange? Huzi's face twitched. At first, he didn't know. But now, even if he knew, what could he do? He shouldn't get too carried away. Even if we need energy ore, we can't get it this way. Otherwise, we'll die before we get it. He shook his head slightly. It was simply unrealistic. Their strength was too weak. This time, their victory was due to the fact that the enemy underestimated them and did not take them seriously. Moreover, even the ghost probably did not expect that the fat man would have something specially designed to counter him. After talking with them, the excitement on their faces gradually faded, and calm has returned. Pack your things, and let's continue our journey. Huze glanced at Mu Guilong, who had immediately collected the red ore. They continued on their way without encountering any danger, but Huze felt that it was too quiet. The abandoned city was abandoned, especially after the apocalypse, and became a paradise for all kinds of undead. It was safe inside, but the outside was definitely dangerous. Boss, what's wrong with you? You don't look well. Mu Guilong noticed that something was wrong with Huzi, but when he asked, Huzi shook his head slightly, indicating that everything was fine, and told them to continue on their way. They had just started to move forward when Huzi's expression suddenly changed. He extended his hand, blocking their way and asking them to stop. They had just entered the gate of an abandoned city. Huzi thought it was a city, but it turned out to be a castle. The structure was complex and looked completely new, not like the end of the world at all. Instead, they felt as if they had entered a castle from a primitive era. Wait here. I have a feeling that something is wrong here. Huzi's face turned pale. He told them to wait, took a deep breath, and let it out slowly. He took a few steps forward, not seeing anything out of the ordinary. Doubt flashed in his eyes. But nothing unexpected happened ahead. Everything was as usual. The silence was so deep that it gave her goosebumps. It shouldn't be like this. How could it be so quiet here? Even if this is a safe place, there should be screams of the undead outside, right? Boss, look outside. Outside! At this moment, Fatty Mu Guilong suddenly shouted, pointing Huze outside. When Huze turned his gaze, his expression changed abruptly. He saw a swarm of low-level undead coming towards them from outside. Exactly! Swarm! The numbers were so huge, so overwhelming, that he couldn't find the words to describe the sight before him. What's going on? Everyone on guard! Attack immediately! Damn it! If this continues, we will return empty-handed again. Huzi called on everyone to prepare for a fierce battle. However, while they were preparing, Huzi noticed that the undead creatures advancing towards them had stopped a few meters away. In each of their eyes, multicolored lights were flashing, most of which were low-level green. But their sheer number was terrifying. What was going on? Boss Huzi's blank gaze startled them. Mu Guilong called out to Huzi several times before finally answering and looking at him. However, when their gazes met, Huzi did not immediately respond. Instead, he lowered his eyes slightly, frowning as if deep in thought. After a long pause, he could not come to his senses. He just glanced meaningfully at the undead blocking his path. It seemed like everything was fine now, but getting out would be difficult. No wonder they didn't feel any danger before. The abandoned city is easy to get into, but hard to get out of. He finally understood why the zombie had smiled so strangely as he left. The zombie had known about this incident for a long time, but he wasn't going to tell anyone. We'll deal with this when we find supplies. If all else fails, we have enough supplies until dawn. The fat man looked at the pitch-black sky. They had noticed it a long time ago, but they hadn't seen the moon yet. The zombies appeared right after dark, meaning they weren't there during the day. The fat man's words brought a bitter smile to Huze's face. He shook his head slowly, looking up at the pitch-black sky, and muttered under his breath, "I hope tonight will be as peaceful as I imagined. Otherwise, it will be another unforgettable night." The words were spoken quietly, but Xiaohua, clinging to him, heard them all. She looked at Huzo calmly. Since he didn't want to tell her, she didn't ask, but sighed softly. "Master, come on, let's go in and take a look. In any case, we have no choice, right?" Huzo couldn't help but grin at the thought. The sardonic curve of his lips made Xiaohua and the others' eyelids jump slightly and their hearts flutter. Entering the castle, they really found that it had a classical atmosphere. The fat man suddenly shouted, looking at one of the statues, "It seems I've been here before. It was a long time ago, before the end of the world." Hearing this, Mu Guilong, who was standing next to him, suddenly laughed and looked at the fat man mockingly. "Hey, are you imagining things or dreaming? We were inseparable brothers before the apocalypse. Where have you been? How could I not know? No, old Mu, see for yourself. This place is really familiar." The fat man looked at Mu Guilong with a panicked expression. He pointed to the statue in the middle, took a few steps forward, and placed his hand on the stone platform at the foot of the stairs. When he placed his hand on the platform, a small hole appeared underneath it. Inside was a piece of paper that seemed to have been there for a long time. Upon seeing the note, Mu Guilong trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Suddenly, a memory he least wanted to remember popped into his head. "Is this the place?" "Yes, we fought those people here and got into prison. When we came out, the world was like this." The fat man's face was extremely gloomy. "So, you mean I'm here again?" Mu Guilong's face didn't look good-natured either, because he remembered how they discovered this only after entering and leaving here. Many ran in a hurry, but only noticed it when they came out. Inside, they were completely healthy. Judging by the way things were, all the zombies had begun to crawl away from here. Huzi also learned of their current misfortune and looked at them in surprise. What happened? Huzi knew little about their past. There were many things going on in the underground shelter, and Huzi did not like to pry into other people's affairs. Hearing Huzi's question, both of them became embarrassed. The fat man coughed several times, suppressing the strange feelings that flared up in his heart, looked at Huzi, shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. "We have been here before, and if the suspicions are correct, this cursed place is somehow connected to the apocalypse." Huzi looked at them with wide eyes. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, it was just that the news was too terrifying. If this place was somehow related to the apocalypse, then this abandoned city was definitely something strange. But their current forces were too small. If they even dreamed of solving this mystery, they would probably have to pay a high price. He shook his head slightly, telling them to leave things as they were for now. Now he was only concerned about one thing: how to get back. This thought weighed on him, and he involuntarily raised his hand and rubbed his swollen forehead. "Boss, since the undead dare not enter here, there must be something that can suppress them. If we find it, it will be easy to escape. If not, we can stay here until dawn. No matter what happens, at least we will be safe here." Baimo rubbed his chin, looked at Baize, and said with a smile. Baize nodded, agreeing with his statement. He was going to do it too, but he had no idea what would happen that night. The abandoned city was originally one of the most mysterious places of the apocalypse. The way there was full of dangers. Few people entered it, and even fewer who did could leave. Of course, this rule did not apply to the undead. In addition to the existence of something that could suppress them, there was probably something here that they did not dare to provoke. There was a perfect place to rest here. "I'll take you there. We've been here before, so we're familiar with it." The fat man led the way with a smile. Mu Guilong followed behind him, his head bowed thoughtfully. He had a feeling that they seemed to have overlooked something important. While he was thinking, the fat man had already found a place for them to stay for the night. It must be said that even in the apocalypse, the old aura was still felt. Simple, yet elegant, yet majestic. "Let's not part tonight. We'll leave at dawn." For some reason, Huzi was haunted by a bad feeling, but he kept it to himself, remaining cautious, hoping that he was exaggerating. Otherwise, if something really happens, then night will come. It was quiet all around, and it was getting quieter as the night approached. At first, the cries of the undead could still be heard from outside, but now the silence became ominous. "Master, are you okay?" Xiaohua walked up to Huzi, looked at him, and pursed her lips for a long time before speaking. These words stunned Huzi. He shook his head slightly. His smile seemed forced. Seeing Huzi in this state, Xiaohua sighed. She and Huzi were similar in a sense. It was the existence that gave them both new life. Now that the night was starting to fade, Xiaohua felt a surge of pressure. She was sure that Huzi also felt it, but he remained silent. "Master, this place, we have no other choice. There are so many zombies waiting for us outside. If we go out, we will be attacked immediately." Huzi smiled bitterly. Just as he finished speaking, the undead outside suddenly began to cry pitifully, causing their pupils to slightly contract. Without saying a word, Huzi stood up and told everyone to remain where they were. He walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and saw a faint red light coming from outside. In that eerie red light, the zombies, like snails that had encountered salt, turned into a puddle of water. The water was filled with a strong smell of decay, and even from this distance, Huzi could smell it. At the same time, the others stood up and witnessed this scene. This exciting and terrifying scene sent shivers down everyone's spines and made their heads move. "Boss, I found that by following you, I saw so many things I had never seen before." The fat man's flesh trembled violently, and he said sadly, although the others were pale and silent, their expressions showed that they agreed. Although they had spent the night outside during the apocalypse and even visited various legendary dangerous places, these were all ordinary dangers, and such terrifying scenes would not occur. But now, if you think about it, after following Huzi, it was as if there were a pair of big hands in the darkness, silently controlling everything. There will be even more incredible things waiting for you in the future. Don't rejoice now, just wait. The best is yet to come. Still better? The fat man shuddered, turned around, walked to the bed and sat down, looking at Huzi with indignation. This look made Huzi laugh and cry. However, he was very curious about what it was. At this moment, Mu Guilong suddenly raised his head, looking around at the scene in horror. He couldn't react for a long time and exhaled. He had always been mature and level-headed, but now his hands began to tremble. Everyone had gathered together, so naturally they noticed Mu Guilong's situation. Even before Huzi asked, Mu Guilong's lips were trembling as if he was talking to himself, but everyone heard him. "Damn it, I'm so unlucky to have come here on the night of a lunar eclipse." When he spoke, his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was dripping off it. During the lunar eclipse, a monster appears in the abandoned city. It is originally here, but it awakens only at this time. At this time, many undead gather outside, providing it with the energy it needs to awaken. Mu Guilong only now remembered that someone had met him before. That time, he was alone, looking for food, and he saved the man, but he was already dying. He only gave him a general outline of the situation before leaving. Everyone's situation is different, so no one can predict the specific circumstances. That's the scariest part. It takes the energy of so many undead to awaken once, so you can imagine how much energy he has. When confronted with such a creature, if it harbors evil intentions, it will surely die without a burial place. Then it all depends on our luck, Huzi said calmly as he looked at the gradually disappearing undead outside. If the enemy really harbored evil intentions, then any clever tricks would be useless against such a formidable force. How could he not confess honestly? After Xiaohua finished speaking, she glanced at him and joined him on the sofa. Both of them looked calm, although what was waiting for them ahead could very well be their demise. The fat man shrugged indifferently. In the end, after meeting Huzi, he realized that his life was no longer his own. They all knew what awaited them after joining the underground shelter. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and even if there was, it wouldn't fall on their heads. The night grew darker and the sounds from outside faded. The faint rustling finally died down, and the tiny red glow began to fade. At the same time, a quiet whine swept through the building, perhaps from the wind outside. It sounded like a child crying. "There's movement, everyone. Be careful." Huze slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. He felt something ominous approaching. Just as everyone was on alert, a bright red hue suddenly appeared on the wall, slowly spreading into a ring. Inside the red edge lay a dark hole. From this deep hole, everyone sensed mortal danger and watched it warily. Soon, a sweet aroma wafted from within, with a slight hint of milk. What was going on? The fat man's eyebrows arched slightly, his eyes, already almost invisible for fat, narrowed even more. Following the aroma, a fishy stench began to waft. Wow! A baby's cry was suddenly heard. It was just one cry, seemingly just one, and Huze breathed a sigh of relief. They were not afraid of even one. But suddenly, the sounds continued, one after another, sending a tingling sensation through Huze's and the others' heads. Slowly, a small baby crawled out. When he appeared, Huze's pupils had slightly contracted. One of the baby's eyes had been gouged out, revealing an empty socket oozing blood. The other eye had also turned completely white. As he looked at them, his tiny mouth was open and white maggots were crawling inside. Half of his face was completely red, as if he had been skinned alive. Just looking at his head made my head tingle and my heart freeze. What the hell? Huze stepped forward with a large iron block in his hand and moved to cover the hole. But the baby, as if reading his thoughts, crawled out, completely exposing its body. The tiny body in many places revealed white bones, devoid of flesh and blood. These tiny bones tormented the hearts of those who still had a shred of conscience. However, remembering how many undead had been destroyed by these creatures, Huze's eyes flashed with worry. He raised his hand, calling for the others to retreat. He had a premonition that these creatures were more than they seemed. "Be careful, everyone! Don't be merciful! If you don't kill them to survive, you will all die." "Do you understand?" Huze growled. His deep voice brought them all to their senses, and their eyes lit up as they nodded. Kill. The hole couldn't be plugged now, and the babies kept coming out. Without exception, they all looked terribly miserable, having obviously suffered unbearable pain and torture before being shoved in. But Huze, when he confronted them, showed no mercy. The straight knife in his hand was soon stained with blood. And when he encountered the others, who were armed with steel pipes and maces, he was already thinking about making them cold weapons. Otherwise, even in terms of equipment, their strength would be reduced by a level. Wow! The continuous crying of the babies softened their hearts. Only Huze and Xiaohua, whose biochemical bodies had already experienced mental death, were somewhat immune to it. Their slaughter brought everyone back to their senses, realizing the reality of their situation. Their hearts warmed. They killed these horrible babies one by one. They killed countless of them, circling the black hole and throwing each one out the window. Their movements were numb. It was an unknown amount of time before a scream was heard, and the babies' movements froze as they crawled out, slowly getting to their feet. Regardless, Huze did not allow them to continue their killing, but instead told them to sit down and rest. "Since you are here, sir, why don't you stop hiding? Are you still worried about what we can do?" Huze rested for a while to recuperate, then stood up and looked at the door with a smile. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open, hitting him in the chest, causing him to groan, his face to turn pale, and he spat out blood. He raised his head and stared ominously ahead. "What do you mean?" The one who secretly helped them gave them time to recover and did not disturb them. Huze instinctively thought that he had no bad intentions towards them. He was hit without any preparation, especially his nose. Xiaohua's face changed abruptly, and he hurried towards Huze, staring at the person who entered. This man looked very handsome, as if he had stepped out of a painting, but His cold eyes made people afraid to look him straight in the eye. He was like black ice that had existed for thousands of years, radiating cold and scaring away strangers. There was not a drop of human emotion in him. What I did to you was considered a light punishment. But what you did to my children, young and ignorant though they were, was too harsh. Their wounds will take at least 100 years to heal. The young man narrowed his eyes, glaring sternly at Huze. Huze turned pale, clutched his chest, and stepped back. Xiaohua stepped forward, extending a hand to protect him. The others stepped forward, surrounding Huze. Seeing this, the youth sneered disdainfully. Lights like will-o'-the-wisps suddenly flashed in his eyes. They were red. The color of blood, a terrifying, trembling red. How should I punish you? My children said they were furious. As he spoke, a large knife materialized in his hand. His words were ridiculed and teased, but they didn't hide his contempt and disdain. Originally, he just wanted to calmly endure this awakening. After all, his mood was still relatively good. However, when he saw Huze and Xiaohua walking in surrounded by these people, he became furious. The relationship between the undead and humans was practically incompatible, and now, right in front of him, two undead were happily chatting with these people and even defending them. This was a disgrace to the undead world. What do you want? They don't know anything. Let them go, and I'll leave you at your disposal. Huze raised his head, not taking his eyes off him for a second. Under such a stubborn gaze, the youth's face trembled. After a moment, he sneered contemptuously and raised one hand. Huze's face suddenly turned red, and he flew into the air. His flushed face and pained expression made it clear to everyone that he was being lifted up. Leave it to me? Do you think you can replace them all? You are a bit naive. Master! Boss! Everyone was horrified by Huze's appearance. Although others might not understand, Xiaohua knew very well that if Huze disappeared, the underground shelter would disappear along with him. After all, the shelter was completely dependent on Huze. Huze was his point of contact with this world, seeking energy minerals for him. In return, he would provide Huze with a safe haven and the ability to contact him. It could be said that everything depended on Huze. It's okay, Xiaohua, you'll be fine. Protect them and take them to a safe place. Don't worry about me. As your boss and master, I will do everything I can to buy you time and freedom. Huze's words were unclear to the others, but Xiaohua heard them clearly. They had all been through this before and knew that after the death of their two chosen ones, they would return to this man. But she didn't know what price Huze would have to pay for this. But she knew that Huze would definitely not be pleased. He had no emotions. He was like a machine that was constantly working, like impartial judge. Teacher, it's not that simple. Xiaohua will always be with you. This is Xiaohua's life. Xiaohua has never cried since she became a biochemical body, perhaps because the biochemical body has fewer tears than ordinary people. But at this moment, Xiaohua's eyes were rarely moist and a drop of light red tears fell. No one noticed how the tears, having fallen to the ground, quickly dissipated and were absorbed into it. It is very touching. But don't you think it is too childish to joke with me like that? The young man smiled weakly, pursing his lips. Although his smile was dazzling, the coldness in his eyes did not fade. He was not human, so naturally he did not experience complex emotions. In his heart, he perceived these little ones as undead creatures that he had spent so much effort to create. Now they were cruelly mutilated by these people. They won't be able to recover for at least 100 years. That alone was enough to sentence them to death. Okay, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Since you're so brave and not afraid of death, accept my punishment. I want to see if you are as cool as you say. The young man chuckled, and the chilling aura of his smile sent shivers down everyone's spines. Huze held his wrist tightly, his gaze calm, without the slightest fear of imminent death. For him, life was well-deserved. Every day he lived was a blessing from heaven. Even if he died now, he deserved it. What's the matter? Then those people he brought to the underground shelter will be able to meet him after he dies, right? Then, considering how many energy minerals he donated, he wondered if it was okay to let Xiaohua stay. Master. Xiaohua shed a pale red tear. Her voice became hoarse as she looked at Huzi. However, Huzi was now being held by the neck and was unable to speak. He could only look at Xiaohua helplessly. Her face was full of anxiety, and in his eyes there was a slight relief and tenderness. Although their time together was short, he had already developed a special feeling for Xiaohua. He couldn't even say exactly what it was, but every time he saw her, he felt a surge of affection. Especially since their bond had strengthened the last time, his feelings became even more definite. How touching. Let me think. How am I supposed to treat you after the way you treat my children? Ooh. At that moment, an icy wind suddenly blew outside, carrying with it a hint of holiness, but at the same time, a chilling cold that made your hair stand on end. What? How could this be? For the first time, panic flashed in the youth's eyes, cold as a block of eternal black ice. He suddenly loosened his grip on Huze's neck and retreated a few steps back, as if he was facing his sworn enemy. He cowered in a corner, his entire body trembling slightly. The fading blood-red light in his eyes returned, and he gradually shrank, turning into a skeleton. But in the skeleton's eye sockets, a red flame flickered. How is this possible? This is impossible. This power does not belong to this world. Who are you? His voice remained cold even in the face of something terrifying. This coldness was in stark contrast to the blood-red glow in his eyes. It seems that who we are has nothing to do with you. I just want to say that you can't afford to insult us. Huzi came down, squatted down, clutched his neck, and coughed several times. After catching his breath, he looked at the man, his face still slightly bruised, and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. But in the man's eyes, those teeth looked sinister and terrifying. Xiaohua, take them away first. I can protect myself here. If Xiaoyu and the others ask, just say that I have business outside, and I will stay for a while. After saying this, Hu Zi curled up in the corner, breathing heavily, then slowly closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually evened out. Seeing this, Xiaohua's eyes flashed in surprise, but her face was completely unsure. Her duty was to protect Huze and keep an eye on him. Now, Huze gave her an order. Take everyone back to the shelter safely and without mistakes. If it is inconvenient for you, I can take them. This shouldn't be a problem. Bai Mo touched his nose, seeing Xiaohua's conflicted look. He thought that Xiaohua's current appearance was a sign of dependence. But as soon as he made this suggestion, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, but he didn't have time to agree. Although the undead outside seemed to have disappeared, they are simply invisible. This is the advantage of each of my appearances. If you leave now, you will effectively be jumping into a fiery pit. Your only option is to leave at dawn. The skeleton, who had looked dejected and indifferent until now, stood up, the blood-red will-o'-the-wisp in his eyes flickering and making a faint crackling sound. His words slightly changed the expressions of Xiaohua and everyone else, especially Xiaohua, whose face was noticeably gloomy. If that were the case, she would have to leave Huze and send the others back to the underground shelter before she could come. However, she was really worried about leaving Huze alone in this cursed place, especially with the skeleton watching him closely. As if sensing the bitterness in Xiaohua's eyes, the skeleton sighed softly and regained his appearance, returning to his former stern youth. Don't worry, after what happened, I won't touch that man again. As he spoke, he shuddered, shaking all over with fear, recalling Huzi's previous behavior. Damn it! After so many years, arrogance, I finally hit a wall. Having learned a lesson from this, he will not attack Huze again, unless he gets tired of living. However, Xiaohua was still worried, but she had no other choice. When dawn finally broke, Xiaohua reluctantly looked away from Huze. The tears only strengthened their bond. If Huze is in danger, she will immediately sense it. But what's the use? If you dare to hurt him, I will never let you go. Before leaving, Xiaohua looked meaningfully at the skeleton, She didn't say what she would do if the skeleton dared to hurt Huze, but the madness and anxiety in her eyes chilled the skeleton's heart. "Don't worry, little one. I have self-awareness and I won't resist you." He shook his head. Now he could already determine Xiaohua and Huzi's relationship and their identities. Energy ore. He actually had a piece of energy ore. That person had left it there for 50 years. But that person had probably already died. After Xiaohua and the others left, the skeleton looked at Huze and sat down next to him. The wasteland was a place he had to protect. There was no way he could leave until the owner of the energy ore arrived. Tired, Huze felt only one thing: exhaustion. He felt like he could sleep for 3 days and 3 nights if he fell asleep. He was simply exhausted, both physically and mentally. But the headache made him wake up and look where he was. He froze. It was pitch black all around, devoid of light. He raised his hand, trying to see his fingers, but found that he couldn't see them. A sudden chill ran through his heart. What the hell was this? He could feel his arms and legs, but he couldn't see his body. Even when he ran, moved, or walked, the landscape before him remained pitch black. The darkness was driving him crazy. After an indefinite amount of time, he almost forgot about his own existence, when a light suddenly appeared before him. "You are here." A voice came out of nowhere, hovering in all directions. When Huzi heard it, his eyelids suddenly felt heavy, and he felt sleepy. But he still couldn't help but say, "Yes, I'm here." "Why are you only here now?" Like a woman who has secluded herself while waiting for her husband to return, there was a hint of anger in her voice, but more joy and relief. "Eye to eye. I've been waiting for you for so long. Who are you? So much time has passed. Have you forgotten me?" Yahuzi wanted to say something else, to evoke memories that did not belong to him, but seemed to belong to him. But as soon as the thought reached him, he felt as if someone was trying to tear his mind apart. He woke up in pain. He opened his eyes, his long eyelashes still slightly trembling. "You are awake." The voice seemed familiar to him. They returned safely, didn't they? The girl had deep feelings for you. She looked after you all night before she left." The skeleton lowered his head. His gaze was fixed on the ground. His thoughts were restless. His cold heart cracked at that moment, as if something had shattered into pieces. "You know, I need to tell you something. From the moment I found out who you were, I knew you had something to tell me." He smiled bitterly, realizing that he had hit a wall and was in big trouble. He always knew this day would come. "I just didn't expect it to come so soon, that someone like him would get here so quickly." Huzi didn't show any surprise at his words. He smiled, stood up, and stretched, looking out. The undead were gone. "What I want to tell you is unimportant. I'm sure you already know that. You must know who asked me to tell you those words. I don't have to tell you that, right?" The skeleton looked at him, a red will-o'-the-wisp flickering. After a while, a smile touched the corners of his lips, and he nodded softly. This time, hearing Huze's tone, he did not get angry. In fact, he was not a person with a bad character. In life, he was a very good-natured gentleman. "The energy minerals here belong to me. When I return and become strong enough, I will come and help you get rid of them. This is a deal between us, and it is valid for 5 years." Speaking of this time period, Huzi's expression became very strange. He was also shocked when the other party told him about it this time. The skeleton's gaze became even stranger. He knew better than anyone how difficult this would be. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Finally calming his jittery nerves, he looked at Huze. "Do you know what level you need to reach to make this deal? I already know a little about it, so you don't have to worry." Huze smiled at him. Although this goal was quite difficult to achieve, it was still too naive to try to stump him. Now that the words had been spoken, both sides had agreed to the deal. In the presence of this mysterious being, the skeleton was not worried that Huze would change his mind halfway. He still felt a little uneasy about giving something he had coveted for 50 years to someone he had known for less than 3 days. I can't take this thing, so I'll take you there. If you can take it, it will be your destiny." The skeleton looked meaningfully at Huze. Besides waiting for the man to return, he had another goal: to wait for the one for whom this energy ore was intended. He led him upstairs, where there was a secret room with simple furnishings. It was all simple, but on closer inspection, there was a subtle elegance. The room was completely empty. Huza merely raised his eyebrows without saying anything. The skeleton following behind him shifted his gaze, stepped forward, and transformed one hand into a bony palm, slamming it onto the green stone in front of him. When he pressed it, Huze heard a soft sound, and a large hole appeared in the center of the room. A box slowly emerged from inside. Although it was called a box, it was already the size of two people. Huze stared at the massive box without moving. When the skeleton opened it, golden light emanated from it, filling Huze with a warm feeling. In it was a piece of energy ore, only the size of a fist. "Take it if you can, but don't force it if you can't." Huze nodded, tapping his toes on the ground. The strong muscles of his thighs came into play. He grabbed the top of the box with both hands and pulled himself up, revealing a gold ore suspended in the center. It looked like this was it. The zombies had reported a piece of red ore before, so there were probably more in this abandoned city. Thinking about this, Huze narrowed his eyes slightly, licking his dry lips. Lips with a scarlet tongue. What generosity! Judging by its current state, the skeleton probably didn't know where the other energy ore was. It was a bit unbelievable, considering that the skeleton was the master here. And then, there was red ore in this castle, but he had no idea about it. Shaking his head slightly, he still couldn't dwell on it just yet. Huza took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Golden energy ore," he muttered softly as he moved forward. He was about to reach out and take it when he suddenly felt his mind hit by a hammer. Everything around him went blank, and the pain was so intense that he couldn't help but close his head, half close his eyes, and stare furiously at the golden energy ore in front of him. It was clearly his first time encountering such ore, but for some reason, a strange feeling of familiarity surged from the depths of his soul. This familiar atmosphere made him panic. He didn't even know what to do. What the hell was this? Huzi grabbed his head, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. A white haze began to spin before his eyes, and soon he lost consciousness, collapsing into a box the size of a neighborhood. There was no movement inside the box. The skeleton guarding her outside dimmed the light, sighed, stood up, and walked away, looking a little dejected. It seemed his vision had deceived him this time. But when would this man appear? Huza felt as if he had entered a familiar place, exactly the same as the one he had seen before, when he was unconscious. "You are here." "I'm here. Why are you only here now?" Huze wanted to say something else, but his headache forced him to shout. When he came to, sweat was dripping down his forehead. In front of him, on the ground, not in the air, lay a gold energy ore. Huze, overcoming the pain in his head, stood up and clasped the energy ore in his hand. He did not feel any discomfort, but rather a surge of strength. Strange. He muttered something quietly, but did not say many words. Turning the box over, he saw the skeleton return and stare at the box. After the meeting of the two parties, their views changed. Huze only wanted to know where the other energy ore was, and didn't want to pay any attention to the skeleton. Moreover, as soon as he encountered any danger, the skeleton would immediately disappear. In other words, there was already an exploitative relationship between them. Did you recognize it? Compared to Huze's indifference, the skeleton looked at him excitedly, as if he had seen the highest faith. The fanaticism in his eyes made Huze frown. He didn't like being looked at like that. "I don't need to tell you what's going on now, right? What's the point of all this farce? If I died here, you'd feel a little sorry, but it would be out of proportion to your current reaction." Every time Huzi thought about it, his anger would boil. In this apocalyptic world, everyone thought only about profit, only about profit. But in front of this skeleton and the gold energy ore, in addition to being exploited, he also suffered an unprecedented humiliation that was unimaginable to him. So please, I want to go back. A disdainful smile flashed across Huze's lips. Huze raised his head, looked at him coldly, and spoke softly. He had been here for a long time, and Xiaohua and the others must have been worried. In fact, if it weren't for the connection between him and Xiaohua, he wouldn't have let Xiaohua go. After all, Xiaohua was worried about him, and he was worried about her too. He wanted to stop her, but the skeleton, seeing his persistence, pursed his lips and nodded, and his cold eyes reflected a strange feeling. How? Strange. Huzi came out of there unharmed. He walked towards the entrance of the shelter, and his heart finally calmed down when the elevator rumbled. After all, no one knew what would happen until the very last moment. Upon entering the shelter, he found many people waiting for him. Xiaohua, Du Jian, Bai Mo, Xiao Yue, and the others. Master, you're finally back. You have no idea what we've been through these past few days. Master, Xiaohua, and Xiao Yue have been bullying us for the past few days. Master, it's good to be back. Let's rest and eat. Xiaohua and Xiao Yue ignored the complaints of the others, especially Xiaohua. In her eyes, there was only Huze. Huze looked at Xiaohua's eyes, full of tenderness and joy. This look warmed his heart, and he nodded softly, with a smile on his lips. He walked up to her, hugged her, and stroked her soft hair. I'm sorry for bothering you. With one simple sentence, Xiaohua finally let out all the grievances and fears that had accumulated over the past few days. Despite the fact that many people were watching her, she burst into tears in his arms. Although she could make sounds, not a single tear came out. He and Huzi were biologically reconstructed bodies, so tears were practically impossible. Even if they could, the conditions were extremely harsh, and it was almost impossible to shed any. Huze exhaled and gently kissed her forehead. He looked lovingly at Xiaohua's slightly red face, and there was a hint of mockery in his voice. The image of the elder sister that you had cultivated in the minds of these members has now completely collapsed. Don't cry, you really are opening their eyes. Xiaohua blushed at Huze's words, straightening up and regaining her former coldness. However, everyone noticed that her earlobe was suspiciously red. Okay, it's time to train. Stop wasting time and get back to training immediately. If you don't complete the task, no one will have a rest today. Seeing Xiaohua, Xiao Yue and the others treat him like this, Huze perked up and laughed heartily. However, his casual remark made everyone grimace. After everyone returned to training and completed their tasks, Xiao Yue brought a report. Teacher, judging from the recent level increase and the current level, Du Jian and Bai Mo have shown the most progress. But Wang Xin and the others are also rapidly improving their intelligence. Xiao Yue briefly explained the situation and handed a detailed report to Huze. After quickly glancing at the report, Huze smiled and nodded. This achievement was truly worth all the effort. However, the overall improvement in one person's strength made him frown. Mu Ya. Mu Ya's strength was not impressive when she arrived, but now that everyone else had gained 2 levels, she had only advanced 1. This situation left Huzi somewhat disappointed. Mu Ya had been having problems lately. Time? She's been a bit elusive lately, acting mysteriously day after day. I don't understand what she's up to. Xiao Yue blinked her charming eyes several times, looking innocently at Huze. It's none of her business. Mu Ya had been deliberately hiding her life from everyone recently, even Xiao Yue. However, Xiao Yue had no inclination to pry into other people's secrets, so she turned a blind eye. The assumption was that Mu Ya's actions did not pose a threat to the underground shelter. Huze frowned, thought for a moment, then looked meaningfully at Xiao Yu, nodded, and went to find Mu Ya. He had to get to the bottom of this. Master, why don't you clean yourself up first? Otherwise, you might scare the girl if you go out like that. Xiaohua followed Huze for a long time before speaking hesitantly. Her simple words made Huze stumble and almost fall. He coughed awkwardly several times, looked at her angrily, and nodded slightly. After Xiaohua's reminder, he realized that his outfit was actually... one leg was torn and the other was intact. Many parts of his clothes were covered in dirt, and there were small scars on his arms. There was also a bag on his head, which had fallen when he collided with the gold energy ore. Indeed, it was time to wash up. When did you start teasing the master? Despite this, Hu Ze continued to pretend to be unhappy, which made Xiaohua laugh. Ever since Hu Ze asked her to leave, her face had been covered in frost and she hadn't smiled once. Now, she finally felt a little more human. I was so happy that my master had returned that I couldn't help myself. If my master wants to blame me, I will remain silent. Xiaohua was so lively that even Hu Ze had never seen her like this before. A tender feeling arose in his heart, and he brushed a strand of hair from his forehead. The love and tenderness in his eyes startled Xiaohua, and her face flushed. She blushed the most today. Having experienced both great sorrow and great happiness, she treasured each moment even more. After all, they were in the apocalypse, in a world where the law of the jungle reigned, where only the strong survived. They had this underground shelter, but it still needed energy and minerals to sustain it. Leaving would inevitably lead to a vital crisis. Perhaps one day, they too would die when separated. Muya, before Hu Ze could say anything, a tiny figure approached them, her eyes full of worry and helplessness. The two exchanged glances. Mu Lin, why are you hanging around outside and not with Muya? A sudden voice startled Mu Lin. Seeing that it was Hu Ze, he patted his chest with a hidden sense of fear and sighed. However, he continued to glare at Hu Ze, and this gaze made Hu Ze involuntarily touch his nose. Why did he feel unforgivable in front of such a cute girl like Mu Lin? A criminal? Mu Lin, how is Mu Ya's training going lately? I noticed that Mu Ya is weaker than all of you. Your physical abilities and talents are almost the same. What's going on? You spend all day with her. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Speaking of Mu Ya's success, Hu Ze was still more or less dissatisfied. But it was only a slight irritation, not any other emotion. After all, these people were chosen by him. It was his choice, and he had to take responsibility for it until the end. It was his duty. But now, seeing Mu Ya in this state, he always felt disappointed. She hasn't been feeling well lately. From what I understand, she's probably in a relationship. Although she tried to hide it, the man in front of her was, after all, their boss, and had signed a soul-selling contract before coming here. Besides, no matter what, Hu Ze had provided them with a stable life. Mu Ya's current behavior was truly disappointing. She was completely lost in her thoughts, like a walking corpse. Naturally, she hoped that Hu Ze would help Mu Ya snap out of this state. Hearing Mu Lin's words, Hu Ze almost choked on his blood. In love? Was he ridiculous? There were so few people here, and they were all couples. What's going on? If that's the case, then only a few could be Mu Ya's boyfriend and make her heart flutter. Are you sure you just said that Mu Ya is in love and not depressed? A dark wrinkle appeared on Hu Ze's forehead and then began to throb. He looked up at Mu Lin, his lips trembling in helplessness. Forget it. Then, do you know who she likes? How would I know? This girl is so good at hiding her secret. And boss, let me tell you a secret. This is her first love, and she has no experience at all. Hearing this, Mu Lin burst into laughter, her body shaking with laughter that echoed far away. Mu Ya, who was standing nearby, heard the laughter and rushed towards her in confusion. When she saw Hu Ze, she immediately panicked and was at a loss as to what to do. Master, what brought you here? The girl's fear left Hu Ze speechless, and he rubbed his face. He was curious. Was he really that scary? I'm not going to eat you. I'm not a man-eating monster. What are you so afraid of? I know my grades well, boss. Don't be angry. Next time, I'll try harder and won't delay you anymore. Just give me a chance, okay? Don't kick me out of the shelter. Hu Ze looked at her in surprise. Who told them that they would be expelled for bad grades? Mu Lin coughed awkwardly when he saw his stunned expression. Hu Ze, without needing an explanation, already understood that this was Mu Lin's idea, and shook his head in bewilderment. Come with me. I want to show you something. He winked at Xiaohua, who immediately understood and made a subtle gesture. After Xiaohua left, Huzi took Mu Ya to Wang Xin's experimental base, where all the experiments would be conducted. It was obvious that Mu Ya was a little confused when she first came to the lab, but gradually she stopped paying attention to anyone and relaxed. Her unusual behavior surprised Huzi even more. He looked at her with a half smile but didn't give her away. It seemed like he had brought her to the right place this time. Mu Ya's grades were getting worse, and she hadn't even reached her average. The culprit was someone in the lab. Although Bai Mo was the most likely culprit, it wasn't just that cute guy. There won't be anyone here today. The lab needs to be cleaned up again. I'll leave it to you. Try your best to finish before dawn tomorrow. Huzi smiled at her, then winked at Xiaohua, who was standing next to him. They left. After they left, he went to find Wang Xin and the rest of the lab. He explained the situation and his plan to them. Although they were puzzled, they nodded in agreement without objection. Wang Xin, you will be the first to lead this operation. After you resolve these matters, come to me and I will take you to search for energy ore. As expected, the time has come. The remaining energy ore that he did not take will inevitably be occupied by the Ghost King. In that case, all he can do is look for another place. Having given all the orders, Hu Ze returned to his room. He was indeed exhausted these days, especially the dangers of the skeleton that still haunted him. Facing such a strange and highly intelligent undead, Hu Ze felt that his mind was still a little confused. After they left, Wang Xin smacked his lips a few times and looked at Hu Ze's back. I really don't know whether it was right or wrong not to tell the boss about this. I think it's better to let the boss figure it out himself. Haven't you noticed that he's becoming more and more despondent? Especially in relationships, I think this incident is a good touchstone. Zhang Yuan and Hazy exchanged strange smiles, especially Zhang Yuan, who hugged his shoulder and gave him a teasing smile. Wang Xin smiled wryly and shook his head slightly. After the two of them said that, Wang Xin didn't say anything else. He turned around and began to follow Hu Ze's plan. The sun was setting. In the underground shelter, Mu Ya sat alone, indifferent, in front of the half-tidied laboratory, with an empty and stunned look. It was unclear what she was thinking about, or maybe she was waiting for someone. Mu Ya, are you waiting for him here again? He won't come today, maybe tonight, but I don't know when. Suddenly, a half-joking voice sounded nearby, frightening her. She quickly stood up and only sighed in relief when she saw Zhang Yuan. With a hidden fear, she patted her chest, which was already beginning to take shape, and glared at him fiercely, although there was not a drop of killing power in her gaze. Don't you know that scaring someone can be deadly? I thought it was the boss coming. Shh, what are you thinking? The boss is so busy, when will he ever come to my lab? A man sat next to her, nonchalantly holding a bunch of grass he had found out of nowhere, his teeth flashing. I wonder why you're so nervous. Are you dating the boss? Do you feel guilty for not being able to hide your secrets? Mu Ya's beautiful peach eyes widened, and moisture flashed in them. They blinked, her face was full of innocence, as if she had been deeply wronged. This expression made Zhang Yuan helplessly clutch his head and muttered, "Oh my God, this is what he can't stand the most." He handed her a blade of grass he had picked somewhere, then stood up, putting his hands behind his head, looking indifferent. Okay, I didn't say anything. If you want to wait, go ahead. Maybe God will see your intention and send it to you. I didn't see anything just now. Zhang Yuan had always been a man of his word, and this made Mu Ya breathe a sigh of relief, temporarily calming her down. However, she didn't notice the strange smile on Zhang Yuan's face as he left. The thing was already in her hands, and Mu Ya began to fiddle with the blade of grass. Bored. The leaves were jagged, and the stem was adorned with a few small thorns, but in the center was a green ball covered in red thorns. The bright red color instantly reminded her of the tragic deaths during the apocalypse. Her heart skipped a beat, and Mu Ya stared at the object in her hand in horror, as if she were hot potato, and immediately threw it away. What the hell is this? How can it be so terrifying? He just saw Bai Mo, dismembered by a horde of undead, lying in a pool of blood. The sight made his heart pound. Her face turned pale, and she stared at the path in front of her. Something flashed in her eyes, and she froze, looking in that direction. "Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine," she muttered with tender red lips. At dawn, no one appeared. Moreover, under Huze's instructions, these people had not appeared for 3 days, wandering between the training grounds and the duel arena, even pitching tents to sleep here. Everyone except Bai Mo knew about this, but Bai Mo, knowing that everyone else understood this, did not want to question it. His arrival here was a gift from Huze. If it weren't for him, he would have been dead by now. Anyway, since he signed the agreement, even though he wasn't sure about the existence of souls, he had already given his body and mind into Huze's hands. Today is already the 4th day. What do you think the boss wants to do? I don't think there's anything strange about that blade of grass. They put a wooden board with some things on the floor of the underground shelter so they could sleep there. When Wang Xin was about to fall asleep, Zhang Yuan suddenly tilted his head and looked at him with a smirk. Hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Wang Xin slightly raised his eyebrows, looked at him with a half-smile, and said with an unhappy expression, "I don't know who said that everything should go as usual. Just do what you have to do, and don't worry." There was already a hint of mockery in his voice, and the veins on Zhang Yuan's forehead began to throb. It was just a passing remark. Don't take it seriously. But I see you don't know either. Bai Mo, do you want to go to the lab tonight? Are you afraid to act alone and want to drag Bai Mo along? It's okay if we all understand. Why say it out loud? It's so awkward. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened. Even his tongue was tangled. Under the mocking gaze of the others, he turned his head stiffly. He even heard his neck crack. When he finally turned around, he saw Huze's face beaming with a smile. This smile made Zhang Yuan's heart go cold. "Boss, how did you find the time to come here this time?" But he quickly pulled himself together, looking at Huze with an awkward smile, his face calm. Any explanation he offered now would be a cover. Since he has been heard, he will bear the consequences and accept any punishment. "I am telling you all to leave the lab. But Muya seems a little upset. I will take you with me. As for what will happen, I am sure you have already guessed." Huze raised his eyebrows and looked meaningfully at Bai Mo. Bai Mo shuddered at that look, sneered disdainfully, and followed him into the basement laboratory. Although he hadn't asked a single question in the past few days, following Huze's plan exactly, there was still a glimmer of suspicion within him. In the end, he wondered what could have made Huze do this. What was so worthy of his boss's efforts? When they arrived at the basement laboratory, Muya had been waiting there for 3 days and 3 nights. She had not slept a wink during that entire time, afraid of missing even one person. "Bai Mo!" Muya exclaimed as she saw them approaching, jumping up and rushing towards Bai Mo. Her eyes, which were already surrounded by dark circles, were now slightly red. Huze only smiled, as if he had foreseen these events. He waved his hand at the others, urging them to calm down and not disturb the two of them. Within the small blade of grass that Zhang Yuan gave, Muya was a ball that emitted a gas that could cause confusion, which would result in the appearance of the one they wanted most. Huze replaced him, and Muya witnessed the tragic death of the one she held most dear. Knowing the stubbornness of this girl, he knew that she would stay here until she found the right person. He had foreseen the subsequent reaction, but he had not expected Bai Mo. After all, Bai Mo was relatively young and a seemingly humble man. He arrived at the underground shelter with nothing and no particular skills. It was Huze who was attracted to him by his rage and tenacity. Later, when his sister died and his revenge was complete, he personally killed the one he hated most, fully revealing his talents. However, other than talent and physical strength, his other qualities were quite modest. How can you make a living if you are beautiful? Huze continued to mutter under his breath. Wang Xin, who was following him, licked his lips several times after hearing his words. Then he walked over quietly and whispered, "I'm not saying anything, boss, but if you reach a certain level of beauty, you'll be able to make a living." Huze suddenly didn't want to talk to him. Considering his age, he was not that ugly, and was certainly the handsome one among them. Of course, if he were not compared to such a strange person as Du Jian, he could truly be considered the most handsome. None of them interrupted him, and even when they spoke, their voices were quiet, so Mu Ya and Bai Mo could not hear. Huzi looked up at Mu Ya and Bai Mo. Mu Ya was still immersed in her joy, completely oblivious to everything, while Bai Mo stood there, confused, with her hand raised, staring blankly at Mu Ya. She didn't want to hug her, but she didn't want to either. This contradictory expression made Huzi laugh. The underground laboratory was unusually lively this time. Mu Ya, Wang Xin and the others were present, as well as Huzi and Xiaohua. Mu Ya's face flushed. She lowered her head, embarrassed, like a flower ready to bloom. Her hands were all tangled up in her hands, and she didn't know where to put them. She remembered how she had acted when she saw Bai Mo before. It was completely unbecoming of a reserved girl. Every time she thought about it, she would sneak a glance at Bai Mo, her face flushing. My God, what was she doing? What? Doing? What did she do in front of the basement lab? She even hugged Bai Mo in front of so many people. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is something wrong? Bai Mo suddenly asked with such a solemn expression, attracting everyone's attention. He rubbed his cheek, feeling that everything was fine today. There was a large mirror in the lab, and he looked inside. Now he was neatly dressed and looked normal. Are you hiding something from me? And don't look at me like that, I'm ashamed. He clenched his fist, coughed awkwardly several times, and slightly raised his eyelids, looking at them with displeasure. But, catching Hu Zei's slightly irritated gaze, he suddenly calmed down. Do you and Mu Ya have feelings for each other? Hu Zei frowned, stood up solemnly, and pointed at them. Ever since he joined the shelter, Hu Zei had always greeted them with a smile. But this was the first time they saw him so serious that it scared them. You must understand that the underground shelter urgently needs energy ore. Your emotional entanglement will only slow down our search. And Mu Ya's results are completely unsatisfactory. Of all the survivors sent in the first round, you are the worst. His increasingly serious and threatening tone made Mu Ya's frail body sway like a flower in the rain. At this moment, the silent Bai Mo suddenly walked up to her and knelt down on one knee in front of Huzi. Mistress, all of this started because of me. Every time we met, I would talk to her. And over time, a slight affection developed between us. If it weren't for my light teasing, she wouldn't have had such feelings for me. Bai Mo's voice was soft, her eyelids were slightly lowered, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. But his voice, resonant and strong, reached the ears of everyone present, causing their hearts to tremble. Huzi also raised her eyelids and looked at him. He had no intention of punishing her. After all, the underground shelter was the space he had provided them with, a place to hide from the apocalypse and enjoy the peace and quiet between them. Such affection was necessary for human reproduction, and Huzi would naturally not interfere with his growth and develop. But he didn't expect their feelings to reach such a level. Perhaps it was Bai Mo's pride and responsibility at work, or perhaps he saw his sister's reflection in Mu Ya. What if I ask you both to leave the underground shelter? These gentle words thundered in the ears of both men and everyone else, who were momentarily stunned. Bai Mo in particular looked at Hu Zei with a complicated expression, then at Mu Ya trembling behind him. Master, loyalty and righteousness are incompatible. It is my responsibility to cause this. To be honest, I have feelings for her, so please treat us equally. Mu Ya, who had been silent and trembling, suddenly looked up at the thin figure in front of her. Tears were streaming down her pale face, and her bony fingers were clenched into fists filled with blood. She had secretly fallen in love with him for a long time, but she always thought that Bai Mo did not like her, so she kept it a secret, not daring to show it openly. Every day, she passed by his usual route. Sometimes they would bump into each other, and even if no words were spoken, her heart would still be filled with tenderness and warmth. In this situation, she didn't dare to hope for anything. Or did Bai Mo really love her? Very well. Huzi clapped his hands with a beaming smile. His smile was gentle, like a boy next door, But it was precisely this gentle smile that made many people tremble in fear. Your relationship really touched me. But after saying this, Huzi stopped and looked at the two of them. Could it be that this is still going on? It's not just about Muya and Bai Mo, Pity Wang Xin, and the other two. After all, Bai Mo was the most talented person they had ever met, and it would be hard to let him go if he just left. Zhang Yuan seemed to want to say something, but Wang Xin gave him an angry look and obediently retreated. Continued to mutter something, but only Heizi, who was closest to him, heard his words. The corners of Heizi's lips twitched several times, but there was no reaction. Mu Ya and Bai Mo looked at each other, holding hands. The tenderness in their eyes was only for each other, even if what was coming was a nightmare of the end of the world. But his presence alone was enough. But Huzi curled his lips. It's just that you two don't put your relationship on display, and it's very difficult for us to hide it. Huh? Huzi's words. Muya and Bai Mo were shocked, especially Muya, whose mouth was so wide that it could fit an egg as she stared blankly at Huzi. Facing Muya, Huzi smirked, walked over and patted her on the shoulder, smiling at Bai Mo, who stood there dumbfounded. I'm not that evil. You don't have to hide it from me. Even if you really are in love. What's wrong with that? It's just that your plans need to be adjusted. Huzi finished speaking and turned to Muya. I have something to tell you. In the underground shelter, anyone who fails all the tests will undergo devil training. Bai Mo, as for your identities, you can join it. It's your decision. As he spoke, his eyes drooped slightly. Huzi winked at Xiaohua, who immediately understood and nodded, stepping forward. Follow Xiaohua. Let her take you to where you need to stay for a month before you can leave. If you leave early, you will be killed by force. Huzi's eyes were emotionless when he finished speaking, like a cold robot carrying out its mission. His dark, deep pupils shone with a chilling coldness. Huzi now emitted an unprecedented coldness. He was a biochemically reconstructed being, and his emotions were not as strong as those of an ordinary person. To him, these people were just ordinary friends, but not strong enough to make him compromise his principles. After the biochemical reconstruction, he lost his family, and Xiaohua and Xiaoyue were his only weaknesses. He knew that they would never betray him, especially Xiaohua. I shuddered, lowering my head in thought, but remained silent. She nodded and followed Xiaohua. After they left, Bai Mo recovered from his shock, his eyes flashing as he made a decision. Master, he said hesitantly, his words sounding a little awkward. Before Bai Mo could finish speaking, Huzi looked at him meaningfully and sighed. Master, can I choose whether to accompany her or not? Yes, it all depends on you. We will not force you. He smiled and nodded. When he finished speaking, Bai Mo stepped forward with determination, walked towards him, and looked at him with a chilling coldness in his eyes. He was an ordinary child in the settlement. He was bullied, and he even lost the will to live. Only the determination to take care of his sister kept him going. It was this man with a radiant smile who entered his life and changed its course. Then, Master, no matter how terrible this hellish training is, I will accompany her. Master, you are my lifelong benefactor, my adoptive parent. Please don't refuse. Bai Mo knelt down, not trying to ask Huzi for Muya's forgiveness. Instead, a slight smile touched the corners of his lips. He raised his head and looked at Huzi's cold face. I will be with her. Life or death, I will be by your side. A body like yours cannot withstand such brutal training. Huzi looked at him calmly and mercilessly struck him. Although Bai Mo had been here for quite some time, his physical condition was still slowly improving. If he were to undergo the same brutal training as Mu Ya, with his current physique, he would definitely die. However, if he survived this time, it would be a major transformation for him. People's potential is always revealed in desperate situations. Once he made his decision, there was no way he could influence Huzi's words. Bai Mo firmly shook his head. No matter how it ends, I only know one thing. She needs me now. When she is in danger, even if it is just exhaustion, I must be by her side, no matter what. It all started with him. Moreover, he sincerely regarded Muya as his sister. Their personalities were somewhat similar. He had not expected such a turn of events. Since he had already made his decision, Huze naturally did not dissuade him. He pointed out the direction and told him to continue. After he left, Wang Xin and the others walked over and looked at him. They found Huze strange now. Unlike their usual playful boss, he seemed like a cold, ruthless enforcer. "Boss, are you okay?" The three of them exchanged glances. Wang Xin finally gritted his teeth and asked. When he finished speaking, a look of confusion flashed across Huze's eyes. He shook his head slightly, only now realizing that something was wrong. He felt like an outside observer, controlled by someone else. The thought still scared him, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Finally calming down, he looked at the three of them and told them to continue their experiments in the basement lab, saying he would pick them up soon. "Today is your last day. I will take you outside later. If you find energy minerals, that would be great. If not, this will also be a kind of experience for you." After saying this, Huze turned around and left. When he returned to the underground villa, he was still a little stunned. He didn't understand why he had just entered in such a state. He felt an inexplicable uneasiness. He returned to the basement villa and fell asleep. "You are no longer there." And that voice again. Huze didn't remember it, but subconsciously it seemed familiar, even gentle. It was a voice indistinguishable from a man's, as if coming from the void, a voice similar to the one that gave him the biochemically reconstructed body, "I don't want to stay there." The atmosphere was too oppressive. He had intended to remain silent, but for some reason he inexplicably said it, surprising even himself. Confusion arose. "Where is it? How did he end up here? I waited for you for so many years, and you left so hastily. Could you stay with me for a little while longer?" Huze's tightly pressed lips parted slightly, as if he was about to say something. But as soon as the thought reached his consciousness, his mouth would lose control, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't utter a word. He was a bystander, silently, watching the voice and himself. At some point, he suddenly felt a powerful explosion engulf his body. Bright flames shot up into the sky, and he even felt a scorching heat on his face. The flames engulfed him, dispersing everything in a scorching crimson flame. But once the flames died down, he felt no pain or burning sensation. The flames, like a raging wave of rage, were powerful in their strength, yet they posed no threat to him. Huze was about to say something when he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and woke up with a start. He sat up in bed and instinctively glanced at the clock next to him. Only an hour had passed since he had fallen asleep. But after sleeping, he did not feel like sleeping. He stood up, walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and looked out at the view. The underground shelter was dark, underground, but the lights were on day and night. Pulling back the curtains, he looked out at the entire view. "That feeling just now was so strange," he muttered to himself, feeling a deep connection with this event, but his subconscious was telling him otherwise. It was as if two beings were fighting inside him. "Teacher." While he was frowning, Xiaohua pushed the door and entered, looking at him with concern. Not noticing anything unusual about him, she sighed with relief. "Teacher, I just felt a surge of emotion in you. What's wrong?" The connection between them had strengthened, and they could both vaguely sense each other's emotions, especially strong ones. Moreover, they were both in the underground shelter, not far from each other. Warmth spread through Huze's biochemical reconstruction. He walked up to Xiaohua and grabbed her hair, which was disheveled from panic. Everything was fine. It was just a nightmare. Nothing serious. His family, his entire family had died in the apocalypse disaster. The only person he had a close relationship with was Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua was a slave and a servant assigned to him by this man, their relationship was clearly something more. "Master, if there is something wrong, Please do not hide it from me. Xiaohua will go to bed first. Take care of yourself and don't get tired. I still have a journey to go." With that, Xiaohua poured a glass of water and handed it to Huze, looking at him with concern. Seeing that he was not going to answer her, she pursed her lips and turned away, quietly closing the door behind her, not wanting to disturb Huze again. She had a vague feeling that Huze was in a bad mood. The next day, Xiaohua knocked on the door again. When she woke up, she found Huze sleeping on the table. She walked up to him, took off her coat and put it on his shoulders. This simple action woke Huze up, and he instinctively touched the foreign object on his shoulder. "Master," Xiaohua quickly called, sensing his excitement. Huze froze, trying to raise his hand, sighed mentally and touched Xiaohua's palm. "If he wakes up, he will go away on his own." "Xiaohua, I am worried about Master's mood. Master, you have been very unstable lately." Before Xiaohua could finish speaking, Huze waved his hand. When Xiaohua stopped, he stood up and walked to the window, looking at the scenery, his gaze full of confusion. "What exactly happened?" "I don't know. It's okay. Call Wang Xin and the others, and let's go look for energy minerals." Xiaohua nodded, her eyelids slightly drooping as she spoke. After calling Wang Xin and the other two, Huze took them to dinner. Although the others knew that they were leaving, they had no intention of following them. If they could follow them, they were sure that Huze would never let them go. Perhaps this trip was only meant to teach Wang Xin and the other three a lesson. Or perhaps it was to gain experience and practical combat experience. The elevator rumbled at the exit from the underground shelter. Darkness fell, and when they saw the light again, they were faced with a post-apocalyptic scene. Ruins and debris, with a swirl of dust and sand in the air. To the southeast of them, loud cries of fighting could be heard. "Boss, does someone seem to be fighting over there?" Blinking a few times, Zhang Yuan looked to the southeast, at the flames rising into the sky, the flashing blood, and the body parts scattered in the air. Beyond that, the roars of zombies and screams of terror could be heard. "Should we go take a look? Should we find some suitable candidates?" Zhang Yuan and his team had recently developed a powerful weapon. Now that they saw where the battle was going on, they naturally wanted to unleash their power. Rubbing his hands, Zhang Yuan looked at the rising flames in the southeast like a hungry wolf looking at a lamb. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying the scent of blood. Huzi slightly raised his eyelids, surveying the area. Next to him, Xiaohua also became wary, clutching a straight knife. "This place is not it. Even if we go, we can only save a few people. Whether we can save the rest depends on luck." Huzi thought for a moment before agreeing. After all, this place was quite close to the exit of his underground shelter. He wasn't a good man, but he wasn't a bad man either. Besides, the purpose of this trip was to give them combat experience and try out new weapons. As for these people, they weren't his comrades in the underground shelter yet, so what difference did it make to their lives? Do your best, and don't force yourself. You three go ahead. Xiaohua and I will follow, but they won't see us, and we won't interfere unless absolutely necessary. Huze's smile sent shivers down their spines, and they quickly nodded. Huze took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and asked Xiaohua to take the two talismans and put them on them. When they got close to the place, they found a second-level ghost whose eyes were burning with a bright pale blue flame, looking incredibly fierce. To its left were more than 100 person, and on the right, many low-level zombies. However, at this moment, more than 100 people were trembling, and most of them were old people, children, and women. There were over 100 corpses on the ground, all male. Roar! The ghost faced hundreds of zombies, the blue flames in his eyes pulsating ever brighter. Huze, who was watching from afar, slightly narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but lick his lips. Since he was fighting so fiercely, I wonder if he was trying to protect these people. Judging from his memories, and perhaps his previous understanding of the undead, this second-tier ghost couldn't compare to these bottom-level zombies. As the saying goes, 2 fists don't beat 4 hands. Even if they survive him, they can still be worn down here. However, this undead, for some unknown reason, actually burned his soul, exchanging eternal damnation for a brief moment of power. Is there anything he holds dear among these people? Xiaohua, do you think this undead still retains the consciousness from his past lives? He forgot to ask this question when meeting the Ghost King. After all, these undead, once they reach a certain level of development, can have their own intelligence, meaning they can remember some of their past lives. Hu Zi rubbed his chin as he thought about this. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Forget it. I'll ask the Ghost King the next time I meet him. Xiaohua pursed her lips slightly and remained silent, but her eyes gleamed meaningfully, looking at the ghost in front of her, glowing with its own soul power. A sadness slowly arose in her heart. Those who had once died naturally treasured their new life. Unless they were truly desperate or under great pressure, why would they give it up? They were all undead too. If the ghost wasn't so aggressive, these zombies wouldn't bother it. Now that this day has arrived, the ghost's strength is rapidly fading. Soon, it will become just a speck of dust in this world. What should we do in this battle between the undead? Hu Zi and the other two wondered. Wang Xin and the other two had already approached the battlefield. Haizi looked ahead, his head itching. The waves of blood, the stench, and the increasing number of corpses made him want to vomit. What should we do? What else can we do? Since they are both undead and this ghost won't live long, we just need to go after the zombie. Bang! Wang Xin finished speaking, and immediately there was a deafening explosion, causing him to smile. He turned around with a sullen expression, looking at the surroundings. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan's cannon was still emitting clouds of white smoke. The bombed-out area in the distance was reduced to rubble, with lifeless zombies lying on the ground. The second-level ghost whose soul was burning was watching them, as were the desperate old men, children, and women. Okay, now that the zombies are gone, what should we do next? Blinking a few times, Zhang Yuan shook his gun in hand. Get rid of your mother! Are you sick? You are so impatient. When will you change your clothes? You are eager to test your strength, but aren't we enough? Wang Xin, seeing this, jumped up in anger. His face flushed, and he glared at him. If looks could kill, he would have been killed more than once. Zhang Yuan instinctively recoiled from this look, but he remembered that he had not, did nothing wrong. Following orders, he suddenly pulled himself together. He looked at him, still indignant. I did exactly what you said. Why are you telling me this? You scold me all the time. Aren't you upset? He had wanted to say this for a long time. In the end, every time they encountered a problem in the underground lab, Zhang Yuan was scolded. He was always told that he was stupid, slow-witted, or slow to react. Over time, the two of them developed a ruthless, antagonistic personality. Haizi, always honest, simple, and silent, watched them bicker, then stood quietly nearby, took the cannon, and loaded the shell. Although he was not very talkative, his intelligence was undoubtedly on par with others. 一炮就解决完了，何必又要费心费力地去战斗？而且先撇了撇嘴。张元虽说心里有笑不爽，但是也并没说什么。毕竟他们继人之间的感情还不至于因为这件事而破裂。黑子把炮中心组装过之后，交到了王鑫手中。而这时候，王鑫两人才发现，他们周围已经围满了人。那耳机幽灵闪烁着摇摇欲坠的火焰，飘过来之后，看着他们俩。你们是什么人？声音虚弱的，如果不是他们感官敏锐，是人，你就别管。既然你是亡灵，那么不过我们屠杀的下场。汪新刚准备开炮。At this moment, one of the elderly women developed a bloody wound in her lower abdomen, from which her entrails fell out. Wang Xin and the other two stood up and saw the person clearly, realizing that it was Xiaohua. Putting away her knife, Xiaohua looked coldly at the crowd around her. Hu Zhe walked over, clapping his hands. No mercy. They are technically no longer human. After these gentle words, the expressions on the people's faces suddenly changed. They were neither dead nor undead, but had made a pact with the undead, becoming their slaves. In a short period of time, they had captured a huge amount of fresh flesh and blood for the undead. Their appearance, both young and old, was the perfect disguise. Boss, they are all alive. How could they? Have you ever seen someone risk their life to protect a level 2 ghost? They're in cahoots. They just know how to use their appearance to deceive people, lure them into a trap, and then feed on the undead. Jose walked over and looked at the ghost, his bright smile sending chills down everyone's spines. Touching his nose, Jose blinked. If anything happens to them, you won't. You can afford the consequences, right? The second-level ghost, already teetering on the brink of fainting, felt his hair stand on end. He looked at him warily. Their relationship was indeed like that, but it was well hidden. Everyone who knew about this, no matter who they were, was dead. But how did this person know this? There's no need to be careful. Ha ha ha, I've heard of this before, but this is the first time I've seen it. Jose grumbled, grinning. He glanced meaningfully at the people around him, had a dumb expression on their face, and who knows what kind of torture they had to endure. After all, they would not have agreed to the idea of a ghost at first. Your Excellency must know that interfering in matters that do not concern you will only add to your problems. His warning. For a moment, then he laughed, shook his head slightly, and pointed at the old people. Children, women, and children. His usually smiling tone became a little cold. Do you mean to save them? A smile flashed across his lips as Jose turned around and looked at Wang Xin and the other two, whose faces were far from serene. Their previous volley had affected these ordinary people, but none of them showed fear, only numbness. Some were caught in the blast zone, receiving varying degrees of injury, but no one moved, not even a cry. And yet, as they waited for Jose's response, Wang Xin and the other two glowed. Impatiently. After all, to them, these people were innocent. Old people, children and women who shouldn't have to endure such suffering. I'm not going to save them. But Jose's words stunned them. Master, they were brainwashed and used to this kind of life. Even if we put all that aside, the fact that they caused so much damage, do you think it was worth it? Jose whispered, slightly closing his eyes. His voice was quiet, but they heard it just in time. Wang Xin and the other two changed their expressions, but eventually softened. Wang Xin and Zhang Yuan actually exchanged glances without saying a word. Jose spoke the truth. These people aided and abetted the evil, even if it was not of their own free will. In the end, they did. Moreover, they were so brainwashed that they felt nothing, even when they were hit by the aftermath of the explosions. Strictly speaking, they could no longer be called human. They were just servants of the undead, attracting new people and harming their own countrymen to save themselves. If you think so, then it's all for the best. We'll stay away and meet up later. The second-level ghost clearly didn't want to get into a conflict with Jose. With basic intelligence, he could tell that Jose was the leader of these people. He had already burned his soul. Although the cannonball had stopped him from being completely consumed, he only had 3 days left to live. Jose did not try to stop him when he left. He did not believe in the necessity of a war between humans and the undead. Peace was the best option. Let's go. Don't get involved with such people in the future. Otherwise, if you save them, more undead armies will come for you, and they will definitely watch coldly. Jose pursed his lips for a long time before saying this. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and sighed softly. This world is not as beautiful as they thought. Over time, these people began to consider the undead as their family and are very happy with their current way of life, even if they have to kill their own kind to survive. But on such a judgment day, no one can say for sure whether the sun will see tomorrow. Perhaps in the next second, their heads and bodies will be separated from each other. They constantly face the fear of death. In such a situation, they desperately fight for what they want. These are just 2 simple words. Alive. Boss, let's go. It seems that this is zombie territory. There? I'm not sure. If the information is correct, there is a stadium right in front of us. There is a precious stone in the stadium. What kind of stone it is, I don't know. As he spoke, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. He only knew that there was energy ore there, which they desperately needed. As for the dangers, he didn't know. Everything was uncertain. At first he was worried, but after seeing the power of the projectile, he realized that his fears were completely in vain. Load the projectiles and go. Next time you run into these people, don't forget to take a detour. Boss, don't you accompany us on every mission? Number Huzi shook his head slightly. He had a lot to do. How could he possibly accompany them on every mission? Besides, he found so many survivors and placed them in an underground shelter so they could search for energy ore, not to personally guide and protect them. The young eagle under his wings would eventually grow up, and when he grows up, the day of his flight will come. I followed you simply because you did not understand anything at first. Once you get the hang of it, I will not need to follow you. As he spoke, the corners of his lips slowly stretched into a smile. Unlike his previous coldness, he was very peaceful, but that smile cooled their ardor a little. I can't follow you around. The stadium we're heading to this time might be dangerous. You must not let your guard down, otherwise I guarantee you will die without even noticing how it happened. After saying this, Huzi chuckled, thought for a moment, closed his eyes, and when he opened them, his face was completely pale. He walked towards the stadium. Most of the stadium had collapsed, others had broken bones and all sorts of things. Moreover, in the center of the stadium lay a body. Its entire body was blue, like a moss-covered stone. When everyone entered, the first thing they felt was an icy breeze. Despite the bright sun, there was a chill in the air. This place is so creepy. Why do I feel like we've entered a haunted lair? Hazy, who didn't like to talk much, winced, licking his lips as he realized the situation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan and Wang Jin looked around, noticing the bodies in abandoned and hidden places around the stadium. Zhang Yuan frowned and ran towards one of the bodies. Seeing him running, Wang Xin also rushed towards him. Approaching the corpse, the three took a closer look and discovered that the bones had not been crushed after death, but had been completely shattered before death. From what they had learned earlier, this man had retained some consciousness even after most of his bones had been shattered, meaning he had died. In excruciating pain. How cruel! Something is wrong here. Be careful, both of you. It's just a little colder here than other places. How could this happen? Bam! Before Zhang Yuan could finish speaking, Wang Xin's pupils slightly narrowed. He quickly pulled Zhang Yuan aside. At that moment, a loud bang came from where Zhang Yuan was standing. The ground there sank by 1/2 meter. The ground was charred, and even the sound of rotting could be heard. Seeing this, cold sweat ran down Zhang Yuan's forehead. If Wang Xin hadn't reacted so quickly, he would have already been a corpse. Damn it! What the hell is attacking us from the shadows? How shameless! Unable to resist the urge to spit on the ground, Zhang Yuan turned around abruptly, looking in the direction of the attack. Clearly seeing the monster, he almost screamed. In that direction, they saw a zombie about 3 meters tall. From the corners of its mouth and its eyes glowed blue like the sea. It is a giant zombie that devours its own kind to survive. Many zombies flee when confronted with it, which is why zombies are rarely seen in the stadium. And these corpses are human remains that he tortured, ate, and threw away. The three of them were at a loss, ready to fight to the death, when Huzi's voice suddenly rang out. They saw Huzi approaching them with a serious expression. Xiaohua followed closely behind him, occasionally glancing at the 3-meter-tall monster whose face showed undisguised anxiety. Xiaohua knew much more about these things than Huzi. You three, get ready. If we still can't deal him any significant damage, even if we work together, flee immediately. Meet us at the exit of the underground shelter before nightfall. Remember, your life is above all else. Don't worry about anything else, Huzi said, handing a straight knife to Xiaohua standing next to him. He then took out a small dagger, a cold weapon that he later made himself. Against such creatures, close combat is the most important thing. If you don't use Wang Xin and his team's crazy weapons, you won't be able to do any damage. When Hu Zhe and Xiaohua launched their attack, Wang Xin and his team opened up another artillery barrage. Whoosh! The roar of the shells echoed, and 3 parabolas appeared in the air, flying towards the huge monster. Meanwhile, Xiaohua and Hu Zhe had already retreated from the giant monster. A booming sound echoed through the air, getting on their nerves. Roar! The ground rumbled, and a huge dent formed where the zombie had just been. The zombie's roar came at the same time. Hu Zhe and the others looked in that direction warily. When the dust cleared, revealing a pit, they walked to the edge and found that one of the zombie's arms had fallen off, but the rest were intact. Hu Zhe smirked, knowing that even if they stayed there, it would be useless. This giant zombie had already reached almost the 2nd level. His sea-green eyes spoke for themselves. Run! With a soft cry, Hu Zhe and the others began to run. Xiaohua followed closely behind, not leaving his side for a single step. The sound of water was ahead. Hu Zhe and Xiaohua naturally became the zombie boy's main targets. After running for an hour, sweat was already dripping down Hu Zhe's forehead. There was a splash of water ahead, and Hu Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up. Zombies can't swim. If they found a boat or got to the water, they would be safe. Thinking about this, Hu Zhe ran and found a large lake. Nearby, a small one, designed for only 3 people, but 2 would have been enough for them. Master, it seems there is something under the water, Xiaohua suddenly warned, pursing her lips. Hu Zhe looked down into the water. Behind them, a giant zombie roared and howled, hinting at an unknown danger beneath the surface. Roar! Master! The pursuing zombies were getting closer and closer. They could even smell each other. As if realizing that they could enter the water, the zombies quickened their pace as if they were condemned to death, pushing them to make a decision. Hu Zhe's face was so gloomy, as if water was dripping off it. He ordered Xiaohua to ferry the raft, and together they left the strange lake. He didn't understand how such a lake could exist in this post-apocalyptic world. The water looked murky, like industrial wastewater, and smelled strange. Mostly stinky. Roar! The giant zombie roared from the shore, but did not dare to approach the lake or even touch the water. It was as if something frightening lived in this water. Hu Zhe stood on the raft, his eyelids were lowered, and he was silent. Master, what should we do now? Xiaohua rode La, frowning. The stench here was strong and strange, and she hated it. I don't know. Let's take it step by step. Who knows what will happen next? Hu Zhe sighed slowly, smiled crookedly, pointed in the direction, and the 2 of them began to row. Now the main thing was to get to the shore. After all, the smell here was truly strange, and the water was dark, giving off a cold under the scorching sun. Accidentally touching the black water, Hu Zhe felt as if his feet were in a freezer. The cold penetrated to the bones. Meanwhile, on the other bank, Wang Xin was running, drenched in sweat. Fortunately, he had never slowed down during his training. Otherwise, his previous stamina would not have been enough. Only after he was sure that everything was in order did he dare to stop, breathing heavily. However, a large group of zombies appeared nearby, glaring at him with ferocious eyes that glowed green, like wolves watching for prey. This feeling made him wary. Damn, I have such bad luck. He muttered something under his breath, pulled a small metal bucket out of his pocket, filled it with 2 bullets, and fired twice in the same direction. The zombies were forced apart, and he rushed forward along this path. But time was running out. Just as he was about to break free, the zombies reacted and surrounded him. Wang Xin pulled out a stick. Although he had spent so much time in the underground shelter, feeling so much peace and safety, he was still a man who had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Combat experience was necessary. Otherwise, how would he survive in this post-apocalyptic world full of bones? This stick was special. Weapons he had made from the resources he had found in his underground shelter. Each stick held 20 gunpowder balls. Moreover, It emitted a weak electric current, which, when it entered the body, rushed straight to the brain, destroying the most vulnerable parts. Already exhausted, he swung the stick with difficulty. He had no desire to get involved in a brutal battle. Having cleared the bloody path, he immediately left without delay. In a panic, Heisey found himself in pitch darkness. In front of him was a huge mass of graves. To be honest, these graves were just a few stone tombstones without any inscriptions, and the ground was flat. It was a cool place. Meanwhile, Heisey took a few steps forward and found a huge, statue thousand-armed Guanyin. Before the apocalypse, she appeared in people's homes and was worshipped as a deity. But now, in the apocalypse, all talk of gods is nonsense. The problem is, this is a graveyard. How could such a thing as the thousand-armed Guanyin appear? Kuroko took a few steps back, studying the huge statue in front of him. He looked into her eyes, lost in his thoughts. He soon noticed that the statue's eyeballs were moving. Damn! Unable to resist the curse, Kuroko retreated. At this moment, the carved hands of the thousand-armed Guanyin came to life and grabbed onto him. He pulled out all his things and used them, but found no effect on the statue. While he was being held captive, he struck it with a giant iron hammer, finding that despite it being a stone, the blows felt like blows on the iron. The stone did not cause pain, but his hands, on the contrary, ached with pain. At that moment, as if enraged by his actions, thousand-armed Guanyin let out a piercing scream. A faint sound attracted Heisey's attention. With difficulty, and saw pale, bony hands emerging from the tombstones behind him, one after another. It was all over. Thousand-armed Guanyin grabbed him by the waist. His life was already fading, and with all the skeletons appearing under the graves, he was doomed this time. Zhang Yuan ran, out of breath, all the way. Luckily, he only encountered a few small zombies, which he quickly dealt with. He reached the entrance of the underground shelter at dusk and waited for the others. However, by nightfall, he had not seen Hu Ze, so he waited for Wang Xin. Wang Xin was in complete disarray, his body covered in wounds. The large wound on my waist was bleeding, apparently from a sharp object. What happened to you? These are just superficial injuries. The cut on my waist is shallow. I just accidentally cut myself on the way. Where is the boss and Heisey? Wang Xin covered the wound on his waist, his lips turning pale. He looked at him, and seeing him shake his head slightly, showing that he didn't know, his gaze dimmed. Then, let's go back first. He pursed his lips. The wound on his lower back was not serious, but it needed to be treated as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would leave a permanent mark. In this apocalyptic world, if you have any hidden illnesses, your chances of survival will be greatly reduced. Meanwhile, in the Black Lake to the southwest, Huze and Xiaohua looked gloomily at the dark water around them. The stench was getting stronger and stronger. Of course, they had been walking in one direction for so long, but they still couldn't find the shore. Master, it's pitch black now, and the sky has darkened. They had to go back, and how many survive depends on their luck. Finished speaking, he sat down on the raft in silence. The sky was dark and ominous, and the silence was complete, making everyone feel uneasy. After an unknown amount of time, Huze suddenly opened his eyes and stood up with Xiaohua. Sip, sip. The water around Huze and Xiaohua suddenly began to bubble, and the stench grew louder, making them both feel uneasy. Something underwater, they muttered quietly. At the same moment, they noticed that the water nearby was growing cloudy, releasing bubbles and gurgling, which made their scalps itch. Shadows began to appear under the water. Huzu and Xiaohua looked at the surface with serious faces. The shadows grew larger and larger, and at the same moment they appeared on the surface, turning into an emaciated human face. It was a young man, but his skin was swollen from being underwater for so long, and strange black insects were crawling in one eye. In addition, other black shadows also took on human faces. Huzi involuntarily gasped. The faces of all these people, without exception, had been underwater for a long time, causing their skin to turn pale and their eyes to be wide open, as if they had died with their eyes open. If there had been only one or two of them, everything would have been fine. But when there were so many of them, even Hu Ze and Xiaohua, who were already dying one by one, immediately they couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation in their heads. What the hell is this? Hu Ze cursed softly and pulled out something that looked like a throwing knife from his body. It was what Wang Xin had given him when he and the other two went out together. According to Wang Xin, this weapon could effectively cleanse evil spirits and purify them. What exactly was used, even Wang Xin himself did not know, so he only created two. They were consumables. Each could only be used once, after which they would lose their effectiveness. Shish! It was like a snake spitting out its tongue. The sound was faint. If Hu Zi and Xiaohua had not been biochemically rebuilt, and their senses were much sharper than those of ordinary people, they probably would not have been able to detect it. I will give you this. Protect yourself. Hu Zi handed the throwing knife he was carrying to Xiaohua. In total, not because he didn't want to give Xiaohua more, but because Xiaohua already had a straight knife, and adding this knife would be too burdensome. Shish, shish, shish. Like a giant snake sticking out its tongue, Hu Ze looked up and saw a huge column of water in front of him. Columns of water also appeared in the surrounding area, surrounding them. Hu Ze slightly narrowed his eyes, feeling the movement around him. He felt a mysterious force around him, gradually approaching the two of them. Closer. Master, it's underneath you. Xiaohua's handsome face suddenly changed. She looked at the water below. Hu Ze lowered his head and noticed a huge shadow under their raft. It looked like a water snake. The shadow resembled a snake, but upon closer inspection, it had a pair of horns on its head, reminiscent of a sika deer. It also had two claws, one in the front and one in the back, giving it a rather comical appearance. It wasn't quite a water snake, but it wasn't quite a dragon either. Whatever it was, there was something wrong with this damn place. With a sharp cry, Hu Ze pulled out a throwing knife. In the pitch darkness, it shone with a bright white light, emitting a profound sacred aura. After locking onto the creature swimming underwater, Hu Ze threw a knife-like object that entered the water and pierced the body of the strange creature. Roar! Boom! Boom! With a deafening roar and a continuous splash of water, the surrounding columns of water disappeared in an instant, as if they had never existed. At that moment, Hu Ze raised his head. A column of water, much larger than before, suddenly appeared in front of them. It was completely different. No matter how you looked at it, the previous ones still retained the transparency of water, shimmering in the bright moonlight. But this one, the larger one, was completely black, a darkness like a black hole, as if absorbing all the light from the sky and the earth. Hu Zu and Xiaohua felt as if their vision was being swallowed. Although it was water, it did not reflect any light at all. There was no sign of life. Shh! With a hoarse yet tragic hiss, the pitch-black curtain of water descended, revealing a creature with a spitting snake tongue and a pair of bizarre horns on its head. Two legs, front and back, gave it an inexplicable sense of humor. This... Hu Ze's thrown knife pierced the monster's flesh just before it could reach it. Seemed to do any real harm, it just made him angry, making the situation worse. We won't hurt you. If this were your territory, we could leave. But we've been here a long time, and we can't get out. Are you the one who is arranging all this? Hu Ze raised his head and looked coldly at the creature in front of him. He wasn't sure if it understood him, but he didn't expect it to. Instead, as soon as he finished speaking, he raised his second throwing knife. With a sharp kick of his foot, he jumped up, landing above the creature's head. He grabbed a throwing knife and stabbed it hard into its forehead. The knife, already imbued with purifying power, hit the creature right in the eye, causing it to struggle desperately. Hu Ze had indeed counted on the element of surprise to achieve victory, but that was the extent of his abilities. Skin was too tough, and even his powerful attack could only slightly scratch it. That's all. Master, please come back. This thing must have been growing in this water for countless years. If I'm right, she absorbed the corpse's qi and resentment, creating a mutated creature that could survive this apocalypse. So their flying knives did some damage to it, but they certainly couldn't kill it, since it wasn't truly undead. At best, they only did more damage. Should have guessed that it existed. Huze's expression darkened and changed for a long time. The monster threw him aside, and in a panic, Huze stepped on someone's face, using the momentum to reach the bamboo raft. At that moment, he felt as if he had stepped on a ball of cotton wool, sapping all his strength and unable to move. If it weren't for his quick reflexes and agility, he would already be underwater, vulnerable to the monster's slaughter. The thought of such an outcome made him shudder. Run! This creature is beyond our power now, especially now, in the water. This is its territory, its lord and master. Fighting him in such a place? It was to invite death. Although this life was picked up in vain, Huze still treasured it. Xiaohua immediately took action after receiving the order. He always obeyed Huze's orders. Seeing them trying to escape, the maddened monster calmed down. Its huge, pitch-black eyes stared intently at the direction Huze and Xiaohua had gone. Roar! It soared into the air. It was a 10-meter snake. Although her appearance was a little strange, her presence was truly terrifying. A less timid creature would have been frightened by her ferocious appearance alone, especially since he was dressed in black. Even the horns on his head were black. Diving under the water, he swiftly swam towards Huze and began to wander under the bamboo raft he was floating on. For some unknown reason, Huze, who had been looking for a way out for so long, suddenly found himself on the shore. He also met an old friend he hadn't seen in ages, the Ghost King. It's a great fortune to survive the great catastrophe. With the Ghost King, a powerful creature that was willing to transform into a high-level undead, wouldn't it be easy to defeat this underwater monster? The Ghost King, who was looking at the riverbank, suddenly heard someone calling. He frowned, and when he looked up, he saw Huze and Xiaohua waving their hands at him, startling him. He was about to say something when he suddenly noticed a dark shadow under the bamboo raft, and his expression changed dramatically. You? The Ghost King's pale blue will-o'-the-wisps flickered brighter and brighter, and he stared at Huze and Xiaohua in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. By then, Huze and Xiaohua had already safely reached the shore. Why do you look like this? The Ghost King had no time to answer. As soon as they reached the shore, they immediately stepped forward with a respectful look and a humble tone. Thank you very much. These two are really my old friends. I have some kind of connection with them. I will remember this favor and repay you someday, he said, winking at Huze and Xiaohua. Whether Huze got the hint or not, he clenched his fists and respectfully thanked them. He would never underestimate something that the Ghost King treated so well. After an indefinite amount of time, the Ghost King, Prizrakov, looked up and saw that the black shadow looming under the water had disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he looked back at Huze and the others, a look of irritation flashed across his face. What the hell are you doing? How could you possibly have done this? Why did you even think about going into the water? Huze smiled wryly and shook his head slightly at his irritated expression. If he had a choice, he would never do it. The psychological trauma he received in that short period of time was very strong. However, at that moment, when he was being pursued, and there was water ahead, where his life was uncertain and death was inevitable, he still chose to take the risk. Isn't that the only way to survive? The situation didn't leave me much of a choice then. If I wanted to survive, I had to get into the water. Although I felt something strange underwater, I couldn't do anything. Huze shook his head slightly and shrugged, indicating that he had no other choice. If he hadn't chosen another path that would leave him with an uncertain fate, he and Xiaohua would have become food for the giant. Zombies. Their remains would be scattered everywhere, like the corpses there, in a jumbled mess. But the underground shelter was more important. He couldn't die, and he didn't dare. But what is this? It's clearly a living thing, so how can it... You'll know when the time comes. It's not the time yet. As for why I let you go, it was probably because I saw you radiating both the aura of life and the spirit of the dead. So, for a moment, I didn't know whether you were a friend or an enemy. He fell silent, looking at them with a half smile. He never imagined that something they had so reluctantly accepted could save them so many times. Thinking about this, the Ghost King rubbed his chin. The aura of death on the two of you is getting weaker. This little pill originally only had a 1-year lifespan, but more than half of it has already passed. Gradually returned to you. Jose frowned as he listened to this nonsense. In fact, he was worried about something else. He was worried about what the hell was going on underwater. Even a being like the Ghost King had to be treated with the utmost respect, especially after he saw the countless corpses floating in the lake. He was deeply shocked. However, this shock alone did not prompt him to question the Ghost King. But what really fueled his quest to find out the truth was that when he encountered the object, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. It was the same familiar feeling he had when the voice came from his mind during his coma, as if they were meant to be together, but he could not recall any such voice. Gradually, he began to understand that his rebirth was not an accident, nor was it just luck. It seemed that he was playing a game, chess, orchestrated by an unknown entity. What was this? You can't reveal even a little bit of information. Jose stared at the Ghost King, whose pale blue will-o'-the-wisp was flickering before him. He was convinced that he knew something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his composure the next time they met. However, there was some incomprehensible aura before. Everything would have been fine after all. It didn't concern him, so he simply ignored it. But now this question was connected with his own rebirth. You'll understand when the time comes. Why dwell on it now? The Ghost King turned away, no longer meeting Jose's burning gaze. He felt a pang of guilt for that gaze. When? I just know that if I don't know something now, I won't be able to rest in my bedroom. Having said just one word, the Ghost King fell silent again. His gaze was full of complications as he looked at the Black Lake, and he gestured for Huzi and the others to follow him. Finding it difficult to speak here, Huzi followed him into a small crevice. But even then, the Ghost King did not reveal his plans, which caused Huzi to be greatly worried. Even if you are worried, it is useless. Don't ask me what is going on there. Even if you ask, I won't say a word even if I die. The Ghost King's words with a wry smile stunned Jose for a moment, and then he burst into laughter, a light red tear rolling down from the corner of his eye. At first, he thought that being reincarnated meant that he had saved a life and would gain a safe haven in the apocalypse, where he would only have to mine energy ore. He was good-natured about it, but in the end, it was all just a chess game of those who called themselves gods. Huzi raised his head, his eyes glowing faintly crimson, looking at the distant sky. The gaze seemed to pierce the heavens and reach another dimension. Although I am not worthy of knowing this yet, it does not matter. All I need to do is return to my refuge and expand my power. With a blank expression on his face, the Ghost King watched them go from afar. As soon as their figures were completely out of sight, the space around him shrank for a moment. Then the Ghost King recoiled in horror. I didn't say anything. I didn't bring it up. He didn't ask, he muttered, as if to himself or perhaps to an unseen voice. After a long moment, he sank to the ground with relief. Damn, this boy is such a bully. After Wang Xin and the others returned after not seeing Jose for 3 days, there was already a slight commotion in the shelter. Shu Qing, the master, led us into the shelter and arranged all kinds of entertainment and comforts for us, working tirelessly. Is this how you treat the master? Mu Guilong looked gloomily at the man they had previously ignored. Pain was reflected on his face. Mu Ya and Mu Ling supported his trembling body on both sides. Hearing Mu Guilong's words, Shu Qing laughed heartily. In his hand, he held a syringe filled with a green liquid containing potions recently stolen from the underground laboratory. Using his hidden abilities, he brewed several potions. Their power was modest, but they were certainly enough to deal with the people in the shelter. Boss? What boss? He hasn't returned for 3 days. Wang Xin and Zhang Yuan haven't spoken a word since they returned. They must have died there. Why are you so devoted to a dead man? Why don't you serve us? I'll be the boss, and you'll be my right hand. As he spoke, the thought of Xiao Yue's beautiful figure brought a surge of passion to his heart. Who's they? Ugh, he's just a little brat with barely grown hair. Why is such a brat allowed to boss them around and enjoy such romantic meeting? Calling him a boss is bragging, but isn't he so arrogant? This Huzi, does he really think he's the savior? Didn't he find this place before us? Now, all those who disagree, come out. Before taking action, Shu Qing had already taken action against many of Huzi's loyalists, but spared a few defenseless girls like Mu Ya and the other two. After all, if they were sick, it would be unpleasant. You ungrateful one, worthy of the medicine your boss brought you? For me, it's available to everyone, so I deserve it. Besides, I'm in this underground shelter, not just sitting there twiddling my thumbs. At this moment, his expression turned sinister, and he smirked at Mu Guilong and the two girls next to him. Mu Ling, in particular, was watching him. Perhaps because she had developed earlier, she already had an adult appearance. She had a strong attraction to people like Shu Qing. He licked his dry lips with a scarlet tongue. The fire in his belly was already blazing, wanting to enter the room and have a blast. Seeing him like this, Mu Guilong stepped towards his daughter. Shu Qing, you are worse than an animal. Ha 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 ha. Mu Guilong, sometimes I wonder if your brain is rusty. Or is it full of shit? In this chaos of the apocalypse, are you really telling me about human nature and the inferiority of animals? As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Qing's expression turned icy. Looking at Mu Guilong's determined and steadfast face, he couldn't help but chuckle. A large knife appeared in one hand. In the other, a syringe appeared. This is a potion I recently developed, and it will make your life worse than death. He grinned and grinned several times, revealing white teeth, sending a chill down my spine. But don't worry, you won't die right away. It will slowly eat away at your internal organs and skin, and the ingredients in it will help you maintain a clear mind. Every word he spoke was infused with madness and reckless determination. He did not restrain himself in his actions. Now, in the underground shelter, except for Xiao Yue, who remained neutral, everyone else was divided. Some supported Huzi, others supported Shu Qing. Xiao Yue did not want to interfere, and the conflict between them only escalated. When the boss returns, you and all your followers will be dead. Wang Xin dragged his exhausted body, barely opening his eyelids. He too was poisoned by this guy's potion and could not muster his strength. He didn't even know when he took something from his underground laboratory. Perhaps it happened when he was away from Huzi, and he didn't check after returning. Weren't Bai Mo and Mu Ya training? Mu Ya had already left, but what about Bai Mo? Are you kidding? After all this time, he still hasn't returned? You still don't believe that he's dead? Shu Qing laughed and slashed his hand with a knife. Scream, only the sound of a severed arm falling to the ground. Facing the pain of his broken arm, Wang Xin looked at Shu Qing and his mad face expressionlessly. They were all struggling between life and death. Every day in the apocalypse was a precious gift. If it weren't for Huzi, they wouldn't know where to find their lives. If it weren't for him, you would all be corpses now. Even without him, I could live peacefully. It was only after he showed up and entered some shelter that I realized that this pathetic shelter was simply working for him. Shu Qing snorted, displeasure flashing in his eyes. He had always controlled others, so when would it be their turn to control his actions? He had always enjoyed the feeling of power over others' lives. If his powers weren't enough, he would increase them, never giving up on his goal. Apparently, after all that time spent underground, shelter and careful planning, he has finally waited for this day. If we can work for him, why can't you work for me? Anyone who respects me in the shelter will be killed. From now on, I will manage all the affairs in the underground shelter." Although there was no formal ceremony, Shu-Ching opened his arms. The madness in his eyes did not fade. But after he opened his arms and said this, there was silence for a few seconds, and then blood flowed down his hands, turning into a cloud of flesh and blood that shot up into the air. Amidst the tragic cries, a cold voice rang out, changing the faces of those present, but the horror remained unchanged. "It seems that while I am away for a few days on business, you guys from the underground shelter will not stop." Then everyone saw a young man with a smile slowly appear from behind Shu-Ching. "Boss, it's you!" Mu Guilong and the others were happy to see Hu Ze back, but Shu-Ching and the others were gloomy. During their long stay in the underground shelter, they had not been able to get a good look at Hu Ze, especially Xiao Hua, who was serving him like a maid. The identities of these two were naturally a mystery, and their powers were unknown to outsiders. It seemed that since I had been gone, there was some unrest in the underground shelter. During his previous visit, he and Xiao Hua had overheard Shu-Ching and Mu Guilong's conversation from the shadows and had a pretty good idea of the current situation in the underground shelter. He had expected that there would be some unrest in the shelter sooner or later, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly, not leaving him time to react. However, the group was not strong enough, and his resources were wasted, which was not so much. In other words, he should still thank the lake. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reveal these unpleasant problems so early. The owner, 2/3 of the inhabitants, the shelters have already sided with him. These ungrateful bastards are helping others fight us. Wang Zihao shook his fat body, his trembling body betraying his inner anger. He was absolutely loyal to Hu Ze. Capable people deserve more work. Although Hu Ze was young, he was definitely qualified to be the owner of the shelter. Besides, if Hu Ze hadn't accepted them, they would still be hanging around outside. You can't be shameless. Cough, cough. Wang Zihao couldn't help but cough in anger, clutching his chest. His face turned very pale, and his lips turned slightly purple. Seeing him in this state, Shu-Ching, who was initially irritated and annoyed, snorted coldly. He told these people that those who attacked them were dishonest people. They used poisons that needed a medicinal ingredient to activate the bodies. Today, he added this medicinal ingredient to the water. If you drink it by itself, it will become an excellent tonic. So no one will notice. This underground shelter is a real treasure trove during the apocalypse. And the truth is, even if you're innocent, you're guilty of possessing the treasure. I think this little bastard should understand. If you give it up willingly, everything will be fine. But if not, do you think the two of you can defeat so many people? Shu-Ching's face even showed a hint of anger, his eyes turning red as he stared at the two men in front of him. He didn't care anymore. Now that he had been exposed, there was no point in hiding. Even if Hu Ze came back, what would it matter? Had everyone who could fight in the underground shelter, but Hu Ze only had himself and Xiao Hua. Shu-Ching's arrogant and disdainful expression made Hu Ze slightly raise his eyebrows and looked at him with a half smile. Honestly speaking, if these people had teamed up to deal with the two of them, Xiao Hua wouldn't even have to fight. He would have dealt with them alone. He was the leader, so his strength naturally surpassed theirs. But seeing how he is always busy with various things and does not want to train, who knows how much he has suffered in secret? I have no difficulties. If you betrayed me, you should not live. When you decided to betray me, you should have known that this would happen to you. Hu Ze grinned, revealing a row of white teeth that looked quite scary. A glimmer flickered in his eyes as he looked at the sullen and hesitant Shu-Ching in front of him. No forgiveness. Humph. Shu-Ching coldly snorted, and a broadsword appeared in his hand. It was a weapon he had forged for himself. This broadsword was carefully crafted and gave a significant advantage in both sparring and combat. When he snatched it, Hu Ze couldn't help but admire it. But that was all. Although he was a prodigy, he was a waste of time if he wasn't used. Especially someone like him, he absolutely couldn't be allowed to leave. Otherwise, it would be like letting the tiger return to the mountains, and then it would be too late to regret it. No forgiveness? I want to see if you will forgive me or fall on your knees and beg for forgiveness for your foolishness. He shouted coldly and rushed forward, aiming the huge knife straight at Huze's neck. However, when faced with this sudden huge knife, Huze remained calm, smirking and looking at him. With your strength, you are still too weak. With these words, he casually raised his hand and easily grabbed it. But just like that, as if casually, he snatched the large knife from his hand. No matter how much Shu Qing tried to break free, he couldn't. He raised his head, and his cold gaze met Huze's half-smile. Heart suddenly skipped a beat. He let go of the knife handle and retreated a few steps. Do you think that training in the underground shelter is only for you? My secret training is 10 times more intense than yours. Every time it is a fight to the death. Do you really think being a boss is that easy? He snorted coldly, holding the knife in his hand and looking at it carefully. Huze's body structure is different from that of ordinary people. After all, it is a biochemically rebuilt body. After such extreme training, he can still be full of energy the next day. With such a body, and considering the emergency situation, the shelter is currently in its initial stage. He needs to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Xiaohua and he have already improved their bond twice. Overall level is now 6th, while Huze has only reached level 5. This difference in strength puts enormous pressure on him. You are truly a talent to be able to forge such a sword. It's a pity that now that you've entered my hideout, if you can't help me, even talent will be buried here. The voice faded, and before the opponent could react, he had already soared into the air, raising the sword high above his head and cut off Shu Qing's arm. No one knew the sharpness of this sword better than Shu Qing, after all. This was a sword forged by his own hands. He planned to use this sword as his own weapon after taking over the underground shelter. Look at how sharp it is. It will perfectly suit that madman Dujian. A meaningful smile slowly appeared on his lips. Finished speaking, he waved his hand. Xiaohua pulled out some things from his body and handed them to Mu Guilong and the others. They looked like some grass roots with some black substance. It was unclear whether it was dirt or something else. Clean these things and hold them in your mouth. The toxins in your body will be flushed out instantly. After saying this, Mu Guilong and the others, without a moment's hesitation, immediately purified the substance and put it into their mouths. Soon, the weakness and pain disappeared. Seeing this, Shu Qing, whose face was distorted as he clenched his hand, narrowed his pupils and shouted, "Impossible! I spent so much effort to obtain this poison. How could you destroy it so easily?" Just because you think it is impossible does not mean it is impossible. Are you ready to die? Huze chuckled, his white teeth piercingly cold. No, you can't kill me. I'm a genius. I can be of use to you. Watching him approach, still holding the greatsword in his hand, Shu Qing's pupils slightly narrowed. He retreated back, shaking his head in panic. Now he could actually feel the deadly aura, a chill running down his spine, a tingling sensation on his scalp. He couldn't understand how his previously useless boss could become so powerful. From what he had heard from these people, the main force in searching for energy ore were the shelter members, and the boss was just watching from the side. Why? Why was he so amazing? Whether it was his reflexes or his speed, even if he trained for another half a year, he might not be able to catch up to him. It's over. However, seeing the admiration in Ahuze's eyes as he looked at the knife, he felt hope of survival. As expected, Huze stopped after these words. Shu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Huze still couldn't punish this genius. Once he cheated 100 times. You should know this. And as the boss of the underground shelter, I am not worried in vain. Shu Qing's nerves tensed at these words, blood still oozing from his severed arm. He retreated a few steps, watching Huze warily. Around him had already left. After all, these people followed Shu Qing for his pleasure, not to fight for him. He was simply accustomed to this mentality and was prepared for it. And were these people really so naive as to believe that he would be so kind and share his newfound power with them? If you kill me, you will suffer even greater losses. As he spoke, a small button appeared in his hand. After the button appeared, Shu Qing's face twisted in rage. See? If I just press this button, your shelter will explode with a roar, and a huge hole will appear above your heads. The undead will soon notice the noise and rush in. Then you are doomed. Now he no longer expected Huze to let him go. After all, the potential he showed was too great. Letting the tiger go back to the mountains would be like digging his own grave. After the previous knife attack, it was clear that Huze was not a soft-hearted person. Hearing Shu Qing's words, Huze frowned slightly. This was indeed a problem. He just didn't know if that guy had fully figured out the consequences. What do you want to do? He didn't know the exact strength of the underground shelter's defense. It was a gift from a mysterious creature, but its current level was truly... I want that old immortal to die. Shu Qing licked his dry lips with a scarlet tongue. Mu Guilong was the first to discover his plan, and if it weren't for the lack of evidence, his plan would have been foiled. However, there was still a small problem, and by the time Huze returned, they hadn't cleared out the hideout completely. If he hadn't died today, the old immortal would definitely have become a formidable opponent in future. Huze raised an eyebrow. He was not stupid. On the contrary, his reconstructed body and brain made him much smarter than most. Don't even think about touching any of my people. Just when Shu Qing was about to change the terms, Xiao Yue, who had disappeared during the commotion in the hideout, appeared. She walked up to Huze, lowered her head, and whispered something in his ear. When Xiao Yue appeared, Shu Qing's eyes widened. Xiao Yue, once I occupy this shelter, I will marry you. His words stunned Huze and everyone present, especially Huze, who looked at Shu Qing with strange expression. He knew that Xiao Yue was that guy's assistant. It seemed that Shu Qing was incredibly brave. We'll have to wait until you make this underground shelter your own. A sparkle flashed in Xiao Yue's eyes, and her charming smile made Shu Qing's eyes widen. He looked so embarrassed that he was almost drooling. If I press this button, this shelter will explode immediately. Even if it is abandoned, I will still be its owner. Huze, feeling constantly ignored, felt irritated. He stepped forward, blocking the two beauties, Xiao Yue and Xiao Hua, who were standing behind him. He glared at Xiao Yue and rolled his eyes at Shu Qing. If you really think this method is feasible, then go ahead and use it. I want to see if your explosives can destroy my hideout. Huze's words were tantamount to digging his own grave. Shu Qing was stunned, but then his face changed as he remembered something. Impossible. Why are you pretending to be calm? You're just pretending. But after pressing the button and seeing no response, he froze as if possessed by a spirit and stared blankly at Huze. How is this possible? I'm the king of the underground shelter. Beauty, money, freedom, everything belongs to me. You're just a little brat. What right do you have to enjoy all this? You have the final say. Huze ordered the others to hunt down and kill all the traitors. He smirked and ran up to Shu Qing. Knees buckled, and he knelt down in front of him. Huze lowered his head, crouched down, and lifted his chin, looking straight into his eyes. A bright smile spread across his handsome face, giving him the appearance of a harmless boy next door. Who do you think you are? Is this an underground shelter that a little rascal like me can really build? You're incredibly smart in some areas, but incredibly stupid in this one. One wrong move could lead to eternal regret. Everything you have now is your fault. You sow the seeds, and you will have to pay for the consequences yourself. Huze, no psychological pressure. This incident went relatively well. If Huze had come back a little later, things might have been much more complicated. Xiao Yue, come with me. Watching the others start packing, Huze told Xiao Yue and the others to leave first. He looked at Xiao Yue meaningfully. His voice was quiet and even, without any emotion. Fatty and the others who were leaving felt a surge of emotion. They guessed that Huze might be angry at Xiao Yue for standing there and watching. After all, Huze had entrusted the underground shelter to her, and now it was such a mess. Xiaohua watched them go, took a step forward, opened her mouth as if she was about to say something, but froze, shook her head, sighed, and turned around. Huze led Xiao Yue into a secluded room, very secluded. Upon entering, the two of them did not speak at first. Huze walked to the sofa and sat down, pointing to the empty seat next to him, looking at Xiao Yue without blinking. This was clearly a sign for her to sit down. Xiao Yu still smiled faintly, and when she sat down, her long eyelashes trembled slightly. The situation in the underground shelter did not look good. Huze felt helpless. He had recruited all the members, and losing so many at once was inevitably heartbreaking. He knew that in this apocalyptic world, the concepts of honor and respect no longer existed. All the remaining people were reduced to a primal desire to survive. Even sacrificing the lives of others for this purpose was commonplace, nothing surprising. The recent events that happened to Xuqing were considered a large-scale purge of the underground shelter, and Xiao Yue was determined to expose everyone involved. Xiao Yue, how many people in the shelter were still capable of performing their duties? This was his main concern. The shelter was already sparsely populated. At first, he had hoped to lure everyone away from the assembly area, but this always failed. If they were brought in like this, the shelter would be in chaos. Huze frowned slightly as he thought about this. Xiao Yue parted her red lips and sighed softly. There are currently less than 100 people available to do this job. As for those who can go to the apocalypse to search for energy minerals, there are only 20 of them. After a pause, Xiao Yue continued. Of these 20, Master has a small group, and the rest are led by a person named Xiao Kun. Hearing this, Huzi slightly raised his eyebrows. Only 15 people left. Where are these people now? They are currently on a mission. There are practically no combat personnel here, which is why Xuqing is acting so recklessly. Xiao Yue was also very upset about the situation with the personnel in the shelter. After this incident, Huzi had no intention of speeding things up. They had been gone for a long time, hadn't they? Master, I was just about to go look for them today, but you came back and I was delayed. Hearing Xiao Yue's words, Huzi shrugged his shoulders in shock. This matter would undoubtedly be resolved upon his return. Many people assumed that he brought Xiao Yu to this remote place to punish her, but that was not the case. Since he was planning to find these people, Huzi decided to go on a journey and bring them back. Then he was going to go to the abandoned city to search for skeletons. The voice he heard before tormented his heart. It seemed familiar, but there was no memory of it in his mind. Even now, when he recalled it, Huzi couldn't help but frown. He immediately said, "Tell me when you find it." He remembered that he had indeed brought another person named Xiao Kun to the hideout. He was a seemingly harmless man with a bald head and a thick beard. His razor exposed a sausage-like mouth. He looked ugly no matter how you looked at him. So he clearly remembered this person who had disfigured him so much. Xiao Yue nodded, and Huzi led her to the exit of the shelter and then to the dueling arena. There were exciting fights here every day. Mu Ya. Upon entering the arena, Huzi found Mu. I was standing outside, not among the spectators. The arena was empty, and only her fragile figure was standing there, looking fragile. Seeing her, Mu Ya also noticed Huzi and smiled. Her recent training had borne fruit. Slender hips, and a waist that emphasized the clear lines of a mermaid's body added youthful energy and confidence. "Boss, are you here?" For some reason, Huzi felt like Mu Ya knew he was coming and was just waiting. This inexplicable feeling made Huzi raise her hand, touch her nose, and stand next to Mu Ya. "Baimo isn't with you?" Huzi looked around and, not seeing Baimo, shook his head in amazement. "Amo is in the underground lab fiddling with all sorts of new things. I don't know what. Know that he has been very busy lately." Mu Ya bit her lip and a look of resentment flashed in her eyes. This look made Hu Zi feel a little awkward. After all, this madman had put so much effort into cultivating himself, especially after such grueling training. Who knows what he went through? He and Muya only had 2 hours alone a day. The rest of the time, Muya tried to keep herself busy and improve herself. They both knew that while they were in the safety of the underground shelter, there could be unrest. Besides, the test of strength could start today, and if they fail, they'll have to train again. There's no one here. What are you doing here? Just sitting there? Huze asked casually, but then froze, remembering something, and turned to Muya. Muya nodded slightly, not denying. There is a time every day when I feel sluggish and sensitive, so I always choose to come here and just watch blankly. At that time, she even suspected that she was autistic. Apart from Bai Mo, she didn't like anyone, especially men. Huh? Even Huze stared at her in confusion after hearing her words. He thought for a moment and then remained silent. Muya found a place to sit. Huze looked at her silently, and a thought stirred within him. At that moment, he felt a strange aura around Muya, which pulled him into a silent space devoid of sounds. His mind relaxed, and he felt as if he was wrapped in a cotton ball, feeling completely comfortable. But his mind forced him out. He glanced meaningfully at Muya, realizing that she was truly lost in her thoughts. He left quietly, without disturbing her. In this apocalyptic world, even in his refuge, the pressure was almost suffocating. Everyone was struggling to survive under this enormous pressure, inevitably experiencing all sorts of strange emotions. For them, it was a way to relax. Otherwise, under such intense pressure, who knows what might happen? For the same purpose, Huze used relaxation techniques such as traveling and playing. After leaving the duel arena, Huze looked up at the sky. Already getting dark. "Sir, it's time for dinner." Xiaohua appeared out of nowhere. Her sudden appearance and voice startled Huze, who nodded after a long silence. Turning his head to look at the duel arena behind him, he wondered if he should call her now. But he shook his head. It wasn't even his first day in the shelter. If she couldn't hold out for even that short time, it meant she wasn't in the mood to eat. Frowning, Huzi remained silent all the way to the dining room. Xiaohua obediently followed, puzzled, but silent. Everyone has their own secrets. As Huze's personal maid, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't sniff out her master's secrets. What Huze wanted to share, Huze would tell him. What he couldn't share, even Xiaohua's inquiries were useless. "Master, Xiaoyue?" She went to the apocalypse. There for a long time. I was afraid that something would happen, so I sent them there to investigate. Huze's eyelids drooped slightly, long eyelashes hiding the glimmer of emotion in his eyes. When the two of them arrived at the dining hall, everyone present except Xiao Yue had already gathered. Huze didn't tell them that Xiao Yue had gone into the apocalypse to find another team. By the time they started eating, everyone had a general idea of Xiao Yue's whereabouts. In the end, during the turmoil in the underground shelter, Xiao Yue did not make any statements, remaining neutral. Huze called her for a private meeting, probably to punish her. Their suspicions were part of the story, but they themselves did not know whether it was true. After the meal, Mu Ling cleared away his plates when, to him, Huze noticed that the embarrassment on her face had disappeared. Mu Ling, slightly taken aback by her late appearance, smiled helplessly. "If you want to eat, there is something in the room. I will bring it." "No, thank you. I did not come to eat. I'm not hungry yet." Muya playfully blinked. Her big eyes and long eyelashes were charming. Mu Ling looked at her with confusion. "I want to have a snack and go to the underground laboratory." Ah Mo didn't come to eat, so I guess he's hungry too. She was a little embarrassed when she said this before, but now that feeling was gone, leaving only naturalness. This change in mood made Hu Zi raise an eyebrow, and a realization dawned on him. He was now confident and forced to admit that daydreaming really does help people relax and think things through. "Good news. Muya and all of you, don't leave yet. I have something to tell you." Hu Zi stood up and looked at them with a smile as everyone in the restaurant was about to leave. After the incident with Xu Qing, there are only 50 people left in the underground shelter. In 3 days, we are going on a trip, this time to the sea, exclusively for vacation. I'm sure everyone is tired, and after the incident with Xu Qing, we can focus on the most basic training for these 3 days. After saying this, Hu Zi chuckled and touched his nose. Why did he always feel like he was being stared at so much? A strange thought? Let them relax, that's right. Waving his hand for everyone to leave, Hu Zi was about to leave when Du Jian suddenly grabbed his hand, startling him for a moment. After a moment's hesitation, he let the others go, and he, Xiaohua, and Du Jian walked out together. What happened? Hu Zi turned and looked at Du Jian questioningly. He specifically explained to Du Jian how much he should train. The main thing was that he could handle it. Du Jian's level at the last test was about the same as Hu Zi's. Hu Zi liked this kind of person very much. He thought of him as a formidable warrior. As for strength, its purpose should not be to destroy Du Jian, but to use it as a motivator to reach new heights. Du Jian sighed, a little hesitant to speak, but something clicked in his mind, and he, gritting his teeth, he asked, "Master, Mary was injured in a duel, and I need medicine. Are we out of medicine in the shelter?" Hu Zi looked confused. If he remembered correctly, he left a lot of it here. It's useless. Mary has been in such a depressed state lately. I feel sad looking at her. For some reason, Hu Zi looked upset when he heard this. He suddenly looked at Du Jian and asked him to take him to Mary. During this meal, he noticed that there was something wrong between Mary and Du Jian. They had always been close, but this time they had clearly grown apart. It was a little strange. Now he wondered if Du Jian had upset her, and he himself did not understand what he had done, remaining ignorant and unable to assess the situation. Or maybe Mary had lost interest in him for some reason. Feelings. The latter was unlikely. The former was the most likely. At first, Hu Zi, still hesitant, followed Du Jian to Mary. The master? Mary opened the door, taken aback by Hu Zi's approach, and then, seeing Du Jian walking beside her, a stern expression appeared on her face. Expression point. Ahem, I came to see you. I didn't expect to run into Du Jian on the way. We were just walking along the same road, Hu Zi said, coughing awkwardly and then smiling. Mary glanced at Du Jian and snorted. Then come in. Hu Zi glared at her and licked his lips. Du Jian. Ah, Du Jian. Although he was barely a teenager before the apocalypse, at least after biochemical reconstruction of the body, he had 2 beautiful women, Xiaohua and Xiao Yue. He must have had several affairs before the apocalypse, and he was somewhat familiar with situations similar to those of Du Jian and Mary. His analysis showed that the most likely cause was that this madman was so obsessed with training and fighting that he spent less and less time with Mary, which naturally upset her. It was perfectly normal. "Boss, what's wrong, boss?" Mary asked quietly, handing him a glass of water and sitting down next to him. But now, even with only a formal boyfriend, he didn't like this kind of treatment. Seeing Mary's irritation, although he didn't understand why, he shrugged and didn't ask for water. "I came to ask Master, Du Jian and I only have just a small family conflict. He is a fool, and I am sure you are not on the same page with him." Mary pursed her lips, completely losing her usual macho image. However, Hu Zi clearly felt that Mary was not angry with Du Jian, but rather disappointed. This look made Hu Zi smile bitterly and shake his head. Emotional intelligence is something that develops over time. There was no point in arguing with the battle-crazed, emotionally damaged Du Jian. It was better to let him fall on his own, so that the impression would be more indelible. "You are right. I will not interfere too much in your affairs. There might be misunderstandings between you and Du Jian." He paused, then glanced meaningfully at both of them and coughed awkwardly. Xiaohua stood motionless beside him, her long eyelashes drooping, hiding her smile. "This time, I came with Du Jian just to let you talk and resolve your conflict." Huze finally gritted his teeth and offered Dujian a helping hand. In the end, communication is the only way to resolve conflicts. Any argument, if used correctly, can become the basis for a deeper connection. Even if it doesn't work, a solution is possible. Dujian pursed his lips, his eyes frozen in a complex expression. He didn't know where he was wrong. His heart belonged only to Mary, and there was no hint of another woman. These two men definitely didn't understand women's hearts. Xiaohua just stood there, not even trying to warn them. That's good. Listen carefully. Everyone calls you crazy. Each training session lasts longer than all the others. After that, you never rest, heading to the dueling arena to fight. All day long you eat with me only in the mornings and say goodbye before going to bed. At these words, his face was distorted with indignation, causing cold sweat to run down the foreheads of the two men, one large and the other small. They say a woman's heart is bottomless, like the sea, and that's true, and simply became hysterical due to lack of communication. Meanwhile, Mary, the main character, continued to speak casually. Honest, Du Jian was not a good lover. But as a stern man, this was perhaps his only kindness. So you are angry because of these things. Du Jian originally wanted to talk about something trivial, but seeing Mary's indignation, he held back. This sudden change in tone made Huze smile. Okay, now I will change everything. Anything you don't like, I will fix. Du Jian looked at her lovingly. He extended a broad, rough hand and ruffled her hair, ruffling her delicate hairstyle. As he was leaving, he noticed a few strands of hair caught in his rough arm. It was the first time Huze had seen Du Jian like this, with such tenderness in his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but also a little envious. After all, he was a biochemically rebuilt organism. We're going to the beach. You two, get ready. I have something to do, so I won't be here anymore. He stood up and touched his nose. He felt like a third wheel here. He laughed and got ready to leave. Before leaving, he glanced at Xiaohua, caught her puzzled look, and fell silent. Let's go. If there is anything to say, we will talk outside. Huze smiled and patted Xiaohua on the shoulder. The bond between them grew stronger. How could Huze not know what Xiaohua wanted most? Master. Xiaohua looked at Huze, who was sitting on the sofa, frowned slightly, sighed inwardly, and asked quietly. What was about to happen was unavoidable. The Xu Qingmeng incident made me very angry. I don't like people like that. Please tell Xiao Yue for me that next time, if someone causes trouble in the underground shelter, don't wait for me to come back. Just find them all and take action immediately. With that, Hu Zi looked up at Xiaohua. His words, still tactful, touched on their problems. He advised Xiaohua and Xiao Yue to live peacefully. Technically, they were both his girlfriends, but the connection with Xiao Yue was the strongest. Because of this, a certain distance had formed between him and Xiao Yue. He needed to find a way out, while Xiaohua was walking. To inform Xiao Yue, Huze entered his room and placed his hand on one of the transparent crystal balls. At that moment, the ball emitted a flash of white light. 2 numbers appeared on it, 3 Chinese characters apart. 6 and 5? Muttered under his breath. This is impossible. The connection between him and Xiaohua is 6, which is fine with him, but the connection between him and Xiao Yue is 5. When did their connection get stronger? He quickly took out the gemstone from the bedside table and returned to that familiar dark place. In the darkness before him, the same disembodied voice rang out. You are here. For some reason, hearing this voice, Huze suddenly remembered the female voice he had heard in the abandoned city. Both voices were as ethereal and indistinct as if they were coming from the void, making it impossible to understand their origin. However, the voice that appeared now was devoid of emotion, the tenderness he felt then. This is a blue crystal. After saying this, Hu Zi took out a fist-sized gem, translucent, blue, shining in the darkness, a beautiful sight. What are the conditions this time? I know how to improve the connection between Xiaohua, Xiao Yue, and me. Blue energy ore is not that rare. After all, the energy contained in it is small, but it is incredibly beautiful. Although it is not particularly useful, it is enough to exchange for this information. You two have different duties, so the cultivation methods are naturally different. A disembodied, dispassionate voice slowly rang out. Xiao Hua is a servant responsible for your safety and fighting side by side with you. Therefore, if you want to cultivate, you will have to fight and face life or death dangers. Zhao Yue is responsible for what happens behind the scenes, managing your hideout. The path to cultivation is skillful management. Hu Zi paused for a moment, pursing his lips, then raised his head and asked quietly, "Does this mean that Xiao Hua's cultivation will be much more difficult than Xiao Yui's cultivation?" The difficulty is the same for both of them. This is a simple statement. Was at ease. There was no injustice in being like him. He had already accepted Xiao Hua, while Xiao Yue was not his yet, primarily because he was not strong enough. "No problem, thank you. We are just business partners. No need to thank me." Aha. Hu Zi lowered his head, waiting silently for a long time. He called out several times, but no one answered. He smiled wryly, thinking that they must have left. Now that he understood the difference between Xiao Hua and Xiao Yue, a heavy burden fell from his heart, and he felt relieved. Meanwhile, he continued to curse this empty man. He had not explained the situation clearly when they were first sent to him, leaving him to figure things out on his own. Deciding to give everyone a break, Hu Zi kept his word. The shelter was quiet. Mu Guilong, Mu Ya and the others gathered together without caring about what they were doing. After Heizi's death, Wang Xin and Zhang Yuan erected a statue in front of the underground laboratory that emitted a faint white light at night. It was small, only half a meter high, and depicted the late Heizi. Hu Zi had been interested in this statue before. It was made of a special material that would automatically disappear after 3 years. It was just a minor incident. The main thing was that the two of them had also gone crazy in the lab. Baimo was lucky with Muya, so he put aside many unnecessary things. Fortunately, his emotional intelligence was not as alarming as Du Jian's. "Master, are we leaving this afternoon?" Xiao Hua stood next to Hu Zi like a loyal guard, looking through the French window at the scene in the underground shelter. The laughter and joyful sight softened her heart, and her voice became softer. Noticing the change in her tone, Hu Zi grinned, revealing his white teeth, and pulled her close to him imperiously. "Of course, today during the day, and we will spend the night at the villa by the sea. I have already studied everything, and the information is absolutely correct." By then, there would be a beached whale. His eyes lit up with excitement. Before the apocalypse, he was an ordinary student from a poor family and had only seen these creatures on the screen. As he spoke, he patted Xiao Hua on the shoulder, encouraging her. He looked up at the sky, knowing that it was already late. Hu Zi turned and walked downstairs, ending up in front of Mu Guilong, where everyone else had gathered. Everyone was getting ready to go on an afternoon trip. "Master, when are we going to... well, let's go." Du Jian patted Mary's head. However, it seemed that everyone had already gotten used to this behavior. Their faces were indifferent. Seeing them like this, Hu Zi couldn't help but smile. What kind of conflict could there be between them? It was just a minor tantrum. Mary usually felt abandoned and wanted to check if Du Jian cared about her. However, the sudden feminine appearance of Mary, a usually masculine figure, left him speechless. Everyone rushed to the exit and out of the underground shelter. With the roar of the elevators was not the apocalyptic vision they had feared, but a peaceful twilight sea. The golden glow that illuminated the ocean gave them a sense of insignificance. Even Hu Zi couldn't help but sigh, admiring the vastness of the heavens and earth. The last time they reached the beach, Hu Zi hadn't been able to see such a beautiful sunset. He went to visit his parents, and to prevent such a thing from happening again, this time the sea was not their target. "What a beauty," Mu Ling muttered, looking blankly at the scene before him. The others were also enchanted by the beauty. Perhaps only by losing something can one truly appreciate it. Humans are such vile creatures. Having become accustomed to the grim desolation of the apocalypse, they naturally appreciate such scenery. Huze chuckled softly and clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. As soon as everyone's eyes turned to him, he smiled. To make it easier for everyone to enjoy the scenery, we can stop at one of the beach villas, spend the night, and then spend the day there. I'll take you to Iceland. This time, their destination was Iceland, with its stunningly beautiful glacial lagoons. The idea came to him at the last minute, shortly before departure, to surprise everyone. The day passed without incident, but just as they were about to leave for Iceland, there was a small incident. It was a beggar, a skinny man with a piece of skin on his face. The skin looked like something had torn it off, which made him look especially ugly. This made his life as a beggar extremely difficult. "Would you be kind, please?" The beggar approached them, and seeing, Huzi's only remaining eye trembled violently. This little thing couldn't hide from Huzi, but Huzi wasn't going to help him. After all, they were from the same era. After they left, all their money would be turned into waste paper. Although he had no intention of helping, this tremor made Huzi very interested. "Do you know me?" He looked at the man in front of him with a smile. Huzi came from the future. It makes sense that people in this time and space wouldn't react like that when they saw him, unless the person next to him had also returned from the future. The beggar shook his head quickly, said in a panic that he didn't know him, turned around and ran away. Running away, Xiaohua stepped forward to catch up, but Huzi extended his hand. Stopping, Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Huzi in confusion. "Master, his reaction was very strange when he first saw you. No need to chase after him. Someday, we'll find out what we need." He couldn't guarantee that the man was following him, but he decided to ignore it for now, out of caution. He waved to the others and continued on his way. The incident with the beggar was only a minor episode in their story, and Huze had another question. Iceland, with its unique language, extreme climate, isolated territory, volcanoes, northern lights, hot springs, is one of its... The name evokes a feeling of coolness. In pristine and unpolluted Iceland, the first place Huze took them was the Blue Ice Cave. Upon arriving in the country, Huze urged them to restrain their anger and avoid conflict with the locals. They were strangers, did not speak the local language, and the best thing to do was to stay out of their way. Dead ends? On the way to the Blue Ice Cave, two dead ends settled on the grass, as if flirting with each other. Mary's eyes sparkled. Upon seeing her, Du Jian immediately stepped forward and grabbed one of the dead ends. The other one trotted awkwardly, his awkward gait causing everyone to laugh. Du Jian's sudden movements left him speechless. Huze put his hand to his forehead and asked Du Jian to put the puffin down. Puffins are monogamous for life. They are very cute, and they are the national bird of Iceland. Now, so don't tease them. Huze rolled his eyes in annoyance. Du Jian, realizing that he was behaving badly, shrugged helplessly. This was his instinctive reaction, desperately hoping that Mary would be happy. He put the dead end down on the ground. After their life-changing encounter, the two parrots were clearly even more affectionate than before. This touched everyone, especially the women. "Okay, another kilometer to the Blue Ice Cave. We'll stay there for 2 days and then come back. Is there somewhere else we can go? I heard that there were many beautiful places in Iceland before the apocalypse." Muya's eyes sparkled like stars, and she blinked several times, looking at Huze expectantly. Hearing this, Mary and the other women also looked at Huze expectantly. Huze's face turned slightly red from these expectant looks. He coughed awkwardly and nodded. "We only have 2 days. We'll leave in 2 days." He paused briefly, looking around the group, and then stopped by Baimo. "Meet me at the Blue Ice Cave in 2 days to begin the return journey." He hadn't planned much time at the start of this journey. At the end of the day, he still had to visit. Abandoned city after returning. A strange voice aroused his curiosity. Everyone agreed and ran off in different directions. Huze looked at Xiaohua, who was sitting next to him, and they walked together through the Blue Ice Cave. After enjoying the scenery, they went their separate ways. They walked for an unknown amount of time, and along the way they encountered two pairs of dead ends. Xiaohua did not hide her true nature from Huze, and she couldn't help but sit down and tease him several times. They left the blue ice cave and, after walking an indefinite distance, came to a waterfall. Huze stroked, Chin raised an eyebrow, and looked at the waterfall in front of him. Selja Landsfoss. Although Huze had never been to Iceland, he remembered the place as if it were the work of a mysterious creature. It would not harm him. How beautiful. Xiaohua stared blankly at the cascading waterfall in front of him. The white-blue sky, the endless green shaded by the brown color of the earth, flowed from the high mountains into the long river. Seeing her in this state, Huzi touched his nose, grinned, and quietly approached her from behind, hugging her thin waist. This unexpected and ambiguous gesture made Xiaohua cry out in surprise, and her face immediately turned red. However, she did not resist. "Let's go for a walk behind." Xiaohua's face turned red as she nodded softly, the sound as faint as the buzz of a mosquito. If Huzi had not been biochemically rebuilt, his feelings would probably have gone unheard. Mary, riding a short, fluffy horse, giggled and extended a thin white hand to stroke her mane. Her delight filled Dujian with joy, and he couldn't help but hum a light melody. "This horse is so cute, so charming." He couldn't help but rub its muzzle. Mary's gesture made Dujian pout, and he continued to mutter something. Mary soon noticed his charming expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Stick your face out here." "Huh?" His face was blank. What had he just heard? Mary told him to stick his face out. God forbid, he hadn't done anything, so why did he deserve a slap? "What?" "I told you to stick your face out here, didn't you hear me?" As expected, Dujian took a deep breath. He thought, "What the hell? I'm going to die." He walked up, offended, closed his eyes and turned his face to Mary. A second, nothing. 2 seconds, nothing. 3 seconds. Did something happen? Dujian opened his eyes in confusion, but at that very moment, they suddenly widened. Whether intentionally or not, when he opened his eyes, their lips were only 1/10 of a centimeter apart. Mary's lips, which smelled of sweet orange, lightly kissed his lips, then quickly pulled away, her face flushed, and she turned away without looking at him. Dujian's mouth was wide open, almost the size of an egg. "Muya, run slower." "There are so many rocks here. Be careful not to trip." Baimo held his shoes in one hand and Muya's shoes in the other. On the beautiful black sand of Diamond Beach, Muya and Baimo ran past each other. Between them, and the chemistry that had developed between them during their intense training made it much more fun than Dujian and Mary's meeting. "Why are you so slow? Hurry up. You are so beautiful." Muya ran along the beach of Diamond Beach, and her ringing, melodious laughter brought a slight smile to Baimo's face. To him, the most beautiful sound was Muya's laughter. He promised, carrying both of their shoes, and ran up to Muya. He stood in front of her, blocking her way, put his shoes on the ground and lifted her up by the waist. This spontaneous hug, like a princess, made Muya gasp in surprise, her face slightly red. She instinctively hugged Baimo's neck. Beauty is beautiful, but holding a beautiful woman in your arms is the real joy. With a half smile, Baimo looked at the shy Muya in his arms. He lowered his head. Their faces were less than a centimeter apart. At this distance, Muya's heart was pounding. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she closed her eyes. A strange glint flashed in Baimo's eyes, and a gentle smile played on her lips. He pressed his lips to hers, but they were about to break away. He knew that their relationship had not yet reached that point. Things could not be rushed. They had to proceed gradually. Feeling Baimo's lips break away from hers, Muya's heart began to beat again. She trembled, opening her eyes and meeting Baimo's gaze. His unblinking gaze made her blush. "Are you still hugging me? Why don't you let me go?" Looking away, Muya timidly replied, and Baimo's heart suddenly burned with heat, and her breathing became heavier. His eyes burned with a fierce desire as he looked at Mu Ya. At that moment, a burning fire flared up in his stomach. Yes. With a slight nod, Bai Mo gently lowered Mu Ya to the ground. Good times always pass quickly, and Hu Zei's timing was impeccable. Just when they were about to enjoy the beauty and peace, he arranged for them to meet at the appointed place. Hu Zei sat cross-legged, examining the stone in his hand. Zhao Hua sat next to him, while the others were probably still on their way. "Master, I spent hours fiddling with this stone. Is there something special about it?" Xiao Hua asked, puzzled, as he watched Hu Zei turn the seemingly ordinary stone over in his hands. Hu Zei chuckled softly, seeing Xiao Hua's confusion. He held the stone up to the sun, changing its angles until it began to glow with a faint light. However, the light came from inside the stone, concentrating in its center. This surprise flashed in Zhao Hua's eyes, and Hu Zei shook his head slightly. He had no idea why the stone had become like this. It was just a chance discovery. Whether he could return it back to the apocalypse was unknown. While they were talking, Bai Mo and the others arrived. Mary and the others arrived first. The conflict between Du Jian and Mary had completely died down during this trip. When they arrived, Mary was already asleep, as Du Jian carried her on his back. Du Jian did not hesitate to completely ignore Hu Zei and Xiao Hua's strange looks. He laid Mary gently on the ground, resting her head on his thigh. "I'm glad you settled your dispute. It was worth all the effort I put in to find this opportunity for you," he said. And Hu Zei looked at him with a rather ambiguous expression. This ambiguous look made Du Jian helplessly roll his eyes. "Boss, I am a gentleman. Our relationship is just beginning. Forget about further development." He looked at Hu Zei with a mixture of laughter and tears. So, this boss was still trying to get them to do something? Wasn't he afraid that it would delay the shelter? It didn't take them long to get to the shelter. After 3 hours, everyone had gathered. No one was missing, which made Hu Zei smile. "After we returned to the shelter, Mu Guilong, you will lead the team into the apocalypse to search for energy ore. I am heading to the abandoned city. None of you are to go near its territory." After giving them a short order, Hu Zei led them back to the beach. This time, they arrived just as dawn was breaking, and the beauty of the rising sun left them breathless with admiration. As they reached the place from which they had come, the disembodied sound of an elevator rang out, and with a deafening roar, they found themselves once more in the familiar underground refuge. "Master, you have returned." Xiao Yue had been waiting for some time. Behind him stood Shao Kong, the captain of the team that had just returned from the apocalypse. They encountered a river, and during the exploration, a danger arose, causing the death of several members. Now there were only 8 left. The rest stood behind Shao Kong, each with various injuries, Shao Kong's being the most serious. On his chest from his left shoulder to the bottom of his ribs, there was a large scar. The skin and flesh were twisted, and it looked like he had been hit with something. A large piece of flesh was missing from his lower left rib, revealing the white bones inside, which made everyone feel terrified and shudder involuntarily. Hu Zei's eyes were gloomy. He came across a river and was attacked as he approached. If his guess was correct, this was the river the Ghost King had warned him not to approach. "Go down and rest, Mu Guilong. You rest here for a day, and then go look for energy minerals. Shao Kun, right?" "Boss." The wound in Shao Kun's chest had recently been healed, and he had only just returned when he heard the news of his boss's return. He wanted to take a step forward, but the pain in his chest forced him to grimaced, causing him to give up on the idea. With a meaningful look, Hu Zei ordered the others to leave. Shao Kun followed him to his room in the underground villa. After closing the door and drawing the curtains, Hu Zei took out a skull from the bedside table. The skull was very small and emerald green, a very creepy color. "Take this and crush it into powder. Apply it to the wound on your chest, bandage it, and rest well." He dropped the small green skull into his hand. It was a medicinal herb, although he couldn't remember its name. It was a gift from the mysterious being when they exchanged information last time. It is very effective for Xiao Kun's injuries. Got it, boss, he muttered softly. Since they were partners, he did not thank them. Huze also remained silent, holding his breath. There are 8 people left in your team. Good. Let everyone train here. You can focus on cultivating for the next month. After that, I need results. Hu Zi raised his head and looked at Xiao Kun with an emotionless gaze. He placed the cup on the table with a soft sound. Although he did not raise his head to meet that gaze, Xiao Kun instinctively felt as if an ancient beast was looking at him, and a wave of fear ran through his heart. It seemed as if his life was no longer in his hands. I understand, boss. He felt irritated towards his boss, but compared to Shu Qing, he was more or less reasonable. He knew that whoever wanted to take over such an underground shelter was not just a boy at first glance. No matter how strong he was, he could not afford to offend. Looking deeply at her, Huzi nodded slightly, signaling her to leave. The door slammed shut, and Huze sighed, rubbing his swollen temples with both hands. Too many people inevitably made it difficult to manage. After all, you never knew whether a person's heart would be moved. To be honest, he treated everyone in the underground shelter very well, providing them with good attitude. And if they encountered any danger outside, they would be rescued by others. However, they were not satisfied, wanting to seize the entire underground shelter and become its masters. Humans, they are such insatiable creatures. Frowning, Hu Zi pulled back the curtains. From his vantage point, he saw that Xiao Kun had already left, hiding the small green skull. But it's time to go to Desolation City. That voice is truly beckoning, he muttered to himself. Every time he thought of that gentle, feminine voice, of tenderness, sighs, helplessness, confusion, and even a slight hint of hatred, that complex feeling pierced his heart, as if someone had raised a knife against him. Having made his decision, he opened the door and walked out of the underground villa. The underground shelter was illuminated by light, a warm picture that had filled the air since their trip to Iceland. Master, when are you planning to go to Desolation City? Xiaohua approached Huze with a look full of deep respect, with a slight tenderness that was beyond her reach, and her gaze was somehow fascinated, which she herself did not notice. Let's leave tonight. If we go during the day, we will not notice anything unusual. Huze chuckled softly and looked towards the abandoned city, and then, for some reason, sighed softly. Night. It was midnight when Huze and Xiaohua left. At midnight in the apocalyptic world, the air was incredibly cool, and those with a keen sense of smell could smell the faint scent of blood and decay. After determining the direction, Huze waved to Xiaohua, who was following behind, and the two of them ran straight towards the abandoned city. He had been here once before and knew this route. Huze looked at the majestic building in front of him. At first, he expected to meet the undead along the way, but as he approached, he realized that he was wrong. There was complete silence around, not a single living figure. When they arrived at the entrance of the abandoned city, the skeleton stood and looked at them, a will-o'-the-wisp flickering in its eyes. When they arrived, the skeleton bowed, its tone and demeanor betraying sincerity and respect. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Did you know that I was coming? Huze looked at him coldly. He wasn't even sure when he had arrived at the abandoned city, but the skeleton in front of him, as if predicting the future, claimed to know when he had arrived. How long would it take? This place really intrigued him. At this thought, a smile slowly touched Huze's lips as he looked at the skeleton coldly. In front of him. He wanted to see what this abandoned city held. No need to say more. Take us. Last time I found a piece of gold energy ore here. That big box was still there? It was there that he had passed out from the gold energy ore, and the voice he had dreamed of had been repeating itself more and more often since then. He wouldn't believe it if they said there was no connection. When Huzi mentioned the box, the skeleton froze for a moment, looking at it, with a blank stare. The will-o'-the-wisp in his eyes flickered brighter and brighter, reflecting his inner turmoil. He knew exactly what this box meant. All these years, He had been waiting here for just one person. But Huzi had been here before, and nothing like this had ever happened. He was sure that the young man before him was not the one he had been waiting for. To have survived the disaster and retrieved this item was a blessing in itself. Why had he even mentioned the box, having come all this way just for it? Had he really understood the secret of the box's existence? Impossible, unless it was a matter of, "Man, how is this possible?" Huze frowned slightly. His question sounded casual, but the glimmer in the skeleton's eyes was incredibly mysterious. The box disappeared? No, it's still here, the skeleton immediately realized, shaking its head at his words. Fearing that Huze would notice something, Xiaohua asked him to follow her. Entering the building, Xiaohua sat down and waited for Huzi. Whatever his master chose, he would carry it out without question. Seeing the box again, Huzi's expression became cloudy. He thought he heard that voice again, echoing in his ears, but he knew he was wide awake. "I want to see what you're made of." Drawn by the voice, Huzi gritted his teeth and climbed inside. Landed on the ground, he saw a statue of a woman in front of him. This statue, like the gold energy ore, was suspended in the air. It was colorless. The moment Huze saw it, he felt as if something had exploded in his mind. With the deafening roar, he felt nothing, heard nothing, and remembered nothing. Pain. Such pain. Pain that pierced his soul. All Huzi felt now was pain, as if his head was being torn apart. Rending pain was so strong that he felt worse than death. Despite all his strength and power, he could not bear the pain, and screamed. If he had been conscious, he would have noticed that the sound waves, reaching the walls of the box, were reflected from them, forming a natural protective film on them. This situation was incredible, but it really existed. What was going on there? Last time I came here, this box was completely different. Xiaohua was sitting with her eyes closed, resting, when suddenly she was overcome with panic, as if she had lost something important. She stood up and walked over to the box, but saw a hazy glow coming from it, which had originally turned green, silvery white. She didn't feel any movement inside. This strange situation, combined with the sudden panic, caused an anxious expression to appear on her face. Looking at the skeleton standing next to her, Xiaohua was surprised to find that he was much calmer than her, even in his will-o'-the-wisp. Flashed, "Damn skeleton! What's going on? If you can't explain it to me, it's either you or me." At this point, she didn't care about manners anymore. With reddened eyes, she roared, grabbing the skeleton by the neck. It was just a piece of bone. But Xiaohua didn't even resist. The skeleton shook its head slightly and pulled Xiaohua's hand away from its neck. Although Xiaohua was already quite powerful, the skeleton was much stronger than her and easily pulled her hand away. "Don't get excited. It's good for it. Besides, my master did this before he died. How can I control it, huh?" Xiaohua was stunned when she heard these words. This question mark. As soon as she thought about it, her heart suddenly began to beat wildly, and this feeling made her face turn slightly pale. He is in danger. As their connection grew stronger, Xiaohua began to sense Huze's state. Her heart had already beaten so fast in such a short time that it was clear that Huze was in grave danger of dancing with death, balancing on the brink of death. Faced with Xiaohua's excitement, the skeleton will-o'-the-wisp jumped out, wrapping its two bony arms around Xiaohua's waist, holding her back from making a move. If you want to do this for his own good, just keep quiet. A blessing or a curse now depended on his fate. At this moment, the skeleton looked serious. If Huze succeeded, he would become its new master, and he would rule its life. Although he could leave this damned place, he would have little freedom. This situation filled Xiaohua, a skeleton who had spent so many years in this world, with mixed feelings. "Explain it to me clearly," Xiaohua said, gradually calming down. She knew that her actions would not benefit Huze, who was in danger in the box. The most important thing now was to understand the situation of his master, so that he could at least mentally prepare himself. The skeleton had no intention of keeping this a secret. Whether Huze succeeds or not, he will tell Xiaohua about it. He stopped hiding it. This is my master's agreement. I told you before. If he endures, he will be my master from now on. What? Xiaohua looked at the skeleton next to her in amazement. After turning into a human, she realized how strong this skeleton was. Even the Ghost King wouldn't necessarily be able to compare to him. After Hu Zhe went through this ordeal? Well, I can tell you, this is fate. But it is also a golden opportunity. With a grin, the skeleton youth clasped his hands behind his back, looking like a real expert. What if he can't stand it? Then he will die. You'd better prepare yourself. The result will be known no later than tomorrow. The young skeleton, with a twisted smile, waited so long that he had almost become accustomed to it. But Hu Zhe passed the test exactly as he had hoped. After all, so much time had passed. To say that he didn't want to leave here would be a lie. Xiaohua's expression changed. After a moment of silence, she nodded without saying a word. Behind every opportunity, there is a risk that is invisible to the average person. If a person can use it and has the necessary abilities to do so, all is well. But if he fails, the stakes are high and inevitable. You should know this better than I do. All opportunities must be used. They are beyond our control. Life or death, or maybe a dragon or a worm, depended on this. The skeleton looked at what was happening in the box, puzzled. He was curious. Why was it that last time Hu Zhe took the gold energy ore there was no reaction, but this time Hu Zhe demanded to know where the box was? His eyes were full of confusion and anxiety, as if he was being pulled towards something. But that was impossible. This was a test set up by his own self. How come there was no reaction the first time, but such a big fluctuation the second time? Or was it energy ore? The only difference between Hu Zhe's last visit and this one was the energy ore. Moreover, Hu Zhe took the energy ore before leaving, and the expression on his face was really... It was a little weird, but he didn't notice it at the time. Now that I thought about it, I realized it was, and he got this creepy feeling. Shit, it was originally just a gift from a guy. I put it there because it was rare. I didn't expect this gold energy ore to have such power. Fortunately, Hu Zhe returned. Otherwise, I would have been doomed, the skeleton muttered under his breath. Xiaohua frowned slightly as she said these words. Her hearing was much sharper than that of ordinary people, and she heard everything the skeleton said. If what the skeleton said was true, then the gold energy or Hu Zhe found in the box was just a piece of rock that he accidentally came across. Xiaohua, looking coldly at the box, did not pay attention to it. Now her only thought was Hu Zhe. If he died here, she would destroy this place at any cost. You are here. The long-forgotten voice, still so gentle, was like a ray of light in the darkness, calming Hu Zhe's restless heart. His tightly closed eyelids trembled slightly before finally opening. He froze, looking at the person in front of him, momentarily dumbfounded, and took a few steps back, overcome with fear. Who are you? Have we known each other before? There was a woman standing in front of him, a woman covered in blood. The skull above her eyes had completely disappeared, revealing a pool of white brain matter. And yet her face was breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyes perfectly reflected feminine allure. Don't you recognize me? Disappointment flashed in the woman's eyes, and Hu Zhe noticed it, causing something in his heart. Then trembled. I think I know you, but I can't remember where I've seen you before. Do you recognize me? It seems these people are really trying to make you forget us all. The charming eyes of the woman, neither human nor ghostly, blinked several times. It must be said that just one eye could transform a person by several points. But Hu Zhe's attention was clearly not focused on her eyes. He was more interested in her words. Were these people trying to make him forget them? Who were they talking about? And whose memories? Why was he felt something familiar as he looked at the woman in front of him? As if she understood the questions he wanted to ask, the woman chuckled softly, and there was a note of resentment in her voice. Don't ask about it. You'll find out when the time comes. Did you come here to see me? Hu Zhe nodded. He had no intention of hiding anything. The main reason for his coming was this man, the voice that haunted him in his sleep. It was too tempting. To meet her and then find that she was a complete stranger. He claimed that they had never met, and yet he remembered her. No. How was that possible? He was absolutely certain of his memory. It was simply impossible. With this thought, Hu Zi deeply sighed and looked at the woman in front of him. Don't ask me about our relationship. The me you see now is already dead. They only let me wait here because I begged them and paid a small price. As she spoke, the sores and blood loss on the woman's body worsened. Even her charming eyes began to rot. In this situation, if Hu Zi still didn't understand, his life would be in vain. He nodded, but still vaguely felt that things weren't as simple as the woman in front of him claimed. But since she didn't want to talk, he naturally didn't ask. If my guess is correct, once your body is completely destroyed, your soul will be scattered. A scattered soul means eternal rebirth. Even without the chance of becoming a zombie, it will return to dust. Hu Zi's words were neither accepted nor rejected. Appearance became more and more disgusting. Even after a minute, Hu Zi could not resist and retreated a few steps. To him, that the woman in front of him was in a different timeline than he was. For him, it was only a minute, but for her, it was like a corpse buried for months. There were even worms in some places. He watched with his own eyes as these white worms slowly crawled over the woman's body, gnawing her bones and flesh. Answer. Why are you silent? Hu Zi waited for a long time, but the woman did not say a word. He began to worry. He didn't even understand why he was so afraid of the woman's impending disappearance. It was a completely different feeling than the one caused by Xiaohua's impending disappearance. Hey, you won't just die, right? There's still a lot I haven't asked. Have many questions that you haven't answered. Hu Zi looked anxiously at the woman who was gradually losing her voice. When he finished speaking, the woman's body trembled slightly, and a bitter smile touched the corners of her lips. I won't die so easily, but this phrase about the destruction of the body is indeed the same as the scattering of the soul. But there is a subtle difference. At this moment, he fell silent slightly, and his mouth, which was already unclear, visible, slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, but eventually fell silent. Forget it. Some things are too early to tell you now. You'll find out when it's time. As soon as she finished speaking, her body began to decompose rapidly. Hu Zi didn't dare blink. The decomposition was too fast. It was unknown how long Hu Zi stared blankly at the woman in front of him who had turned into a skeleton. When he first entered, there was only a little blood on her body and her skull was missing. Now, she had turned into a pitiful white skeleton. What the hell was going on? Hu Zi's face darkened. Any fool would have guessed that he was involved in a vast conspiracy and that he was the central figure in all this turmoil. If what the woman said was true, then he had lost part of his memory, erased by someone in the conspiracy. Why? If you think about it, he still had all his memories from birth to the present moment, except for the soul's journey to heaven after death. He didn't remember that time, so it was normal, right? Damn. Faced with such a strange situation, even Hu Zi couldn't help but curse. But he had no choice, and he slowly lost consciousness. When he came to, he was already inside the box, now almost empty. Hu Zi raised his hand to his forehead, and from the intense pain, he groaned softly. The more he tried to remember the past, the more his mind was torn apart, forcing him to stop. Any effort was useless now. That was left was to focus on the present, securing the underground shelter and solving the problem with the energy ore. With that thought in mind, he cast all these worries aside. He shook his head slightly, and this time, instead of turning over like before, he hit the box. With a loud bang, the box shattered into pieces. Master! When the skeleton and Xiaohua saw Hu Zi clearly, their faces lit up with joy, although the skeleton's expression was a little more surprised. Hu Zi had passed his old master's test and was now his new master. Naturally, Xiaohua, walked up to Hu Zi. Huh? Huze, who had just appeared and didn't realize anything, stared at them in confusion. He could still accept that Xiaohua was calling him Lord, but he found it strange that the skeleton was also calling him Lord. Faced with Huze's puzzled gaze, the skeleton pursed his lips and smiled slightly, but his smile made Huze shudder, and goosebumps ran down his body. "Master, the old master is waiting for you, so naturally I am your servant." The skeleton behaved very respectfully, and no one could find any fault with him. Seeing his appearance, Huze slightly raised his eyebrows. It must be something the woman left for him. He really didn't remember anything about this woman. Why was she so kind to him? Another servant would certainly be useful to him, but this skeleton did not deserve his trust yet. Becoming my servant is simple. Give me a little of your spiritual fire so that I can see your sincerity and trust you completely. Spiritual fire is the most important thing for the undead. When one controls one's spiritual fire, it is like one has control over one's life and death. A single thought from Huze and he would be shattered into pieces. The skeleton seemed to take this request very calmly, giving him a piece of his spiritual fire without hesitation. Since he had already acknowledged Huze's another person of his master, he was ready to help him with all his heart. The skeleton's actions surprised him, but were undoubtedly useful to him. Having absorbed the skeleton's spiritual fire, Huze yawned lazily and was about to leave, but the skeleton stood in front of him, blocking his way. "Master, I need something for you. Inform before you leave this abandoned city." A shadow of shyness flashed across the skeleton's face, and he looked at Huze with embarrassment. Huze's heart sank, and he had a bad feeling. "Go." There were no undead outside when you entered, but now that my previous master had completely disappeared, they became less cautious and completely surrounded the area. The skeleton felt a little uneasy. After all, he had been with his old master for so long, but his strength was simply not enough to face these zombies. Hearing his words, as expected, Huze's face darkened to the point of dripping water. He looked at the skeleton in front of him, took a deep breath, and finally suppressed the urge to beat it up. He walked to the window and looked out. The dense crowd of zombies and ghosts made Huze's head move. He and everyone else in the shelter had not yet activated their abilities. Although Huze and Xiaohua had reached the level where they could activate their elemental abilities, they were delayed by various circumstances. Damn it! How are we going to get out of here? They hadn't been to the abandoned city for a long time. If nothing had happened, Mu Guilong and the others would have gone back too. After what happened to Shuqing in the underground shelter, he was afraid that something might happen if he didn't go. What the hell, the two of you? Follow me, one on each side. Let's break out." Huze's eyes turned red as he stared at the zombie horde. Xiaohua and Skeleton looked at each other as they helplessly followed behind him. The zombies outside, seeing the three of them, continued to wander aimlessly. Seeing this, Huze froze for a moment. These zombies did not seem to have any ill will towards them. "Let's go." Delighted by this unexpected discovery, the three of them began to look for a gap in the crowd of zombies to slip through. But just as they were about to break free, something alarming suddenly happened. The zombie horde, which had been ignoring them until now, suddenly bared their ferocious fangs and charged at them. Huze felt a tingling sensation on his back, and his scalp tightened as if he was scared. Cat, the fur stood on end. "Run!" he practically shouted. As soon as Huze finished speaking, Xiaohua and the two others standing on either side of him began the massacre. The broadsword in Huze's hand instantly turned green, covered in zombie remains and blood. An endless swarm of zombies covered them like a tide. Huze looked at the wave after wave of zombies in front of him, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and rushed forward. After an indefinite amount of time, their hands gripping their swords went numb. The only consolation was that none of these zombies had a level 2 status, only a weak green soul fire. Fighting these weak zombies left them with only superficial wounds. Having survived the huge swarm, the three of them were practically green. Damn it! Huze looked at the large knife in his hand with irritation, which was now covered in rust. He and Xiaohua had special physical abilities, so the zombie blood naturally had no effect on them. Let's go. Immediately, it's getting dark. Huzhe learned from Xiaohua and Skull that he had been in the abandoned city for 4 days. 4 days is not a long time, but it was enough for some things to change dramatically. However, on his way back to the underground shelter, Huzhe heard some sounds, causing him to raise his eyebrows slightly, and looked in that direction with a half smile. I repeat, hand over your supplies, otherwise we will be impolite. Who dared to speak to Mu Guilong and the others in such a tone? Well, Mu Guilong and the others have undergone devilish training. Before heading to the abandoned city, he also fished out everyone's information from Zhao Yue. In fact, they had reached the 4th level. Once they reach the 5th, they can begin the elemental test. Judging from the tone, it should be resource theft? Interesting. Mu Guilong's face flushed with anger, his beard shaking. He rolled his eyes, pointing at the speaker, and frowned. Who do you think you are? We've already given you water, and you're dissatisfied and trying to steal the rest? What a joke. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier stepped forward, glaring ominously and fiercely at Mu Guilong and the others. What good is the little water you gave me? If you know what is good for you, give me all your food and water, and I will be merciful and leave you unharmed. The middle-aged man was probably the leader of a small group, and his words sounded like an imperial decree to them. The others also looked at Mu Guilong and the others with ill intentions. Even without the man's words, their greedy gazes were fixed on the bags on Mu Guilong and the others' backs. That's right, give it all up. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive today. Give it back. The others responded in unison, unaware that Mu Guilong had done them a great favor by giving them water. Huzhe crossed his arms over his chest, watching with interest. Xiaohua, who stood next to him, was clearly upset. Only the skeleton looked at Mu Guilong and the others in surprise. Master, a sense of justice is good, but it depends on the person. Huzhe did not consider himself a saint. He just wanted to protect his life. In this cruel, merciless, and inhumane apocalypse, everyone's only goal was survival. Hearing this, the skeleton fell silent. Mu Guilong's condition was also not good. Everyone blushed, and Huzhe sighed helplessly and walked over. Of course, he had no intention of taking this group of survivors into his underground shelter. Master! Mu Guilong smiled, and his face lit up as Huzhe approached. He also breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man, noticing Mu Guilong's expression, immediately looked at him warily. He felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition told him that this little rascal, still with a hint of childish innocence, was no ordinary person. Dujian's red eyes gradually returned to composure. He had a bad temper to begin with, and the fact that he was able to hold his own in the face of this situation was already a decisive factor. You are not personally involved in this matter. Do you really think that this apocalypse is the same law-governed society as before? Ignoring the cries of the survivors, Huzhe waved his hand and walked towards Mu Guilong, looking at him with a wide smile. His smile was incredibly bright, like a cheerful boy next door. But no one dared to smile at that bright smile. Huzhe's words clearly showed his anger. However, he was no stranger to such petty conflicts. After all, it was a question of survival. He understood the group's mentality and didn't pay attention to them. He was deceived for the first time. Even his uncle could tolerate this, but his aunt definitely could not. Although there were at least 20 to 30 opponents, they did not have any powerful weapons, so Huzhe did not interfere, leaving Mu Guilong and the others to handle the situation on their own. Huzhe's appearance only stunned the man, middle-aged man and his companions, but it did not shake their determination to grab as many supplies as possible. After all, in this cruel and merciless apocalypse, supplies meant their hope of survival. The middle-aged man glared at Huzhe and Mu Guilong. Although Huzhe's age and the danger he posed seemed unusual to him, he refused to hand over Mu Guilong's supplies. They had so much, and they were unwilling to share. They must have killed people and set fire to it. Brothers, Attack. Kill them and take them. It would be fair. His words had a clear inflammatory effect. The small group consisted of only a few dozen people, and he was its absolute leader. Everyone shouted, raised their weapons, and glared at them. Mu Guilong's outburst of anger was met with anger. In sharp contrast to his usual restraint, Du Jian, with red eyes, took a few steps forward, spat, pointed a finger at his face, and said coldly, "How dare you? I advise you to disappear from sight within 3 minutes, otherwise none of you will survive." Not only him, but the previously reserved Wang Zihao also stood up and stared at the middle-aged man. He had long disliked this man. He did not even agree to give them water. The middle-aged man was clearly dissatisfied, and, as he expected, having given him a drink, he was still not satisfied and wanted more. "Ungrateful bastards! I didn't kill you right away. I've already done everything I could, and you still ask for more? You are always dissatisfied." Soon the conflict between them escalated, and it seemed that a fight was about to break out. Hu Ze frowned. "These survivors have no humanity at all, Master. It seems that all humans are like this now." The skeleton grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, but Hu Ze glared at him, and he obediently closed his mouth without saying a word. Glancing at the group of survivors, Hu Ze saw a child of about 16 or 17 years old with a wound on his neck. The wounds were dark, green, with 2 holes. "What? This little guy got bitten, and they dared leave him here? They are truly fearless." A look of surprise flashed across Hu Ze's face, and he immediately stood up, leading Xiaohua and Skull forward. Once bitten by a zombie, the zombie virus quickly spreads throughout an ordinary person's body. The only effective treatment is immediate killing and cremation. Otherwise, they are a terrible threat. "Boss, these guys." Seeing Hu Ze approaching again, Mu Guilong's face darkened, wondering if he hadn't handled the situation properly and disturbed Hu Ze. He was about to explain, but Hu Ze waved it off. "I am their boss. Have the final say in their affairs. I can provide you with resources, but there are 3 conditions." Hu Ze began, carefully and unintentionally looking at the young man. After a zombie bite, infection is inevitable. Now, but if he becomes a zombie, few of his comrades will survive. "Tell me?" The middle-aged man, the leader of the survivors, raised his eyebrows, looked at Hu Ze, and asked, "First, you must leave here as soon as you have collected the resources. If my men see you again within a 10-mile radius, they will kill you on the spot. Secondly, the resources I give you will only last for 3 days, no more. Thirdly, this little one must stay." Hu Ze, keeping his eyes on the boy bitten by the zombie, was ready to take him under his wing at any moment. Control point. The life and death of these people means nothing to him, but leaving a zombie-bitten person is a very dangerous thing that can attract a large group of zombies. You could say that taking this boy with him is the same as making him a living target for zombies. Leave him? What's in it for you to leave him here? The middle-aged man frowned and said in an unkind tone, "After all, this boy is the only child among them. Let one of them stay." He was bitten by a zombie. If you don't kill him now, I'm afraid you'll be the first to suffer when he turns into a zombie. If you can't do it, I'll do it for you," Hu Ze replied casually, without any emotion, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Hearing his words, the boy retreated back in fear, hiding behind the woman. He cowered, trying to hide the 2 bites on his neck. "Impossible. You depriving me of resources, but you are also attacking my son. You are inviting death upon yourself." The middle-aged man suddenly flared up in rage, swinging his baseball bat straight at Hu Ze's head. Bang! How could an ordinary person match Hu Ze's skill? Before the bat could reach its target, Hu Ze dodged and slammed his left fist into the leader's stomach, throwing him back several meters. "Dad, I'll fight! Uncle Zhang! Damn it, I'll fight! Protect Xiao Cheng! We can't let those people hurt Xiao Cheng." The scene instantly descended into chaos. A boy named Xiao Cheng, with red eyes, rushed at Hu Ze, swinging his fists wildly. The others rushed at them like madmen, their eyes red and swinging their weapons. Huze's face lit up with joy, and he was about to finish him off when he was stopped by the survivors who had arrived. More than a dozen of them surrounded Xiao Cheng, leaving him no chance to strike. "Get out of here. This guy is infected. If we don't finish him off, who among you will survive?" Seeing this, Huze, touched by the strong friendship between them, roared in disappointment. Holy shit, do they have no idea what they're doing? The apocalypse has been going on for so long. How could they not know the effects of a zombie bite? They're clearly deluding themselves and pushing themselves into a fiery pit. Wishful thinking. If you want to hurt Xiao Cheng, you'll have to walk over my corpse. At this moment, the middle-aged man recovered, holding a baseball bat in his hand, and looked at Huze fiercely. Ho ho! At this moment, Xiao Cheng, surrounded by a group, suddenly let out a low, animal-like roar. A strange sound, coming from his throat. The sound was insignificant among the cacophony of arguments. If Huze hadn't had better hearing, he probably wouldn't have heard it at all. Usually, infected people show a lot of strange symptoms before turning into zombies, and this beast-like roar was naturally one of them. At this moment, for the sake of his own safety and the safety of the survivors, he had to eliminate Xiao Cheng. Damn it, this kid is going to turn into a zombie. Mu Guilong, take care of him. Xiaohua, Skull, eliminate this boy. Mu Guilong gave the order. Xiaohua and Skull rushed to attack. The well-trained Mu Guilong and his comrades rushed forward with weapons in hand, but fearing for the safety of the others, they retreated. Due to the enemy's indecision and superior numbers, Mu Guilong and his comrades entered a stalemate with the survivors. Ho 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 ho, Xiao Cheng's growl grew louder and louder until everyone heard that chilling sound. Xiao Cheng! Xiao Cheng, what's wrong? Uncle Jiang, finally noticing Xiao Cheng's strange behavior, turned pale. Unable to stop Huze, he turned around and picked up Xiao Cheng in his arms, nervously demanding, "He's already turning into a corpse." "If you shut up." Huze sighed, but before he could finish speaking, Uncle Jiang roared. Xiao Cheng grabbed onto Uncle Jiang's arms with all his might. His pupils turned grey, veins pierced his forehead, and his mouth opened and closed as if he was gnawing at something. "Xiao Cheng, wake up! I am your father! I am your father!" Uncle Jiang shook Xiao Cheng again and again, trying to bring him back to his senses, but in vain. Xiao Cheng's frenzy grew, his strength grew. Even at 16 or 17 years old, even a strong man like Uncle Jiang in his prime would find it hard to restrain him. "What are you doing? Stop! Don't hit Xiao Cheng!" Pfft! Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared with a sharp steel rod in his hand. The survivors didn't have time to stop him, as the rod pierced Xiao Cheng's head, spraying blood and flesh. Red and white paint splashed onto the ground and Uncle Jiang's face. The skeleton's blow pierced the center of Xiao Cheng's head, as well as the survivors' hearts. Xiao Cheng was dead, lifeless. "Beast, I'll kill you. Even if he's turned into a corpse, Xiao Cheng is still one of us. This hatred is irreconcilable. Parasite, you're a murderer. I'll avenge Xiao Cheng." They were completely mad, looking at the skeleton with eyes full of hatred and unwillingness. They hated the skeleton for suddenly killing Xiao Cheng and did not want to accept that they could not stop him. Dozens of people rushed forward, attacking the skeleton. Although the skeleton was undead, practically immortal, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught of these people, stumbling slightly. Huze, unable to bear to see his people suffer, led Xiaohua, Mu Guilong, and the others to join the fight, hoping to rescue the skeleton from the encirclement. Roar! Suddenly, a mighty roar came from nearby, followed by countless chilling ho-ho sounds. A zombie horde. The moment these sounds came, a moment of terror flashed through Huze's mind. Little did he know, a zombie horde had actually approached the shelter. Moreover, the deafening roar at the beginning clearly belonged to the zombie king, who had transformed into the greatest zombie. "Stop! The zombie horde is approaching! Stop! Stop!" Huze roared with such a powerful and deafening voice that everyone's heads shook, but he also successfully stopped the battle. The zombie horde broke out. "We clearly shouldn't continue the fight. Those who don't want to die, obey my order. If we have any grievances, we will settle them once we deal with this zombie horde. He was well aware that the zombie horde in front of him was the result of Xiao Cheng's inability to deal with them quickly. These people walking around this apocalyptic world with a living target really didn't know how to cast a spell. Death period. Huze's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was dripping off it. He took a deep breath and turned to the people in front of him. They had all stopped their fights because of Huze's outburst of anger, but also because of the endless horde of zombies. The sight of these endless zombies was undoubtedly stunning. Huze's only task was to get out of this zombie encirclement and lead the rest of his sanctuary. As for the survivors, he didn't care. If it weren't for their self-deception, they wouldn't have had to face such a huge horde of zombies, let alone this deadly crisis. They brought death upon themselves and dragged it down with them. It's all your fault. Why didn't you hand over the resources to us earlier? This is all your fault. The middle-aged man screamed at the top of his lungs. The loss of his child made his eyes turn terribly red. But when faced with this madman, Huze looked at him coldly. "Shut up! You have no right to speak now." A fierce flame flashed in his eyes, and the murderous aura emanating from him made the man retreat several steps. Huze actually wanted to kill him. What a man! Damn it! This was the first time Huze had felt such a strong desire for someone. Kill point. But now he had no time to worry about this scoundrel. Surrounded by a dense swarm of zombies, he had to protect himself and the people in his shelter. If anyone's level has increased during this war, I will activate your elemental abilities when you return. Huze's sudden words stunned everyone present except Xiaohua and Skull. Even the middle-aged man's face twitched slightly. His thoughts were unclear. He didn't avoid these survivors because he was absolutely sure they definitely wouldn't survive today. Even he himself wasn't completely sure that he could survive this huge wave of zombies, let alone them. Are you kidding? Boss, what is this? Elemental powers? Mary blinked her big watery eyes and asked curiously. Her question was the question that was on everyone's minds. Elemental abilities were definitely a new term to them. However, Huze clearly had no intention of answering her doubts. When you all can level up and reach the minimum level to unlock elemental abilities, I will of course inform you when you return to our refuge. With these words, Huze pulled out a large knife from the sheath on his back. He originally had 2 knives on his back, crossing each other, but the first one broke when he was running out of the zombies' encirclement, leaving only this one. Since he didn't want to continue the discussion, the others didn't ask any more questions. Attack! Less than 50 meters separated Huze and his men from hordes of zombies. Both sides raised their weapons and charged forward. It was clear that the gap between Huze, his men, and the common people was enormous. Coupled with the disappointment and resentment they had suffered at the hands of the middle-aged man, Mu Guilong and Du Jian unleashed their full might on them, completely undisguised. Their overwhelming power saddened the faces of the survivors, and a wave of fear washed over them. They had just tried to deprive these people of their resources. Fortunately, the enemy had no plans to kill them, otherwise they would have been nothing but corpses. However, when faced with such a huge horde of zombies, they could not be sure of survival. Uncle Jiangji took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and for a moment, thought then, suddenly opening his eyes, he shouted, "Everyone, gather around them. In this apocalypse, they still have some humanity left. If they can protect us, we have a chance to survive. Otherwise, we are doomed. This was reality. What significance did family ties have? What hatred? In a cruel apocalypse, everything is nonsense. Only survival is the eternal truth. Even the weakest family ties will be destroyed by the cruel reality." When everyone heard this, the will to live flashed in their eyes. Besides strength, the will to live is the main reason why they have survived until now. They must control their fear of the current situation and not lose hope for life. It is normal to feel despair and confusion during the apocalypse. Those who survive are the elite among humans. Huze hunted the zombies that were constantly approaching him. He noticed that some of the survivors were constantly approaching him, and his face suddenly darkened. No matter if it was a zombie or a human, anyone who dared to approach would be killed immediately. A cold light flashed in his eyes. What did these people who had nothing to do with him think of him? A savior. He did not have the compassion of a saint. Mu Gilong, Du Jian, and the others were initially puzzled by her order, but then they noticed the survivors quietly approaching them and frowned. They disliked these people. Their character disgusted them. Got it, boss. One of the most greedy for them soon approached Huzei. Upon seeing him, he immediately knelt down. Please save me. I don't want to die yet. I want to live. I beg you. But before he could finish speaking, the zombies that attacked him had completely devoured him. Facing death, Huzei's gaze was emotionless. He didn't even look at him. Freed from the constraints of the rules and facing the threat of death, these people fully displayed the most disgusting side of human nature. Since the enemy was so cruel and unfair, he didn't need an ounce of shame for his indifference. Take care. There is a zombie king among the zombies. Be careful, Huzei whispered as he raised his eyes shining. Their current strength was weak, and meeting the zombie king would be disadvantageous in every way. Hearing Huzei's words, everyone's expressions changed slightly. They suddenly raised their heads, looking at the center of the zombie swarm. There stood a zombie similar to them. However, his movements were much more agile than the others, and his pupils were the same pale blue as the Ghost King. This pale blue color gave his eyes a very girlish look. What beautiful eyes did such an ugly undead have? Mary involuntarily sighed, but the next moment, expression changed. The Ghost King stepped out from the crowd and walked towards them. His eerie pale blue eyes swept over everyone. Human. He felt the death aura coming from Huzei and Xiaohua, but everyone else was human. We were just passing by. If we disturbed you, I apologize. King, if we can just shake hands and make peace, we don't want to fight. Huzei looked up at the zombie king in front of him with a grim gaze. Before they reached the 5th level and activated their elemental energy, they had no chance of success against zombies of that level. And although the chances were slim, a desperate fight would surely cause serious damage to the zombie king. The zombie king understood this very well. How can we part with the food we have already obtained? A hoarse, shrill voice, like a blade scraping glass, made them frown. Huzei squeezed his hand tightly, knife, looking warily at the zombie king. Although I might get hurt if I fight you, all these little zombies under my command are just sitting around doing nothing. I don't keep slackers. His grin made me want to vomit. If so, then we have nowhere to shake hands and make peace? What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, the Ghost King's body disappeared. All that lay ahead of them was an endless wave of zombies, their razor-sharp claws and the all-consuming stench of decay. Huzei's face instantly darkened like a gloomy cloud, roared to everyone to get ready, raised their weapons and rushed to the attack. As for the survivors who were about to approach, they no longer had the courage. However, the zombie king loomed over their heads like a constant shadow, reducing their potential combat power to less than half. Take care! Don't worry about anything that doesn't concern your life. Huzei's eyes turned red as he mechanically swung his arms, killing another zombie with his machete. Everyone was furious, their bodies covered in green liquid. However, up close, the liquid was caustic, restricting their movements. Roar! Behind, with the exception of the skeleton, who remained unharmed, all the others could do was defend themselves with all their might. Skeleton, always watch your surroundings. If someone can't hold on, get up and help. The skeleton in the center was responsible for the rear guard. The skeleton nodded. The first one to fail was Mary. After all, although her training was on par with everyone else. Back, follow the team, rest, I'll help you block. Mary, hearing the skeleton's words, did not grimace and immediately retreated into the circle. When they appeared before the zombie king, although no one was wounded, the bright green liquid on their bodies prevented them from moving. Master, I will help you. the skeleton whispered, and a small ball of light appeared in his hand. Touching Huze's body, the ball instantly melted. At the same time, the green liquid on Huze's body also slowly disappeared. It seemed to have evaporated. Master, this is my innate ability. Even though I am dead, the abilities I had when I was alive can still be used, but it requires a lot of effort and the strength is not as much as when I was alive. But it is definitely enough to dissolve the blood of these zombies in my body. The skeleton grinned as he said this, and then 5 balls of light appeared in his hands, which entered the bodies of the remaining 5 people respectively. After all this, his face turned pale, and he grabbed the stone next to himself so as not to fall. Huze's expression was slightly reserved. He looked at the Zombie King, and his face was more serious than ever. Since there is absolutely no chance of reconciliation, let's have a fight right now. While they were talking, Huze and the other 6 snatched. Weapons Xiaohua and Huzi, the main force, attacked from the front. Du Jian, Mu Guilong and Bai Mo attacked from the rear. Mary and Fatty advanced from the flanks. Mu Guilong may have been quite old, but the food and drink he received in the underground shelter were unusual. The Zombie King snorted at their attack and froze in place. His claws were as sharp as blades. Combined with the bacteria and the corrosive green liquid on them, Huze's expression changed slightly. Beware of his claws, but his warning was too late. King smirked, and his claws had already struck Mu Guilong's face. In the blink of an eye, Mu Guilong was sent flying back at an even greater speed, caught by the skeleton. By then, the exhausted skeleton had already turned into a skeleton. The flickering will-o'-the-wisp in his eyes flickered several times as he saw the claw marks on Mu Guilong's face. The white bone claws gently enveloped Mu Guilong's face, and the soft white light gently pulsed on it. Soon, the decay marks on Mu Guilong's face completely disappeared. He could only remove bacteria and corrosive blood. As for the rest, his current abilities were still insufficient. Huh? Sensing movement, the Zombie King turned his head. Seeing the faint white light in the skeleton's hands, his expression suddenly changed. He extended a rusty finger and pointed at the skeleton with trembling hands. "You! How is this possible?" He is still too weak to heal the wound on his face. These inappropriate words caused the Zombie King's eyes to flash furiously, and the temperature around him dropped several degrees. "Now, everyone attack his chest!" Huzi took advantage of the Ghost King's distraction. His eyes suddenly flashed, and with a loud cry, he stabbed him with his knife. The others also attacked. The Zombie King's eyes flashed with rage, staring at Huzi as if he wanted to pierce him. However, the attacks of the others succeeded, crushing the Zombie King, leaving a gaping hole in his chest. Such a devastating wound cost Huzi dearly. The Zombie King's defensive energy sent him flying back 10 meters. The others were in no better shape. Very good. Very good. "You can do it? I underestimated you." The Zombie King bowed his head and smirked, his gaze filled with a bone-chilling cold that made Huzi shudder. "It's been so long. How did you find the time to come to me this time?" The Ghost King snorted, a pale blue will-o'-the-wisp flickering in his eyes. The sharp claw clenched in his hand, constantly looking warily at the zombie standing nearby. This zombie was the same one that Huzi and his companions encountered at the fair. This time, he greeted them in a special way, and this gesture clearly did not have good intentions. The zombie approached with a smile. "Don't be so nervous, right? I am here to discuss a partnership with you." "Partnership?" The Ghost King frowned, glaring at him, and took a few steps back. His claws grew sharper, sharpened in the darkness. "We cannot cooperate." He could not say that he hated the zombies in front of him, but he certainly did not make a favorable impression. Humans were their most delicious meal, and they understood little about the undead. Faced with such delicious food, they might even attack each other. A city appeared in the southeast. It was recently besieged by zombies and ghosts, and now it is a dead city. At this moment, the zombie froze, looking at the Ghost King with a half smile. There is a lot of energy ore there. "If you want, we can put it together." "Is he really that kind?" The Ghost King frowned. He didn't believe that the zombie in front of him was so kind-hearted. In the apocalypse, who would even consider others? What would happen then? The zombie froze upon hearing the warning, then burst out laughing, clapping his hands and looking at the Ghost King with admiration. You really can't hide anything from me. Nothing serious will happen, but natural enemies are inevitable. Having said this without any expression, the Ghost King looked at him and nodded. It was normal. No one would share such enormous wealth with others for nothing. Who wouldn't want to keep the goods for themselves? He lowered his head and thought for a moment. He had heard about the city to the southeast. Although the people there had been driven out, there were certainly many survivors. Water and food. Moreover, since there were energy minerals there should have been a lot of zombies and ghosts gathering there. These two eternal enemies of the undead were bound to appear there. Just as the natural enemies of zombies cannot deal with other undead, the natural enemies of ghosts cannot pose a threat to zombies. That is why the zombies turned to the Ghost King for help. Well, after. Before this problem is solved, we have agreed that each will fight on his own merits. Sparks like will-o'-the-wisps danced around the Ghost King, and he grinned. At that moment, the claws he had gathered on his side disappeared. Seeing that the Ghost King had agreed to his plan, the zombie sighed with relief. As a sign of our cooperation, I can share some news. I'm sure you'll find it interesting. The zombie chuckled several times, and his words caused the Ghost King's wandering sparks to jump and crackle. He stared at him. But the zombie, as if testing him, looked at him with mockery, not daring to reveal the news he had just announced. The Ghost King grabbed another claw, but it had no effect, and grabbed the zombie by the neck. What was going on? You know, I hate nothing more than when people suddenly stop talking. That guy you brought to the exchange seems to be in trouble. If you don't want him to die, I strongly recommend you find him as soon as possible. I think he's very important to you. If he dies, I'm afraid it will be a great loss to you. As he finished his story, chuckling, the Ghost King's wandering pulse became even stronger. He removed his claws from Hujie's neck and quickly ran to find Hujie. Standing silently and watching the Ghost King leave, the zombies sighed, shook their heads helplessly, and giggled bitterly. I don't know if it was right for me to join him in this madness. I hope he won't let us down. By the time the Ghost King found Hujie, the battle was already coming to an end. He saw Hujie half lying on the ground. The surroundings were in chaos, strewn with the aftermath of the battle. Hujie and the others were covered in wounds. They struggled to hold on and looked at the ferocious zombie king in front of them. He opened his mouth to say something, but only blood came out. Damn it! The internal injuries were too severe. Hujie didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He shook his head violently and tried to get up. Don't twitch like that. You're already completely exhausted. But you're pretty good. The zombie king's pale blue eyes stared at Hujie. His stinking mouth was wide open. His teeth were sharp and jagged, and a dark green liquid was slowly dripping out. He also had a few wounds, but most of them were superficial. Only the huge hole in his chest caused serious damage. Hujie was defeated by the zombie king in the previous battle, leaving him in a state of confusion. He was covered in dust, his clothes were torn, and he looked like a beggar who had just gotten out of a beggar's den, completely beggarly. Meanwhile, the zombie king was also definitely not feeling well. He had been hurt by Hujie's numerous tricks and xiaohua and the skeleton's attacks, and this situation only increased the anger in his eyes. How dare you hurt me, you worthless human? You have completely angered me. Xiaohua, holding on to the debris, slowly approached Hujie. His face suddenly turned pale, and he spat out blood. As long as we live, you will not harm our master. The skeleton stared at the zombie king, clenching his bony claws tightly. In the abandoned city, this zombie king would be nothing to him. Someone he could kill with one blow. Really? The battle had destroyed everything around. Even the ground had 2 faint cracks, evidence of the intensity of the recent battle. The zombie king stood to the side, staring at Hujie. A foul liquid dripped from the corners of his mouth, like a glutton who had caught sight of a delicious meal. He looked around mockingly. Dujan, Mugilong, and the others were already incapacitated. Xiaohua and Skeleton were also at their limit, and Huze was even more vulnerable. Then let's see how you two worthless creatures can stop me from taking his life. With that, the Zombie King suddenly extended its sharp claws, reaching out to Huze as if hoping to knock him down with one blow. Master! Master! Skeleton and Little Flower's expressions changed. The Ghost King arrived just in time, naturally preventing the Zombie King's next move. He also summoned a sharp claw, clashing with the Zombie King's claws.